You have just inherited one of the top 3 companies in the world from your parents, and sold it to a competitor for 80 billion as soon as you took over. Then you spent 800 million to acquire 3 ancient swords, 10 billion to buy a meteorite, and 100 billion to invest in an abandoned mining area. Everyone thinks you are a spendthrift, but only you know that in 10 months, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the mutation of fierce beasts, the return of immortals, the arrival of all races, money will become the most useless thing, and what you are purchasing now will make you a powerful figure after the apocalypse. At the top floor of the Bachin Group headquarters, in the luxurious and spacious conference room, you sit at the head seat, looking at dozens of shareholders in the room, announcing that you are going to sell all your shares. You should know that the current Bachin Group is already one of the most profitable companies in the world, and everyone thinks you are short-sighted. Only the 3rd largest shareholder of the group, Luo Xun, smiled faintly. Young people have their own ideas. It's good to cash out early and live happily. This person seems to be speaking for you, but in fact, his goal has always been to suppress your family and to personally control the entire group. So now, when he heard that you are going to sell your shares, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. You look at everyone's reactions and find it funny, because as a reborn person, you know that 10 months later, the earth will undergo a dramatic change. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth will be restored. The 3,000 great paths will reappear, and all existing patterns will be disrupted. Money will be worthless by then. In your past life, you guarded the Bachin Group with a net worth of billions, but when the spiritual energy revived, you suffered because you were slow, endured hardships for more than 10 years, and ultimately died tragically in the mouth of a ferocious beast. The hardships of the past life are vivid in your mind, and in this life, you are reborn and determined to change everything. You have 10 months to lay out in advance, as long as you cash out your shares as soon as possible, coupled with memories from your past life, enough to surpass everyone and become a top powerhouse after the revival of spiritual energy. Returning to the present, you looked at Luo Xun, who was mocking himself, and calmly said, Uncle Luo has always wanted to buy shares of the group, otherwise I can just sell you the shares I have. As soon as this remark was made, the whole audience was shocked, and even Luo Xun was stunned for a while when he heard this sentence. He was suspicious in his heart, but did not show it on the surface. Instead, he agreed, Sure, how much do you want to sell it to me for? You don't hesitate, I'll sell it all to you, for a fixed price of 800 billion. Luo Xun's eyes flickered. To be honest, he was tempted. 80 billion is not a lot at all. On the contrary, it's quite a bargain. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xun tentatively asked, I can only offer up to 40 billion. Can the remaining money be offset with real estate and other assets? You smiled and nodded immediately. In the previous life, Luo Xun had extremely good luck, with a piece of undeveloped mountain land under his name, hiding an S-level secret realm underneath, which would gradually be exposed around December. In his previous life, Luo Xun relied on this secret realm to rise to the top, develop the family's power, and establish the influential Luo family in China. You are very clear that Luo Xun cannot come up with so much cash flow. If he wants to acquire all the shares, he must mortgage real estate. Sure, here is the translation. Sure enough, Luo Xun showed you his land deed and property, with the southern peak of the Hangduan Mountains prominently listed. In just a few minutes, the two of them negotiated a deal worth 8 billion. The next day, 40 billion arrived in the bank account. A slight smile appeared at the corner of your mouth, and the layout officially began. You immediately instructed the butler to prepare a private plane and flew to Great Britain this afternoon to meet with a collector named Johnson to buy 3 ancient artifacts from him. 3 bronze ancient swords from the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. The origins of these 3 ancient bronze swords are quite mysterious. Now covered in dust, they appear to be 3 pieces of scrap metal. However, once the spiritual energy is restored, the rust fades away and they become new again. They can be assembled into a peerless sword formation, the sky-opening sword formation. This sword formation can be said to be the strongest formation you have ever seen in your past life, combining offense and defense, all-out attack and defense, and once suppressed a million beast tide. And the most surprising thing was that the 3 bronze ancient swords that made up the heaven-opening sword formation was still just a remnant formation. Su Xuan had seen murals depicting the heaven-opening sword formation in a Taoist tomb in the secret realm in his previous life, and the original version of the heaven-opening sword formation had 6 bronze ancient swords. Of the 6 ancient bronze swords, 3 are in the hands of a wealthy man in the country, and 3 in the hands of the collector named Johnson. The reason why Su Xuan knew this was because when Britannia and Huaxia erupted into conflict in their previous lives, both sides used the heaven-opening sword formation as a bottom card and saved it for the end. A sword array belonging to China was seized by foreigners and eventually used to brutally kill Chinese people, which really makes people resentful. Fortunately, he had been reborn, and now no one but him knew just how terrifying those 3 bronze ancient swords were. Without realizing it, the plane arrived at LD Airport and landed smoothly. Su Xuan stepped off the airplane, and as soon as he looked up, he saw that there were already underlings outside who had prepared a special car and welcomed him into it with a smile. Great Britain is a capitalist society. And the beauty of a capitalist society is that money can solve almost anything. As long as you have money, you're a grandpa. Su Xuan had thrown millions of pounds a week ago to beg for information about the bronze ancient swords, and not half a day later, he got the news that Johnson had 3 bronze ancient swords in his collection. Mr. Su, would you like to take a short rest or receive Johnson directly? On the driver's seat, the Britannia driver spoke in fluent Chinese and asked Su Xuan. Su Xuan used his cell phone to peddle his useless real estate in the country while responding. Go directly to meet Johnson. Da. The specialized car started and drove gently to its destination. About an hour later, Su Xuan arrived at an estate located on the outskirts of LD and met Johnson. First show me the 3 ancient bronze swords. He opened the door and said in English. Johnson, of course, did not refuse. He is also a bit of a means in Britain. Through a series of channels to learn that the young Chinese in front of him justified himself, spent more than 4 million pounds. That's the equivalent of 35 million Chinese dollars. Spending more than $30 million just to buy one piece of information, and not even blinking an eye after buying it. The financial power of this Chinese person was not something he could imagine. I'm afraid. With Johnson in tow, the 2 men walked, one after the other, into the collection room inside the estate. Johnson in fact also counts the rich. He loved to collect since childhood, and even specialize in taking a house in the manor as a collection room. The 200 square meters of the house, a wide range of display of precious antiquities from various countries. So people are dazzled. He put on his gloves and carefully took out an ancient bronze sword from the glass cover, cupping it in his hands and presenting it to Su Xuan's eyes. In an instant, a thick and heavy atmosphere of age came to the surface. The ancient sword was 3 feet and 6 inches long. The surface was covered with patina. Even the body of the sword was covered by the patina and couldn't really be seen. Only a few vague lines could be vaguely seen. But the first moment he saw this sword, Su Xuan was able to determine that this was exactly what he was looking for. He didn't even think about it and spoke on the spot. 10 million pounds, pack all 3 ancient swords for me. The offer came so suddenly that Johnson froze for a moment before slowing his reaction. Are all Chinese people so bold and direct? He was happy with the price in his mind. But, this Chinese guy is so bold. It seems like there's still room for a price increase. Johnson looked hesitant and didn't agree right away. Su Xuan glanced at him and continued. 30 million pounds. 30 million pounds? Triple in one breath. And this kind of offer tactic? Johnson's heart flinched. He realized that he still underestimated the financial strength of this Chinese. So he pretended to be deep and said solemnly, this sword carries the long history of China. Not money can be priced casually. Johnson's nonsense fell into Su Xuan's ears. And it was nothing more than 2 words, add money. He didn't even want to waste time listening to Johnson and immediately interrupted. A handful. Johnson raised an eyebrow in confusion. A handful? What do you mean? You're only buying a handful? Su Xuan shook his head and held out a finger. A handful. 30 million pounds. Johnson was completely shocked. 1 sword is 30 million pounds. 3 is close to 100 million. Or 800 million Chinese dollars. Fark. This Chinese man didn't think of money as money at all. All of a sudden, the greed in his heart could not be suppressed from growing and spreading. He licked his dry lips and was thinking of continuing to find a way to raise the price. But unexpectedly, Su Xuan saw through his mind and coldly said, this is the final offer. If you don't accept it, then the conversation is over. The cold, piercing words woke Johnson up instantly, and he knew that he couldn't raise the price any further. The Chinese man in front of him was not a little cutie. It's impossible to raise the price for himself without any bottom line. Ha ha ha. There is an old Chinese saying called, lineage from the same source. I see that you love these 3 swords so much, and you are a Chinese. Selling them to you is also considered to let the ancient swords return to their original owners. Johnson smiled resentfully and rushed to agree to the offer. Su Xuan didn't bother to pick up the conversation as he took out a black card and threw it to Johnson. Johnson, understanding, caught the black card, handed it to the butler, and in a few minutes he had the information to his satisfaction. The money arrived. 90 million pounds. At this moment, Johnson's face showed an ecstasy that could not be suppressed, and the corners of his mouth kept trembling, which was simply harder to suppress than AK. Injustice, proper injustice. This Chinese guy, he's here to give him money. Johnson looked at Su Xuan. A faintly unheard of playfulness flashed in the depths of his eyes, secretly mocking the young Chinese as a brainless thug. However, without thinking about it, Su Xuan looked at him and sneered in his heart. This person still does not know what exactly he sold today. guessing that he is still complacent, thinking that he earned hemp. 90 million pounds? It's just a pile of paper. It's worthless. These 3 bronze ancient swords were one of the 5 supreme treasures that would help Britannia re-emerge in the future. Chapter 3, The 6 Swords of Yuan. Tomb Raider. Picking up the 3 heavy bronze swords in a mahogany case, a trace of peace of mind flashed across Su Xuan's face. It's kind of taking back what the old ancestors had. Johnson respectfully escorted him out of the manor's gates himself, his face beaming with fawning relief, slightly bent over. Mr. Su, according to your Chinese saying, this is also considered to be returned intact. Thank you for your generosity and friendly honesty. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to contact my assistant. Stretching out his right hand, his turquoise blue eyes filled with laughter inside of them. Have fun working together. Su Xuan looked at him with a smirk, and after a few seconds, shook his hand in a friendly manner. Will do. In his heart, but in cold laughter, when the 8 Allied forces invaded China, while countless treasures ransacked, and finally even blatantly displayed in the Britannia Museum, in the future, he will make sure to return to the original owner. I remember that after the recovery of the aura in the previous life, these Britons colluded with the foreign ancient races and betrayed all mankind, bombarding other countries and backstabbing the Allies, once plunging the whole of Europe into a state of chaos and bloodshed, and the beginning of the scourge. At this moment, Su Xuan's eyes suddenly exuded a trace of imperceptible coldness, but it quickly disappeared, and the Johnson on the side inexplicably felt a chill in his heart, his body slightly trembling, and waited until Su Xuan left the manor, but also felt some inexplicable fear. 5 days later, on March 5, 2124, Tianjing Su Xuan's villa, a super luxurious manor built on a mountainside with 2,000 square feet, under the soft neon lights. In the spacious room, Su Xuan pinched a highball glass with both fingers, shaking a $100,000 bottle of Seal's red wine, his gaze distant, looking at the 3 bronze swords placed on the table, pondering, stretching out his palm. He gently stroked the brown sword body, which did not show too many rust stains or scars, which could be seen as a sign of the superior forging craftsmanship and surface treatment techniques of the ancient Chinese. About 60 centimeters long, engraved with complicated patterns, like water, like clouds, like the sun and the moon, like mountains, obscure and difficult to understand, but through the face of the ancient vicissitudes of the atmosphere, as if telling the history of change, the passage of time. This would be 3 of the 6 swords of the Yuan. Su Xuan gently sipped the red wine while he was dazedly lost in thought, the memories of his previous life coming in like a tidal wave. Legend has it that back then, the king of Yu ordered the strongest swordmaker to create 6 bronze swords, namely, Morning Glory, Breaking Dawn, Breaking Water, Voodoo, Chaotic Spirit, and Splitting Sky. The 6 swords were handed down to the 3,000 Yu armor, which defeated the spring and autumn reigning king, King Fuchai of Wu. With the development of history, the change of dynasties, the change of times, these 6 bronze swords, 3 of which were found in the Ming and Qing dynasties, placed in the Yuan Minjuan in Kyoto, the modern invasion of the 8-power Allied forces, looted these 3 bronze swords, and finally collected by Johnson, and now it has changed hands to me, and I will definitely make it shine. Su Xuan fiercely poured a mouthful of wine, some anger suddenly rising in his heart. The other 3 bronze swords had never seen a shadow until the aura revived in the previous life, when a certain great power took them out of the tomb of the Yu king, and finally combined them into a supreme sword array to fend off the ferocious beasts and the Taiku clan, and only then did they reappear in the world. However, after a period of recovery of the aura, the true king of Taiku came down, but this group of people turned back in the battlefield, surrendered to Taiku, and massacred the whole human race, and China was in a dangerous situation of storm and turmoil as a result. Immediately, he carefully put away the bronze sword and placed it in a safe made of alloy and featuring an 8-layer code, before slowly walking out onto the balcony, under the bright moon, with a fresh breeze, overlooking the 10,000 lights below the mountain. Su Xuan raised the wine cup in his hand and looked into the distance, murmuring softly, "Here's to the whole of China. May the mountains and rivers be unharmed and the country be at peace." Afterwards, the glass of red wine was tilted back and drunk. The next day, Su Xuan Manor, 2nd floor living room, also numbered 22. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door and an assistant's voice came from outside. "Mr. Su, they're here. Come in." Su Xuan snuffed out the cigar smoke in his hand and sat on the leather sofa with a calm demeanor. The main door pushed open and Xiaowenshi, an assistant in a straight suit, respectfully walked in, followed by 3 oddly dressed people behind him, a braided pigtail wearing an eye patch, a bald obese man with a gentle smile all over his face, and a wonderful woman in a sexy leather skirt with a hot body and extremely high face value. "Mr. Su, these 3 are the people you're looking for." Xiaowenshi respectfully walked over and stood on Su Xuan's side. inadvertently blocking all the possible attack routes from these three people's directions. Su Xuan glanced at him and gently nodded. The assistant had followed him for many years. In his previous life, even after the aura revival and his own departure from the North Star Group, he also followed closely, and in the end, in order to protect himself, he blocked in front of him and was killed by a foreign beast. He was a loyal guard, or a good helper with a smart mind. Have a seat. Su Xuan beckoned, signaling the three to take their seats in an easygoing manner. The wonderful woman blurted out in surprise at the sight of the half-empty cigarette in the ashtray. Gurkha Royal Flower Cigar. Worthy of the chairman of the North Star Group, worth hundreds of billions of dollars of tycoons, the top 10 of the rich list of China, 1.5 million a cigarette, said do not want to do. TSK. Su Xuan was a bit surprised, staring at her and laughing. What's the lady's name? The woman wasn't polite, sitting straight up on the couch, and said, you can call me Shirley. The one dressed like Pirates of the Caribbean is my senior, Zhang Sanchain, and the bald head is my senior, Stone. Without further ado, we are already very clear about Mr. Su's commission. In our industry, the older the tomb is, the more dangerous it is, and this time, the tomb of the Yu King that you're looking for, according to our analysis, it's an extremely dangerous place. If it wasn't for the fact that Senior Brother Partridge Realist and 81 Realist weren't in China, we would have invited them to participate this time, and the success rate would have been greatly increased then, but even in their absence, we will not fail. After saying that, Shueli stopped speaking and flashed her big watery eyes, looking at Su Xuan with a face full of innocence and rosy. Su Xuan pondered slightly, probably understanding, and reached out his hand to signal. The assistant hastily took out 3 cigars and handed them over. Ms. Sherry, I'm a direct person, and I definitely won't shortchange you in terms of price, so as long as I can get it done, I can raise the price. Su Xuan leaned against the sofa with a calm demeanor. But before that, isn't it better to let me see what you guys are capable of? There's no other meaning, it's just that I've been very interested in your industry since I was a child, and I've even been reading Uncle Nanpai's books a lot. Cheryl ate a demented smile and stretched out her green right hand, placing the cigar in her palm, then gently gripping it, then opening it. The smoke in her hand heaved disappeared. Mr. Su, this isn't magic. At the same time, with a flash of his body, he retrieved the cigar from the top of Zhang Sanchain's head, which had just been lit in his hand. Su Xuan nodded and clapped his hands together. Good tactics. In that case, I won't be long-winded about what I'm looking for. So listen up. Chapter 4 Traveling to Danling. Searching for the 1,000-year thunderwood tree. Finally, the price of $5 million was negotiated. These 3 grave robbers for Su Xuan to find the other 3 of the 6 swords of the Yuang. Pay 30% of the deposit first, when there is news of the tomb of the Yuang, then pay 20%. Find the bronze sword, pay the remaining 50%. After sending off the 3 grave robbers, Assistant Xiaowenshi stood to the side with some doubts and worries in his gaze. Mr. Su, can these guys finish the job? Su Xuan leaned back on the sofa, smoking a cigar smoke, and mused. If real Partridge and real 81 are there shouldn't be much of a problem. These 2 are said to be the most professional people in the grave robbing world. It might not be so easy if these are the words. So is it possible that we're losing this money? The aide's concern grew even heavier. Su Xuan slowly stood up, patted his assistant's shoulder, and laughed. Don't worry, even if they can't complete the mission, they'll still find a way to find Partridge Realist and 81 Realist, because in the grave robbing world, face and portals are of utmost importance. The assistant understood instantly, then turned his head with a surprised look on his face. So, Sir didn't care if these few people could find the tomb of the Yu King at first, but wanted to find the Partridge Realist and the 81 Realist through them? Xiaowenshi was shocked in his heart. Sir's scheming was still unrecognizable after so many years of following him himself. Su Xuan smiled without saying anything. Then something seemed to occur to him and he turned his head to ask, how are the arrangements for going over to the northeast coming along? It's already been arranged. The helicopter will come here to pick up Sir at 2:30 this afternoon. At 5 p.m., we'll have a meeting over at Uncle Ghost's side. At 8 p.m., at the Kyushu banquet, the directors of the Tourism Bureau, the Culture Bureau, and the Xia Construction Bureau, as well as the biggest foreman in the area, will join us for the dinner. I have passed on all the ideas and meanings of the previous account of the gentleman, and confirmed them with their secretaries, and the matter should go relatively smoothly. Su Xuan nodded. Nice arrangement. At 2:30 in the afternoon, a clattering sound came from outside the manor, and a helicopter with an extra large capacity hovered directly in mid-air, then slowly landed on the empty space of the large platform on the first floor. The cabin door opened and 2 people stepped out from inside. The leader was a sturdy middle-aged man with short-inch hair, wearing green light armor. His spirit was high and his eyes were glowing. When he saw Su Xuan, he respectfully shouted, "Mr. Su." Su Xuan nodded and slowly stepped forward, smiling. "Tiger, hard work." Tiger shook his head. "When you work for a gentleman, you don't talk about hard work. This please put on, Mr. Su." Afterwards, who took the bulletproof undershirt handed over by the man next to him and handed it to Su Xuan. This who was Su Xian's parents' beloved, and after he broke away from the North Star Group, he followed him until the Aura revival, and still followed him, resisting the invasion of the foreigners until he died of exhaustion. Su Xuan didn't push back and took off his suit, directly putting the undershirt over his body before putting the suit back on, organizing it a little, and putting on his ear cap. Departure. The assistant, carrying a suitcase, hurried to follow. It wasn't long before the hatch closed, and Tiger maneuvered the helicopter, slowly taking off, growing faster and faster, heading directly toward the northeast, disappearing from view a few moments later. Tianjing was only a few hundred miles away from the northeast, and the helicopter was so fast that it had reached its destination in less than 2.5 hours, and at the airport of parking, a few people who had long been arranged came in a hurry. The head of one person was wearing a Zhongshan suit. His hair was a bit gray, but his eyes were shining with a few moments of essence. After seeing Su Xuan walk out of the cabin door, he immediately jogged to welcome him. His expression was respectful. "Mr. Su, we've been waiting for a long time." Su Xuan nodded and glanced at the aged old man, sincerely saying, "Uncle Ghost, hard work." This ghost uncle is also one of the heart, in the Northeast operating North Star Group's branch, and the local government, and other Grey forces quite friendship. This contact with the local forces in the Northeast is also his arrangement. After the revival of the Aura, it was also to resist the foreigners and live to be torn apart by the ferocious beasts. 10 minutes later, a hidden conference room in a hotel somewhere. Su Xuan sat in the main seat, about 10 people on the left and right sides. Uncle Ghost, Hu, and Xia Wenxi were among them, and some of them were the patriarchs of the North Star Group, who together with Su Xian's parents had experienced the development of the North Star Group's IPO, and its expansion to become a global multinational conglomerate. After Su Xuan sold his shares, these people did not hesitate to leave North Star and resolutely follow Su Xuan. Sweeping his eyes, Su Xuan was the first to speak. "I'm sure you already know what's going on by having everyone gathered here this time." After saying that, Su Xuan saw that the crowd had doubts and understanding, and nodded his head to continue. "What you all think is correct. This sale of North Star Group shares is not something I did recklessly. All of you uncles have followed the North Star Group for so many years and have dealt with me. You should understand that I, Su Xuan, am by no means a man of courage and tactlessness." Uncle Ghost nodded his head in a hurry. "We are naturally clear about Mr. Su's talent. North Star Group has been singing all the way to the top these years, crushing Sony, defeating Samsung, suppressing Microsoft, and suppressing the world's top 100 companies to the point where they can't move, and we've all seen it in our eyes. Even more, North Star Group is about to become the strongest in China, competing with the world's first-rate companies and becoming the signature of China. But we really don't understand why you, Mr. Su, why did you sell your shares at this critical juncture?" He, Luo Xun, has a heart of Sima Zhaozhao that everyone knows. The rest followed suit. "That's right, Mr. Su. North Star Group started and developed in the hands of your parents, expanded in your hands, among the world's first-class group, and now it is just flourishing. Selling the shares cheaply, Luo Xun this Eaton. Won't it make outsiders laugh? Of course, no matter what Mr. Su decides, we will never change our minds and will definitely follow Mr. Su." Su Xuan swept a glance and suddenly realized that among this group of people, there was not the person his parents valued the most, the second shareholder of the group, Zhao Jiangwo. His heart was slightly disappointed, but he didn't blame it. After all, people have their own aspirations. After a few seconds of silence, Su Xuan pressed his hands in vain, and the field immediately quieted down, then slowly spoke. "Regarding the sale of shares, it's not easy for me to explain now. In any case, everyone will know later, and the matter will not be mentioned again." Su Xian's tone was gentle, but his words had an irresistible power, and the patriarchs in the arena immediately shut up and looked up at him. "Regarding the second thing, it's the purpose of my coming to the Northeast this time. Not a single word of what I say next is to be revealed, and I hope you will keep your mouths shut." Everyone nodded their heads, and these people were completely trustworthy. After the recovery of the Aura, these people didn't leave until they were about to die and didn't follow Luo Xun. Instead, it was the second shareholder, Zhao Jiangwo, who was the first one to run to the Hangduan mountain range and defected to Luo Xun. "This time, our main purpose is to enter the depths of the Danling Mountain and search for a 1,000-year thunderwood tree, which is deep in the primitive forest, and has experienced thousands of lightning strikes without collapsing, and 1,000 years of wind and rain without dying. the exact shape and appearance of which will be cast on the screen by Wensi in a while. However, our external narrative is that we want to open up the Don Ridge scenic area, so we have to send a large number of people on expeditions to make sure that we can get a glimpse of the whole thing and have a full understanding of what it is all about. Regarding this, I've already communicated with the relevant department heads, and it won't cause too much repercussions. And what I'm most worried about is that Luo Xun's side will definitely get suspicious, and if he intervenes at that time, if the news leaks out, then it will be very unfavorable for us. After saying that, the assistant Xiaowensi began to cast the PowerPoint onto the large screen of the conference room and began to explain. The crowd stared at the screen and were shocked to see the image on top of the PowerPoint. Chapter 5, Luo Xun's Suspicion. Auction news. Reflected in the big screen portrait is a large tree with a diameter of 1 meter. Outside, the bark has been struck by lightning and charred but not rotten. The trunk is straight, rising up to the sky. The tree is surrounded by a barren, lifeless, as if all the resources are in its possession. As we all know, the northeastern folk have a tradition of lightning striking wood to ward off evil spirits. But this thunderwood is completely different from ordinary lightning striking wood, and although it has withstood many lightning strikes, it has stood upright, not to mention died. The assistant stood up and started switching between the big screens. According to Mr. Speculation, the tree grows in the primitive forest at the very center of the Danling, and that place has not been fully explored, so we must be cautious and careful this time. After explaining things, the meeting was dissolved, and those patriarchs quickly began to make arrangements down the road. This time, the project is huge. The Danling area is vast and sprawling. The manpower required is at least thousands, and with so many people and so many mouths to feed, the confidentiality of information is also a problem. March 5, 2124, 8 p.m. Kyushu Banquet, the largest 5-star hotel in the Northeast. Inside the luxurious private room, a group of people fell in, exchanging pleasantries. Mr. Su, on behalf of the entire Northeast Tourism Bureau, I would like to express my gratitude to you for investing a huge amount of money in the construction of the scenic area this time. Don't worry, the return at a later stage will definitely be generous. The director of tourism is a balding, middle-aged man with an oily, smiling face. Su Xuan wore a smile on his face as he lifted his glass and raised it to clink together with the director. The top edge of the glass slightly lower than the director's glass. It's hard for the director to make a trip. For the sake of the construction of the Tourism Bureau, after this matter is finished, I decided to provide $10 million free of charge to fund the development of the Northeast Tourism Bureau. Upon hearing this, that director's expression moved, and he hurriedly pulled the edge of the cup downward to stay aligned with Su Xuan, then solemnly said, Mr. Su, don't worry. This Danling scenic area will definitely be constructed as a 5A scenic area. Immediately after saying that, he drank his glass of white wine. Subsequently, Su Xuan provided $10 million to the Cultural Affairs Bureau and the Construction Bureau respectively as startup funds for the project. With the China Construction Bureau threading the needle, the project was also started very quickly, and the foreman, who seldom spoke during the meeting, promised that he had already searched for a reliable team of 1,000 men, and that he would start to enter the mountains and begin probing first thing in the morning. Frequent toasts were made during the meeting, and the three directors' impression of Su Xuan grew better and better, the smiles on their faces becoming more and more prevalent. Worthy of being the former chairman of North Star Group, the youngest business genius in China. This was their evaluation of Su Xuan, and they did not mention a word about his sale of shares. This group of people who had already been in the officialdom for dozens of years were obviously well versed in the art of chatting, and knew what could be mentioned and what could not be said. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone was a bit drunk. Su Xuan saw that the time was almost ripe, so he let his assistants send the 3 directors away, leaving the foreman behind. Did Mr. Su have an explanation? There were only 2 people left in the entire private room, and Su Xuan no longer hid his face and directly opened the door. This time, in addition to surveying the terrain and exploring the likeness of the Danling region, I want your people to go deep into the primitive forest. The foreman frowned slightly. Deep in the forest. The danger is abnormal. Mr. Su, this, 500 a day each for those who go deeper into the forest. The foreman's face showed a difficult look. Mr. Su, you know, deep in the Danling, for so many years, almost, 800 a day. The foreman was silent. 1,000 a day. If you don't take it, this is over. Movement appeared on the foreman's face and he gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind. Okay, for the sake of Mr. Su's big event, I have to give up my life. This job, I'll take it. Only then did Su Xuan open his mouth and laugh. When it's done, the person who finds what I want gets a 500,000 reward. And you, my friend, get 5 million. The foreman sucked in his breath. Mr. Su, it's really generous. Don't worry, we will definitely find it in the fastest time possible. March 6, 2124, morning, Tianjin, Luo Xun's villa. On the luxurious king-sized bed, on the left and right sides lay two young enchanting sexy women, wrapping their arms around his neck and falling into a deep sleep. There was a knock on the door and a voice came from outside. Luo Dong. Incoming message. Luo Xun immediately opened his eyes and woke up from his sleep, pulling out his hand and lightly slapping the two women on the face. You guys go rest in the other room and I'll find you later in the evening. The other woman yawned, opened her eyes, threw on her clothes, and left the room with a reluctant look on her face, not forgetting to wink at her assistant as she opened the door. Su Xuan went to the northeast yesterday, met with the directors of the Tourism Bureau, the Culture Bureau, and the Construction Bureau, and dined at the Kyushu banquet, the specifics of which are yet to be known, but it's safe to assume that he should wish to engage in a scenic area in the northeast, which seems to be related to the Danling. The aide reported back. Luo Xun rubbed his brow and pondered for a long time. This kid sold his shares just for this? The degree of development of Danling is extremely low. I also wanted to make a scenic area here at that time, but I gave up after some inspection. Does this kid have other purposes? Pacing back and forth in the room, Luo Xun suddenly stopped and said to his assistant, you send someone to the northeast to carefully probe and figure out what Su Xuan really wants to do. If it's to engage in scenic beauty, come and report to me immediately. If it's something else unimportant, just let him be. Okay, Su Dong, this will be arranged. The aide retreated respectfully. For his part, Luo Xun stayed in his room, deep in thought. Never let this kid rise again. Must be dried up. Want to engage in the scenic area? Do not even have a trade. Thought of this, he immediately picked up the cell phone, dialed the director of the Tourism Bureau. March 6, 2124, outside of Danling. Su Xuan stood outside the jungle, looking at this endless, lush and dense forest, and felt a great deal of emotion in his heart. After the revival of aura, many strange ancient creatures emerged in this place, and the aura skyrocketed. A great cultivator went deep into it and found 1,000 years of lightning wood, making a divine bow with infinite power. But unfortunately, this cultivator eventually betrayed the human race. Mr. Su, we're on our way. They're all as good as one, and they're also locals, so they can definitely keep their mouths shut. The foreman stood respectfully in front of Su Xuan, extending his hand and introducing the burly men who stood arrayed in a column behind him. Su Xuan nodded and said no more. The foreman stood at the forefront with a shout. Depart! The column of hundreds of men then stepped deeper into the jungle, carrying the tools they needed. Sir, news has come from the Tianjin auction. After everyone had left, Xia Wenxi came over and whispered, an auction? Su Xuan's heart stirred, feeling slightly elated. Auction. Usually there will be some antiques. Now just a collection. Nothing substantial. Wait until after the recovery of the aura. Some antiques but will absorb the aura, become a treasure, go back to heaven. This side would not be able to find the lightning strike wood for a while, and it was useless to stay here. Su Xuan immediately decided to go back to the heavenly capital. Let's see if there's anything good in this auction. Chapter 6, The Faces of All Parties. The Unquestioned Ancient Jade. March 7, 2124. There were still 2 hours left for the auction to start. Su Xuan brought his assistant and arrived at the auction location, the Imperial Mansion. The items in this auction. There was news that revealed that they were antiques of some age, and they were worth a lot of money. So the people who came were all bigwigs in the industry, rich people from all walks of life, and collectors. Yo, isn't this the outstanding entrepreneur of China, the youngest legendary genius Su Dong? Why are you interested in coming to this auction? Before he could reach the building's elevator, a small-eyed middle-aged man in a suit with a grim face next to him spoke out with a sneer and a sneer. It was North Star Group's vice president of operations, Xia Jianrun, who had been coy and respectful to himself when he was in North Star Group before, but now after Su Xuan had left from North Star, he began to show the most fundamental face. This person was also Luo Xun's confidant, and this time he was also ordered to come and conduct an auction to collect some antiques. Su Xuan simply didn't bother with him. This kind of trader, a group of beating on cotton. Xia Jianrun is also self-interested, simply turned his head and stopped speaking. As time passed, more and more bigwigs entered the building, and after submitting their black gold invitations to the staff, they took the elevator to the auction site. Coincidentally, isn't this Su Dong? A group of people walked in. Su Xuan glanced at them and realized that they were some of the shareholders or directors of the 10 major groups of Tianjin, so he slightly nodded his head as a greeting. In the previous life when the aura was revived, this group of people withered their assets and were money hungry, and in the end, they failed to make a breakthrough and become the strongest of the human race. but they used their connections and relationships to join the ancient race and massacred the people of Huaxia. Assistant Xia Wenxi looked unhappy, but without Su Xian's approval, he will not take the initiative to attack, because he understands Mr. Su character, either not move, to let you lie on the ground and never get up again. The so-called verbal dispute, and children spit cursing no difference, and as more and more bigwigs entered and the time gradually approached, Su Xian simply closed his eyes and didn't bother. This group of people were respectful and courteous when they were still at the helm of North Star, but now that they had left North Star and sold their shares, they showed their true colors and faces. What makes Su Xian feel puzzled is that these people at least have experienced great winds and waves. Standing on the business pyramid, wind and water, it is reasonable to say that the joy of the line does not show as the basic means. How are all so impatient to show their mouths? No wonder after the recovery of the aura. This group of people are corpses. No progress in cultivation. Now it seems that the vision is also not good, or relying on some luck to go on the road of the group's executives. In the end, there is not the kind of planning in a tent. An hour later, the auction site is already crowded with all walks of life bigwigs and tycoons. Groups of 3 to 5 began to whisper exchanges. Close to the words fell into the ears of Su Xian. It is said that the items in this auction are all antiques from a long time ago, and one of them is a vase, still from the Han Dynasty, which is worth a lot of money, so you all can pay attention to it later. I'm not interested in vases, but I've heard that there are a lot of oddly shaped jades without the slightest artificial means, and according to the auction's expert speculation, they may be from the Shang Dynasty. What? There's a Shangzhou antique? That's nothing. I've also heard of a meteorite that is said to be 5,000 years old. Su Xian opened his eyes, his heart somewhat agitated. In the previous life, when the aura was revived, the vases in these antiques naturally had no effect, but those jade stones would change after absorbing the aura and become spirit stones, which could provide the cultivator with a constant supply of spiritual energy and enhance his strength. This is a rare treasure. As for the meteorite they were talking about, Su Xian was even more interested. In his previous life, Luo Xun collected a few meteorites and finally cast them into treasures through the secret realm of the Hangduan mountain range, allowing the Luo family's strength to increase dramatically, and in the later stages, he became one of the top 10 families in China. An hour later, the auction officially began, and as the auctioneer, clad in a tuxedo and wearing a big back hair, walked onto the auction stage, the lights in the room began to focus on him. The auctioneer spread his hands wide and scanned the room with a big smile, then bowed deeply and said in a calm, neutral tone, "Gentlemen and ladies, thank you for attending this auction held by the Imperial Group. My humble self, Madumo, is honored to serve as the auctioneer for this auction. The theme of this auction, exploring the ancient culture of Huaxia. The items to be auctioned are all Huaxia antiques with long ages and treasured significance, so everyone is welcome to participate. The rules of the auction are, the flowing introduction, which lasted 10 minutes or so, was rather boring to listen to. After the introduction, the slender Cheongsam girl, pushing the first auction item on the stage, the auctioneer walked to the center of the stage and began to introduce it. The first auction item, Tang 3-color low-temperature glazed pottery, Silk Road. The starting price of 5 million. Each time the bidding increase shall not be less than 500,000. The last call for 3 times no one bidding for the bidding success. The bidding begins. In an instant, the scene was instantly agitated. Tang San Kai, as the most characteristic vase of the Tang dynasty, has far-reaching value and significance, and has always been the treasure that collectors dream of. However, for Su Xian, the vases actually had no substantial effect. After the recovery of the aura in his previous life, these beautifully shaped vases did not produce any changes, and were useless except for ornamental purposes. Thus, Su Xian didn't even bother to make a move. There were several rounds of intense bidding, and eventually a bigwig succeeded with a high bid of $12 million. Congratulations, Sungzhou. Some voices rang out from the scene, and many bigwigs were red-eyed. This vase is not an ordinary product. It's said to be the Tang Dynasty royal family casting, painted above a section of the Silk Road, showing the desert scenery, highly collectible. The second auction item, a pair of ancient jade stones of a Shangzhou mother and child. Madumo reached out and gestured vaguely at the turquoise jade on the big screen, smiling as he introduced. According to the expert appraisal, this pair of jade is the oldest antique found so far. According to the comprehensive analysis of all data, for the period of the Shang and Zhou years, and it is purely natural, without any traces of knife and axe chiseling. The starting price is 1,000,000. Each bid shall not be less than 100,000. The auction starts now. I thought everyone would be excited, but surprisingly, there were not many bidders, and their point of view was straightforward, even if it was an ancient jade from last week. It could not have been stored until now. So this so-called ancient jade from the Shang dynasty and Zhou dynasty, in all probability, was artificially made and had little value. The auctioneer immediately felt incredibly embarrassed and resentfully withdrew his hand, preparing to put this item up for auction. Just then, a voice suddenly came. $1 million? I'll take it. The crowd looked around and saw that it was Su Xuan who had called for the price, and they couldn't help but roar with laughter. No, as anyone knows, ancient jade stones are usually stored for hundreds of years at most. The Shangzhou is thousands of years away. Where is the pure natural jade? This former chairman of North Star? Isn't he completely ignorant of this? Ha ha, who knows? It is said that a few days ago, he also will North Star shares sold all. Will Su Jie couple hard work to fight the kingdom? Give away. This kind of tart operation. I'm afraid that Su Jie couple know in the spring, will not die in peace. So it's him, the first loser in Tianjing. From the business genius of China to the first joke of China, Luo Xun directly become the first shareholder. It is said that he ran to Dianling some time ago to engage in some kind of scenic area. Who knows, that place has no commercial value. It seems that it is also just relying on the remaining shade of his father's generation, relying on the group's patriarchs to make North Star bigger and stronger. But in fact, it is just a golden jade outside and a playboy. In the face of the crowd's mockery, Su Xuan did not care. Only he knew how useful this pair of ancient jade stones from the Shang dynasty and Zhou dynasty would be in the future, and how the group, too, will regret it. Chapter 7, a $1 billion auction for a meteorite from heaven. Next, there were some antiques and paintings and such. Su Xuan analyzed them based on his previous life's experience of judgment and found that they were basically ornamental items without much value. Although it is said that the revival of the aura will affect many places, and some of the antiques will absorb the aura and become magic treasures, there are still many that have not changed. For example, this auction of Wu Daozi's real works, a painting of 100 ghosts walking at night, looks morose, with clear lines and high painting skills, but in reality, nothing has changed since the revival of the aura. In this way, 7 or 8 consecutive auction items auction success, are good prices sold. Madu and face happy flowers. This time the commission is estimated to be at least $1 million to start, equivalent to their own annual salary. And the atmosphere of the auction site is also gradually high. Some key auction items for auction, and even a gambler fried gold mentality. Step by step, the final seller will naturally cast a contemptuous gaze. What grade? Bidding with me? After about 40 minutes of duration, the auction was nearing its end, but the atmosphere at the scene continued to be high, as everyone knew that the finale auction item had yet to appear. After 1,000 calls, after 5 minutes, all the auction items had been auctioned off, and Madumo suddenly smiled mysteriously. Everyone here, I'm sure you're aware of the grand finale of this bidding, and I'm sure you're all here for it. In Ma's decades-long career, it is no exaggeration to say that this object is beyond the realm of what we would ordinarily call an antique. Its value is inestimable, its significance is far-reaching, and it even reveals the existence of another kind of civilization that we are not aware of. Madumo kept an elegant and calm smile throughout the whole process, and his voice was like magic, bringing all the people's thoughts to this yet-to-appear but fascinating grand finale auction item. Su Xuan also couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This Madumo was indeed a professional auctioneer, or a high-caliber orator. Old Ma, don't sell it short. Hurry up and bring it out. Yes, Old Ma, we've known each other for so many years, so don't act like a head-scratching whore, making us itchy, but we can't see that we can't get it, and we can't get it up. Ha 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 ha. The crowd couldn't help but roar with laughter and cajoling as the scene continued to grow in enthusiasm, and with a bigger smile on his face, Madumo scanned the crowd, feeling that the scene was pretty much set before he clapped his hands. Then, 2 wonderful girls with excellent figures, wearing open cheongsams, pushed a rack and walked slowly with sweet smiles on their faces. On that shelf, there was an ancient bronze box that looked plain and ordinary, but these bigwigs present knew that the more ordinary something looked, the more valuable it might be. Madumo put on his professional dust-free gloves and gently stroked the bronze box with a big smile. Everyone, this bronze box is not an ordinary material. It is a fusion of 18 kinds of rare metal manufacturing. Its hardness is unparalleled in the world. The anti-oxidation function is to the extreme. Knives and spears are invulnerable. Water and fire do not invade. You can maximize the storage and safekeeping of treasures in the box. Su Xuan frowned slightly. He had just said treasures, not curiosities. That is to say, the starting price of the things inside this box must be very high, and the bidders are even more over the top. Under the attention of all the people, Madumo slowly opened the bronze box, revealing the items inside. It was a basketball-sized, reddish-brown stone, very irregular in shape, transmitting something that made people feel a burning heat, the kind of unspoken feeling that made the crowd not breathe. Su Xuan, on the other hand, was inwardly shocked, because the stone on this screen, regardless of its size, shape, color, appearance, or the special aura that was vaguely attached to it, was exactly the same as the piece of heavenly meteorite in his previous life. After the revival of aura, this meteorite was unintentionally acquired by Luo Xun and thrown into the secret realm of the Hongduan mountain valley, casting out terrifying immortal objects. And after seeing that mediocre stone, some of the big old men who didn't know anything about the antique industry showed their disappointment after the initial lag in breathing. I thought it was some rare antique, but it's just an ordinary stone. Yeah, what a bummer. Let's go. These people were up in arms, but did not leave, and although their faces were clouded with incomparable contempt for the stone, Su Xuan knew that this group of people were merely acting, deliberately devaluing the stone to discourage bidders and depress the auction price, and then finally bidding to obtain it yourself. These guys really think the others are cuties. What's going on here? Su Xuan sneered inwardly. Madumo held out his hands with a mysterious look on his face. Gentlemen, this is not a simple stone. According to the appraisal of professionals, the material is fully analyzed and compared with various archaeological community data. The comprehensive judgment is that it is a piece of extraterrestrial meteorite from 5,000 years ago, which contains 80 kinds of mineral elements that have never been seen before. There was a slight pause, and Madumo, satisfied with everyone's concentration, continued to follow his lead. That is to say, this stone contains elements that Blue Star has yet to discover. I believe that in the near future, perhaps the periodic table of elements within chemistry is going to be rewritten. Meteorite from heaven. Starting price $20 million. Each increase shall not be less than $2 million. Bidding starts now. After dropping enough bombs, Madumo simply didn't say a word, leaving the reverie to the group of bigwigs. Su Xuan didn't hesitate to call the price. $30 million. The whole room was stunned at this exit, and some people were very upset. Is it necessary for you to raise your bid by $10 million like this? I'll bid $32 million. Su Xuan did not hesitate. $50 million. The man was furious. I'm the young chairman of Huaxin Group. My friend, how about giving face? I'll offer $52 million. With this statement, the remaining bidders were not in a good position to follow. Huaxin Group, second only to North Star Group, was the second largest group in Tianjin, with an annual revenue of more than $800 billion, and a representative of the top 10 enterprises in China. There is no need to offend him for a meteorite. Even if his heart is itching, his hands can't itch. But there are still people who don't take him seriously. I'll give you $54 million. You. Su Xuan turned a deaf ear to all this and directly raised his card. $80 million. Are you out of your mind? $10 million, $20 million, and now $30 million? That young chairman really can't stand. Directly broken. But this occasion, naturally, it's impossible to lose face. So he hardened his head in with $90 million. The scene was directly stunned. A moment to look at Su Xuan. A moment to look at the young chairman of Huaxin. Are stepping on the defeat. Su Xuan did not hesitate. $150 million. With tens of billions of dollars in cash on hand. What are you comparing it to? Sure enough, that young chairman's face turned red, and a sexy girl next to him whispered her advice. Xiao Yu, want to not count it? Snap. Xiao Yu directly slapped his face and coldly said, one more word out of you and I'll give you to my uncle. The woman heard as if falling into the ice cellar, hastily covered his mouth, eyes full of panic. His uncle is a ruthless person. Fell in the hands. Life is worse than death. It is said to have once a night alive to torture to death 8 girls. What's the point of fighting for face? However, Huaxin Group, the funds he can use, not more than 200 million, and still need to apply to his father. Sell part of the assets to obtain. As it is, Xiao Yu glanced viciously at Su Xuan. A few strands of resentment appeared in his eyes, mixed with a few hints of mockery, and slowly spat out 2 words. 200 million. Su Xuan didn't even bring any hesitation and directly called out the price. 500 million. What? The bigwigs in the room were dumbfounded, staring at Su Xuan in unison. Even if many of them had billions or tens of billions of dollars, they wouldn't dare to spend money like this. Even Madumo was dumbfounded. Having practiced for decades, where could anything be auctioned for 500 million? According to the prediction in his heart, this heavenly meteorite, at most 50 million ended. But with the 2 major groups of young people to intervene, this matter has become a face-to-face struggle, and they cannot be terminated at this juncture. Interrupting someone's pretense is like killing their parents. Xiao Yu angry gnashing of teeth. If 200 million is all the money he can use, then 500 million is his father personally, but also can only be able to come up with the hand. But at this moment, how can we show weakness? Thinking of this, Xiao Yu directly called the price. 800 million. $800 million is already an astronomical figure in the eyes of ordinary people. Even in the eyes of those who are worth tens of billions of dollars of the Big Brother already a lot. But for Huaxin Group, it is nothing, or take it out. Su Xuan was a little surprised and glanced slightly at Xiaoyu, probably understanding. A man's face? So childish. In that case, then, 1 billion. Hiss. The entire room was silent. A pin drop could be heard, and no one spoke again. And Xiaoyu's face turned white, directly paralyzed on the chair, his eyes stunned, but then reacted. Sneered, a piece of broken stone. 1 billion to buy. Really worthy of the North Star loser. The first in China. The rest of the people, most of them, were also of the same mindset, and Su Xuan, after this incident, had been completely reduced to a joke in the entire Chinese business world. After Madumo's salty closing remarks, the entire auction came to an end. Su Xuan was very satisfied with this. No matter if it was a jade or a meteorite, it was an immeasurable treasure. Just as Su Xuan was about to leave, Madumo suddenly called out to him, "Mr. Su, please wait, our chairman would like to see you." Chapter 8 Bulk Acquisition of Elixir Stones. Going to Hunduan Mountain. Mr. Su, please sit down. After Su Xuan walked into the luxurious office on the top floor of the Emperor Mansion, the middle-aged man next to the desk rose straight up, a gentle smile spreading across his face. Su Xuan nodded and casually settled down on the sofa. Madumo immediately took out a cigarette and handed it over, and personally lit the fire. I greatly admire Mr. Su for his financial strength and vision. By the way, let me introduce myself first. I, Emperor President Sheng Qingping. Su Xuan slightly side-eyed. This Sheng Qingping was also a business legend in China, single-handedly creating the Emperor Group and establishing the Emperor Mansion, almost monopolizing the entire antique industry in China, with the pure handling fee income reaching up to $100 billion every year. After the recovery of the aura, he was also the first to discover the end, began to hoard antiques, and later became the person with the most treasures in China, providing a lot of help to the officials. This time, I invited Mr. Su to come because I heard Dumao and I say that Mr. Su was interested in these age-old and more special antiquities, and I do have quite a few things on my side that satisfy Mr. Su's needs. Sheng Qingping sat down on the sofa and personally poured a cup of tea for Su Xuan and handed it over very politely. Taste it. The golden melon tribute tea that was shipped over from the north side of the clouds. Su Xuan was also not polite, picking up this cup of rich tea, aged tea leaves, unique fragrance, worth hundreds of thousands of grams of tea, and savoring it. Nice tea. Su Xuan put down his teacup. His face was ancient and unperturbed. I wonder if I can take out the good things that the chief of the fest is talking about and take a look at them? Sure. Sheng Qingping slapped his palm, and two Cheongsam ladies came out of the door with coquettish smiles, dragging two exquisite wooden boxes and placing them on the table before leaving. Opening the wooden box, there were a dozen thumb-sized, oval-shaped, dark red wooden beads that resembled the elixirs in immortal cultivation novels. Su Xuan's pupils shrunk slightly. His heart was excited. These seemingly useless beads were actually elixirs of aura depletion. Waiting until the aura recovered, taking them could rapidly elevate the realm. By the time the swift ancient giants descended, these elixirs became an important means for human cultivators to enhance their realm, and they could not be found. Average color. Su Xuan slowly calmed his inner excitement. His face was motionless, and his eyes still showed a few moments of disappointment. Sheng Qingping saw the slightest thing, and after observing the words, he hastened to smile. Brother Su, it really makes you laugh, but I can guarantee that these things are not simple, and after how many years, they still haven't faded or changed. Let's put it this way, I kinda wanna make a friend with Brother Su. How about this Dan Pill stone? How about 50,000 for one? Su Xuan glanced at him. His heart was ecstatic. These pills might not be worth mentioning before the recovery of the aura, but after that it was marketable and very precious. Originally, he had acted to suppress the price, but now it seemed to have worked. So he pretended to be reluctant to say, "That's it then. I'll acquire as many as the fest leader has. I'm most interested in these antiques of unknown origin. Other than this elixir stone, does the president have any other goodies?" In the end, Su Xuan acquired a whole 100 pills, spending 5 million. According to the experience of his previous life, after absorbing the aura, these pills would turn into different levels of elixir, enough for him to directly break through to the divine hidden realm. One must know that in his previous life, 15 years ago, he himself was only able to reach the early stage of the divine hidden realm, and in the end, before he had the chance to grow, he was killed by the swift ancient giant Fierce. Brother Su, you and I are friends. There are some things I still need to say to you. When Su Xuan was about to leave, Sheng Qingping was suddenly filled with gravity and said with a straight face, "This auction, you have offended Huaxin Group on the surface, and secretly you have actually offended the 9 major groups. That Xiaoyu is vindictive and will definitely turn on you in the future, while the remaining 8 groups, who have long been in the same breath with them, resisted North Star in the past and will in the future. So be careful. Su Xuan nodded and smiled. Thanks for the reminder. Inwardly, he naturally knew what kind of goods these 9 groups were, and even if he wasn't reminded, he would still be on guard. But when the aura recovered, then everything would be different. After leaving the imperial mansion, Su Xuan returned to the manor and began to continue plotting and thinking, and taking stock of his assets, as well as the time of the arrival of the aura recovery. It was now March 7, 2124, and the official arrival of the aura recovery would be around October 20, 2124, and 3 months before that time, some visions had begun to appear, attracting the attention of certain great powers. Therefore, it is necessary to complete all the layouts and seize the first opportunity before 3 months, in order to turn the tide in this life. Currently speaking, the bronze sword has already collected 3, enough to open the sword array. The other 3 are not expected to be found for a while. After all, the tomb of the Yuang is very hidden, and the impression is that it was only discovered a month before the recovery of the aura. The 1,000-year-old lightning strike wood is deep in the Danling, and was also found very late in the day, so it is not expected to be found for a while. The meteorite from the sky was an unexpected blessing, and when the time came, one could cast supreme treasures. Dan Pillstone already has 100. It seems that the first realm is enough, but for the back, it is far from enough. Need to continue to acquire. Good thing Shang Qingping has a wide range of contacts. In the dark inquiring, I believe that it won't take long to complete the acquisition of a large number of people. Ancient jade has been acquired, so I don't have to worry too much about the aura piece in the future. But it's still not quite enough. There are still over $30 billion in assets left, which should be enough to collect. So, next up, a trip there while there's this gap time. March 8, 2124, Yokohama. Su Xuan stood at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the entire cascading peaks, which resembled a steel dragon, circling for 100 miles. Hengduan Mountain, located in the northwest, is 7,000 meters above sea level, with cloudy peaks and a total of more than 80 peaks. From a distance, the green hills are charming and the silhouette is breathtaking. In the northwest of the land located in the Plateau Lus, Hengduan Mountain is undoubtedly an alternative. A river meandering eastward under the mountain, constituting a set of green hills and green water. The beautiful picture of the mountains and water. According to the memories of his previous life, the main peak of Hengduan Mountain, the valley below it, suddenly became an S-class secret realm after the recovery of the aura, and the abundance of the aura allowed the Luo Xun family to be ahead of the majority of the people. After getting into the helicopter, which then landed in the main peak valley, Su Xuan easily jumped down with the help of Ahu. This valley, in the mountain range below the main peak, was quiet and secluded, with earthy fragrance and humidity coming from the air, which made one's heart feel refreshed by taking a breath. Since the mountain has not yet been developed into a scenic area, the road is rugged and dangerous, and the altitude is high, so basically no one comes here to play. Luo Xun originally purchased this peak, originally wanted to make this into a forest park, but found that this place is too rugged. The amount of work is too voluminous, coupled with the North Star Group other affairs busy, has not been shot. Now that Su Xuan had spent tens of billions of dollars on the cost of the purchase, he naturally had his eye on this valley, and as for buying the entire mountain peak, it was merely a cover-up. As for building any kind of landscape, it's simply not possible. After taking a look at the valley with his own eyes, Su Xuan lowered his heart and began his next step. Tiger, fill up the gas tank and get ready for a trip to Yunbei. Okay, Mr. Su. Chapter 9, Crazy Old Man. Acquiring Immortal Level Techniques. March 14, 2124, p.m. Street noodle shop in the ancient town of Yunbei. Su Xuan had been waiting here for 4 whole days, ordering a bowl of noodles every day and sitting here witheringly waiting. Sir, will he show up? The assistant obviously did not have Su Xuan's patience, and was very doubtful and curious in his heart. I don't know. Su Xuan shook his head, his expression firm, without the slightest bit of impatience, but we'll have to wait here the whole time. According to the memories of his previous life, after the revival of the aura, the ancient town of Yunbei, the Lu family village, which was now the place where he ate noodles, a lot of secret books of Gongfu appeared, and what makes it strange is that it rarely occurs elsewhere. Later, some people investigated and found that there is a crazy old man, bearded, full of silver hair. See, the child began to lure peddling his secret books of divine power, and the price is very low, but generally normal people will not buy. As a result, the locals also call them crooks and even throw stones sometimes. The old man's movements were erratic, but most of the time he appeared on this street, right across from the noodle shop. Just then, across the street came an old man in a patched, rough garment, with a disheveled, bearded face, with a hobbling gait on his crutches and a cloth bag on his back. He walked across the street to the noodle shop, looked around and then sat down on the spot, and opened the bag, which was strewn with books, without changing his face. He slowly set these books, which were bound with inferior paper, apart, then parted the hair of his forehead on both sides, and screamed on the spot, "Take a walk, take a look at the secret of the divine power. The opportunity is not to be missed, the time will not come again. No matter how much money you have in your family, it's not as good as the divine power." The people around him instantly shook their heads in mockery. "Old man, out on the pits again? TSK, don't lie to children. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Quickly pack up and go back. In a moment when the village control brigade comes, you can't eat." Ha ha. That old man, however, was not the least bit intimidated and coldly grunted, "Is that called cheating when it comes to readers? You mortals, how can you understand the divine wonderful technique? Step aside." The guys heckled and laughed, and there was a happy atmosphere in the air. "How do you sell this book?" The old man lifted his head and saw the youth with an extraordinary temperament and hurriedly smiled. 50 for a single book. Discount for multiple books. Large quantities. This gentleman, do you want to take a look? I'm full of divine secrets here. All dreamy treasures. Today, it seems that I have a destiny with you, so as long as you purchase more than 10 copies, I will give you an extra copy. Su Xuan gently smiled, looked at the books on the ground. Most of them were books made of inferior quality books. Casually flipping through them, there were stanzas illustrated inside. Inwardly he was even more certain that all these things were feats that could be cultivated after the revival of aura. This Roli divine poem is incredibly powerful. Young man, you've gotten lucky. You know, this secret book I only sell to those who have the destiny. Like them, these mortals, they are not qualified to see. Afterward, the sound came to an abrupt end, because after Su Xuan flipped this Roli divine poem open, there were surprisingly many remarks inside, and with different handwriting. Upon closer inspection, most of them were curses against this peak old man. "Damn old thing, charging me $10 a day to rent it. Ahem. This one, I actually wrote it myself. Can you believe it?" The old man smiled awkwardly and smoothed the messy bangs hanging down in front of his forehead to the side. "Pack it up." Su Xuan stood up and pointed at the dozens of secret books on the ground, and could ascertain that all of these techniques, whether they were external moves or internal mind techniques, were suitable for cultivation. The reason why he was unable to cultivate now was because the aura had not yet recovered, and he was unable to condense spiritual energy within his dantian, and his physical body strength was limited, not to mention refining his chi to cultivate immortality. "Okay." The old man cheerfully packed and handed over the, "Sir, that's $3,500, and there are 10 more complimentary copies in here, so please keep them." The assistant immediately pulled out cash and handed it over. Su Xuan nodded, his mind already laying out plans for the future. Most of these feats were relatively low level, which could be satisfied in the early stages, but when it came to the later stages and those ancient clan true king levels descended, they would not be enough. However, it was good that there was still a group of loyal people following him, and these secret books could be cultivated for everyone to improve their overall strength. That old man sold out, refreshed, ran directly to the opposite side of the noodle shop, ordered 3 big bowls of fried noodles, and then asked for 2 bottles of Coke. Began to eat and drink wildly, devouring, seemingly to make up for days of starvation all the way back to eat and drink a pass. Su Xuan was ready to leave, but he felt that there seemed to be something wrong somewhere, and glancing back at the old man, he suddenly remembered. After the recovery of aura, in addition to these more basic techniques, it seems that the Yunbei ancient town, this place, appeared a heaven-level technique remnant. After someone cultivated it, their strength increased greatly, almost able to resist the true king of the ancient race. But unfortunately, it did not come together, and in the end, it was still a lost cause. However, it also gave side feedback on how powerful this technique was. Walking over to the noodle shop and sitting across from the old man, Su Xuan stared at him and slowly said, "There's no real divine power. You should be able to understand what I'm talking about." The old man's eyes slightly jumped, and even though it was hard to detect, it was still captured by Su Xuan, who then said vaguely while swallowing the noodles, "This is all divine power. Is it still fake? I, old young, have been doing business for decades, and it's absolutely fair for both children and men." Su Xuan didn't say anything either, and just looked at him with a smirk. That old man's wrinkled face showed a trace of surprise, then scanned around and realized that no one had noticed this side before he lowered his voice. "Can you afford to bid?" Su Xuan smiled faintly and didn't make a sound. then gently tapped his finger inside the teacup and wrote down 6 nines on the table. Okay, come see me tonight. The old man was so goddamn nervous that he hurried to finish his noodles and go home. March 14, 2124, evening. Su Xuan followed the address provided by the old man and arrived at his destination. It was a broken temple in Lujia village, but it gave him an extraordinary feeling. Could it be that this place? There is something else going on? Thinking of this, he immediately sent a text message to his assistant. A few numbers, secretly by the broken temple in the northeast of Lujia village. Then he slowly pushed open the wooden door, and he saw that the old man was waiting for him during the day. Sir, I think this book is what you want. The real divine kung fu. The old man hemmed and hawed and handed over a sheepskin book. Su Xuan with curiosity, opened a look. Inside the dense text, unexpectedly unrecognizable, like Tibetan, like Mongolian, more like Sanskrit, obscure and difficult to understand, permeated with the vicissitudes of the long ago. Even suspect that this text, I'm afraid that the current Chinese history has not appeared, and after the revival of the aura, it was said that there was a complicated immortal level gong method called Ancient Heavenly Scroll, Heavenly Character Scroll, which was the same technique practiced by the cultivator who reached the top in his previous life. The style of writing circulated in it is exactly the same as in this book. Su Xuan could be certain that this sheepskin book in his hand was the Ancient Heavenly Scroll, Heavenly Character Scroll, so he casually said, "Make an offer." The old man slowly stretched out his 5 fingers, seemingly smiling. Su Xuan nodded. Deal. $50 million. The amount is relatively large. It may arrive in batches. Send your bank card number and pay part of it first. The old man was dumbfounded and confused. No? $50 million? I thought I could get it done for $5,000. Or $50,000. And I was ecstatic for a moment. What is the concept of $50 million? 99% of the people in Huaxia can't earn it in their whole life. After the card number was sent, but in a few minutes, he received a 10 million transfer. Su Xuan ignored the old man's shock and left the broken temple, saying before leaving, "You can change your place of residence, and in the future, if there are similar feats, remember to contact me. My last name is Su." Chapter 10, Layout, Luo Xun's son is trapped. March 20, 2124. After Su Xuan returned to the manor, he collected all the things he had gotten from the current acquisitions, and then began to plot his next step. Within these 6 days, the grave robber Shui Li's side feedback news. Although the tomb of the Yuan has not been completely found, but has found some clues, it will not take long to find. In this regard, Su Xuan was not in too much of a hurry. According to the progress of his previous life, those great powers began to notice the aura recovery and officially began to search for the bronze sword a month or two before the aura recovery, and he still had 5 months to go. The foreman of the Don Ridge side also came to the news. After going deep into the Don Ridge, but did not suffer any accidents, only a few people were injured. Found a lot of lightning wood, but the quality is not up to the requirements. Not to mention Su Xuan is looking for the 1,000 years of lightning wood. However, the foreman said that he should rest assured that since he was able to find thunderbolt wood, he would definitely be able to find millennium thunderbolt wood. For these news, Su Xuan was not very anxious. Sitting quietly in his bedroom, drinking red wine and looking out the window, he was waiting for good news that would allow him to be happy. Knock, knock, come in. The assistant, Xia Wenxi, pushed his way into the room, a tablet in his hand and a happy look on his face. Sir, Luo Tian has entered the game. Su Xuan's eyes lit up as he nodded and smiled. Inform that side that it's ready to go. Xia Wenxi nodded respectfully. Yes, Tianjing, the biggest nightclub, Heavenly Palace. Inside a luxurious box, a young man, wearing a good shirt and a head of yellow hair, and around him, a few shivering young women, who looked relatively innocent, were now hiding their faces and crying, their bodies almost unclothed, and the sexy clothes they wore had long since been torn to shreds by the young man, black and suspenders, all reduced to flakes of flotsam. One of them, a stunningly beautiful-looking teenage girl, hadn't even woken up yet. The young man was none other than Luo Tian, the son of the chairman of the North Star Group, and since he didn't have any abilities, Luo Xun completely kept him from meddling in all the affairs of North Star, and didn't give him any funds to use for investment, and Luo Tian was very dissatisfied with this, especially since Su Xuan had already withdrawn from the North Star Group and Luo Xun hadn't arranged any position for him, having made it very clear that he wouldn't let himself be the successor. It would be fine to simply be a rich kid, eat, drink and play, and just live out your life comfortably. The point is, Luo Xun promoted his brother, a bastard born to a mistress, Luo Rong, to be the company's vice president of finance, in charge of the group's financial power, which made Luo Tian unbearable. So, It's not until the end of the night that one starts coming to nightclubs for fun. It so happened that the owner of this nightclub, who was acquainted with him, told him that a new batch of tea had recently arrived. Why are you crying? Do you know who I am? The young chairman of the North Star Group, Luo Xun, hated women crying and crying the most. Directly pulling out a black gold card from his pocket, he threw it in a woman's face and roared, "And, don't cry. Take it. There's $500,000 in cash in here. That's enough for you guys." Just at this time, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and walked into 5 or 6 youths with dyed hair and ear piercings, the leader of which was wearing a suit, with a sturdy figure and a smile. "Luo Xiao, why are you so angry?" The visitor was none other than Shui, the owner of the clubhouse, who was also an old acquaintance of Luo Xun. Luo Xun glanced at him and lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke rings before looking very dissatisfied. "Boss Shui, you know, I hate crying women. Do sellers have to talk about chastity? Let's get this over with and not jeopardize our friendship." Shui put away his smile after hearing this and slowly walked over to the girl who had been hit by the black and gold card and suddenly gasped, "Luo Xiao, I'm afraid it's a bit bad." Luo Xun frowned and stood up. "What do you mean?" Shui glanced at the girl, then ordered his men to take all of these girls away, before he posted up, his face full of gravity, looking at Luo Xun and lowering his voice. "Luo Xiao, do you know who that sleeping girl is?" Luo Xun was unimpressed and snorted. "Isn't it just the Tianjin University Music Department school flower? What's so great about it? Isn't it still being played by me?" "Luo Xiao, do you know her name? I heard about it. I think it's called something like Ding Ling Ling." "So what?" A trace of impatience showed on Luo Xun's face as he stubbed out his cigarette and raised his voice. Let's have a quick fart. Don't stutter." At the same time, there was a sudden bad feeling inside. Shui gave him a deep look. "One word at a time. She's the only daughter of Tingishan, the head of Tianjin's finance bureau, the jewel in the palm of her hand, and the lily of Tianjin's circle of celebrities." Luo Xun froze, then broke into a fit of rage. "Shui, what do you mean? You want to fix me? If you don't get your words straight today, I won't let you go." Shui sighed and held out his right hand. "Luo Xiao, truth be told, when we went to Tianjin University this time to look for new tea, we happened to run into a drunken ding-ling-ling, but didn't care. We didn't know until last night when the missing person notice came out and we compared the photos, then opened the cell phone, showing the search for people." Luo Xun slightly look at, scalp numb. Hurley found that the photo is last night's own play one, drunk, has not yet woke up until now. The girl, when the heart is incomparably panicked, for a moment did not know what to do, but fell on the sofa, eyes lost in thought, after a long time to say, "Quick, I'm going to call my big brother and tell him to set it right." We can't let him know. If he knows, he will definitely tell my father. It's hard to say whether I have a life or not by then. The treasurer's daughter. That's no joke. This Luo Xun had been completely hexed in the first moment, not even doubting the authenticity of the events, but he preferred not to question it, nor was he willing to turn to his family for help. "What should I do? Boss Shui, please, you must help me." In an instant, Luo Xun's attitude made a sharp 180-degree turn, grabbing Shui's arm and shaking it constantly, like a drowning person grabbing a straw and crying out for help. A mocking smile flashed across the corner of Shui's mouth, and he immediately said with a straight face, "Luo Xiao, there is nothing we can do to help. This ding-ling-ling will definitely check her body. By then, Luo Xiao's matter will definitely not be able to be hidden. This is the director of the finance bureau. Even if your honor is the chairman of the North Star Group, I'm afraid that there is nothing that can be done about it." "What about it? What to do?" Shui pretended to be deep in thought for a long time before slowly saying, "There, Luo Xiao, this ding-ling-ling has always been interested in antiques. If you are able to sell or give away the antiques in your hand, you might be able to make her keep her secret." Luo Xun was slightly stunned, then thought that he was also a collector, and it shouldn't be difficult to send a few antiques, so he quickly nodded his head in agreement. "No problem. Then please communicate with Boss Shui." Shui nodded. "Now, Luo Xiao, just pretend you don't know anything, do what you need to do, and wait for my news." All right, everything is at your disposal. Boss Shui can definitely help me. Please." Chapter 11, High Price for Bodhi Seeds. Luo Xun wins hemp? On March 21, 2124, inside Luo Xun's room. "Luo Xiao, this matter, you don't want your father and your big brother to know about it, right?" The beautiful young girl wearing a long purple dress and a head of long hair, looking at Luo Xun with a smile on her face, was none other than Ding Ling Ling, one of the women she had sex with last night, and the daughter of the director of the Tianjin Finance Bureau. From her tone, It could be seen that she didn't seem to feel any anger or humiliation over the matter of getting drunk and rolling in bed with Luo Tian, but the threatening implication revealed in her tone was very clear. Luo Tian's body trembled slightly, especially when he heard Big Brother. His face did not hesitate to show a look of horror. In the family heir, himself is already at a big disadvantage. If this matter is caught by the Big Brother, then it is no longer possible to turn over. Ms. Ding, please tell me what you need, but whatever I have, I will do my best to fulfill it. Luo Tian poured her a cup of tea with a flattering look on his face. Ding Lingling sat on the sofa, leaning her entire slender waist and back against the soft sofa, slightly raising her swan-like white neck, her beautiful eyes glancing at him. I heard that Luo Xiao is quite interested in antiques and curiosities, and even has quite a few good goods in his hands? Luo Tian froze slightly upon hearing this, a trace of trepidation appearing in his eyes as he nodded his head stiffly. Not bad. I do have some antiques in my collection, but most of them aren't very good, so if Miss Ding is interested, she can head to the collection room to take a look. Ding Lingling nodded her head after a slight contemplation. Afterward, Luo Tian led her out of the room, around the corridor, turning left and right, and finally came to a room near the corner, which was precisely Luo Tian's collection room. Pushing open the door, the inside will reveal a grand and magnificent appearance. The entire collection room is more than 600 square feet, with a wide array of paintings and calligraphy hanging on the walls, ancient swords displayed in glass cabinets, and blue and white porcelain vases standing on the counter. And Luo Tian began to show pride and started to act as a commentator. I purchased this sword from a Venetian merchant, and it is said to be a Han sword from the Sui and Tang dynasties. This painting was purchased from inside an antique store 3 years ago when I traveled to Jiangnan, and it is said to be an authentic painting of the painting saint. And this night pearl, produced in the East China Sea, 1,000-year-old silk. It had to be said that Luo Tian was very familiar with antiques, and was quite gifted in explaining them with a mouthful of words, and every time he said it, his face beamed with pride, even sneaking glances at the young girl next to him. Ding Lingling's beautiful eyes, on the other hand, revealed surprise and appreciation, which made Luo Tian's heart get extreme satisfaction. Looking at it from the side, it was also very good looking, worthy of being the school flower. At this instant, Luo Tian suddenly had an absurd thought. It seemed pretty good to be able to be her boyfriend. After the introduction, Ding Lingling suddenly shook her head and smiled. Luo Xiao, these collectibles of yours, these antiques, are indeed precious and very collectible, but they are not old enough to be considered rare for me. Look, is there anything else you can take? Otherwise, you know. Luo Tian's heart shook as a cold sweat rose, taking a breath and slowly saying, on the contrary, there is a treasure that I purchased from a temple somewhere in the hidden land, and it has always been treasured and stored by me, and no one has been able to say where it came from, and over time it has been given to be forgotten inside the corner. You didn't say anything and forgot about it, so I'll go get it now. Ding Lingling's eyes lit up. Oh, surprisingly, there's still this kind of treasure. You're too inadequate. Luo Xiao. Luo Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled sarcastically. I forgot about it. Now I'll find it. Then entered to the innermost corner. Looking at the white safe, Luo Tian face happy. Open the safe. He ran then see the box inside. Pick up the box. Open it. Then he saw the item inside, which was a thumb-sized Bodhi seed, dark and plain, and even a bit ugly in shape. Luo Tian carefully held up the Bodhi seed with a complicated gaze, then turned his head and said, that year I was traveling in Tibet, and went to a temple, and there was an accomplished monk, who told me that this Bodhi seed was rare in the world, and that when the right time came, it would shine, and instructed me to keep it well. Ding Lingling was greatly disappointed after taking a look and said, it's mediocre, it's dried up, and this Bodhi seed looks like nothing more than ordinary goods to me, so what's there to show off? Luo Tian immediately retorted after hearing this. Ms. Ting, I won't allow you to say that. This linden seed may seem depleted now, but I think it must be of great use. It's just that we haven't yet figured out the way to do it. Ding Lingling snorted. According to you, how could you have forgotten this linden seed in the corner when you regarded it as a treasure? Alright, I see that this collection room of yours is lackluster and has nothing rare. Why don't you sell me this Bodhi seed, and I'll make sure that the homework won't get out. Ding Lingling was a little impatient and raised her hand. Luo Tian's expression tightened as he said, to tell the truth, this Bodhi seed I spent a high price at that time, and this thing has a destiny with me. It is really some. Don't give up. Ding Lingling's eyes went cold. A look of panic immediately appeared on Luo Tian's face, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Just as well, as long as Miss Ding promises me that she won't publicize what happened last night, this item will be sold to you. Ding Lingling covered her mouth and laughed. That's right, together we're good for both. Let's put it this way. I see that you are very fond of this Bodhi seed, and I also happen to be reluctantly looking at it, so why don't you sell it to me for $50 million? What? Luo Tian's pupils shrunk violently, his heart beating fiercely, and his breathing was rapid. Although this Bodhi seed is precious, he only spent more than $10 million to buy it, and now the premium is so great? Wouldn't that be a win? What? Don't want to? Luo Tian hurriedly waved his hand. No, 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 it's a bit of a surprise. In that case, then this Bodhi seed is sold to you for $50 million. Is this the end of last night's matter? Ding Lingling raised an eyebrow. What? You think you still have the qualifications to bargain? Or are you questioning my credibility? That's not true. That's it. Give me the linden. Give me the card. I'll pay you $10 million up front, and the rest will arrive at night. Taking the linden, Ding Lingling left without looking back, and Luo Tian's cell phone immediately rang with a text message alert of the arrival of the account. It was $10 million. This time, I'm winning hemp. Luo Tian put down his cell phone, a victor's smile on his lips. At night, Su Xian's manor. After the assistant brought him the Bodhi seed, Su Xian revealed a pleased smile. This Bodhi seed looked plain and ordinary, but when the aura recovered, it was a real treasure that played a vital role in improving one's cultivation. Mr. Su, according to the news brought back by our people, it is said that when Luo Tian purchased this Bodhi seed back then, an enlightened monk told him that this Bodhi seed would shine at a specific time. Xia Wenxi said respectfully. Su Xian's eyes brightened slightly. To know these things 3 years ago? Who is this monk? It seemed that he would have to meet him for a while and might be able to find more useful treasures. Prepare yourself and fly directly to Tibet tomorrow morning. This time remember to travel in secret. Yes, sir. Chapter 12, Tibetan Monk. Presenting Dragonstone. March 22, 2124, 11 a.m., Lungfu Monastery, Tibet. Su Xian followed the intelligence gathered and found the Luo Tian Bodhi tree's provenance. Seeing the plaque at the entrance of the temple, his heart moved slightly. Dragon Tiger Temple. There seemed to be something inexplicably familiar about this place. Suddenly, some bizarre memories flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Disconnected, as if cut. Surprisingly, it's here. Based on these memories and fragmented images, Su Xian snapped to mind that in his previous life, this Longhu temple was located in the northwestern frontier of Huaxia and was the first to be attacked by the ancient races and fierce beasts. At the beginning of the aura recovery, the land of China's 9 states, chaos in succession, ferocious beasts everywhere, the ancient race invasion, death and injury, and the hidden monks of the Dragon Tiger Temple, with the long-standing inheritance and abundant spiritual power of this place, in addition to the ancient formations, hardened themselves against the ancient clans and ferocious beasts for 3 whole years, and finally were not breached until a true king-level powerhouse descended. Since then, the entire northwestern part of the country had been lost, and the true king of the ancient race had led an army of 1 million men, driving in and mixing it up with the martial artists of Huaxia, and the Dragon Tiger Temple is also the mainstay of the resistance against foreigners. The whole temple, the death of the battle not to retreat. No one was spared. Calming the thoughts and feelings in his heart, Su Xian slightly straightened his clothes and stepped through the gate. Clang! The mellifluous bells rang out, and the square in the front yard of the temple was empty. Su Xian was a bit puzzled and continued to walk inside. At this time, the inner courtyard gate slowly opened and a young monk clad in monk's robe stepped out with a single palm folded. This monk, offer incense and prayers or listen to the sound of Buddha? Su Xian nodded slightly. Having come both to listen to the sound of the Buddha and to offer incense and prayers, I would like to trouble the master for guidance. For the monks of the Longhu Temple, out of all the things that happened in his previous life, Su Xian had great respect for them. After all, in this materialistic and impetuous age, how rare it was to still have a group of Buddhist disciples who were so passionate about eliminating demons and defending the way of the world. This way, the young monk led Su Xian into the inner courtyard and arrived at the entrance of the main hall, the Maharaja's hall, and lowered his voice and said, "The mage has come at the right time. This is the time when the host is teaching the Buddhist scriptures. If the mage is interested, he can enter through the side door. Please also keep quiet." Su Xian slightly raised his head, looking at the dozens of steps in front of him. Inside there was a pale and majestic voice coming from inside, causing a feeling of enlightened afterglow. At that moment he nodded his head and entered through the side door under the young monk's leadership. The whole hall was about several hundred square feet. Above the main seat, a monk wearing a big red robe, kind eyebrows and whiskers, was teaching the Buddhist scriptures. His left hand cupped the Buddha beads, his right hand folded. His demeanor was pious, his tone was natural, and his high monk appearance was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Inside the main hall were more than 30 monks, kneeling on top of the bushes, looking straight ahead with reverent expressions. their eyes sometimes revealing dawning realization, sometimes falling into confusion. Su Xuan's arrival did not even attract anyone's attention, so he sat down silently and listened. The host was smiling and his tone was slow, but he was clearly telling a story. On that day when the rain was pouring down and the road was muddy, the monk Tanshan was traveling with his Taoist friends, and on the way, he met a beautiful woman who was unable to step over that muddy path because she was dressed in a silk dress. Monk Tanzan then picked the girl up, stepped over the muddy path, and set her down. Along the way, the Taoist was sullen and didn't say a word, so eventually he couldn't stand it and asked Tanshan, why do monks hold up women when they don't get close to them, especially beautiful women? Guess, guys, how did that Tanzan respond? The presiding officer smiled and scanned the surrounding monks, who meditated and shook their heads in ignorance. At this time, Su Xuan suddenly spoke. I'm sure Tenzin must have replied. Is that a woman? I put it down long ago, do you still hold it? At these words, the entire hall was silent, and the presiding officer nodded slightly. Just as the schizo said, what is man and woman when all beings are equal? The monks in the great hall, on the other hand, were shocked, looking at the youth who had suddenly appeared, amazed at his wisdom and enlightenment. Subsequently, the presiding officer also told some Buddhist allusions, humor, good guidance, attracted the monks in the temple, sometimes laughter, sometimes enlightenment, sometimes thinking. 40 minutes later, as the bell rang, the Buddhist scripture lecture ended. Those monks left on their own and withdrew in an orderly manner, leaving only the presiding officer and Su Xuan in the entire hall. Su Xuan didn't hide anything and directly stated his intentions, saying, hello master, this time I came to the Dragon Tiger Temple because I have something to inquire about. Please do not hesitate to tell me. The host raised his hand and smiled softly. There's no harm in speaking up. My Buddha doesn't lie. 3 years ago, the master gifted a young man with a withered Bodhi seed, and now that it has come to me by chance, I would like to ask the master where this Bodhi seed came from. Su Xuan didn't hide it either and asked directly. This linden seed would turn into an absolute treasure after the aura revival, and if one could learn its origin in advance, one could acquire it in advance, and then the treasures would be in constant supply. The presiding officer folded his hands. Anciently, it seems that the Skunstad has a destiny with him. This Bodhi seed was obtained by the poor monk by chance on the mountain, and on that day, seeing that the man seemed to have a karmic connection with this Bodhi seed, I made a gift of it. I'm surprised that this person insisted on purchasing it, so he broke the chance of this Bodhi seed, and now that it's in the hands of the maker, it seems that this object has karma with the maker. Su Xuan was slightly disappointed. In that case, this Bodhi seed was not productive, so he nodded his head. Thank you, master. This is farewell. After saying that, Su Xuan slowly stood up, bowed with both hands, and prepared to leave. Please stay behind. Schizo, the presiding officer suddenly stood up, too, and smiled. And, today's visit to the Dragon and Tiger Temple by the scholar may be the chance. Now that you have acquired the Bodhi seed, if the poor monk's speculation is correct, perhaps in the future the Dragon Tiger Temple will still need a helping hand from the schizo. Su Xuan was horrified in his heart. His pupils shrank. This host seemed to have a kind of ability to foretell things. Could it be that he also knew that the aura recovery and calamity was coming in a few months? There is no need to be surprised. The poor monk is only speculating. However, since the mage has already come here, the poor monk does have something to give away. The host smiled slightly. Dare I ask what? And follow the poor monk. Half an hour later, at the back of the Dragon Tiger Temple, Su Xuan followed the presiding officer as he sped along and reached the halfway point of the mountain. The host suddenly turned his head and asked, what does the sure master think when he observes the terrain of this mountain peak? Su Xuan stood on the mountainside, overlooking the bottom, the layers of mountains, undulating and winding, connected together. It looks like a huge beast lying prostrate, and by the look of its head, tail and body, it looks like a tiger or leopard type of creature. The presiding officer nodded slightly and smiled without saying anything, then pointed to the mountains overhead. Su Xuan raised his head and narrowed his eyes. His heart was creeped out and he lost his voice. Surrounded by these mountains overhead, it's like a flying dragon in the sky. The host smiled, non-committal. For a moment, the poor monk was once on this mountainside, and by chance he got an object that he could not penetrate the mysteries of, so he collected it. With that, he stooped down, peeled back the dead grass, and took out of it a dragon-shaped stone, black in color and of unknown kind, and handed it over to This object is destined to be with the monk, so the poor monk will gift it to you today, and I also hope that the monk will be able to come to the aid of the monk when the time comes, so as not to let the Dragon Tiger Temple dissipate, even if there is only a trace of Buddha's seed, a disciple. I hope that the scholar can help for today's sake. Su Xuan's heart became more and more horrified. feeling that this host already belonged to the profoundly profound and profoundly profound monks. And despite the incoherence, he seemed to have vaguely known about the recovery of the aura, so he nodded his head and said, "Please rest assured. If that day comes, I, Su Xuan, will definitely come to my aid. In that case, be my guest." Su Xuan suddenly said, "Truth be told, there is one more thing that I came here this time, and I want to take it." Chapter 13, Ancestral Tendon. Monk's Death. If he were an ordinary person, Su Xuan's approach would be to give an inch, somewhat ungrateful, but for the Dragon Tiger Temple's presiding officer, he didn't feel angry, nor did he think that he was insatiable, but instead, he smiled. "What is it? It's a beast tendon that water and fire can invade, swords and knives can't cut it, and giant strength can't break it, and it's very tough." Su Xuan naturally couldn't describe it outright. This ancestral dragon's tendon was the only thing that started to show its role and efficacy after the revival of the aura, and it was also the key item for making immortal-level weapons along with the 1,000-year-old thunderclap wood. The mountain wind gusted, and that Dragon Tiger Temple presiding officer suddenly put away his smile and let his robe flutter. The Buddha beads on his neck were blown by the wind and collided to make a dull sound. "Has the monk thought about it?" The presiding officer suddenly looked solemn. His face was all gloomy, as if he was asking about a major event that concerned the world's life. Su Xuan's expression was firm as he nodded his head, his eyes full of devotion without any hesitation. The presiding officer nodded slightly and looked up at the dragon-shaped peaks, rolling and undulating, and under the daylight, it looked like a flood beast that was about to awaken, with a murderous aura rising up to the sky. Immediately pronouncing a Buddha's name, he seemed to make up his mind and slowly said, "Since the cultivator has already considered it, then the poor monk will not say anything more. Just to tell you, this beast tendon is a strange thing. Once you decide to use it, its karmic association will have to be born, and if you are able to use it fully in the other day, don't forget your original intention just yet." Su Xuan nodded. "It will certainly live up to its promise." According to the memories and speculations of his previous life, this Longhu temple is situated under the Himalayas, with an extraordinary origin, and is said to have been established for thousands of years, and has undergone countless repairs and stood. The revival of the aura has changed dramatically. At the top of the mountain, the ancestral dragon awakens and stretches on for eternity. Beneath the foot of the mountain, tigers roared in the forest, and a great formation was formed in the sky. The Longhu temple, too, relied on these vicissitudes of ancient formations, absorbing the aura of heaven and earth, resisting countless attacks by ferocious beasts and ancient clans, and sheltering the Longhu temple for many years. At noon Su Xuan then stayed in the temple, the green lamp and the ancient Buddha, the fasting meal and the scriptures, completely away from the world's flurry of disturbances, so that he felt an unprecedented quietness and empty mystery. Those monks are also recluse, for the outside world and fame and fortune is not interested in the slightest, did not even ask with him to inquire about the secular related, just silent fasting, listening to the sutra, chopping wood and water. After eating, Su Xuan followed the presiding officer to the meditation room, where in the center of the rough brushwork was written a big word in regular script, Jing. Below it was a worn-out futon with a layer of hair on it that had obviously been there for some years. The presiding officer took out a beast tendon about 2 meters long, brown in color, flat and very soft, from the corner and handed it over. "This should be the beast tendon you asked for." Su Xuan received it and carefully touched and observed it, finding that the surface of this beast tendon was rough without any uniqueness, and when he slightly tugged it with force, he found that it had amazing elasticity. At the same time, a burst of obscure hostile chi came from above this beast tendon. If anything, Su Xuan's heart was greatly assured that this beast tendon was not at all different from the ancestral dragon tendon of his previous life. No matter the appearance or touch, it was exactly the same, especially with this indefinable aura of certainty. "Thank you, Master. If the Dragon Tiger Temple is in trouble in the future, I will protect it." Su Xuan clasped his palms together in salute, his demeanor firm. This trip was very rewarding, and in addition to finding the ancestral dragon tendon, he also obtained a dragon-shaped stone. He was looking forward to what kind of amazing treasures he could create with these two things in the future. The presiding officer closed his eyes and sat down on the futon without further words. Su Xuan slowly got up and left the meditation room. Walking out of the Dragon Tiger Temple, he glanced back at the plaque and set off for home with his assistant. What Su Xuan didn't know was that while they were leaving, a monk walked into the meditation room and found that the presiding officer had passed away. In the Dragon Tiger Temple, all the monks have come to the meditation room, and when they saw the old presiding officer sitting on the futon, who already had no breath, they put their palms together and declared the Buddha's name in unison. Amat Ba. On this day, the presiding officer of the Longhu Temple, Elder Fa Kong, passed away, and temples all over the country shook. and countless senior monks observed a moment of silence. By the time Su Xuan returned to Tianjing, also learned of the news, heart a shock, and immediately understood. The Fekong elder's heart has been done. No longer have to worry about the round silence ascension, the real recluse into the empty door, cut off the dust of the past, the cause and effect of the six roots. March 22, 2124, evening, Su Xuan Manor. There are less than 7 months left before the aura recovery officially descends. Based on the trajectory and experience of the previous life, about 3 months before the aura revival, there were already prophets who started to predict it out and started to prepare for it. These people combined into a large force, searching for antiques everywhere, and seemed to be vaguely aware of some secrets. By the time 2 months had passed, more and more people were sniffing around, and began to pay attention to antiques, but there were still many rich people, who didn't act, and by the time there was only 1 month left, the group of people who first intervened in the collection already had many treasures in their hands, which made them pioneers after the recovery of aura. However, those who are rich and powerful, still have no action, and the money in their hands can never be spent. It had been until the revival of aura, the mutation of all kinds of animals, the sudden appearance of long ago ferocious beasts, and the depression of the ancient races coming to the earth, when the official chaos began. There's not much time left. I wonder how things are going over at Danling in the tomb of the Yu King. Su Xuan shook his glass of red wine, half lying on the sofa as his thoughts drifted. As it stands, there are already a lot of treasures collected that one knows about, and there are still some that one needs to keep searching for, and there are even $30 billion on hand that one hasn't spent. It seemed that the progress had to be accelerated, or else when the time came, it would be completely impossible to keep up with the ferocious beast invasion. 3 days later, in the Far East, on a small island, a Taoist temple called the White Cloud Temple, an old Taoist priest with a head full of silver hair tied and crowned, wearing a green lotus crown and a Taiji yin-yang Taoist robe, black and white, stood at the entrance of the Taoist temple, looking out over the boundless sea. He had a duster slung behind his back, his hands behind his back, and a hint of surprise showed on his weathered face. Beside him, there were 2 young Taoist priests, one tall and one short, a big one and a small one. The big one was about 20 years old and the small one looked 12 or 13 years old. Elder Fekong has passed away. The old Taoist priest spoke slowly, with emotion and a sigh. Master, are you familiar with him? The old Taoist priest didn't answer right away, but looked at the setting sun on the sea level, lost in thought, and only after a long time did he slowly open his mouth. Familiar, he's an old friend of Master's. Then turning back to the little Taoist with a kind smile on his face, he stroked his head and, he's one of the few people Master respected in his life, and then added, he was a marvelous monk, a true visionary of the Buddha. Chapter 14, The Overwhelming Public Opinion. China's #1 loser. Time like running water, hurriedly gone. In the blink of an eye a month passed. Su Xuan within this period of time, with the memories of his previous life, and one after another spent out billions of huaxia coins, purchased a house full of antiques. There is a 1,000-year-old lingji taken from the Kunlun Mountains in a black mass. There is the He Shou Wu vine, dug from the southern forests and claimed to cure all diseases and prolong life. There are rare fruits picked in the far northern highlands, in the deep forests, that have not rotted even when dried out. At the same time, the news that he had spent money like water and lost tens of billions of cash had spread throughout Tianjing. From being a genius of the group and the #1 young entrepreneur in China, he had turned into the laughingstock of today, but only in a short period of 2 months. This was naturally fueled by Luo Xun and the Nine Group. It is not difficult for the elite to turn into clowns in the face of public opinion. The power of the media is very strong, and the transmission speed of the internet is very fast, and keyboard warriors and internet spammers join the whirlwind of hotspot makers and begin to make a big splash. Those headline grabbers, on the other hand, are keeping up with what's hot, writing article after article with sharp wording and a pointed tone, and above all the social tools, they were also constantly reporting on these appalling things, and even started to reveal that the achievements Su Xuan had made in North Star in the past were all due to the collective efforts of his subordinates' think tanks, and that he, Su Xuan, was merely picking the fruits of the team's victory. Some even went so far as to report that Su Xuan had taken advantage of his position to sexually assault women in the company. Everything, like a storm, swept away, instantly rushed to the top of the hot search, and within a week topped the list. Even the hotspot of the release of an album by a well-known singer could not rush to the top of the list. One. Su Xuan Manor. Xia Wenxi took the tablet and began to chant. The fact that the chairman of the North Star Group, the #1 group in Tianjing, was discovered by the group to be incompetent and thus forced to quit the group, sell his shares, And take this high amount of cash and keep acquiring those unbelievable and useless antiques is really incomprehensible. Su Xuan rested his chin on both fingers and shook his head. Not gimmicky enough. No wonder he has so few likes. Xia Wenxi let out a bitter laugh and looked up at his boss before continuing to scroll through the next entry. North Star Patriarchs. Current Chairman Luo Xun. Vice Chairman Zhao Jiangwo. Bitterly persuaded to stay to no avail. Su Xuan young arrogance. No one in sight. Resolutely give up the North Star Group. Give up their parents' decades of hard work. $10 billion. A business operation at just over 20 years old. Surprisingly throwing away thousands of dollars to buy worthless antiques in large quantities. North Star Group Chairman Luo Xun held a conference to reveal the 8th generation of drone products, which will be unrivaled in the world. And North Star's stock price rose again, facing the overwhelming public opinion and reports with ulterior motives. Su Xuan naturally knew very well inwardly that these were either operated by Luo Xun and the 9 groups, or some of the editors and reporters wanted to eat some traffic. By using this tactic to make North Star's stock price rise, it seems that Luo Xun is at his wit's end. Su Xuan played with the red wine glass in his hand. His heart was calm. He was naturally very clear about Luo Xun's strength. Not enough to open up. Not enough to keep the success. Strategic vision is even worse than the 9 group executives. Speculation is some of the fire. Let him do the group chairman. We'll only let North Star go downhill. But that doesn't matter anymore. Today is April 20th, 2124. Only 6 months are left before the official arrival of the aura recovery. And by that time, there is no difference between the money of these groups and the waste paper. The assets are on par with the scraps. Only those antiques that are old and of a special nature are likely to be useful. And at that time, the monetary system was greatly replaced. And people no longer interacted with money, but instead, they all switched to spirit stones. Mr. Su, do we need to strike? Strike? Su Xuan turned his head and smiled mysteriously. Certainly a strike, but not a counter-strike. Vinci, I want you to use all the media power. Unite the various social media platforms. Drop heavy money and push the fire to make it burn a little more fiercely. Xia Wenxi looked at the boss with some surprise, his face full of confusion. Do as I say. Yes. Afterward, the assistant left the room, leaving Su Xuan alone. In fact, Su Xuan's idea was very simple. At present, his own behavior of selling shares and acquiring antiques in cash for this kind of loser has already attracted widespread attention. But most of them still have reservations, and have not completely formed a situation of established facts. In this way, his behavior will receive extra attention, which will be very unfavorable to his subsequent arrangements, especially the Millennium Lightning Wood, which is of great significance, as well as the 6 swords of the King of You. Instead of that, it would be better to push the envelope and completely situate his loser persona, and then no matter how much he tossed it around, he wouldn't cause too much of a backlash, and instead, he would gradually be forgotten. And when it comes to that critical time, it's time to start acquiring antiques on a large scale and laying it out in a big way. According to the memories of his previous life, there were mysterious forces that intervened about 3 months into the aura recovery and began to collect it in advance. Sure enough, under Xia Wenxi's arrangement, the 10 major live broadcasting platforms, and the 8 major social media platforms, began to release Su Xuan-related news in short videos one after another, and various upstarts began to explain one after another, which is nothing more than Su Xuan selling his shares, losing all his family's assets, squandering. From being the #1 business genius and the #1 young chairman in Huaxia, he has been reduced to the #1 loser, which makes people feel infinite regret and emotion, and so on. That Dantling is off the beaten track. The surrounding transportation is closed. To engage in a scenic area here is like opening a supermarket on the moon. It's just a fool's errand. Throwing $1 billion to auction the so-called meteorite in the sky, really brain into the water. Have this money, just invest in a certain project, is not to earn crazy? Meanwhile, Luo Xun had invited the chairman of the 9 major groups to have dinner, in which Su Xuan was also being discussed. On that day I and Zhao Lao together to persuade. Who knows that he is dead set on not listening. Insisted on this, I had to agree. But if he wants to come back, I will let him into the shares at any time. The chairman of the board of directors position surrendered. Luo Xun tilted his head back and drank the cup of extreme flying sky, his eyes glum. Luo Dong's deep love and righteousness. We all admire it. This Su Xuan doesn't know what's good and bad. Ending up in a situation like a lost dog, he is also to blame. After all, he is too young. Yes, Luo Dong has done his best. Even if Su and his wife know in their springs, they are bound to be grateful. Other group chairmen have spoken out to comfort. Luo Xun eyes red. A good half day to come back, as if very sad. Su Xuan couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth as he watched these overwhelming taunts and tirades at home. and there were even quite a few theoretical emperors analyzing them head-on. One's purpose had been achieved. From now on, the mention of Su Xuan would definitely be linked to the loser. And over time, no matter what outlandish things one did, it would not cause shock waves. The persona has been reached, and the next step is to think about future spirit stones. Su Xuan stood inside the room, tapping on the touchscreen on the wall and directing his voice. AI-san, open the map of Winchang. Chapter 15, Abandoned Mining Area. Taking over at a sky-high price. April 25, 2124. Winchendon, Suburbia. At the entrance of the abandoned mine, a movable board house stood alone, and a middle-aged man of about 40 years old, unkempt and bearded, clad in a dirty gray jacket, leaned against the door and slept soundly. In his right hand, he held a bottle of Nulanchen Erguotu with a small half-bottle left, his nose red, his eyes slightly closed, and he snored loudly. Around the boarding house, there is a 3-meter-high courtyard wall, on which much of the lime painted has fallen off, revealing the bricks inside, showing all the mottled. Uncle Sam, a loud voice rang out, and in front of the boarding house, a large high school student in a school uniform walked over, tigerish and full of stupidity. Seeing that the drunk had not yet awakened, the large student, out of nowhere, broke off a dogwood and stuffed it into the drunk's nostrils. Again, the drunkard couldn't help but sneeze, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the big, round face of a simpleton near him, and a hint of annoyance rose within him. Dachuan, what the hell are you doing here with me if you're not studying for the college entrance exam? Uncle Sam was awakened, very dissatisfied, shakily sat up, turned his head to look at the small half-bottle of wine in his hand, without saying a word, directly muttered wildly pouring, his eyes covered with blood. Dachun patted his chest after hearing this, a few proud looks on his face. My mom said I don't have to take the entrance exam. Uncle Sam, a little suspicious, put down the bottle and glanced at him. For what? Dachun was even prouder upon hearing this, even puffing out his chest and standing straight in his stance as he exclaimed, my mom said that even if I went to the test, it wouldn't change anything, and I wouldn't get more than 20 total points to go to college anyway. The corner of Uncle Sam's mouth twitched. What is there to be proud of? Then he continued to pour the wine, with a disheveled look on his face, and seemed to think of something, and with a sudden shock of, your mom isn't making you work at my place, is she? Dachun touched his head and squared his shoulders. That's right, then staggered back to reveal an oversized suitcase, a backpack, and 3 large bags of clothes, all chained to a stretcher. Uncle Sam took a deep breath and tried his best to calm the complicated feelings in his heart. Put it in first. I'll turn around and you stay here. Okay, Uncle Sam. Dachuan's voice was like muffled thunder, scaring Uncle Sam into a stumble and dissipating half of his drunkenness. Walking inside the mine, Uncle Sam stood there in a daze, looking at the cold ruins and scattered ores. Once upon a time, this is the largest mining area in Winchang. After their own contracting is also the scenery constantly. Earn a lot of money every year. Luxury cars in and out. No people are all the big names in Winchang with a face. However, with that strange incident, the constant stream of special rocks inside the mine could no longer be dug up. Since then, it has fallen apart, and the entire mine has no source of income, but the annual contracting fees that need to be paid are not reduced by a penny. All the money earned in the previous years spit out, not to mention the car and house mortgaged. His wife divorced, and his friends around him stayed away one by one. The whole mine was in a state of complete abandonment, but no one was willing to take it over. And of course Uncle Sam had some affection for the ore and didn't give it up. He had always thought that the mine would be revitalized and become as wealthy and lively as it had been. But, no matter how much others disliked it, this silly Dachuan never did. Perhaps the boy is more innocent, but this kid grew up with a lot of strength and a lot of food, and now that he's sent to me, I don't know if he'll be able to handle it. Uncle Sam rubbed his temples, feeling a huge headache. A daily tour of the area, checking in all corners of the mine, didn't reveal any changes. It was still dead, and he couldn't help but sigh. It's basically relying on loans now to be able to sustain the abandoned ore, and I don't know if it's going to make it through this winter. Uncle Sam muttered, his eyes gray and desperate. If, by then, there's still no takers, then I'll have to leave. After his rounds, Uncle Sam walked out of the mine and went to the humble boarding house where he lived, only to find a young man with an unusual demeanor looking at him with a smile. Hello, Mr. Wang. Su Xuan stood up and extended his right hand. Gentle and calm, humble and courteous. Uncle Sam's face was puzzled, but he still stretched out his hand and found it a little dirty, so he wiped it casually on his clothes before reaching over to give it a gentle shake. Hello, have a seat. It's rather narrow here, so please don't be offended. Uncle Sam smiled awkwardly, then called out, Oken, make tea. The big guy inside sniffed, and as soon as he sat up from the bed, he put down his cell phone and started boiling water. Su Xuan glanced at that teenager. A glint flashed in his eyes. If he was not mistaken, this teenager named Di Chun should be born with a diamond body, with infinite strength, relying on a horizontal training after the revival of the aura, to harden his hold on Wenchang. My nephew, who didn't have a chance to study, was assigned to my experience by his family. Uncle Sam smiled and handed over a poor-quality red Schweinschi cigarette, then lit it himself and began to gulp down the smoke. Look at your temperament. You're a boss too. Come to my Thai place. You might as well tell me what's going on. Su Xuan didn't dislike it and lit the poor-quality cigarette, also following the familiar smoke ring, and slowly said, the former or business tycoon of Wenchang, the #1 man in the industry, Wang Shi, was reduced to rubble when a bizarre incident occurred and the mine stopped producing ore, because he couldn't let go of the foundation he had built with his own hands, and out of hope for that glimmer of possibility, he exhausted his family's wealth, withered away for 10 years, and has fallen on hard times to this day. Wang Shi's brows furrowed, a cold and chilling light appeared on his face, and his tone was icy. If it's to see a joke, you don't have to. Someone from Wang has been listening for 10 years. Please return. Su Xuan said with a straight face. Mr. Wang is mistaken. For Mr. Wang's perseverance, Mr. Su does admire it. It's just that if it continues like this and no one takes over this mine, Mr. Wang is afraid that it will be very difficult, right? What the hell are you up to, Mr. Wang? This mining area of yours? I'll acquire it at a price of 1 billion, but you still have the right to operate it on your own, and all the activities will be carried out by you. In addition, I'll also prepare an extra 2 billion in cash for you to dispose of. Su Xuan pressed the butt head of the cigarette into the ashtray and gently rubbed it until it went out before letting go. Wang Shi was appalled in his heart, and with a complex, puzzled and shocked expression on his face, he couldn't help but ask, why should I trust you? In his opinion, even if this young man was an executive of a certain group, but to directly take out $3 billion in cash was tantamount to a mirage. My name is Su Xuan. Su Xuan didn't care and smiled faintly as he straightened his collar. You are Su Xuan, the #1, in China. Yes, the #1 loser. Su Xuan shrugged his shoulders, not caring at all about the comments of the people outside, and continued to speak. My request is simple. $1 billion as the right of acquisition. This mine is owned by me, but you can take 10% of the operating dividends. The other 2 billion, as campaign funds, are at your disposal, and I hope that you will be able to complete the construction of the mine within 3 months. In 5 months, I want to see a whole new mine, and it doesn't matter what you use. In 5 months, the mine operation will be handed over to me, and you'll still get a share of the profits. Also, I suggest that Dachuan stay and help out together. I can offer him 100,000 a month salary. Wang Shi opened his mouth and couldn't close it for a long time before he sighed in the middle of the day. It looks like what was reported in the media was true. Su Xuan was silent, but inwardly, he was ecstatic. This abandoned mining area, after the revival of the spiritual qi, but a steady stream of spirit stones were produced, becoming one of the most valuable treasures. At that time, with the Hongduan Mountain Valley as his base camp, this place as the source of aura delivery, and with the addition of various magic treasures, Su Xuan was confident that he would be able to far surpass his previous life. Chapter 16, the 9 groups join forces to lay out a plan to pit Su Xuan against him. April 30, 2124. In the most luxurious restaurant in Tianjin, Food First, the VLP VIP room, a group of people were gathered around a round table for a heated discussion, and it was clearly the helmsman of the 9 major groups in Tianjin, of which Luo Xun, the chairman of North Star Group, was among them. Xiao Jingtian, the chairman of Huaxin Group, had a cold snort as his face was slightly offended. This Su Xuan made my family boy lose face at the auction. If I can't make him pay 10 times the price, I can't swallow this breath. A few of the others chimed in. Xiao Dong, this Su Xuan is indeed unlikable. Xiao Yu has already taken a fancy to that meteorite. He still won't let go. And he even piled up that contraption worth less than a few tens of millions of dollars. And in the end, he spent a whole $1 billion to buy it. This kind of behavior is indeed disgraceful. Luo Dong, this Su Xuan left from North Star Group that day. Logically speaking, he should be having a very difficult time. How come he is so scenic now? Don't look at the media being pushed by us, making it known to everyone. The loser persona has also been fixed, but he himself doesn't seem to have anything to lose. Yes, Luo Dong, you're already at the helm of North Star, and that old thing Zhao Jianghuo was doing everything you say. But can you stand that Su Xuan being so nourished right now? Luo Xun silently swept a glance at the crowd and sneered inwardly. These dogs, wanting to deal with Su Xuan, but not wanting to make a move. They used me as a gun. he can be sure that if one day, the North Star Group encounters a crisis, this group will certainly not hesitate to launch an attack on all of North Star's operating businesses, eating and wailing until they become big, and by the time North Star was gone, the group would be fighting amongst themselves and attacking each other again. The face didn't move, and he raised his glass. Gentlemen, a toast first. Wine glasses clashed, and a dozen people drank it down, looking at Luo Xun in unison, as if waiting for him to take a stand and speak. After a long time, Luo Xun laughed lightly. Everyone, I think that this Su Xuan can no longer make any waves. According to the latest news, guess what Su Xuan has done? When he finished, he couldn't hold the smile on his face and was very joyful. The remaining few chairmen looked at each other, and someone was puzzled. Can't it be that he's overpaying for certain so-called junk curios again? Luo Xun couldn't hold it in after all and suddenly laughed aloud. Ha ha ha. He personally went to Wincheng a few days ago and went so far as to acquire the mine that Wang Shi had abandoned for 10 years and offered a sky-high price of $1 billion. Hiss. What? Upon hearing this news, the room full of bigwigs were dumbfounded and dazed, before loud laughter erupted a little later. Ha 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 ha, talent. Really ing talent ah. This Wincheng mining area, in more than 10 years ago suddenly cut off the ore production. More than 300,000 square meters of the mine directly into the ruins. This Wang Shi smashed pots, mortgaged cars and houses, wives and ions, struggling to support, has been no one asked for. I didn't expect this Su Xuan to step in and take over. It's really unbelievable. Unbelievable ah. Ha ha. That's right. After this mine was abandoned, business fell to pieces, and its value became worthless. To say that Su Xuan acquires antiques, still have collection value, maybe later can also sell, but abandoned mine, is really no value? Su Xuan is not out of his mind crazy? Just as everyone was mocking Su Xuan, Luo Xun suddenly released another message. On top of that, Su Xuan also took out 2 billion in cash to fund the operation of the mine. How dare you believe that? What? The dozen or so people who were already dumbfounded were even more exaggeratedly laughing and leaning forward after hearing this news. Can't it be that he, Su Xuan, wants to create some kind of scenic area? Or invest in some other construction? Impossible. This Wincheng is already a poor area in China. The mining area is even more remote. Due to the underdeveloped transportation and low popularity, it is perennially unattended, and there is no landscape scenery in this area. The success rate of building a scenic spot is too low. Then that doesn't make sense. Does Su Xuan really think that all this money is useless scrap paper? Spending it at will? Just as everyone was mocking and wondering, the smallest of the 9 groups, Tianyu Group, whose chairman was a young man called Chui Chang, held up his glasses, revealing a few wisps of light in his eyes, and slowly opened his mouth. Folks, I would beg to differ. Chairman Choi might as well tell us, if Su Xuan is not the straw bag that everyone talks about, nor is he a loser, but the chairman who led the North Star Group in the past, who surged forward, and the business genius who strategized and won the world, then what he did is worthy of everyone's attention. As soon as these words were said, Luo Xun's face was unable to hang on, and he put away his smile, not saying a word. Xiao Jingtian let out a cold snort. Chairman Chui, in terms of group size, you're the smallest. In terms of age, you're the smallest. In terms of financial strength, you're the smallest. In terms of seniority, you're the smallest, and in terms of tone, you're the biggest. The North Star Group's ability to grow in size is all due to Chairman Luo's leadership. What does it have to do with him? Su Xuan? Or does Chairman Chui think that the Danling area can be turned into a 5A scenic area? Or the Wincheng mining area can rise from the dead and become the #1 mining area again? Sharp words, like throwing daggers, plunged straight in. In the face of Xiao Jingtian's aggressiveness, Chui Chang was also unable to refute, and could only shake his head. I'm sorry if I was overly concerned. Indeed, these places, there was no way they could bring in profits for Su Xuan. But why did he still insist on it? Ahem. Luo Xun coughed twice. Everyone immediately quieted down, and then swept the crowd a glance. In Chui Chang's face for a few more seconds, the face of displeasure flickered, and then opened his mouth and said, I am in favor of everyone's proposal. Since this Su Xuan doesn't know what's good for him, we don't have to be polite. According to my projections, he still has at least $30 billion in cash on hand, and this rate of consumption is not nearly enough. I'm sure you all remember the suppression of the Su couple against you all in the past, don't you? Since that's the case, I propose that we immediately join forces and lay out all the antiques in our respective homes, especially the ones that are old, and even the plots of land in some remote areas, and put them up for auction. With this crazy mess Su Xuan is in right now, he will definitely take the bait. At that time, we all temporarily raised the price, and drained all $30 billion of cash from his hands. So far, He could no longer turn any waves. What do you think, gentlemen? Xiao Tianjing was the first to nod. I agree. I second that. I'm in favor. I agree. Chui Chang was the last to state his position. For some reason, he always had a bad premonition within him, and always felt that this Su Xuan didn't seem to be as stupid and simple as it seemed. What the hell does he want? Chapter 17 News of the Tomb of the Yu King, Cheryl's arrival. It took a full 3 days for Su Xuan to finally get Wang Shi to regain his confidence and start running the mine again. But the key problem is that this place is abandoned. The ore could not be mined 10 years ago and has no value. Wang Shi questioned this. If there is no ore, what else can be operated in this mining area? You can't develop an amusement park in this place. This place, a long distance from the center of the city of Winchester. The traffic is closed. No one asked. Even if the 2 billion will be smashed into, I am afraid that does not change anything. To this, Su Xuan gave him an answer: to gather a large number of trustworthy people to build a high wall in this area, clean up the waste residue, and establish a concrete road with the city to ensure that automobiles could pass through unimpeded. And Wang Shi's time is 5 months. 5 months later, the mine was handed over to Su Xuan, who began to take over the operation. As for those workers, Su Xuan was also generous. Each person offered 30,000 a month salary, gathered 500 people to work together, and after 5 months, after meeting his own requirements, then withdraw. Can you tell me why you must drop money into this mine that can no longer be brought back from the dead? On his way out, Wang Shi was still puzzled. Su Xuan wrapped his trench coat tightly, holding a cigarette, swallowing clouds, his deep eyes looking into the distance, leaving only one sentence. You will naturally know when the time comes. I'll only give you 5 months, and whether you can accomplish it or not, I'll leave the $2 billion for you to run. But what I want, make sure you achieve it. After saying these words, Su Xuan decisively left Wincheng. During this period, chatting with De Chun, I found that this kid was born with great strength, but his heart was simple, and after the aura recovery, he directly transformed into the body of Vudra, and his physical body was strong to the point of being a mess. It would be good to enlist them in advance, and if they could become a big help to themselves when the time came, it would not be bad. After fixing the mine, Su Xuan also commissioned his assistant to contact some of the collectors in China, and spent more than $2 billion one after another, acquiring a large number of ancient weapons, piling the miscellaneous room inside the manor to the brim. Time slowly passes. Su Xuan during the period contacted a trip to the foreman of the Danling, there one after another to find some lightning wood. Through the video identification, found that it is not the previous life of the unique 1,000 years of lightning wood, but Su Xuan still paid those people tens of thousands of dollars for their hard work. On May 20, 2124, Su Xuan looked at the calendar on his phone. 3 whole months had passed since he was reborn, and there were still 5 months left before the aura recovery officially descended. And unsurprisingly then, 2 months later, some mysterious forces began to slowly move, collecting antiques everywhere and searching for the secret realm. According to the memories of his previous life, among this group of forces, there were many human traders hidden in the group, and they had connected with the ancient races in foreign domains in advance through stealthy ways, knowing the secret of the aura recovery, and began to compel those rich and powerful people to occupy the future secret realm and acquire the future magic treasures. And when the ancient race descended, they fell back and gave up these secret realms and magic treasures, bringing great disaster to the entire human race. In this life, these people must not be allowed to succeed. Sir, there's news over there. Xiao Wenshi's voice sounded outside the door. Su Xuan moved his body and drank the red wine in the cup in one go, lighting a cigarette. His spirit was revitalized. After waiting for so many days, there was finally news. At Su Xuan's gesture, Xiao Wenshi slowly opened his mouth. Miss Sherry came with word that the tomb of King Yu has been found. However, there seems to have been some sudden accidents this time. This tomb of the Yu Wang is exceptionally dangerous, and they have lost quite a few people in moving mountains and unloading ridges. Miss Sherry may come to talk to you in person tomorrow. Su Xuan nodded, his expression unchanged. The 6 swords of the King of Yu, with their great power, were stored in a tomb that was naturally not so easy to explore, and it was normal to have losses. In addition, according to the feedback from the crazy old man over in Yunbei, he seems to have found a mysterious technique, but refuses to talk about it, and needs to make a trip there personally. Sir, okay, I get it. You can have Cheryl come find me. Yes, sir. Xia Wenxi nodded and left. Su Xuan sat on the sofa and began to think. After the recovery of the aura in his previous life, the most powerful sword formation was the Yu Wang's 6 swords combining to form the open sky. At that time, he had only seen the 3 swords of Britannia and the 3 swords of Huaxia facing each other, and the sword she rushed to the sky, and the realm of true king or below could not get close to it at all. If the 6 swords were gathered together and combined into a complete version of the heaven-opening sword formation in accordance with the method engraved in the memory of a certain Taoist temple, the power would be unimaginable. And Yunbei's side out of the Gong method. And the ancient heavenly book is the most famous. In the previous generation, someone gathered 2 volumes of heavenly book, almost can already in the ancient race true king level to fight against. If gathered the complete heavenly book, can reach what kind of horror? Su Xuan cannot know at all. The following morning, Sherry arrived at Su Xuan Manor. Good morning, Mr. Su. Much different from the first time they met. This sexy, hot, lively and jumpy young mixed-race girl had become a bit forlorn and tired this time. Her clear cheeks were full of decadence, and her drooping eyes no longer had the confident glow they had last time. What made Su Xuan feel slightly surprised was that his right arm was wrapped in a bandage. Miss Sherry, please sit down. Su Xuan stretched out his hand with a gentle demeanor. It looks like you're not in very good shape. Shueli revealed a bitter smile, picked up the green tea, and drank it all in one go, then raised her head and gazed deeply at Su Xuan. Mr. Su, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead. Why are you looking for the 6 swords of the Yuan? Cheryl said one word, a slight question in her tone. Su Xuan snuffed out the cigarette in his hand and smiled faintly, his tone slightly dissatisfied. Miss Sherry, I don't think I'm obligated to tell you exactly why. Besides, I've always been a collector of antiques. Is that a problem? Shueli did not move her eyes away, and after a full dozen seconds had passed and she did not see any abnormality on Su Xuan's face, she moved her eyes away and let out a breath. Well, I'll take it that you like collecting antiques. This time, I came here to talk to you. The tomb of the Yu King is much more treacherous than we imagined, and our trip to the cemetery this time has cost us more than a dozen of our good men before we could find the ancient sword. So, Su Xuan nodded and interrupted her. So, you're here to raise the price? Cheryl laughed slightly. Exactly. After we went back to review and summarize, we agreed that the current 2 factions of moving mountains and unloading ridges were unable to complete the commission, so we wanted to ask 2 high-level people to come out, and their price was much higher. What does Mr. Su think? Of course, if Mr. Su doesn't want to, we'll end this sale here, and we'll return the 1.5 million deposit you paid as is. Su Xuan didn't answer immediately, and after slightly contemplating for a few seconds, he took a light sip of the warm coffee in his cup, then laughed. I promise, but I hope this is your last raise. The 5 million we talked about before remains unchanged, and on top of that, an additional 100 million will be added on the condition that the Partridge Realist and the 81 Realist are invited, and that the ancient sword is delivered to me within 3 months. Ms. Sherry, I don't think that's too hard. Shueli is also a little confused. Obviously did not expect this Su Xuan so quick. Originally thought that he still have to grind a little, but unexpectedly he directly bid 100 million. This is far more than her psychological expectations, and immediately nodded. Mr. Su, please don't worry. I've already written to the 2 seniors, and they'll rush back immediately after they've dealt with the matter in Rice, and they'll arrive in 2 months at the latest. At that time, the ancient sword will definitely be brought before Mr. Su. I'll be waiting for the good news then. Su Xuan stood up and personally escorted Sherry out of the manor. When Cheryl left, Xia Wenxi came to the side and whispered, Mr. Su, the Hangduan Mountain Valley side has already started construction according to your orders, and it is expected that all the works will be constructed in 4 months, and I've gone through all the construction drawings, and they match perfectly with your requirements. Su Xuan nodded and entered the gate, suddenly turning his head and smiling. I guess Rohan and his side can't wait, can they? Xia Wenxi slightly stared, then laughed. The 9 major groups have sent invitations a dozen times in the past half a month or so, and I blocked them all as instructed by Sir. Su Xian's expression did not move as he took off his cloak, and his assistant immediately took it. Get ready, let's go meet these 9 groups. Chapter 18, $20 billion. Pack it all up for me. May 22nd, 2124. Rohun's villa. In the living room, the helmsman of the 9 major groups, as well as a number of executives, all gathered together. More than 20 people. Fruits, refreshments, cigarettes, and liquor were arranged colorfully on top of the square table made of fine wood. What do you guys say? Will this Su Xuan come? Someone asked the question that is on everyone's mind. Since more than half a month ago, after sending Su Xuan countless invitations and even visiting his door, he was stopped at the door by his assistant and told that Su Xuan was not in. As for the phone emails, they were stone cold and completely unanswered. Originally, everyone had been hesitant and ready to ruthlessly pit Su Xuan, but it turned out that he didn't pay any attention to it, which was like storing up strength for a punch and blasting it on cotton. It was very hard to bear. As time went on, the enthusiasm of these people dissipated and even dispelled their previous thoughts. Whatever, I'm tired. And just then, Su Xuan suddenly took the initiative to agree to go to the appointment. So Luo Xun had no choice but to gather these people together once again and wait for Su Xuan to arrive. It should come. Rohan snuffed out the cigar in his hand, took another swig of vodka, and, based on my experience working with him over the years, this Su Xuan prides himself on being a bold artist, likes to take risks, and prefers to take chestnuts out of the fire, as evidenced by the fact that he disregarded the shareholders' meeting in the past, entered the movie industry, burned his money to fight against Wanda, and ultimately destroyed Wanda, which Wang had been painstakingly managing for decades. So, I dare conclude that this time, he is bound to go to the appointment. With Luo Xun's assurance, the crowd was at ease, so they started drinking and smoking and talking about the world. An hour later, Su Xuan had yet to arrive, and the group was a bit tense. Huaxin Group Chairman Xiao Jingtian looked at his watch and frowned. It's already past 10 o'clock. This Su Xuan kid isn't going to release the pigeon, is he? Luo Xun was also a bit unable to sit still, inwardly anxious, but on his face he still displayed the appearance of being confident. Xiao Dong, take it easy. The appointment was for lunch, and it's not even close. After another hour, Luo Xun's face was a little hard to bear in the face of the crowd's questions, so he urged his assistant to find out what was going on. The aide had just stepped out of the room when the butler's voice came from outside. Boss, Mr. Su is here. The crowd was overjoyed and looked at the door in unison. Hurrah! An upright young figure slowly walked into the room. Gray high-grade suit is very straight. Outside the set of a trench coat worth 2 million. Greasy crocodile shoes are very bright. Hair slightly combed back. Burgundy tie is particularly eye-catching. Su Xuan placed his hat in his hand, his face gentle as he swept a glance at the crowd and smiled. Gentlemen, it's been a long time. Then he gave Luo Xun a meaningful look without saying anything. The butler respectfully took the trench coat and hat and hung them on a shelf in the next room. Su Xuan, come and sit. Luo Xun's face was full of smiles, and his eyes even showed the care of elders for their juniors. Su Xuan, we meet again. A young voice came from Su Xuan. Su Xuan turned his head and glanced at it, realizing that it was none other than Xiao Yu, the young chairman of the Huaxin Group, and the rival who had lost the fight with himself for the meteorite at the auction that day. Su Xuan lit his cigar and directly rested his legs on the table, narrowing his eyes and squinting at him. What? Still not convinced about the last auction? Xiao Yu's face changed slightly, as if he had swallowed a fly raw. It was very hard to feel inside, forcing him to endure the urge to rush over and smack him, and smiled awkwardly. Which is not the case. Boss Su's family is rich and extravagant, and now the whole of Tianjing, and even Huaxia, is a household name. That's the defense? Starting to yin and yang? Su Xuan felt amused inwardly, but he was extremely rude to goods like Xiao Yu. Since you don't have the strength, shut up. We're a couple of chairmen talking. Who are you to interrupt? The corner of Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. His body trembled with anger, but he didn't dare to have a fit. His father had explained long ago not to start a conflict with Su Xuan, and to hold back as long as he could. Su Xuan, to be honest, as an uncle, who fought the world together with your father to achieve what North Star has today, do not want to see you become like this. I don't know what your reasons are, but I don't want to see you continue to spend money like this. Luo Xun extinguished the cigarette in his hand and said painfully, a few days ago, I even dreamed of Brother Su in my dream, questioning me about whether I had properly guarded the North Star and tended to you, and I was so ashamed that I woke up sobbing uncontrollably. Su Xuan, that share of yours, if you need it, you can always buy it back. When he finished speaking, Luo Xun even had tears in the corners of his eyes, pulling out a handkerchief from his pocket and covering his face as he sobbed. Luo Dong, you've done your best, no need to blame yourself. Yes, Luo Dong, under your leadership, North Star Group is flourishing. We can all see it. Rohan covered his face with one hand and held out the other to signal everyone to stop. Do not say it again. Today's situation are my hand caused. I'm sorry, Brother Sua. Remembered that day we also talked all night long. From Wall Street business to the economic crisis. From the Industrial Revolution steam era chat to the rise of the industrial internet. Su Xuan quietly watched this scene. If he didn't know what Luo Xun was like, I'm afraid that he would really be fooled by his exquisite acting skills. Uncle Luo, there's no need to say anything. I know your dedication and pursuit of North Star Group, and since the shares have already been sold, there's no way they can ever be taken back. I'm fine the way I am now. Nothing to do but wander around and see the sights. Very laid back. Luo Xun inwardly rejoiced. Su Xuan publicly stated that he would not take back the shares again. Then he was completely at ease. After decades, he finally realized that he was in control of North Star. If Su Jia knew that there was such a loser, I'm afraid that he would not be able to die in peace. Gentlemen, enough of the off-topic stuff. Let's get right to the point. Su Xuan lit another cigarette. Attitude is very arrogant. Simply do not take the eye to look at these people. A young arrogant, no one in sight look vivid. Which makes the crowd more sure Su Xuan really is the same as the media reports. Chest no ink. Arrogant. Waving money like dirt. Didn't I hear recently that you were searching around for antiques? We who are uncles just happen to have some in our hands. Do you see if you need them? We're too old to take it with us into the yellow earth when we return to the world in 100 years. Of course, price-wise, you don't have to worry. We'll sell it to you at the original purchase price. It's just that this batch of antiques plus a couple of parcels of land might be worth a bit too much. Luo Xun showed concern and even had an agitation in his tone. Su Xuan waved his hand, flicking the still unextinguished cigarette in his hand casually and dropping it into the fruit plate. His tone very arrogant. Look at the item first, then say the price, and don't talk about any other nonsense. Inwardly, he laughed coldly. This group of people wanted their cash. They wanted the antiques. They thought they had made a profit. But in fact, they had a blood loss. When the monetary system collapses in 5 months, cash is as useless as waste paper. Instead, these antiques may become vital treasures. The faces of the several chairmen became unnatural. If it wasn't for the fact that they needed to endure in order to squeeze the funds from this kid's hands, otherwise they would have had a seizure a long time ago. So under Luo Xun's arrangement, the chairman of the 9 major groups took out all the antiques and curiosities they had acquired and gave them to Su Xuan for his inspection. Upon seeing these things, Su Xuan was greatly surprised in his heart. Tang Dynasty Jade Ruby, Snow Mountain Ice Pearls, East China Sea Night Pearls, Mingzuan Relic of the Great Lain Temple, Dryan, plus a couple of other parcels of land that hide secret places. This is a big earner. Su Xuan's heart was overjoyed, but on his face, he looked disinterested. This jade ruby is of good quality, but it's a pity that there are flaws inside. The night pearl is light and moist in the hand, and it looks like it has been warmed for more than a year, but it is too small to be an excellent quality. Snow Mountain Ice Bead, icy skin and jade bones. Before I even get my hands on it, I can already feel the biting coldness. It's not bad. With Su Xuan's selection and evaluation, the hearts of the crowd had been hanging in the air. After all, if they couldn't get into Su Xuan's eyes, then these antiques would definitely not be able to be sold out, and their plans would be in vain. And what really surprised Su Xuan the most wasn't these items, it was the several mines they proposed. Most of those mines were in the same situation as the abandoned mines in Wen City, but Su Xuan knew that these mines had undergone qualitative changes after the revival of spiritual qi. Either it would produce spirit stones or special metals, which would be most suitable for creating immortal magic treasures. It took a full 2 hours to go through all the things in one hand. Su Xuan then lit a cigarette, leaned back in his chair and said carelessly, "Thought you guys were going to surprise me much. Looks like nothing more than that. Make an offer." Luo Xun and Xiao Jingtian looked at each other and saw excitement in each other's eyes. One bite, $20 billion. After saying that, everyone looked at Su Xuan in unison. After all, the total acquisition of these things had only cost less than 5 billion, and they had even made plans to bargain in their hearts. The scene was so tense that no one breathed a word. Su Xuan sneered, "It's only $20 billion. Pack it all up for me. I expect, within 7 days, the contract to be signed, and my assistant and attorney, at that time, will communicate with you about the details. Not for lunch, folks, goodbye." In the midst of the crowd's confusion, Su Xuan took the trench coat and hat handed over by the butler, put the trench coat on and the hat on, and turned around to walk out of the hall. It had been a few minutes before the crowd came back to their senses and then erupted into a frenzy of laughter. It seems that this Su Xuan has fallen into the vortex of collecting, getting deeper and deeper into the vortex of collecting. The number one loser in Huaxia, it's none other than him. Ha ha, we made a lot of money this time. Congratulations, guys, say no more. Dine. Luo Xun was also ecstatic. Everything was being executed according to his plan. Su Xuan was nothing more than a stepping stone to his global fame, and the North Star Group was nothing more than a platform. This time, I've invited a Michelin chef to come. There's good imported foie gras, Australian steak. Please enjoy yourselves. After returning to the manor, Su Xuan began a series of arrangements, while his assistant Xia Wenshi began to implement them according to what he had said. Team of lawyers, antique appraisers, banking institutions. These tedious tasks take time and effort. For the next few days, you'll take care of this. I'm going out on a trip to keep an eye on the mines, the Don Ridge, the Yokohama Valley, all those places. Sir, please don't worry. Chapter 19, Ancient Book of Earth Character Scroll, Chance Encounter with White Cloud Guan Master, May 28, 2124, the ancient town of Yunbei, Lujia Village. When Su Xuan saw that crazy old man again, he was also a bit shocked. Hair neatly combed, dressed in a decent designer suit, oiled leather shoes, $1 million Swiss mechanical watch on his hand, followed by 4 or 5 burly bodyguards. "Mr. Su, this way please." The old man was very polite and held out his hand with a smile on his face. 5 minutes later, at the entrance of the villa halfway up the hill in Lujia village, looking at this cool supercar, as well as the 5-story exquisite villa, Su Xuan was violently shocked to realize that money is really able to change people's lives. And it's not small. After entering the old man's room, letting everyone out, the old man stayed alone with Su Xuan and took out a bottle of brandy of some age from the shelf, saying, "Mr. Su, try this?" Su Xuan nodded and lit his cigarette without saying anything. After handing the glass over, the old man poured himself a glass as well and drank it all in one go, closing his eyes with a face full of intoxication. "Mr. Su, the grace is the same again. It's you who let me have all of this, what can only appear in my dreams. All of it has now come true one by one." Su Xuan didn't say anything about this. After all, he was just a businessman, and businessmen were concerned with benefits and equal exchange. Waving his hand, "Nothing, you deserve it. This time I came to see what you said on the phone, the ancient heavenly book." The old man nodded, got up and went to the safe in the corner, and after opening 8 consecutive layers of passwords, he took out a yellowed and worn parchment scroll from it and handed it over. Su Xuan received it and took a look. The cover was precisely Ancient Heavenly Scroll, Earth Character Scroll, and the format of the text inside was exactly the same as the Heaven Character Scroll acquired last time. It was certain that this heavenly book was the very same heavenly book that the great cultivator had held in his previous life when the aura was revived. Back then, that cultivator was only at the peak of the divine hidden realm, holding 2 heavenly scrolls, and he was able to fight a golden body realm ferocious beast back and forth, which was astonishing. "It is indeed what I'm looking for, and this time it's the same as last time. Still $50 million. Su Xuan put away the sheepskin book and directly opened the price. This kind of treasure, now it looks like $50 million to acquire, is simply a psychotic behavior. However, when the aura is revived, this heavenly book is a priceless treasure, even if it is exchanged for billions of spirit stones." Obviously, the old man, who didn't know any of this, balked. "Deal. The book, Mr. Su can take it back first, and the money will be transferred over slowly, that is." As he was leaving, Su Xuan asked a question. "Where did you find this book?" That old poplar head grinned. "The back mountain of Yunbei, Nanyang Mountain. But this thing depends on chance. I only found it by chance. If Mr. Su is interested, he can go for a stroll." $50 million was enough for old man Yang to live for the rest of his life. Thus he also understood that it was easy as pie for a character like Su Xuan to obtain the provenance of the heavenly book, and there was no need to ask. Besides, this heavenly book does nothing for you. "Thanks a lot." Su Xuan nodded and left the villa, deciding to personally make a trip to Nanyang Mountain. Aura recovery in his previous life. He lived for 15 whole years. This Yunbei never set foot. The back was secretly occupied by a large force, from which all kinds of godly skills flowed out. The whole of China scrambled constantly, but no one has ever gone in, because anyone who went in, regardless of their realm, would be decapitated, and their bodies would hang at the entrance of the village the next day. It seems that there must be a mystery in this Nanyang Mountain. Before that, Su Xuan decided to go to the ancient temple in the north of the village first. This place is also where old man Yang lived before, and there is nothing in it except a golden Buddha statue. Spider webs were dense. Rats and cockroaches crawled everywhere. The incense in front of the Buddha statue was long gone, and the gold body began to fall off, revealing the mottled, ugly inside. Su Xuan looked around carefully and realized that there was nothing peculiar about this broken temple. Perhaps the aura would only be revealed after the revival of the aura? However, it didn't hurt that the broken temple only cost $10 million. After carefully thinking about it, now that the base camp Transverse Valley has been taken care of, and the Winchang mining area has been pocketed, together with the 5 major mining areas sold by the 9 major groups, there will be no need to worry about aura in the future. The spirit pills acquired over at the Emperor's Guild should be completely sufficient to break through to the divine hidden realm. Meteorites, ancestral dragon tendons, are all materials for making immortal weapons. The bronze swords, combined into the heaven-opening sword formation, now waited for the other 3. The 2 volumes of the heavenly book, which had been brought into one's hands, as well as many feats. Bodhi, everything is ready. Root bones, enlightenment, magic treasures, pills, spirit stones, weapons, techniques, all of them were already there. Su Xuan was full of anticipation for the future. In his previous life, he was unprepared, and with his hard work and cultivation, it took him a whole 15 years to reach the divine hidden realm and touch the threshold. In this life, one laid out in advance and wondered to what extent one could reach. After leaving the broken temple, Su Xuan followed the direction provided by Old Man Yang and spent 2.5 hours before arriving at Nanyang Mountain. This mountain is in the northern part of Lujia village, a branch of the world-famous Himalayas, with an altitude of about 900 meters, not yet cleared, all mountain roads, rugged and steep, very difficult to climb. Arriving at the top of the mountain, Su Xuan sat on a huge rock, looking down on the 10,000 feet deep abyss below and taking a glimpse of the mountains below. A feeling of enlightenment arose in his heart. Between the raised eyes, God could see a thin sea of clouds, like a fairyland, wandering around near the top of the mountain. He didn't find any peculiarities. This barren mountain was rarely trodden on, and coupled with the remoteness and poverty of the northern part of the cloud, it hadn't been developed into a scenic area, except for the flowers, plants, trees, insects, fish, birds and animals that roam the mountains. With a pristine atmosphere that is not found in big cities, there is nothing else worth noting. After Su Xuan stayed for half an hour, he intended to leave this place, but when he saw a silhouette, slowly climbing the mountain, he couldn't help but shrink his pupils. With a head full of silver hair, wearing a black-robed Taoist robe, holding a duster in the palm of his hand, and an ancient sword slanted behind his back, he bound his hair and crowned his head with a green lotus crown. He was as fit as a fiddle on the rugged mountain roads. The old Taoist was also stunned when he saw Su Xuan, and obviously didn't expect that a person would pop up from this Nanyang mountain. He didn't recognize Su Xuan, but Su Xuan knew him. White Cloud Guan Master, Taoist Master Xian Yuan, the pinnacle of Taoism, appeared 10 years after the recovery of the aura, beheading the true king of the ancient clan with a single sword, and became famous in China. Taoist Master Xian Yuan. Su Xuan made a bow with both hands, very respectful. The old Taoist put one palm together and nodded slightly in return. His face puzzled. You know me? I've heard that. That's odd. Xian Yuan came to the stone block and stood side by side with Su Xuan, looking out at the 10,000 feet cliff below. I have always resided in the sea of the East Pole and rarely set foot inland. How do you know the poor Taoist? Su Xuan blinked and smiled. Maybe fate made it so. Xian Yuan laughed. What a fate that makes it so. It seems like it's fate that I can meet you today at the Nanyang Mountain. If the poor Taoist is not mistaken, the ancient heavenly book has already been obtained by you, right? Su Xuan's heart stirred. The Xian Yuan of this period. Could it be that he had already peeked into the heavens and knew about the 2 volumes of the heavenly book, or even the future recovery of the aura? It's only May now. There are still 5 months before the aura recovery officially descends, and he knew about it so quickly? However, he knew that this Xian Yuan was a righteous and high-minded person who had worked tirelessly to defend the town of Huaxia. So he didn't hide it at that moment and nodded his head. It's already in my hand. But does the Taoist master want to take it back? Xian Yuan shook his head and laughed. That's not true. The ancient heavenly book, with its mysterious origins, is available to those who are destined to receive it. Since you have already acquired it, there is no reason to change hands, and treasure it. Perhaps one day in the future you will be able to use it. And don't forget your own identity and original purpose. Su Xuan was startled in his heart. It looked like this Xian Yuan should know something. Hesitating for a long time in his heart, he still asked, Taoist Master, I would also like to ask what is so peculiar about this Nanyang Mountain. Xian Yuan's eyes flickered slightly before he flung his duster. Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Little friend, it is fate that you and I met, and if there is an opportunity in the future, perhaps we will run into each other again. After saying that, his figure flickered, and Xian Yuan had already descended the mountain so quickly that it looked like a trail of stumps. Su Xuan hurriedly looked down, but in a moment, he was already gone. Chapter 20 Finding the 1000-Year Lightning Strike Wood. The project of crossing the mountain valley. On June 10, 2124, there were only more than 4 months left before the aura revival, when a good news finally came. That is, the 1000-year-old thunderclap wood that he needed had been found on the Danling side. With the video and photos, you can tell initially that there is no problem, but you need to go to the site to confirm it a bit. In the morning, who drove a helicopter and landed in the open space of the manor, and Su Xuan, alone and wearing a bulletproof vest, sat in the helicopter. At noon, it had already arrived in the northeast. Before going to Danling, Su Xuan decided to first go and look at the works in Hangduan Mountain Valley. After all, it was his home base in the future, the place of cultivation. When he arrived at the foot of Yokohama, he found that a number of construction workers had already gathered here, and they were working according to their own plans, with the cable car, the steps, and the road leading to the main road, all in good order. The leader in charge of the construction saw Su Xuan arrive and hurriedly ran over, his face full of fawning, and even took out his bonus group and handed it over. Su Xuan took the cigarette and asked after lighting it, "How's the progress?" The middle-aged leader with the helmet answered up in a hurry. The 2,000 steps are almost completed. Only the water milling process at the back remains. The cable car is basically completed. At around the 25th of next month, boss, you will be able to sit on the cable car and watch the scenery of Hangwan Mountain, the auxiliary road to the downtown area of National Highway G901, which is expected to be more than 30 kilometers long, can be fully completed at the end of September. Su Xuan nodded. These progresses were already in his plans. On October 20th, the aura will be revived, and by then the spirit stones from the 6 mines will need to be transported to this place in a steady stream. And this auxiliary road is very crucial. Steps and cable cars, purely for ease of getting up and down the mountain. Before stepping into the heavenly Yuan realm, it was impossible to fly, and one still needed to use these external objects. The inside of the valley could just be built slightly. According to his idea, these peaks were just made into places where one could live and rest. Keep up the good work and make sure you get it done according to plan. After giving a command, Su Xuan continued to step onto the helicopter and prepared to travel to Danling. The construction site leader immediately guaranteed that it would be completed on schedule. And for Su Xuan, who was generous enough to give twice the market price, he was even more respectful. After doing this one's net profit is a full $20 million. That's more than a decade of one's net income. Boss, so, you're really my father. No, closer than my father. That leader watched Su Xuan leave, the smile on his face gradually letting loose. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Su Xuan arrived at Danling and met the 1,000-year-old lightning strike wood in a deserted industrial house at the bottom of the mountain. It was 3 meters long and about 40 centimeters in diameter, and its body was charred black, as if it had been struck by lightning and burned by fire, but it vaguely contained a hint of obscurity. Su Xuan was in a somewhat excited mood. In his previous life, this lightning strike wood was pocketed by a certain family in Huaxia, and was finally crafted into an immortal level lance, and every time he wielded it, plasma shot out in all directions and thunder shook the sky. Stretching out his right hand, he gently stroked it, feeling the rough exterior of the lightning-striking wood, uneven, with the bark still not completely off. It took us several months and a team of 100 people to go into the mountains to look for it, and we finally found it. Boss, you know, it's strange to say that even though this lightning strike wood was broken beyond repair, the bark has remained relatively intact, and it hasn't even died yet. The more that the pack leader said, the more excited he became. The imminent arrival of $5 million, it can be said that it directly made him fainted with happiness. The money will be here tonight, and your men can withdraw. Su Xuan turned his head to look at him, then pulled out a black card. Also, there's $1 million deposited in here with a code of 6 zeros as an extra bonus, and I only have one request. You people have to keep it a secret for at least 3 months. Can it be done? The pack leader froze, his heart rejoiced, and he hastily nodded his head, solemnly. Boss, don't worry about it. The people I found are all hunters and farmers who have lived in the Danling area for generations. They rarely deal with the outside world and are all trustworthy. If you have any more needs in the future, just call me and I will make sure the boss is satisfied. This foreman's eyebrows were raised when he received his black card. $1 million, but I have to earn 5 or 6 years to get this, boss. Atmosphere. The foreman couldn't help but give a thumbs up after Su Xuan left with the lightning strike wood, and he was so excited that he couldn't sit still when he thought of getting his hands on $5 million at night. Tonight, you can take the brothers to the city of Danling at a few clubs. Enjoy a good time. The old man must call 5 technicians, together with the service, Mei Zi. After meeting Uncle Ghost and the others, Su Xuan arranged for their side to send out some of their people to participate in the works in the Transverse Mountain Valley. Mr. Su, we have more than 300 good men on our side, and more than 100 of them are veterans who have retired from the army and gone to war, so there's no problem in terms of loyalty. The piece of guns and ammunition is now more strictly regulated, but it is enough to ensure that the goods enter the territory of the Northeast without any mistakes. Uncle Ghost was very confident in the territory he had been operating for decades. Su Xuan shook his head. Don't be too optimistic. Those true lineages, which haven't appeared yet, are not comparable to us business groups. I only have one request, and that is to do my best to guard the Hangduan mountain range and ensure the traffic safety of this highway. You can communicate more with the side of the Transportation Bureau, and appropriately share the pressure of the traffic control team, and they can also understand. Uncle Ghost's eyes lit up. Then he nodded. Understood. Sir, I see that you've been spending everything in the past few months, acquiring antiques, purchasing mines, and building projects, but have you found a business opportunity to invest? Or is there something big in the future? After all, this is not a peaceful time. Many countries in the world are at war, and although China is very peaceful, other countries may still be in the midst of smoke and fire. Su Xuan coldly glanced at him and said, Don't ask questions, do what I ask. You'll know naturally later. Ghost Uncle Hard a flinch. Hurley remembered that the youth in front of him, but one's own strength. Leading the North Star will be Wang's painstakingly dozens of years of Wanda destroyed. And hastened to answer. Remember that, sir. After hovering around for a few days, Su Xuan found some of the things he needed in the northeast and brought them all back before returning to Tianjing. June 15, 2124, Tianjing, Su Xuan Manor. Sir, news has come from the side of the Empyrean Society. Acquiring 10,000 dried pill stones in their hands. The aide walks into the room. Su Xuan's eyes lit up with energy. These pills would all become important items for realm enhancement in the future. Even if you don't cultivate and get hard on elixirs, it's a pig that can you to the peak of the divine hidden realm, right? Go on, check it out. In the afternoon, Su Xuan came to the Emperor Mansion, and last time there was some difference. This Emperor's Society president, a well-known figure in the antique world of Tianjing, at this moment, his face was even a little sad. Mr. Su, I've recently received some rumors that the future situation, it seems, very bleak. The president looked at Su Xuan, tentative in his doubts and worried in his gloom. Chapter 21, 3 months left. Mysterious forces appear. Su Xuan didn't answer positively, picking up his teacup and gently sipping a mouthful as he calmly said, "Did the president hear something?" Shang Xingping pushed away the office chair, stood up, sat on the sofa, and shook his head. "It's not much. It's just that some friends have told me that there might be a big event in the future, and that this event might affect the whole world landscape. Some time ago, I went to Jiangnan to acquire a batch of antiques, and I inadvertently realized that it seemed like some of the old families had started to appear, and they were acquiring them as well. Normally speaking, in the antique business, these hidden behind-the-scenes families would never be involved. So I speculate if something big is going to happen, and that's why they're scrambling to get their hands on it." Su Xian's face did not move, but his heart was already flooded with shocking waves. In the last life, a mysterious force was the first to start intervening, acquiring antiques and buying land everywhere, but it was also after July and August. It was only June now, and there were still 4 months before the aura recovery, and those veteran lineages were surprisingly already meddling in it, a bit earlier than expected. The president doesn't need to worry. Soldiers come to the rescue. Su Xuan lit a cigarette and gently spat out the smoke ring, not wanting to get entangled with Shang Xingping above this issue. He continued to ask, "And I will still purchase all of the dried-up Dan pill stones that the chairman found this time at the same price as last time." Only then did Shang Xingping nod, clapping his hands. His assistant walked in holding a wooden box, opening it in front of Su Xuan. Inside, there were dozens of Dan pill stones lying, oval-shaped, dark red in color, the size of his thumb, about the same as last time. A total of over 10,000 this time, or the original price, 500 million. Shang Xingping forced himself not to think about those unknown things that might happen, and treated himself purely as a businessman. And he could make a profit of $400 million from this transaction. The lure of huge profits allowed him to ignore the reasons behind the emergence of those lineages. Cool. Su Xuan smiled and nodded, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand and leaving the room. Before leaving, Shang Xingping suddenly asked him a question. "Mr. Su, everyone is already aware of what you've done recently at great expense. I'm not good at being talkative per se, but there is something that needs to be said." Su Xuan turned his head and said with a straight face, "Go ahead, President. Those lineages, unlike the 9 groups, if Mr. Su clashes with them in the future, he should still try to be patient." Shang Xingping did treat Su Xuan as a friend. From a business partner, to a friend, besides the high profits he brought to himself. More importantly, he vaguely felt that Su Xuan would rise in the great power of the future, a feeling that was hard to describe clearly, but he believed, and whenever it is, the Imperial Society will definitely be on Brother Su's side. Su Xuan nodded and gave him a deep look, saying, "Thanks a lot." In the memories of his previous life, the Imperial Kings Association ended up joining the official organization of Huaxia, helping to fend off the attack of the ferocious beasts, restraining the local forces, and maintaining order, which was also considered admirable. Time was rapidly passing, and Su Xuan was methodically arranging. The previous 40 billion in cash was now less than a few billion left after these months of operation. With regards to the arrangement of these billions, Su Xuan had already thought about it and was in no hurry to spend it now. A month passed in the blink of an eye and the time came to July 20th, 2124. Su Xuan looked at his phone. There are still 3 months to go before the aura recovery comes in full force, and most of my layouts have already been arranged. So now I just need to wait. The work in the Yokohama Valley, the bronze swords in the tomb of the King of Yu, the clearing of the Winchang mine, and the erection of several highways. Once these are all in place, the next step is simply to wait for the aura recovery to arrive. hanging the Bodhi seed around his neck. Su Xuan went to the balcony and looked into the distance. Those mysterious forces, they should be showing up, right? Jiangnan, a hidden pavilion. Through a few ancient and elegant, vermilion door, glazed railings, the corner of the roof, is a variety of beasts, lifelike. In the lobby of the building, a group of people were deliberating. On the main seat, an old man in his 60s with a head full of silver hair, leaned back in his eunuch chair, his eyes slightly narrowed. The old man exuded an unruffled aura of authority, and was none other than the father of the contemporary helmsman of the Morong family. The number one family in Jiangnan Morong family, Morong Yen, Morong Ghost. Below him were the core members of the Morong family, his 3 sons, several grandsons and granddaughters, all of whom were now big shots on one side. The Morong family had been cultivating in Jiangnan for hundreds of years, and the legacy had been passed down to the present day. With a large family and amazing financial strength, even able to compete with the entire Jiangnan consortium at one time. A large portion of the chairmen of the top 100 groups in Jiangnan were from the Morong family. Father, after this January's efforts, we have acquired hundreds of antique paintings in 3 mines. Morong Yen sat down and looked at the old man very respectfully, a hint of fear embedded in his eyes. Morong Ghost slowly opened his eyes and glanced at his son, who immediately lowered his head in a cold sweat, and the rest of the few people didn't dare to meet his eyes. This Morong Ghost back then but participated in the war with the rice country. Corpses in the sea of blood out of the ruthless. In the shopping mall is also known for ruthless. Countless corporate bigwigs where his family broke. What's your hurry? Morong Ghost spoke slowly after a long time. His sons and grandchildren were confused and looked at each other. If you're not in a hurry, someone else will get there first. But they didn't dare to say what was in their hearts. According to the prophet, there are at least 3 more months to go, and since my Morong family has gotten this news, others must have gotten the news as well. Morong Ghost suddenly stood up from the eunuch's chair, his hands behind his back, his face overflowing with extreme self-confidence, and his eyes revealing a divine light. And the reason why my Morong family has been able to stand for hundreds of years in China without collapsing, that is because we plan before we move, and the winner is the one who laughs in the end. Recently many people have already learned of this news and have begun to act, but they are nothing more than mole crickets in the path of my Morong family. Manipulation is too hasty. Instead, it is easy to hit the grass to scare the snakes. Hanzhong Lu family, the 2 Guangxu Sun family, Kyoto Zhang family, Northwest Li family, they have not yet made a move. Are not they also waiting for the final blow? After hearing this, a few people from the Morong family came to the realization that there were still 3 months left, which was completely enough for the Morong family to prepare, and there was no need to rush at all. Hanzhong Lu family, as the family had listened to the reports from the people below, he couldn't help but frown with some dissatisfaction. Don't be in such a hurry. There are still 3 months to go. Old man Morong, and a few others haven't moved, so you guys shouldn't make too much of a rush so as not to frighten the snakes. Yes, the following several helmsmen agreed, but inwardly they were a bit worried. After all, the time the prophet said was only 3 months left. At the same time, the top 10 families of China had met secretly to discuss the big event 3 months later. A mysterious force called the prophet has quietly infiltrated the major families and encouraged them to start laying out their plans. There's a lot of rain on the mountain. Su Xuan had long known that these lineages would make a move. In the previous life, these lineages were under the compulsion of the mysterious forces to preempt the layout, searching for a large number of antique treasures and purchasing secret land, waiting until the aura was revived and the resources were accounted for. Those mysterious forces, on the other hand, were spies planted in advance by the ancient clan of the otherworldly realm and the human race, ultimately guiding these lineages step by step towards destruction. Fortunately, the Chinese officials realized the seriousness of the problem and took timely action to stop it, which prevented the disaster from spreading. And then the lineages awakened, and the younger generation joined the army to fend off the ancient clans and ferocious beasts. However, in this life, Su Xuan had preempted the layout for 5 months, occupying 6 mining areas, as well as an S-ranked secret realm, as well as the 6 swords of Yuan that could kill a true king, and even 2 volumes of the ancient heavenly book, as well as other precious treasures. The results would certainly have been much different. Chapter 22, The Partridge Realist and the 81st Realist, Tomb of the Yu King. Another half a month or so passed, and good news came from Shui Li's side. That is, the Partridge Realist and the 81 Realist had finally finished dealing with the matter on the rice side, and came to Huaxia in the evening, and intended to meet Su Xuan. With regards to the Tomb Raider School, Su Xuan had been somewhat yearning for it since he was a child, and he also knew a little bit about it. Depending on the different methods and tools used by the grave robbers, there are the mountain moving school, the unloading school, the fat Cho school, and the gold touching school. There is also an old saying, there is a charm for touching gold. There is a seal for hair mound. There is a technique for moving mountains. And there is an armor for unloading mountains. Partridge real person is to move the mountain lineage in the existence of outstanding. And this 8-1 real person is a real gold lieutenant, proficient in terrain survey, feng shui metaphysics, searching for dragons and gold and so on. On August 10, 2124, there were just over 2 months left before the aura recovery descended. In the evening, at Su Xuan's manor, 2 celebrities from the toon raiding industry came. Moving Mountain Taoist was clad in grey-blue Taoist robes. His hair was bound and crowned. A long sword was inserted diagonally behind his back, and 2 pistols were attached to his waist, revealing a magnificent aura between his brows and eyes, and a fine light shot out from his eyes. Wearing a real leather jacket, bearded and sleepy, 81 Real seems to not pay much attention to his appearance and looks rather casual. The 2 were authentic northerners, so Su Xuan directly engaged in mutton hot pot inside the living room. A burst of spicy flavor wafted out, and slices of good free-range fresh mutton were placed next to them. Mr. Su, truth be told, we came back from the rice side and saw some strange phenomena. Real Partridge stirred the lamb slices inside the dipping dish and swirled it around to dazzle it directly into his mouth, saying as he ate, everyone over there in rice is frantically stocking up on stuff. Household items, food, household goods, and those merchants are starting to search around for antiques. But rice is only a few hundred years old, so there doesn't seem to be much in the way of antiques. Mr. Su, is there some big event about to happen? A war? In the face of Real Partridge's question, Su Xuan nodded and said, I've heard that something big might happen. Can't say exactly what, but you'll know when the time comes. When he was finished, he picked up a 2-2 glass of two-pot and took a swig. On the other hand, the 8-1 realist was eating the lamb slices furiously with his head down, shabu-shabuing at least 70 to 80 slices in a single breath of effort. As far as I know, there was a theft from this tomb of the Yuan. 3 of the 6 swords were stolen, and after the times changed, they rolled over to the museum, only to be finally stolen by the 8-nation Allied forces invasion of the country of Britannia. The Real Partridge was motionless as he told these strange tales and anecdotes, and the person who stole these 3 swords was none other than the men of Wei Taizu of the 3 kingdoms in the old days. Among the gold touchers, Su Xian's heart moved slightly, vaguely feeling as if there were some potential connections. Spring and autumn, the 3 kingdoms, there's 800 or 900 years between them. There can't be any relationship, can there? Why did King Gojian cast 6 swords? Why did Wei Taizu steal 3 of them? There was no way to know about these anymore. Su Xuan only knew that he had to gather these 6 swords before he could fight against the true king-level experts of the ancient clan in the future. He had seen true king-level experts, picking stars with their bare hands, destroying cities and opening mountains. Simply a nightmare on earth. An invincible demon. I wonder what Mr. Su wants these 6 swords of the Yu King for. Realist 8-1 suddenly stopped his chopsticks, raised his eyes, and stared at Su Xuan closely. Su Xuan smiled faintly. I've always been a fan of collecting antiques, and the older they are, the better. I once saw these 6 swords of the Yuan in a certain book and was quite interested, so here we are with this deal. The 8th True Lord lowered his eyes and suddenly said carelessly, in my early years, I once saw an ancient sword formation in a Taoist temple, in which there were 6 bronze swords, which seemed to be very similar to these 6 swords of the Yu King. Could it be that Mr. Su is interested in this sword formation? Su Xuan smiled. I'm afraid that the term sword formation is hardly likely to appear in the real world. The 8-1 real people nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's hard to tell what it was like in the long ago period, but this sword formation thing, it's nebulous. In the real world, it can't possibly exist. The 3 of them then chatted about the location of the tomb of the King of Yu and their next plans, which was very cordial. When he was about to leave, Su Xuan called out to Realist 81 and questioned him. I wonder where the Taoist temple that the real person is talking about is located. The 8-1 Realist glanced at him and slowly said after a long time, the Sea of the East Pole, a graveyard near the White Cloud View. Brother Su can go and observe if he's interested, but I advise you, these sword formations, just look at them, don't take them seriously. After saying that, the 2 of them said their goodbyes and set off on their journey to the tomb of King Yu. Regarding the strength of the 2, Su Xuan did not doubt it in the slightest, and bringing out this bronze sword would not be a problem. Surprisingly, it is the graveyard near the White Cloud View. In his previous life, he was moved into an ancient Taoist tomb because of a special reason, and observed this heaven-opening sword formation, which was exactly the same as the model depicted by the 8-1 realist, except that he was in a hurry and didn't have the time to copy it, and didn't figure out that geographic location. It turned out to be the neighborhood of Baiyunguan. No wonder it felt like I was on top of an island and all I heard at night was the sound of waves. Some time ago in the Nanyang Mountain, he had a chance encounter with Taoist Master Xian Yuan of the White Cloud Temple. and it looked as if he had come here for the ancient heavenly book, and it was certain that he must know certain secrets, only that he was unable to tell them at the moment. It seemed that he would have to make a trip to the White Cloud Temple to try and find it in the neighborhood. After all, a complete heaven-opening sword formation, that power was incalculable. August 20th, 2124, 2 months before the Aura revival. At this moment, the works in the transverse mountain valley were basically completely finished, and after Su Xuan finished the phone call, he sat on the sofa with an inner peace. Wang Shi side also called, the auxiliary road of the Winchang mine day and night, the whole more than 80 excavators all out, hundreds of people at the same time, finally built a good highway, can be directly through the national highway, and the inside of the mine was cleaned up and repaired, with large amounts of trash being trucked and sent to the ocean. By his estimation, it would be possible to start shipping ore out completely next month, except that there wasn't much ore left in it, and it wasn't of high quality. The remaining mines acquired from the 9 major groups were also almost cleaned up and repaired by Su Xuan's arrangement, and basically, by October, all of them could be realized as free conveyance. Then, next, the remaining billions, Su Xuan didn't hesitate to smash it in, informing Uncle Ghost and the others, and directly hiring a whole 500 people, who were all ex-soldiers and veterans, scattered in the key places of the transportation fortresses of the 5 mining areas, for future shipments of ore. Arranging all of this, Su Xuan slowly felt relieved. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the 3 bronze swords from the Yuang tomb side. At the end of August 21-24, the 10 great families were unable to sit still and finally sent out their family's best and brightest to begin the search. The Morong family in Jiangnan. Morong Ghost looked out of the window, his hands behind his back, and the lights of all the houses were exceptionally gorgeous. Behind him were several core members of the Morong family. Let's get moving. First order of business, find these 6 bronze swords and figure it out for yourself. Second thing, find these 3 abandoned mines. Third thing, find this linden. The fourth thing, Morong Ghost issued a series of commands, while the assistant took out the corresponding pictures and marked the coordinates of the corresponding locations. Do not dishonor your mission. Morong invincible. A dozen people had their heads down and shouted at the top of their lungs. At the same time, the other lineages, one after another, launched their actions, and the collectors and merchants, too, started collecting antiques everywhere. The whole of China plunged into a storm of antiques selling. Prices increased tenfold, even hundreds of times. The whole antique world into chaos. In the imperial mansion, in the luxurious office on the topmost floor, Sheng Qingping rubbed his brows and looked at the report passed over by his men. His smile couldn't help but turn bitter as he muttered, "Oh brother Su, you are truly one step ahead of the others." A dozen of his most capable men then all entered the room and waited for orders. Use all your connections to acquire antiques. The older they are, the better, and make sure not to let them fall into the hands of the 10 great families. President. Sheng Qingping raised his eyes, scanned the crowd, and slowly said, "You must remember that everything we do in the Imperial Society is for the sake of Huaxia, and any of you who find yourselves harboring secrets and do not turn them in to the officials, or do not report them to me, will be executed as a traitor to the Imperial Society." President. Chapter 23, Going to the White Cloud Temple, Observing the Sword Formation in an Ancient Taoist Tomb. August 20th, 2124, Sea of the East Pole, Archipelago, White Cloud View. In the small secluded courtyard, under the cover of the bamboo forest, beside the stone table, Su Xuan was sipping tea with Taoist master Xian Yuan and his 2 disciples. Cup of tea, leaves verdant, root upright, tea cool and refreshing, with a little bamboo incense. Gently sip, but feel the aftertaste. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels penetrating and refreshing. Su Xuan cannot help but sigh. Good tea. Dare I ask the elder what is the name of this tea? Xian Yuan had a leisurely demeanor as he leaned back in his chair, stretched his arms out with open arms, and laughed. It hasn't been named yet, except that I found it by chance in the back of a bamboo forest, and it doesn't need to be fried, so you can drink it by boiling it directly in spring water. The 2 disciples of Xian Yuan were boredly getting high on melon seeds. The older one was called Yer. The younger one was called San Si. The latter was full of smiles and looked at Su Xuan with a friendly attitude. This person is quite nice na. Brought us so many things. It's nice to have jerky, eggs, snacks, and so many household items. After a dozen days of inquiring, combined with fragmented memories of his previous life, Su Xuan was able to find out the whereabouts of the White Cloud View. It had to be said that this island, the Sea of the East Pole, was dotted with stars, and it would be difficult to find the exact location of the White Cloud Temple if one hadn't made sufficient preparations. Su Xuan's main reason for coming this time was for the sword formation painting wall. Thus when he came to the White Cloud View, he naturally brought a large amount of items and food with him. Xian Yuan Taoist long life is light. There is no taboo. Give what to take, but also took out a good tea to entertain. The fact that Mr. Su was able to find the White Cloud Temple proves that you have a destiny with us. I wonder what's the matter this time. Xian Yuan had a head full of silver hair, but Su Xian clearly felt that compared to the last time on Nanyang Mountain, he seemed to had become a little younger, and could almost be described as a crane-haired child. Could it be that the revival of the aura had an effect on him? In his previous life, he didn't have any positive contact with him, and he didn't know much about him. In this life, it was only a one-sided relationship. But Xian Yuan gave him the feeling of being profound and mysterious. After thinking for a moment, Su Xian decided to directly indicate his intentions. Truth be told, this time I came here for the ruins of an ancient Taoist tomb, which had a mysterious sword formation drawn in it, consisting of a combination of 6 bronze swords with infinite power. According to my friend, this ancient tomb site is near the White Cloud Temple, so I want to seek help from the Taoist master. Xian Yuan's complexion changed slightly, the smile on his face disappeared. Staring at Su Xian in a daze, seeing those domineering but clear eyes, the doubts and hesitations in his heart instantly dissipated. Perhaps this is chance. After a long moment of silence, he spoke. This sword formation needs to seek out the 6 bronze swords of mysterious origin before it can be activated. It seems that you've already found them, right? Su Xian nodded. Half of it has already been collected, and the other half is close. Xian Yuan nodded, as he had expected in his mind, but instead of answering his question directly, he continued vaguely, the Great Tribulation is about to begin, and it seems you are ready for it. Just as well, the channel will make an exception. That ancient tomb site is 30 miles north of the White Cloud View, the exact location. I will map it out for you later. Su Xian was overjoyed in his heart and bowed with both hands. Thank you, Taoist. Not long after, Xian Yuan drew the location of the ancient tomb ruins on a piece of paper, folded it and handed it over to Su Xian, while saying an unspecified word. Since you have found the sword array, you should take up this karma, and no matter when, don't forget your original intention. Hearing these words, Su Xian faintly froze with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. By the way, the last time in the Dragon Tiger Temple in Tibet, what Elder Feikong said seemed to be similar to this. So what is this unseen and unknown cause and effect? At your service, Taoist Master. Su Xian nodded slightly and quickly left with the map. After he left, Kanzuya couldn't help but ask, Master, why tell him? Xian Yuan squared his shoulders. He is the one who should be robbed. 1-2 skimmed his lips. Didn't see it. The words in his heart didn't come out. He was nothing more than a coppery businessman. What kind of person was he to be counted as a person who should be robbed? On the contrary, Sansi was very fond of Su Xian, stuffing snacks into his mouth and chewing them while pretending to be deep in thought. Brother Su Xian is quite good and nice. I can feel that he must not be a bad person. What do you know about hammers? 1-2 slapped him on the head and stumbled, spitting all the snacks out of his mouth. What are you doing? Okay. Taoist Master Xian Yuan looked into the distance and, what's the rush? If Master is wrong, just pick again then. In the afternoon, Su Xian led Ahu and a few agile and sturdy men to the ancient Taoist tomb site. Under the broken walls and ruins, a wordless stone tablet was stuck diagonally into the earth, and the surface on it had already weathered, revealing a few mottled and vicissitudes. This is it. Tiger, over to you. Su Xian looked at the drawings and repeatedly compared the surrounding references, and could confirm that the entrance was right next to this stone monument. Perhaps after a long period of time, this entrance has been sealed by rocks and mud, covered with weeds, requiring manual excavation. Sir, just leave it to us. Who skillfully removed his backpack and pulled out a folding alloy shovel from it, quickly assembling it, and the 5 or 6 people beside him also took out their tools just as quickly and started digging. The group is energetic, all ex-military, and digging is not a difficult job for them. Su Xian simply propped up his tent nearby, pulled out a Luo rod, looked at the East China Sea where the sky and the sea met, and directly started flinging, and was definitely going to spend the night here tonight anyway. About 2.5 hours later, when the sun was almost about to disappear into the horizon, Ahu's sight fed back the news that the entrance to the ancient tomb had been found. Su Xian was busy dropping Luo, the Air Force anyway, and followed Tiger straight to the entrance, only to see, near the stone monument, has been dug out by these people enough a meter in diameter, depth of more than 3 meters of the deep pit, solidified below, dark, like the giant mouth of the abyssal monster, full of unknown fear. Who immediately tied a burning candle with a rope, slowly put down, has been put more than 10 meters. The candle is still not extinguished, but not in the end. There should be more than enough oxygen in there, but the depth is quite scary. Down. Su Xian did not hesitate to give the order. Having come to this ancient tomb in his previous life, there was nothing sinister about it. So under the arrangement of Ahu, these 7 or 8 experienced veterans have taken weapons, put on gas masks, slowly climbed down from the rope, until after confirming the bottom, the subsequent people which slowly fell down. It was a rather hollow ancient tomb with Taoism-related patterns painted on the walls, such as the 3 Qing portraits, the Taiji yin-yang diagram, the Bagua formation, the heavenly stems and earthly branches, and the 28 astrological stars, and so on. Su Xuan held up the torch and from memory, he finally sought out the wall that depicted the sword formation. Each person takes a picture from a different angle and goes back. Yes, all of them took pictures from different angles, stored this sword formation diagram completely in their cell phones, and then slowly exited. After getting the pictures of the sword array, Su Xuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief in his heart. This is the complete heaven-opening sword formation. With this sword formation, when the true king descends, one's talent will be in an invincible position, and Huaxiao will be saved. At the same time, the assistant Xia Wenchu's side also came to the phone. Partridge Real and 81 Real has found the other 3 bronze swords. Tomorrow we'll go to Tianjing delivery. Su Xian's spirit was revitalized, and he immediately decided to take a helicopter back to Tianjing early the next morning. Chapter 24, All Things Being Ready. A Vision from the Heavens. September 20th, 2124. Yokohama Valley. Su Xuan looked at the steps and cable cars that had already been created, as well as the highway leading to the main road, already as well as the large pile of treasures that he had carried over in the valley, as well as the 6 bronze swords that were inserted according to the layout of the sword formation diagram. His heart was without any ripples. Now that everything was ready, Su Xuan even mortgaged his villa and built a simple place to live in Hangduan Mountain, hiring a full 800 detachments to post guards around the area, even through Uncle Ghost and others. Some of the officials were entrusted to pay attention and take care of all the security over here to ensure that it would be foolproof before the aura revival came. Mr. Su, already according to your instructions, 360 alarm devices have been placed near Hangduan Mountain, 500 mercenaries equivalent to the strength of the elite armed police, and in addition in this city, the security team is able to send a full 1,000-man team to support them at any time, and they will be able to arrive within 10 minutes. Xia Wenxi stood aside and began to report on the situation around him. Su Xuan nodded silently, still feeling that it wasn't enough. In his previous life, he had personally seen the madness of that group of lineages, almost to the point of immortality. Even after the revival of the aura, this group of people set up their own families and established powerful forces that fought against the officials. All kinds of phenomena show that this group of veteran families, when they reach a certain point, will become exceptionally crazy, regardless of the cost and sacrifices, so as to achieve their own goals. After pondering for a moment, Su Xuan continued to give orders. This defense force, it's not enough. You immediately call Uncle Ghost and ask him to withdraw some of the people sent to protect the highway and arrange all of them in the vicinity of Hangduan Mountain to support these mercenaries, at least 500 of them. It was time to use the forces that had been operating for so many years, as long as they carried on with the attack and waited until the aura recovered. Then these lineages or the ancient ferocious beasts, or the 9 major groups, or that group of so-called prophets, were not enough to worry about. Su Xian's eyes revealed a strong confidence, but his heart was still somewhat apprehensive. In this life, he had done his best to lay out and do everything he could think of, and it was impossible to assess what extent he would be able to achieve by then. Anyway, there is one thing, and that is that it is certainly far superior to the last one. According to the categorization of the treasures, Su Xuan planned ahead. In the valley of Hangduan Mountain, 6 bronze swords are placed according to the position of the 5 elements. Rift Sky is in the center, the core of the sword formation, also called the eye of the formation. Morning Glory is gold and is placed in the northwest. Dawn is of wood and is placed in the east. Broken Water is water and is placed in the north. Voodoo is fire and is placed in the south. The Chaotic Spirit is of earth and is placed in the southwest direction. 5 directions, arching the ancient sword of heaven splitting in the center. This is the complete version of the heaven-opening sword formation in that Taoist ancient tomb sword formation diagram. Bodhi Seed Su Xuan, on the other hand, carry with him, wait until the recovery of aura. This object will undergo a huge change. It is said to be related to the aspect of enlightenment. The specific how cannot be known now. The 1,000-year lightning strike wood and the ancestral dragon's tendon were placed together, and these 2 items could be put into the furnace in the secret realm to forge divine weapons and sharp blades. The heavenly meteorite that was auctioned off at a cost of $1 billion was placed alongside the dragon-shaped stone gifted by Elder Feikong, as well as the ancient jade of the Shang and Zhou dynasties acquired from the auction, which were similarly likely to forge immortal-level treasures and blades. The tens of thousands of dried-up elixir stones, on the other hand, were all piled up together, and when the aura was infused, these items would become true elixirs, and the realm enhancement would be drastically increased at that time. The rest of the various antiques collected from the side of the 9 groups, Su Xuan settled in another place. The valley is relatively large in size and space, and there is surprisingly not much room left after filling it with these things. At the same time, Su Xuan also carved out a super large flat piece of land on the mountainside and covered it with a thick alloy shed, fitted it with doors and windows, all of which were used to store spirit stones. With everything prepared, Su Xuan simply stayed at Hangduan Mountain and began to slowly adapt to the various climates over here. On September 30th, 2124, all of Huaxia took a holiday to celebrate the most important holiday, Huaxia National Day. After a busy day at work and school, people buy tickets, or drive themselves, and embark on a journey to various tourist attractions. In a wildlife park somewhere in the northeast, crowded with people, the narrator, with a microphone attached to his chest, began to give a colorful introduction. The northeastern tiger, family Catidae, genus Panthera, is the largest feline in existence. The northeastern tiger standing in front of you now is called Xiaohua, a 4-year-old girl, usually quiet, likes to eat meat, but occasionally a little fierce. Children, please stand far away. Just then, suddenly a little girl pointed at the burly northeastern tiger and called out crisply, "That tiger? How did he change into 8 feet in legs? Kids, you're so funny." The commentator smiled slightly and cast a kind look at the little girl. "Auntie, it's true ah." At the same time, there was a commotion in the crowd, and the commentator, whose face was suddenly changed, could not help looking back, and found the northeastern tiger that had been spending time together. The girl called Little Flower, unexpectedly expanded in size and hardened 8 feet, tilted her head back and roared violently, directly slapping down with a claw, denting the steel cage. The narrator blanched, but remained calm inside, pulling a workman next to him, almost shouting, "Quickly, quick, hurry up, activate the red alert, call the armed forces over, and put the entire zoo on level 1 alert." Almost at the same time, there was a scream of fear throughout the zoo, followed by a mass of people scrambling toward the netting like a tidal wave, while the skinny children were jostled around, fell to the ground, and were even trampled and pushed. Right at this moment, a majestic voice suddenly rang out of thin air. "Everyone, don't panic. Line up in an orderly manner and leave quickly. If there is any disobedience, it will be dealt with according to disturbing the order." The moment these words were spoken, they instantly shocked the chaotic crowd, and a few youths with dyed yellow hair tried to drill their way out of the crowd, and were directly pressed to the ground by a few armed men, unable to move. The remaining people no longer dared to rush blindly, and they retreated in an orderly manner under the leadership of the staff. Southwest, some remote village, a few farmers were cutting rice in the paddy fields, and the sun overhead was no longer as poisonous as it had been in June and July, but it was still hot and dry. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound in the sky. One farmer looked up, and a horrible sight was reflected in his eyes, only to see countless hailstones descending from the sky, falling on people's heads, very raw and painful, as hard as a stone, and coming with great force. "Hurry home, the hail is coming." A witty lad, at once, put on his hat, and, pulling out his voice, shouted wildly, while running up and down without stopping, "Jiangnan, a playground, black clouds destroying the city, tornadoes raging out of nowhere," screams and terrified voices. The scene was instantly thrown into chaos. Officials directly deployed a squad of 500 people and began directing the crowd to evacuate to the nearest shelter in an orderly fashion. In this instant, the 9 states of China, the 5 lakes, and the 4 corners of the world, the sky descended with visions, giant hailstorms not encountered in 800 years, mutated beasts, never before seen super tornadoes, powerful and terrifying earthquakes, mudslides, tsunamis, typhoons. The natural disaster landed in China in a matter of moments. Meanwhile, the world is facing a horrific natural disaster. In the country of Sakura, a tsunami of unprecedented magnitude occurs, destroying a dozen harbors in an instant and claiming thousands of lives. Rice, a rare earthquake, and entire state skyscrapers, destroyed more than half. Tens of thousands of people died. Britain, a typhoon not seen in 1,000 years in the Straits, directly destroying hundreds of ships at sea. Australia, the formerly docile kangaroo, part of the sudden mutation, the size of the body expanded several times, unusually violent. In just one day, thousands of people were bitten alive. There are corpses everywhere. A natural disaster that has ravaged the globe is rapidly approaching, and mankind is facing a very horrible crisis. Chapter 25, The Morong Family's Anger. 10 great families ask questions across the sky. The 4th of July in 2124 was a holiday that will be remembered for a lifetime. Our station has reported that the sky has recently been filled with visions, and different regions have been struck by natural disasters rarely seen in 1,000 years. In the northwest, there were 3 consecutive days of extreme sunshine, sustained high temperatures of 50 degrees, riverbeds dried up, crops died, and the whole territory was short of water. In the southwest, there was a rare large hailstorm that lasted for a full 40 hours, damaging 10,000 hectares of crops. There were varying degrees of tsunamis along the coast, with some 6 ports inundated, causing varying degrees of casualties, and the southeast was hit by a rare torrential downpour, with 10 meters of precipitation in 2 days, flooding thousands of villages and keeping search teams awake for more than 30 hours. The country attaches great importance to this, and a total of 8,000 teams have been dispatched to support various places. China is a disaster-prone country and a resilient nation, and in the face of natural disasters, China's search and rescue teams rushed to the forefront and stood with the people. This is a continuing broadcast, and I'm the host, Ice. Su Xuan half laid on the sofa, picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. Sure enough, and the previous life exactly the same. Less than a month, natural disasters, animal mutation. The whole territory of China appeared in varying degrees of casualties. The good thing is that the people of this nation are one side of the difficulties of the 8 sides of the support, and soon have to join the search and rescue brigade, and the natural disaster to start the fight. And it won't take long for these disasters to pass. Once again, it embodies the spirit and fearless perseverance of the children of China in their hard work, unity and self-reliance. Jiangnan, Morong family. Morong Ghost stood outside the window, looking at the rescue team that was shuttling back and forth and busy downstairs, looking at those weak and helpless masses. A hint of cold smile and mockery spread on his face. His hands negatively behind him, coldly said, "Natural disasters are just a good means of screening for good genes. Society is like nature. The fittest survives. When the riots come, when the great catastrophe arrives, the weak survive between the cracks until they are eliminated, and the powerful prepare in advance, ride the wave and continue to accumulate resources. And I, the Morong family, will stand at the pinnacle of Chinese families and show the world what is the heritage of the oldest family in China." The children and grandchildren of the Morong family behind them were all admiring and praising. All of this is the wise leadership and careful planning of the old ancestor. Although Morong Ghost was already old and had experienced countless great storms, he was still quite flattered by these flattery, and could not help but turn his head and look at his most satisfied grandson, saying, "In the near future, when the entire turmoil comes, the land of the 9 states will surely be plunged into a new chaos, and it's not impossible that the classes will be reconfigured and the rivers and mountains will change hands. You have to study hard and run a good business. The future of the Morong family can be in your hands." The young man immediately felt overwhelmed with excitement, his body shaking as he nodded his head fiercely. "It's all because old ancestor taught me well. My grandson will definitely work hard to grow and develop the Morong family under old ancestor's leadership." The remaining few young men, on the other hand, were casting envious glances towards him. Being favored by the old ancestor was tantamount to proclaiming the great power of the Morong family. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and a slightly urgent voice came from outside. "Old ancestor, we're back." Since Morong Ghost had not been informed in advance, he did not know how well things had been done by these people who had arranged it, but he was convinced that there must be no mistakes, and a rare smile appeared on his old orange-skinned face. "Come in." Then turning to the group of young men, he said, "See, our Morong family does things so efficiently. In a moment you guys perk up your ears and listen well to how old ancestor lays out his plans." "Yes, old ancestor." The crowd nodded in unison and gathered around the old ancestor, a very serious look appearing on their faces. Afterwards, several middle-aged men wearing black coats with biting murderous aura slowly walked into the room, and the moment they saw Morong Fu, they directly flung themselves on the ground. The smile on Morong Ghost's face instantly froze, his heart flooded with a bad premonition. Frowning and letting out a chortle. "What's going on? Is it?" One of the burly Hans answered in a hurry. "Old ancestor, this time we found an expert in the tomb raiding world, scouted out the location of the Yuan tomb, and went in to look for it, and found that the bronze sword had been stolen and shortcut." Morong Ghost's complexion changed dramatically after hearing this, instantly bursting into a rage, his veins bulging at the corners of his eyes as he shouted angrily, "What do you mean? It's gone? How is that possible?" For the sake of this matter, I started laying out my plans not knowing how long in advance of those families. For this moment, I have laid out a whole decade and spent a full $50 million. In order to get the bronze sword unknowingly at the moment of disaster. "Now you're telling me it's missing?" Angry roars resounded throughout the room. Morong Ghost's face was green, his beard and hair flared. The people inside the room were trembling, their heads were lowered, they didn't dare to make a sound. Fear instantly filled their hearts. "Wastes, You're all trash. Morong Ghost swept a glance at the crowd, raised his hands, and shouted curses, his body trembling with rage. And, find out for me immediately. When you find out who it is, immediately use all your power to recapture it. This bronze sword has long belonged to my Morong family. Whoever dares to steal it, I'll let him die without a burial place. The Hanyu who opened his mouth at first answered in a hurry. Old ancestor, based on our multiple inquiries and probes, we've locked in the suspect, and it's none other than Su Xuan, the former chairman of the North Star Group. Morong Ghost's brow furrowed as he paced back and forth. Su Xuan, the son of Su Jie, the young man who has been frantically acquiring antiques in recent months and has been named by the media as the #1 loser in China? Exactly. Morong Ghost reacted in an instant. Furious. Yeah, he was fooled by him. The media has been reporting that creating his loser persona is surprisingly laid out in advance. It looks like this has his own modus operandi. Good boy. Deep hiding awe. You immediately send people, no matter what method, must bring back the bronze sword. Just then, another person began to report back. Old ancestor, the 2 abandoned mines we targeted have also long since been acquired by Su Xuan and have been extensively cleaned up, and have even built highways around them and sent heavy troops to guard them. Old ancestor, those jade and elixir stones you wanted were also collected by Su Xuan from the side of the Imperial Kings Association. Old ancestor, the Bodhi stone has fallen into Su Xuan's hands. Old ancestor, listening to the report of his men, Morong Ghost's face became even more ironic. Unable to bear it, he directly blasted his fist on the table. The huge force smashed the table directly into a dent of a few inches, and took a deep breath and said, all stepping on the horse are stupid and wasteful. Being played by a young man, this Luo Xun is also a brain-dead thing. What should we do now? Old ancestor, according to the returns of our scouts, Su Xuan has already hired at least thousands of veterans and even has a large number of heavy weapons in his hands, so if we attack rashly, we might not be able to curry favor. The middle-aged man at the head of the group, with his head bowed, elaborated on the current situation and circumstances. Morong Ghost paced back and forth. His head turned rapidly and began to think of countermeasures. The others did not dare to utter an atmosphere, and the entire room fell into a very quiet scene. About 5 minutes later, Morong Ghost swept a glance at the crowd and said with a gloomy expression, immediately contact the 9 great lineages and tell them that all of our planning has been intercepted by Su Xuan. Our Morong family intends to step in and take back everything that belongs to us, and they, the other few families, will see to it themselves. Yes, old ancestor. At the same time, the other 9 great families of China have reported the same situation as the Morong family, planning for many years, were intercepted by Su Xuan. The basket is empty. After a long afternoon meeting, the helmsmen of the 10 great families reached an agreement, and together they approached Su Xuan to claim the treasures and mines that originally belonged to them, and even quickly worked out a distribution mechanism in accordance with the contributions made and the size of their status today. Thus, the representatives of the 10 great families shouted across the room, demanding that Su Xuan return what did not belong to him. For that, they are willing to pay 30% of the price. Otherwise, they will have to meet in arms, and when that happens, they are bound to make a scene. In the Hongduan Mountain Valley, Su Xuan directly tore up the letter sent over by the 10 great families after reading it, and acted swiftly. Immediately notify all units to enter a state of first-degree readiness, and if they dare to come, strike, and I'll bear all the consequences. Su Xuan gave the order to his assistant to prepare for battle, his eyes flashing with madness. The great chaos will come. There is no fear. As long as these families dare to come, one will never be soft. And when the aura is revived, this group of people is even more insufficient to worry about, and it is not difficult to kill him. Yes, sir. The assistant slowly walked out of the valley and began to spread Su Xuan's orders to every place. Chapter 26, One step further and you'll be killed without pardon. October 15, 2124, 5 days before the aura revival. As the disaster continued to unfold, officials from all over the world dispatched almost all of their agency personnel to form temporary search and rescue teams, intelligence analysis teams, scientific research teams, and so on, especially in Huaxia. All the personnel of governmental organizations, all of them put into the rescue team, and they did not hesitate to leave their comfortable rooms and rush into the front line of danger at the call of the country. If we are to live and die for the sake of our country, will we not avoid it because of misfortune? The People's Army, the troops of the military districts, mobilized all their forces, and the people of the whole of China, all consciously assumed the role of rescue work, and fought against the natural disaster and the alienation continuously and unceasingly. And at this moment, the helmsmen of the 10 great families finally decided to take forceful measures to reclaim what belonged to them after Su Xuan tore up the letter after several days of heated discussions. We must immediately seize Hengduan Mountain, recapture everything Su Xuan acquired, put it all together in a centralized location, and then proceed to start distributing it. In addition, the 5 major mining areas, immediately send people to seize them, and use strong force to deter them, so that they will obediently hand them over. Now that the official armies have all gone to defend the borders against those mutated animals or join in the search and rescue operations, they are simply powerless to restrain us. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once we miss it, our 10 great families will surely be plunged into the point of no return. Morong Ghost, as the lead brother, made his own suggestion. I second that. I agree. The Morong family head is right. We can't just sit back and wait for death. We must take thunderous measures. Agreed. Thus, while the officials were devoting their energies to rescue and search, and maintenance of law and order, the 10 great families had dispatched all of their family's strength, and together they traveled to Su Xuan's base camp, Hengduan Mountain. When hundreds of trucks, transporting thousands of people to the city where Hengduan Mountain was located, and came along the highway in great numbers, Su Xuan had already been informed. He immediately summoned all the forces he had previously arranged, and all of them assembled at Hengduan Mountain, putting in a whole brigade of 1,000 men, equipped with a bunch of heavy weapons, and standing by. After all the weapons were set up, Su Xuan stood at Hengduan Mountain and looked downwards, and through the binoculars, he could really see the dusty and voluminous hordes on the highway. Meanwhile, Hu piloted the helicopter, forming a handhold with the defense of Hengduan Mountain, which could provide a constant stream of intelligence information, as well as transport Su Xuan out of the dangerous situation at any time. Standing next to Su Xuan were the core henchmen of the North Star Group. All of them had crossed over from the mountains of swords and seas of fire, and at this moment, faced with a real battle, they also appeared to be very nervous. Rumble. With the roar of the cars, the convoy of the 10 great families slowly arrived at the foot of Hengduan Mountain, and on the wide open space, hundreds of people from the 10 great families began to quickly assemble, and assembled their weapons, ready to launch an attack. Su Xuan stretched out his right hand, and the defense teams on Hengduan Mountain had their bullets loaded, aiming at the foot of the mountain position, just waiting for an order to pour out billions of bullets. With the advantage of geography, Su Xuan's side occupied a very important initiative. After lining up the queue, Morong Ghost, under the protection of several bodyguards, slowly came to the foot of the mountain, looked at Su Xuan on the mountainside, took over the horn, and shouted loudly, "Su Xuan, old man to your father Su Jie, now I'll give you 10 minutes to think. If you can hand over everything, we'll withdraw our troops instantly and promise not to make things difficult for you anymore. If you dare to resist, we, the 10 great families, will surely step on this place, blood-staining the Hengduan Mountain, and you will all become lonely ghosts." The voice is loud, echoing back and forth between the entire Hengduan Mountain, the presence of 2,000 people. Every one of them heard clearly, so they have all looked at Su Xuan, looking at the former chairman of the North Star Group. The media named China's first loser of the youth. Everyone was waiting for Su Xuan's response. After all, the other party was the top 10 families in China and the strongest unofficial force. It could be said that in the whole of China, apart from the official forces, they represented the pinnacle of strength and power. And at this moment, the 10 great lineages had joined forces just for a young man who was less than 30 years old, and had even formed a confrontation. Suddenly, on the mountain peak, a fierce wind gusted, blowing Su Xuan's windbreaker around. Su Xuan took the megaphone handed over by his assistant and spat out a few words in a tone that was murderous and indifferent to the extreme to the troops of the 10 great families at the foot of the mountain. "Take a step further and kill without pardon." Hiss. The whole room was silent, and a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared at this young man with wide eyes, not daring to believe. With that cold voice without the slightest bit of emotion echoing in their ears. No amnesty for killing. How many years? Since the creation of the 10 great families. Through how many dynasties? Even the imperial relatives during the feudal period had not spoken to them in this tone. It could be said that they held almost half of the resources in the whole of China. But, now, right in front of them, a young man in his 20s, told them, further, no amnesty for killing. What kind of arrogance is that? How outrageous is this? Morong Fu's face was cloudy. His heart was flooded with shocking waves. A shocking murderous aura flowed out of his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, looked at each other with the other 9 family heads, nodded their heads, and then gave the order. Forward. He didn't believe that Su Xuan dared to resist. He didn't believe that Su Xuan dared to go against the 10 great families. At his command, the troops at the foot of the mountain pulled back their guns and took one step toward the transverse mountain. They were the core figures of the 10 great families, and they did not fear death. When Su Xuan saw this, he let out a cold smile and gave the order without hesitation. Shoot. In the previous life, These 10 great families finally, without exception, all surrendered to the foreigners, and carried out a massacre of their Chinese counterparts without blinking an eye. And one of the reasons that allowed them to grow rapidly was that they got their hands on those treasures and gained access to the mines. They used the depths of Huaxia to kill their own compatriots, only for the true king of the ancient race to descend and take a caste from them. And their backsliding has cost Chinese officials a lot of money. In this life, I will not let you have your way. At Su Xuan's order, the group of veterans, without any hesitation, directly shot. Whoosh, whoosh, the bullets slid down like meteors, firing at the front of the Saya troops and splattering dust. This round of gunfire is just a warning. Those people instantly panicked and stopped in their tracks. As for Maroon Ghost and the others, horror appeared on their faces. They couldn't believe that Su Xuan really dared to shoot, and for a moment, they actually appeared to be riding a bit hard. Enter, and blood will surely flow. Retreat and lose face. In or out? In this instant, the hearts of the helmsmen of the 10 great lineages unexpectedly surged with horror and indecision, as well as fear of Su Xuan. He, however, really shot the gun. What to do? Several other people looked at Maroon Ghost with an anxious demeanor. Maroon Ghost took a deep breath and panicked inside. How the hell do I know what to do? You guys don't have a brain? But the face didn't show it. At the same time, his cell phone suddenly rang, and when he answered it, a very anxious voice came from there. Old ancestor. Those of us who were heading to the mining area were surrounded by a large number of armed forces dispatched by Su Xuan. Right now, we can't get away at all. They're all carrying a large number of heavy weapons. What should we do? Morong Fu took a deep breath and then cursed angrily. Asterisk 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 in hell. How the hell do I know what to do? Then he hung up directly, glanced at the dazed people around him, and replied, hopelessly, withdraw. It won't be too late for us to come back when the Great Tribulation comes, and at that time, we'll be stronger than we are now. Withdraw. So this vast crowd began to retreat in panic. Su Xuan calmly watched the scene, and inwardly laughed coldly. When 5 days later, you guys are nothing. Chapter 27 Aura Recovery arrives. Bodhi Fusion 10,000-fold enlightenment. When the 10 great lineages withdrew from Hongduan Mountain, for the lineage troops that were detained in the major mining areas, Su Xian's order was to disarm them all and then bind them with iron cables. No matter who they were not to be released. In this way, the 10 great families this time, not only did they fail to achieve their goal, but they lost several hundred people in the 5 mining areas. And after understanding these things, the 9 major groups in Tianjing, each one of them pounded their chests and felt remorse. I regret that I shouldn't have sold these antiques to Su Xuan. Having already received the news of the impending cataclysm, Luo Xun was chagrined at the moment. It was the same with the other 9 groups, who used all their connections and were ultimately able to acquire very little. The entire antique world, the Emperor's Club, had almost all been looted, and most of it had entered Su Xian's hands again. Over 40 billion. The whole 40 billion. Luo Xun was so furious that he directly smashed the vase he bought for hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's all a conspiracy. Su Xuan, you deserve to die. Starting with the sale of shares, step by step, you fought ahead. Damn it. October 20th, 2124, 12 a.m. The moment the clock struck midnight, Su Xuan sat quietly in the Hongduan Mountain Valley, and at his request, the core members of the North Star Group, none of them slept. Everyone was waiting for this moment. Rumble. In an instant, deep in the sky, there were thunderous rolls that resounded through the night sky, and then, countless incandescent lightning bolts descended, tearing the night sky open. Meanwhile, the winds were raging and the rain was pouring down. Between the mountains and the forests came the creepy growls of beasts. In front of the eyes of several people, some unknown plants suddenly grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly rising to a height of 4 or 5 meters. A rich aura echoed through the transverse mountain valley, a dense purple mist that instantly enveloped the entire valley. A familiar aura surged into Su Xian's limbs and bones. Su Xuan opened his eyes, carefully feeling this familiar feeling that spanned 2 lifetimes. He knew that the moment that had been laid out for 8 months and eagerly awaited had arrived. At this moment, the global aura is reviving. All living things that grow at an unheard of rate. Humans stand at the top of the food chain, naturally more so. As the aura surged in, Su Xuan opened his hands and felt it with his heart. At the same time, the treasures he had placed long ago were slowly absorbing the uncharacteristically dense aura. First was the string of dried-up Bodhi seeds, frantically drawing in all the surrounding aura, emitting a dazzling light, while its originally pitch-black exterior began to slowly peel off, revealing a golden piece inside that was very dazzling. Subsequently, this Bodhi seed seemed to be under some kind of magical power and began to slowly rise up, suspended in the void, and approached Su Xian step by step. Feeling the powerful power emanating from within the Bodhi seed, Su Xian's mind was calm and didn't reject it, allowing that Bodhi seed to slowly disappear into his brow. Abruptly, a powerful force emanated from the sea of consciousness, and Su Xian sat cross-legged, feeling that he had entered a very mysterious state. Bodhi seed meets master. Fusion in progress, current progress 1%. From his mind came the prompt. Su Xian couldn't help but be ecstatic. This Bodhi seed is a long-time spirit, has already possessed spirituality. At this moment to recognize the master, wait until all fusion, will certainly bring unexpected benefits, then decided to wait quietly. Closing his eyes, an image suddenly came into his mind. In a white, uncharted land, a long-haired monk with antlers on his head, clad in an ornate emerald green tunic, and leaning on a wooden walking stick, walks slowly forward. I don't know how long I walked, I don't know how long it took, but the monk came to a boulder and pulled out a thumb-sized Bodhi seed from his bosom and sprinkled it into the earth. Within moments, the seed germinated and broke through the ground, and a shoot grew. When the monk saw this, he was so satisfied that he immediately placed his walking stick on the ground, sat down on the floor, and muttered the recitation. Bodhi has no tree, and a mirror is not a platform. There is no such thing as dust. The monk's figure then gradually became transparent and disappeared. Fusion successful. Current progress 100%. You have fused the Bodhi seed and are currently in the seedling stage. Your enlightenment has increased 10,000 times, as if an instant had passed, and as if a long century had passed. Su Xian slowly opened his eyes, his heart at peace. With his divine sense open, he could clearly see that in his mind, the Bodhi tree sapling was frantically absorbing aura and growing strong, but it's still in its seedling state, and it's clear that there should be plenty of room for growth. In his previous life, it had taken him 15 years to break through to the early stage of the divine hidden realm. This life, with the Bodhi seed's 10,000 times enlightenment boost, it should be much faster. According to the division of the realms in the previous world, from low to high, they were the forging body realm, the pulse-shaping realm, the divine hidden realm, the heavenly yuan realm, the ascension realm, the heavenly opening realm, the immortal realm, the dominator realm, and the two realms that only existed in legends and whose names were unknown to this day. Until the time he was killed by the ferocious beast, the highest realm in the whole of China was only the Tian Yuan realm. As for the realms behind it, they were completely unknown. In this life, Su Xian was well prepared and had great confidence that he could surpass the divine hidden realm. After completely absorbing the Bodhi seed, Su Xian's body was covered with a dense golden light that crossed with those purple auras, instantly becoming mysterious. At this moment, the globe was flooded with rich auras, and the lineages that had made preparations in advance didn't sleep at all and began to absorb the auras in preparation for practicing. And those who don't know any better are probably still asleep. Morong family. Morong Ghost closed his eyes and sat in the center of the room. Beside him there were dozens of potion stones, which at the moment exuded a rich aura after being invaded by aura. Without hesitation, Morong Ghost grabbed 7 or 8 pills and directly stuffed them into his mouth. At that instant, an abundant and majestic aura ran through all his limbs. The muscles on his arms rumbled and bulged, and the wrinkles on his face began to slowly disappear. And for such a moment, he felt that he was at least 20 years younger, and his body was full of energy. After a full hour, he opened his eyes and exhaled, a confident smile spreading across his face. Next time, it should be time to officially enter the forging realm. The surrounding younger generation of the Morong family hurriedly complimented them. The old ancestor's sword has not yet aged. His enlightenment is heaven-defying. He will surely become the first person to break through to the body forging realm. Congratulations, old ancestor. Congratulations, old ancestor. Morong Ghost enjoyed the praise of his children and grandchildren. A trace of resentment and disdain appeared on his face, and he laughed coldly inwardly. Su Xian, let you live for a few more days. When I break through the forging realm, I will definitely kill you. In the central state, the Li family, as one of the top 10 families in Huaxia, had also collected some of the spirit pills and antiques in advance, with the aim of allowing the 3 members of the younger generation of the Li family to grab the first opportunity to cultivate. In the basement, the 3 young men sat down on the floor one after another, closed their eyes, and began to digest the aura they had absorbed. Suddenly, a young man opened his eyes in ecstasy. Breakthrough! I feel that my body's strength has reached a new level, with 9 out of the sinews and bones in my body, one of which has been quenched and is like steel. Yes! The old ancestor of the Li clan's eyes shot out a brilliant light. His heart was ecstatic. To step into the body forging realm in an hour was truly a genius. At the same time, the 10 great families, which had laid out and concentrated all their resources, allowed the geniuses of their families to cultivate and make breakthroughs, and most of them were able to step into the first level of the forging realm an hour later, rejoicing in their joy. The ordinary people who did not have the resources, on the other hand, struggled with their senses and were never able to get started, and at best, they felt that their body strength was greater. Crossing the mountain valley, Su Xuan didn't choose to cultivate for a breakthrough in the first place, but instead began to inventory the changes after the influx of aura. The secret realm of the Hangduan mountain valley had yet to be fully revealed, but the spiritual qi inside was already very dense, at least 50 times denser than in his previous life. The bronze sword didn't respond much, and it looked like it needed to be prodded through the sword formation diagram. Along with something crucial, the Bodhi seed has been absorbed and the enlightenment has increased 10,000 times. The ancient jade stone of the Shangzhou dynasty, which had changed, was filled with a rich aura, and as long as it was held in one's hand, one could sense it in a constant stream. The ancestral dragon's tendon, 1,000 years of lightning strike wood, has just changed, so I guess it will take some time. The meteorite didn't look like it had changed in any way. It was still a black pile, and what had undergone the greatest change was the 10,000 pill stones that had been acquired from Emperor's Guild President Shang Qingping, and at this moment, after completely absorbing the spiritual qi, the surface layer was completely peeled off, revealing a rich medicinal fragrance. Okay, next start cultivating the realm. Chapter 28, One Step to the 9th Level of the Pulse-Shaping Realm. Attention of mysterious forces. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, Su Xuan directly grabbed the pills on the ground and stuffed them into his mouth. Then holding the ancient jade in his hand, he took out a body forging technique, the innate body tempering technique, and began to embark on cultivation. After the elixir was chewed, the rich aura quickly scurried through the body, running through all the limbs and bones, arising from the dantian, swimming all around the body, and converging into the sea of qi, the snow mountain, like drinking a bottle of frozen watermelon juice on a hot sunny day. The coolness that soaks through the heart spreads throughout the body, followed by a hint of soreness. Su Xuan clearly felt as if there was a small knife in his bones, scraping them incessantly, emitting a toothsome friction sound as well as an unbearable stabbing pain. At the same time, Su Xuan felt as if his skin began to crack and then reorganize nonstop for dozens of times without stopping, and with each regrowth, the skin became smoother and tougher. The tendons and veins in the body, too, were suffering from the countless impacts of the aura, and were sore and swollen. Su Xuan gritted his teeth and insisted, compared to his last life, this time, the movement was simply hundreds of times greater, and the pain had also increased many times, and according to what the Chinese geniuses of the previous life had said, they had encountered a similar situation when they were forging their bodies at that time. The so-called body forging realm was actually based on the gong method, absorbing spiritual qi, constantly quenching the sinews and epidermis, and continually refining the body in order to reach a level where it could withstand the onslaught of spiritual qi. If it can be withstood and all the transformation is successful, then it will break through successfully. If one could not withstand it, or gave up in the middle of the process, then they would remain at the forging realm until they broke through. The forging realm also had 9 levels, and for each level, one would have to go through quite a painful quenching process for 9 whole times, and if all of them succeeded, one would enter the second realm, pulse shaping, and according to the summarization of cultivators in their previous lives, the more pain they endured at the forging realm, the greater the strength of their bodies to improve. The same body forging realm first level, there might be a difference of hundreds of times in body strength, and the strength of the body determines the upper limit value of cultivation in the future. After all, when the aura was revived, the pre-existing period became a high martial world. About 3 minutes later, Su Xuan endured wave after wave of aura impacts, and after completing his cultivation according to the mantra and stances above the innate body tempering technique, he smoothly entered the second level of the body forging realm. Opening his eyes and taking a long breath, Su Xuan's back was sticky, many black impurities and clothes stuck together. His skin became smoother and textured, and his body was full of strength inside. Su Xuan couldn't help but squeeze his fist and gently swing it out. Boom! The fist smashed into the walls of the valley, directly smashing the rocks into pieces, swiftly falling and even causing a tremor. Su Xuan was shocked. This was only the first level of the body forging realm. He had only used 10% of his power, and he was able to reach such a terrifying point? In my previous life, I couldn't even reach this level even when I reached the third level of body forging, right? Afterwards, Su Xuan continued to grab Danyang and stuffed it inside his mouth, his eyes glowing fiercely. Again, boom! After the medicinal power was dispersed, the speed of absorbing the aura directly increased by countless times, frantically absorbing it, and then another familiar set of combinations, quenching the sinews, bones, and skin. 3 minutes later, Su Xuan opened his eyes and had already reached the second level of the body forging realm. The strength of his entire body had increased by more than 10 times. Su Xuan was now confident that he would be able to kill a tiger with one punch. Again, Su Xuan ignored the soreness and fatigue after the severe pain, His eyes were crazy as he grabbed the pills on the ground and poured them hard inside his mouth. Week after week, after many consecutive times, Su Xuan's back was already drenched in sweat. His hair was all stuck to his scalp. A thick layer of impurities gushed out from the surface of his body, and the realm had reached the 9th level of the body forging realm. Su Xuan opened his eyes. A golden yellow light suddenly rose in his eyes. It was the sign of the innate body tempering technique ascending to its great completion. His body was filled with majestic power, as if it was like a torrential river flowing endlessly. In my previous life, it took me a full 3 years to reach the 9th level of the body forging realm, and it was far from being as powerful as it is now. But I didn't expect that in this life. It was done in just half an hour. Based on the experience of previous generations, those ancient lineage geniuses who reached the 9th level of the body forging realm the fastest also took a full 3 days and consumed a large amount of resources to reach it. At the speed I'm at now, I'm afraid that if it were known, it would cause shockwaves. After a moment's thought, Su Xuan simply took off his top, revealing his perfect silhouette and toned muscles. 185 in height, gnarled and muscular, full of explosive power and the beauty of the golden ratio. Continuing to grab the pills, he stuffed them all into his mouth, preparing to break through the second realm pulse shaping. In order to increase the success rate and not allow the aura impact to be interrupted, Su Xuan simply grabbed 10 handfuls of pills and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing frantically with utter madness in his eyes. Because he could foresee how the ferocious beasts would descend soon and tear apart the defensive positions of China and trample on the homeland. And only by growing fast could he fend off the ferocious beasts. Closing his eyes, he let the aura rush through his body, tearing and reorganizing the bones, tendons, and also skin tissues inside his body. Over and over again, drilling pain came, and Su Xuan gritted his teeth to endure it bitterly. I don't know how long it took, but I finally felt the barriers in my body leave with a bang, and countless auras poured into the middle of the chi meridians. Su Xuan opened his eyes and was ecstatic. It worked. You cultivated the strongest body forging realm and break through to the pulse shaping realm, becoming the body of an innate martial god and increasing the strength of your roots and bones by 10,000 times. After hearing the prompt, Su Xuan was pleasantly surprised but also a bit puzzled. The body of an innate martial god was simply unheard of in the previous world. Even those geniuses of the ancient lineages, those heavenly prides of the ancient clans, and foreign powerhouses had not attained it. According to the description of a certain powerful old lunatic of the human race, only in the ancient times did a strong person reach it. But what exactly was the ancient period? Why there were these cultivation systems in the ancient period? Why the inheritance was interrupted in the middle? Why the aura recovered after many years? And a series of other questions. No one knows. After reaching the pulse-shaping realm, Su Xuan had no intention of stopping, but instead found a pulse-shaping technique. The pulse-washing scroll scripture. The author of this gong method is unknown, but it is recorded in it how to open up the 8 channels, open up the 2 veins, wash away the impurities in the tendons and veins, which is just the same as the open up the tendons and veins, and lead the chi into the body that this pulse-shaping realm is talking about. As the elixir entered the body and the aura poured into the sinews, an abnormal soreness and swelling came through, a feeling that was even more tormenting than quenching the body. Su Xuan clenched his teeth and insisted, suddenly realizing that the ancient jade beside him was transmitting a soft tugging force that seemed to be able to neutralize this soreness. So he hastily grabbed the Shangzhou ancient jade. Instantly, a strange and warm dark green aura slowly surged into the body through the sinews and, together with the aura, widened, cleansed, and remodeled the sinews. This time, it took a full hour, enduring countless times of pain, until after the ancient jade of Shangzhou in his hand dimmed, Su Xuan reached the 9th level of the pulse-shaping realm. Unlike the physical changes at the forging realm, he felt the chi had finally appeared in his body, and it was hundreds of times more than in his previous life. The width and capacity of the tendons and veins had even increased by an unknown amount. Su Xuan slowly stood up, stretching out his right hand, palm upwards. A ball of aura quickly gathered in the palm of his hand, and with a thought, it changed into the shape of a crescent moon. The astral aura overflowed, exuding a violent sound, and he casually flung it away. Boom! Suddenly there was a terrifying sound of the ground shaking. The entire valley shook, and stones swiftly fell, making a great commotion. Mr. Su, is everything okay? The anxious voice of an aide rang out of the door. Su Xuan coughed awkwardly. No harm done. It seems like we need to be more careful next time. This life's pulse-shaping realm, that was simply hundreds, if not thousands, of times more terrifying than the previous lives. In the far north, beyond the Great Wall, deep in the barren jungle, an old man wearing a gray robe snapped his eyes open, his eyes revealing an extremely shocked demeanor. How long has it only been? Surprisingly, someone has broken through the pulse-shaping realm and even caused some heaven and earth resonance. Just what kind of god is it that causes such terrifying weather? Hurry up and find out for me. A voice rang out in the darkness. Yes. Chapter 29, Pandemonium. Officials step in. Su Xuan broke through to the pulse-shaping realm in one fell swoop before stopping, because a pulse-shaping breakthrough to the divine hidden realm not only required a corresponding level of technique, but also a large amount of spirit stones. These pills didn't have much effect anymore. Even if you took 10,000 of them, they wouldn't have a great effect. Thinking of this, Su Xuan slowly walked out of the Hangduan mountain valley, where Xiaowenshi, Uncle Ghost, Hu and the others were already respectfully waiting outside. You guys didn't practice? Su Xuan glanced at these people and realized that they didn't seem to be practicing cultivation, but had been guarding the outside of the valley. Our first priority is to ensure the safety of the gentleman, Hu said without hesitation. Although the revival of the aura made him stupidly excited and all his cells were active, he still chose to hold down the fort. Su Xuan's heart warmed. This group of people were really trustworthy. They were also loyal in their previous life, and they were still so in this life. He couldn't help but nod his head, and pulled out a handful of pills from his pocket, handing them over. You guys seize the time to cultivate. Whatever level you can reach, don't waste these pills, eat them all. Hu and the others looked at Su Xuan in a daze, their hearts thrilled. Even Uncle Ghost, who was a big old man, was pleasantly surprised. With a bright master like Mr. Su, what if we go through fire and water? Without saying a word, the few people took the pills and stuffed them directly into their mouths. Then finding a place, they began to meditate and cultivate. Su Xuan even had his assistant pick out a few body forging techniques that he had acquired from Yunbei and handed them over so that they could quickly cultivate. Vinci, delegate and call Wang Shi as well as a few other places over and ask about their side of the story. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, Xiaowenshi gave up his cultivation, walked to an unoccupied place, and started talking to that side. Su Xuan, on the other hand, stood on the mountainside, looking out into the night sky. If it was expected well, tonight would be the beginning of the turmoil. About 10 minutes later, Xiaowenshi came over to report the situation. Sir, several of the people in charge of the mines, I've called to confirm that they've similarly encountered heavenly visions, with a large amount of unknown auras pouring in crazily, and some have already begun to utilize these auras for cultivation. However, not much seems to have changed on the mining side. Su Xuan nodded, indicating that he knew. It seems that it will take time for spirit stones to be generated. According to the experience of the last life, the first wave of the aura recovery, the ones at the forefront were those worldly families who had prepared in advance, the next were those collectors, then the rich and powerful, and lastly the ordinary people. At the same time, there is global chaos, with natural and man-made disasters, and the Chinese officials will step in and form special organizations. There was only one thing one had to do, and that was to increase one's strength. Before the invasion of the ferocious beasts and the ancient clans, it was only possible to raise oneself to a terrifying level that was enough to decimate any invading forces. On October 21, 2124, the second day of the aura recovery, a second wave of pandemonium was ushered in after the natural disasters and mutations. In just a day's time, tens of thousands of body-forging realm martial artists appeared on the streets, and they took to the streets and began to try to retaliate against society. A large bar in a city in southwest China. In the center of the dance floor, a group of sexy girls in sexy clothes are twisting their bodies crazily. A group of people under the stage are drunkenly dreaming and shouting hysterically, and the noisy DJ's sound ignites the whole atmosphere of the bar. Just then, suddenly came a young punk with dyed yellow hair and ear studs. He came to a dancing girl's side. His eyes were hideous, and he directly blasted a fist on her head. Blood erupted, and the woman's body fell backwards, splattering the stage with blood. The bar was immediately thrown into chaos as people left in a panic, scrambling out, and the yellow-haired man, impassive, sat down in one of the booths, poured himself a glass of foreign wine, and drank it slowly and methodically. A few moments later, the crowd dispersed, the entire bar was empty, and under the guidance of the lobby manager, 5 security guards, armed with electric batons, walked in. You killed someone? A middle-aged security guard at the head of the group, staring intently at Yellow Hair. Come with us to the police station. Without raising his head, Yellow Hair lit a cigarette, completely ignoring it. Those few security guards slowly pulled out the electric baton, ready to head a blow. That Yellow Hair suddenly a turn, directly holding the electric baton, slightly forceful grip, directly crushed the electric baton, and then a fist swung over. The security guard's entire nose smashed. 3 minutes later, 5 security guards collapsed in a pool of blood, and Yellow Hair pulled the lobby manager's hair with one hand and the dancing girl's hair with the other, dragging them all the way out, leaving 2 long bloody trails as the crowd dispersed, revealing looks of horror. placing the two bodies side by side. Yellow Hair sneered. Dog boys and girls, I endured before I had the strength, but now that I'm at the 5th level of the forging realm, I'm still enduring you guys? Then he put his hands in his pants pockets and strutted away. This girl is his girlfriend. Often play with the lobby manager, but unfortunately, he is too weak and has been suffering from bullying but did not dare to fight back. Now that the aura had revived, he had accidentally obtained a string of Buddha beads, and in just one day, he had already reached the 5th level of the forging realm, and he had directly come to the door to take revenge. This phenomenon played out everywhere. After their strength increased greatly, those who had long been dissatisfied with society in their hearts were like reined-in wild horses, launching retaliatory actions one after another. For this reason, the official imperial capital began to work on the formation of forces, in order to maintain social order, in order to restrain the cultivating martial artists, for the safety of the people, and for the long-lasting security of the society. Starting today, I've decided to form the Cultivators Union, and the name will be Dragon Tang. In the meeting room of the imperial capital, an old man with silver hair, hale and hearty, wearing a green military uniform with 5 stars embroidered on it, announced something important. This old man was none other than the director of the Chinese Security Bureau, Chen Tianping, and a general who had retired from the military with a great deal of war service. Yes. Around the conference table, members of the sheriff's department squad nodded their heads and began taking minutes. From now on, recruit a large number of cultivators, at least the 3rd level of the forging realm, and most importantly, character. As long as the character of the person is excellent, we have no reservation to recruit. The salary package is increased by 3 times, and all financial expenditures, directly to the finance bureau to ask for. In extraordinary times, we have to use extraordinary means to defend the people's safety for the first place. Chen Tianping swept a glance at the crowd, his gaze like a hawk. The people nodded in response and looked solemn. After the recovery of the aura, only one day, hundreds of murders had occurred, and the police departments around the country were almost fully mobilized, searching for fugitives everywhere. The Imperial Security Bureau, on the other hand, is under extraordinary pressure to coordinate the various agencies that work together to maintain social order. Subsequently, Chen Tianping and the members of the group held a full 7-hour meeting, focusing on all matters related to this organization. Eventually came to a conclusion that, try to recruit experts by all means, and those who can't manage to do so are all handed over to the localities and set up branches. Thus, the organization Dragon was officially founded. After the crowd dispersed, Chen Tianping sat in his chair with a heavy heart and a worried look on his face that did not dissipate at all. According to the latest news from the Intelligence Bureau, many mountainous areas began to appear a large number of mutated ferocious beasts. Looking at their appearance, they seemed to be giant beasts that appeared in the ancient times, which had not been seen for thousands of years. A storm of ferocious beasts was about to wreak havoc on the whole of China. Chapter 30, Continuing Breakthrough, formally entering the divine hidden realm. When Dragon was established, countless aspirants have applied for the job, in order to contribute to the contribution of the country to throw their own strength. In just 5 days, the Security Bureau had already recruited 10 division chiefs and 500 martial artists above the 3rd level of the forging realm, and after all sorts of screening and back-tuning, 8 division chiefs and 300 martial artists were eventually left behind. They immediately carried out a series of actions apprehending fugitives, suppressing provocateurs with thunderous force, participating in rescue operations in various places, and so on. A week later, the chaos in China was fundamentally resolved and the news was everywhere. More than China, those countries in the West, which have always advocated superficial human rights and freedom, were instantly plunged into extreme panic and confusion. Those martial artists have been holding rifles and sweeping from house to house. Rapists, bandits, vagabonds, murderers, etc., appeared in large numbers in the streets at almost the same time, and incited the people to act with them. The government, on the other hand, was too busy to care and sent a large number of troops to suppress it, but in spite of this, it still had not been completely eradicated. The Sakura country next door, on the other hand, was in complete chaos, as the group of martial artists directly killed the police department and then burned it down with a single fire. In just a few days, more than 30 police chambers burned down and over 1,000 people were killed or injured. For this reason, the Prime Minister of Sakura country decided to send those female actresses to divide them with the beauty trick, and on the other hand, vigorously condemned them through the media, and of course sent the military to intervene. But the effect was not as effective as it should have been. After 7 consecutive days, good news finally came from Wang Shi's side. The abandoned mine had indeed mutated after absorbing the aura, and pieces of purple irregularly shaped stones began to appear. And this was exactly the spirit stone that Su Xuan had been waiting for. According to the memories of his previous life, the abandoned mining area of Winchang, which was the largest spirit stone generating place in Huaxia, was seized and occupied by the Morong family, and the entire family's cultivation speed was far ahead of the others, and eventually led the entire family to surrender when the ancient clan descended and fell back on the Huaxia officials, causing huge losses. In this life, with the spirit or in his own hands, he would never allow the world family to taint a single trace of it. Under Su Xuan's arrangement, Uncle Ghost and the others led their inner circle as well as the armed forces and hurriedly rushed to Winchang to make a handover with the transportation fleet over there. In order to ensure the unimpeded flow of these 2,000 kilometers, Su Xuan sent out a team of 1,000 people, all of whom were armed with hot weapons, and gave a deadly order: anyone who dares to loot, all of whom are shot indiscriminately to death, leaving no survivors. After Uncle Ghost and the others had the pills and techniques provided by Su Xuan, the rate of realm advancement had greatly accelerated, and they were already experts at the 8th level of the forging realm, which was enough to sweep the party. Sure enough, on the way, they ran into the harassment of the Morong family, and without saying a word, Uncle Ghost directly hammered the skull of a young man from the Morong family with one punch, and coupled with the machine gun fire, they directly caused the Morong family to flee in a rout, and directly fled. And with this previous lesson, the rest of the lineages silently remained silent and stopped making any more moves. After all, in contrast to the Morong family, they wouldn't be more powerful. 5 days later, when Uncle Ghost pulled a full 5 carts of spirit stones to return to his order, to be honest, Su Xuan was also a bit surprised. In his previous life, he had come into contact with spirit stones, but the quantity was very small, and when the monetary system collapsed, money was reduced to waste paper, while the price of spirit stones climbed, eventually replacing money as the new currency before slowly stabilizing. Sir, it's a pleasure. Uncle Ghost stacked 5 carts of purple spirit stones, which amounted to more than 300 square feet, all of which were stacked according to the requirements in the secret room that Su Xuan had constructed in advance. Su Xuan was very satisfied and nodded. I'm going to be in seclusion for a period of time, so I'll be thanking Uncle Ghost for the things over at the mine during this time. On the say aside, Vinci, keep an eye on it. Also, you should practice diligently and not slack off. Yes, sir. After the instructions were finished, Su Xuan directly parted out all the remaining pills, mainly the body forging pills, and handed them over to Uncle Ghost and Wen Shi to operate. Anyway, he himself couldn't use them at all, but it was vital for them. After obtaining the body forging pill, the core staff worked even harder and were very grateful inwardly, and their loyalty towards Su Xuan increased once again. At the same time, Uncle Ghost took out part of the forging body dance separately and distributed it to the few people who had the most credit for escorting the transportation of spirit stones this time and had taken the lead in shooting and sweeping the Morong family. After those people received the forging body dan, they became even more hardworking and loyal, and had already treated Su Xuan completely as their master. The forging pill that has a price in the market. Sir just gave it to us. Uncle Ghost was grateful and still felt a little dreamy. Sir has never treated us as friends and family. Xia Wenshi looked at Su Xuan's back as he slowly walked into the Hangduan mountain valley, not without emotion. After following Su Xuan for so many years, he had never treated himself as family. Taking out all of the spirit stones, all of them were taken out and stacked in the valley, which was 4 to 5 meters high. The rich spiritual qi instantly filled the entire valley, and with every breath Su Xuan took, he would inhale the pure spiritual qi into his body, running through his entire body through his tendons and veins. Nowadays, the Rin and Duke veins were opened. The Qi meridians were opened, and under the cultivation of the vein-cleansing dual scrolls, the width of Su Xuan's tendons and veins was several times more than that of an ordinary martial artist, while the capacity of the aura was 100 times more, and coupled with the special influence of the innate god's body, the aura was 1,000 times higher than that of a person in the same realm. In other words, my current aura holding capacity is comparable to 1,000 people. After preparing everything, Su Xuan turned on a complete closed door mode. First, there is the realm. Now that he was at the 9th level of the pulse-shaping realm, with all the strange meridians and veins in his entire body opened up, he could already draw qi into his body, gather qi to form blades, and absorb heaven and earth's aura for his own use to carry out aura attacks, which was already far beyond the realm of a body-forging martial artist. The next realm was the divine hidden realm, a realm that he had only managed to reach after 15 years of hard cultivation in his previous life. The so-called Shinzang realm is to further refine the organs of the human body on the premise of molding and opening the tendons and veins of the whole body after completing the refining of the sinews, bones, and skin, and opening the treasures hidden in each organ. And this is the Shinzang realm. Su Xuan closed his eyes and sat directly inside the pile of spirit stones, following the divine hidden realm technique, dragon elephant divine skill, and began to cultivate. The rich purple dense aura slowly entered inside his body and began to swim all around him. The Bodhi tree sapling in his mind, like a long drought, began to grow wildly, and within a short time, it had already grown 2 to 3 meters tall and become a small tree. And although there were only a few sparse branches and not many leaves, the prototype of the Bodhi tree had already taken shape. At the same time, a prompt came to mind. Absorbing a large amount of aura, the Bodhi tree begins to grow, arriving at the growth stage from the seedling stage, with enlightenment increased by 100,000 times, immediately afterward. According to the requirements of the dragon image divine skill, Su Xuan opened all the tendons in his entire body, crazily drawing in spiritual chi, and the spirit stone beside him began to dim at a speed visible to the naked eye until it became a lusterless ordinary stone. In an instant, Su Xuan felt the soreness and pain in his body's tendons and veins, which was even more horrifying than when the pulse-shaping realm was elevated, as if he was being pierced by millions of silver needles, or as if there were millions of hands tearing him, and the aura was fluttering all over the place, causing his internal organs to keep on rolling over. After an unknown amount of time, Su Xuan felt that his spiritual platform was clear, and his 5 senses were enhanced countless times, so that even the sound of other people's heartbeats outside the valley could be captured. At the same time, a sharp pain came from the heart, and countless auras surged into it, as if a million ants were eating the heart. It was very unpleasant. Rumble. With a loud bang, a pillar of purple light rose up to the sky in the transverse mountain valley, illuminating the entire night sky as if it was daytime for a long time, unable to dissipate. And the spirit stones around Su Xuan were completely drained of their aura, rolling down like rice dominoes, smashing on the valley floor and turning into ruins. Broken mirror. A familiar feeling surged through his heart. Su Xuan opened his eyes, a golden yellow color, and a strong beating sound came from his heart, which seemed to highlight the exuberance and strength of the life force. In my previous life, it took me a full 15 years to reach the divine hidden realm, and now, in just a few days, I've already reached it, and I even have spirit stones sent to me, and I'm still able to continue to make breakthroughs without stopping. In my previous life, I didn't have a single divine hidden realm technique, but nowadays I have more techniques than I can use, and I even have 2 ancient heavenly books. I remember that the strongest genius in my previous life took 3 whole years to reach the divine hidden realm, whereas for me now, if I have enough spirit stones, I only need half an hour to complete it. Su Xuan's eyes were filled with self-confidence. For himself in this life, he was confident that he would be able to be far ahead of everyone, able to suppress all the heavenly prides, able to crush all the lineages. This breakthrough, which took less than half an hour, caused a shocking commotion. In the White Cloud Temple, Taoist Master Xianyuan stood under the night sky, looking distantly at the purple pillar of light in the direction of Hangduan Mountain with a greatly shocked expression as he muttered, "I can't imagine that someone would break through to the divine hidden realm in just a few days, and even cause such a terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon. This son's talent is number 1 in the world." In the extreme north, beyond the Great Wall, in the barren land, the gray-robed old man opened his eyes once again, filled with an intense look of shock and horror, and raised his eyes to look at the purple light pillar in the direction of Hangduan Mountain in shock. "Only a few days ago you broke through the plastic vein, and now you've even broken through the divine hidden? Who in the world is this person? Could it be the reincarnation of those old things? Where's number 8? As the old man's drink sounded, the entire barren land trembled, and then a figure whose entire body was covered in a black robe slowly approached. "Elder, I am. A few days ago I asked them to probe the news, and to this day they have not reported back. It looks like they should have gone without return. Huaxia is still so unfathomable." When the gray-robed old man said the word Huaxia, his eyes clearly showed some scorn. "This time you go yourself. I hope to find out something useful." 8 nodded. Yes. As he was about to leave, the old man suddenly called out to him, looked deeply at him, and slowly said, "Don't be too high profile. Although you have now reached the pulse-shaping realm, someone in Huaxia has stepped into the divine hidden realm. Your task is to ascertain the information. Remember?" 8's body was shaken, and his heart was also flooded with shocking waves. His side had laid out for so many years and collected a large amount of resources in advance, which allowed him to break through to the first level of the pulse-shaping realm alive. However, there was a strong person from Huaxia who had actually broken through to the divine hidden realm. Hastily putting away his inner contempt, cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he bowed his back. Yes. Afterward, his body flashed and instantly left this place. Chapter 31 Test. Million Power. The commotion caused by Su Xuan's breakthrough had directly attracted the attention of the official Chinese organization Dragontang, the 10 Great Families, the mysterious forces of the far north, the White Cloud View, and other major forces. After the recovery of the aura, the sky fell visions. Ferocious beasts mutated. The world was plunged into a turmoil. China, due to the establishment of the Dragon Organization, stifled the riots, maintaining order, relative to the world, peace and stability. However, this sight of Su Xuan's 10,000-foot pillar of light rising up into the sky was the first time they had seen it. Deputy Director Long Tang, a young martial artist of the 9th level of the forging realm, stood outside the conference room with his arms wrapped around himself, looking at the dazzling pillar of light in the sky, and was speechless inside for a long time. This kind of vision is really rare. I don't know which strong person is practicing, but he has triggered this kind of scene. If we can recruit Long Tang, it will be a great help. Chen Tianping, the old director, looked at the sky inside, while gently patting Xia Changhe, the deputy director next to him, on the shoulder and said, Xia, after taking care of this side of things, I need you to take a trip and investigate that direction. What exactly happened? If it's a strong member of my human race, please make sure to recruit Long Tang at all costs. A trace of imperceptible sulking flashed across Xia Changhe's face, and after a flash, he piled on a smile. Bureau Chen, don't worry, as long as it's a cultivator, I will definitely fight for Long Tang. Chen Tianping nodded and turned away, saying meaningfully, Xia, when the nation is at stake, everything is for the greater good. For Xia Changhe, Chen Tianping still had some understanding. Through this period of time dealing with him, it could be seen that he was extremely gifted. Reaching the 9th level of the forging realm in such a short period of time, he might have had some kind of strange encounter. However, young people are always a little high-minded, thinking that they are already the first strongest person in the realm of China, invincible in the world. In fact, China has hidden tigers and dragons. How many unknown masters? They are not willing to join the Dragon Organization. This time, let him go down the mountain. Also good to call him to understand what is outside the sky, outside the people. If it goes well, and may bring strong people, then, Long Tang's strength will be further improved. Those outlaws, terrorists, certainly not high arrogance. I know, please don't worry, Bureau Chen. Xia Changhe nodded, but inwardly he was secretly thinking that he could be said to belong to an invincible existence in the whole of China nowadays. Where could there be anyone stronger? He decided that when he really saw that so-called strong person, he would definitely make the other party understand who was the genius. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone that he had picked up an ancient fan the day before the aura revival, and it was by relying on the fan that he was able to continue to improve, and eventually join Dragon Tang and become the deputy director. Looking at the huge hole that was blasted open at the top of the valley, Su Xuan was slightly speechless. It wasn't just breaking through to the divine hidden realm, developing the heart and enhancing the 5 senses. Was it necessary to make such a big commotion? Shaking his head, Su Xuan did not intend to repair this cave entrance, but instead sat on his knees, looking at the 2 roasted suckling pigs in front of him. Rumbling sounds came from inside his stomach, and without hesitation, he picked up an entire roasted suckling pig and began to devour it. After the realm breakthrough, Su Xuan specifically did a test to try out his strength, and the result was that he directly lifted a 10,000-pound boulder hard, even before he used more than 20% of his strength. To test exactly how much strength he could now have, he used one finger to directly lift an 8-meter-long truck. At the back, Su Xuan was shocked to discover that there didn't seem to be any heavy objects that could test the limits of his strength. Otherwise, when you finish your own side of the retreat, try it out and see if you can lift a high-speed train with one finger. 3 minutes later, the 2 roasted suckling pigs of about 40 pounds were only left with bones and too much fat, and only then did Su Xuan feel a bit full. Ever since his realm had risen and his strength had become stronger, Su Xuan felt that his meal size had also increased many times over. It took 2 pigs and 80 pounds of meat to feel somewhat full. He was certain that his meal capacity had now reached an astonishing point, and that he would not have much trouble eating a whole roasted whole cow in one meal. After finishing off the 2 roasted suckling pigs, Su Xuan had another 10 roasted ducks brought in, and in less than 10 minutes, they were eaten cleanly, leaving only a floor of bones. Only then did Su Xuan burp, picking up a basin of spring water that had been transported over from the north side of the clouds, with a rich spiritual qi, tilting his head and gulping it into his mouth. After eating and drinking, Su Xuan felt satisfied and planned to walk out of the valley to try out his full power burst. So he arrived at the northern peak of Hangguan Mountain, looked at the steep mountain wall that was like a knife cut, took a deep breath, lifted his right fist, and then blasted it with force. Rumble, like a stone breaking through the sky, the entire mountain wall instantly crumbled as a single punch was thrown out. Rocks flew about, the ground shook, and the entire mountain wall unexpectedly began to collapse, emitting a deafening roar. The hard mountain wall, which was invulnerable to swords and spears, unexpectedly cracked and shattered directly, turning into fragments like bubbles, and fluttering in the air. It was a few minutes before it slowed to a stop, and the wall of that northern peak was so hard in missing that the peak above it fell right off. Su Xuan withdrew his right fist, some disappointment in his eyes. A punch that opens mountains and cracks rocks is already 1,000,000 times stronger than in his previous life, and it's estimated that the power in his fist has reached more than 1,000,000 pounds, but it's still not very satisfying. In Su Xuan's impression, 3 years later, there were absolute ferocious beasts that descended from the sky, moving their feet slightly. It was shocking and destructive. That kind of terrifying power, that kind of suffocating body strength, it was never something that human martial artists could resist. If other cultivating martial artists saw him like this, they would probably want to hammer him to death. After testing his body's strength and power, Su Xuan began to plan to invoke the heaven and earth aura himself to try out the strength. Su Xuan slightly lucked out. There was a milky white ball of light in the palm of his hand, emitting a violent astral roar, and when he saw that the time was right, he flung it towards a hard boulder not far away. Boom! With a loud bang, the pillar of light directly bombarded the huge stone, blasting the stone, which was 6 square feet, into pieces, stone chips flying all over the sky, dust flying, and the strong smell of lime coming to the face. Su Xuan nodded. This attack intensity, he liked it very much, and if he was dealing with ferocious beasts, he also had a few points of certainty, but he preferred the meatiness of smashing with his fists. Close combat and punching is the way a man's heart desires to fight. Right at this moment, a roaring sound suddenly came from the transverse mountain valley, which seemed to be collapsing, and the entire transverse mountain was wrapped in a powerful aura, blocking everything from the outside world. When Su Xuan turned around in surprise, he felt that he was in the middle of a particularly mysterious space that seemed completely different from the real world he was in. A large amount of aura. No, an aura that was more dense and pure than aura, continuously gushed out. Su Xuan made a snap decision and immediately rushed back to the valley. Chapter 32, The Secret Realm Descends. The Earth's center red inferno sea appears. By the time Su Xuan returned to the valley, he suddenly saw an appalling sight, only to see that the walls around the valley, which was originally similar to the mouth of a gourd, unexpectedly began to collapse, turning into a pile of stone chips and dust that rumbled loudly and flew all over the sky, blocking the line of sight. And then, the stones on the top of the valley also fell off. Su Xuan didn't dodge. Whenever the boulders landed above him, without lifting his head, he swung his fist out and directly blasted the boulders into pieces. The valley collapsed and the face of the mountain. Su Xuan's expression did not move, but a trace of joy welled up within him. The Hangduan Mountain Valley, in the previous life, was an S-class secret realm. Does it mean that it's already descending now? As if to verify his guess, after the valley collapsed, the rubble that had piled up into mountains unexpectedly began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye, seemingly swallowed up by something underground. However, what was strange was that the 6 bronze swords, looming large, were just stuck in the air on the surface of the ground without being affected in the slightest. Russian. In the rumbling sound, like a sudden appearance of organs, the surrounding unexpectedly began to emerge from the ground. A wall began to reshape the valley's appearance. Su Xuan took a moment to look at it. This wall was erected in accordance with the 8 trigrams orientation, a total of 8 sides, firmly and solidly, up to 5 or 6 meters high, wrapping the entire valley tightly and tightly. After the wall was molded, it was carved with complicated and difficult to understand patterns, and Su Xuan took a closer look and found that it's not recognizable at all. The patterns are full of unheard of monsters. There are 9-headed monstrous snakes with antlers on their heads, 1,000-year-old trees with human-sized heads, giant crabs with more than 20 legs, and huge monstrous birds with 8 sharp claws. Could these be ancient creatures? It was too late to think about it, only to see the pattern on this wall suddenly sprout a bright golden light, followed by an ancient, vicissitudes, obscure and difficult to understand aura coming from it. The Bodhi tree in Su Xuan's mind suddenly shook wildly and greedily absorbed the rays of light, while Su Xuan's brow broke open a bloody hole, seemingly forcibly absorbing the aura emanating from this pattern. This is? The Bodhi tree actually reacted with these strange creature patterns, and Su Xuan's heart became intensely curious about the origin of the Bodhi tree, as well as the monk that appeared in his mind that day. After about 5 minutes, the Bodhi tree in his mind finally finished absorbing the golden light in the pattern, and the branches grew further, directly growing by 10 meters, and the branches were separated into a dozen or so, and the emerald green leaves gradually grew and increased, gradually having a hint of branching. In Su Xuan's divine sense, he was able to clearly feel that the Bodhi tree seemed very pleasant, as if it had produced a trace of human spirituality. Just as Su Xuan was caught up in his thoughts, suddenly a violent rumbling sound came from the valley floor. Su Xuan lowered his head and glanced at his feet. Suddenly his heart was flooded with shocking waves, only to see the land under his feet begin to crack inch by inch, almost unsteady on his feet. Su Xuan's figure moved, directly clinging to a piece of wall, patiently looking at the broken ground, instantly transformed into a stone crumbs, continuously sinking downwards, and then it revealed a black, bottomless bottom that could not be seen at a glance, as if it were a giant mouth of the abyss, eating and swallowing the entire floor of the valley. Grass. Su Xuan suddenly remembered that the heavenly meteorites, ancestral dragon tendons, thousand-year lightning strike wood, and various other treasures piled up on the ground had all cracked along with the ground and plunged into the black hole together, and there was no way for him to rush down to save them. Just as he was feeling remorseful and blaming himself, suddenly an extremely scorching aura emerged from the dark and unseen depths of the earth. No good. This burning heat even made Su Xuan feel a trace of pain. This terrifying heat made him a little fearful, and he couldn't help but pull up his body 4 or 5 meters, clinging to the wall and surveying the visions below, only to see that deep in the center of the earth, searing hot magma gushed out, like boiling water churning and gurgling with bubbles. But in a few moments, a sea of lava was formed. The scorching heat was almost capable of melting all objects in the world, and Su Xuan felt as if his entire body was going to be melted by the heat, and a fiery stinging pain came from his skin. Right at this moment, the Bodhi tree in his mind felt like it had awakened, floating without wind and emitting a fresh breeze that blew gently, instantly dispersing the scorching heat and roaming around in Su Xuan's body like sweet rain from a long drought. Boom! The magma in the ground suddenly surged up high and rushed out 3 meters high, then quickly fell down with a crackling sound. Then, in Su Xuan's extremely surprised eyes, all those treasures that had originally been devoured actually slowly floated on top of the magma. It was none other than the thousand-year lightning strike wood, ancestral dragon tendon, heavenly meteorite, and other acquired treasures. With the resistance of the Bodhi tree, this lava that was several hundred degrees high was no threat to Su Xuan. In order to test whether this magma could be resisted by himself, Su Xuan boldly slid down the wall. Then his right hand probed out, directly penetrating deep into the intensely tumbling red magma, and finding that there was nothing strange, he felt relieved and boldly jumped into the magma and took out those treasures. Su Xuan's expression moved slightly as he looked at this underground magma, and suddenly a light flashed in his mind, instantly coming to a clear understanding. This should be the Earth's core red inferno sea, in the secret realm. Su Xuan's gaze flickered with essence, and a joyful demeanor appeared on his face. In his last life, the Hangduan mountain range was possessed by Luo Xun, and he eventually obtained an S-ranked secret realm, and according to what Luo Xun had told him, it seemed that a place of lava where divine weapons could be forged had appeared in this secret realm. That forging place, deep in the earth, had countless magma gushing out of it, and so it was named the Earth's Center Red Hot Sea. Combining this with the current situation, Su Xuan could be certain that this was the place that the Luo Xun family had referred to as the Forge. After about a few minutes, the original tumbling and boiling magma suddenly stopped, and there were signs that it began to solidify, and a few moments later it was completely solidified, and the scorching breath dissipated without a trace. It is? Su Xuan was a bit puzzled. Standing on top of the magma that had solidified into a flat ground, he couldn't feel the slightest bit of scorching aura, and his heart couldn't help but be startled. Does it mean that it's like this during normal times, waiting until it needs to be forged to turn it on? In order to verify the speculation in his heart, Su Xuan decided to give it a try. However, right at this moment, the bronze swords inserted in the 6 directions, including the heaven-splitting ancient sword that had surged out of the heart of the earth after being lost and regained, at this moment, unexpectedly lit up in unison with bright and dazzling rays of light. The rust on the top of those bronze swords peeled off and disappeared in unison, mottled no longer, re-exposing the shiny surface inside, revealing those complicated and intricate patterns. Buzz. In an instant, the 6 bronze swords began to tremble violently, emitting a burst of metallic clanging sounds, pleasant and melodious, as if they had begun to give birth to their own spirituality. Su Xuan's heart was greatly shocked. Could it be that this heaven-opening sword formation was about to appear? Just as he was puzzled, the solidified lava, right in the center, suddenly began to boil up again, transforming back into a flowing form, but fading away from the scorching heat, leaving only a trace of vicissitude and antiquity. That's where the real forging takes place, right? A trace of joy flashed in Su Xuan's eyes as he intended to start trying. Chapter 33, Fierce Beasts Descend. Death and Injury. Far north. Tian Shan. This is the largest mountain range in northern China, and further on is the Great Wall of the Far North, which guards Guangzhou and has stood for thousands of years, defending it from thousands of attacks by the nomadic peoples of the north. The Tian Shan mountains are extremely cold, in a state of ice and snow all year round, and are rarely visited by people. After this aura revival, huge changes began to take place. The ice melted and snow melted, converging into a river, rushing down from the top of Tian Shan Mountain, straight into the rivers. lakes and seas, silver-covered snow-covered plains, at the moment revealed the original appearance of the inside. Those who were frozen and snow-hidden vegetation, tenacious from the surface of the earth, to meet the rising sun, a thriving look of recovery. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the top of the mountain, like a great bell ringing through the sky. Immediately afterward, a terrifying figure, thundering from the top of the mountain hurriedly ran towards the foot of the mountain frantically, bringing up a trail of residual shadows. Roar! With a hiss, the white, lightning-fast shadow directly leapt off the 10,000 feet cliff, like a 1,000-pound boulder falling hard, landing at the foot of the mountain, smashing the surface of the ground open into a huge deep pit, with dust splashing up 5 meters high, accompanied by terrifying astral chi overflowing in all directions, slicing and shredding the trees and boulders around them. The destruction is beyond amazing. Call, this is Dragon Tang Tianshan Detachment Squad 127. Traces of ferocious beasts have been found. Strength unknown. Species unknown. Very fast and powerful. Already running towards the village. A young man wearing a green uniform and carrying a rifle, after turning on his microphone to report the situation sharply, quickly ran up and followed the huge footprints on the ground, chasing after the direction where the ferocious beast had run, even though it was already out of sight. Roar! The ferocious beast that was as big as a mountain ran wildly through the jungle, destroying all plants that could be seen wherever it passed, like a bulldozer, with amazing killing power. From afar, the ferocious beast was 10 meters long and 5 meters tall, with 4 thick and powerful hooves that were 60 centimeters in diameter, looking like a wolf and a tiger, with snow-white skin, and 2 sharp and exaggerated fangs showing from the corners of its mouth. Not long after, this ferocious beast had already rushed to the nearest village at the foot of the heavenly mountain, stopping slightly, tilting its head and letting out a roar before charging straight into the village and starting to wreak havoc. Ah! Miserable screams came out as an old woman in her 70s, who was carrying a wooden bucket and preparing to wash her clothes, was devoured by the ferocious beast with its bloody mouth open before she had time to react. Then, one after another, miserable screams rang out as the ferocious beasts directly went on a killing spree, devouring them all without exception. At this time, a group of robust and powerful men came out from inside the village, holding iron forks and standing in a row, looking at the ferocious beast in unison, with horror and fear showing inside their eyes. This group of people did not have high combat strength. The highest was only the 3rd level of the forging realm. As they watched the ferocious beast slowly approaching, their bodies could not help but begin to tremble. Their hands holding the iron forks were shaking as well, fear and nervousness instantly passing through them. A middle-aged man at the head, who was also the highest realm among them, forcefully suppressed the fear within his body and bellowed, "Brothers and family, fight the scum for our homes." Having said that, with the determination and courage of a moth to a flame, with a touch of gloom and despair in his eyes, "The old 3, you immediately take the old women and children to escape. The others, join me in circling around with this scum, and with luck, we might be able to hold out until they come over." After saying that, this middle-aged hunter, without the slightest hesitation, raised the iron fork in his hand and directly poked at the tall ferocious beast. "Go! What are you waiting for?" Another middle-aged man, as soon as he pushed the young man with a white face and tears in his eyes toward the back. Run away quickly, don't forget your mission, and later, be sure to avenge us. Brothers, kill, soon." The group, after overcoming their initial fear, rushed up without hesitation, because behind them was their home, their brothers and sisters, and they were the top Chinese men. Lao San wiped away the tears in his eyes with the back of his hand and looked at the middle-aged man who had been slapped into mush by the murderer's claw, and at that moment, he no longer hesitated, and directly turned around and started to stop everyone from escaping. Whoosh! 2 dexterous hunters on the roof, on the other hand, drew their bows and shot arrows. With 2 clinks, the sharp arrows were like shooting steel, hanging down powerlessly. The hunters looked at each other, with horrified expressions in their eyes. The murderer's defense and lethality had completely exceeded their imagination. 3 minutes later, these dozen or so body-forging realm hunters were all killed by the ferocious beasts, either slapped into flesh or directly swallowed into their mouths. After glancing at those running in the distance, the ferocious beast didn't choose to chase after them, but began to continue towards the next village. Vom dash! The martial artists of the Dragon Tang squad, seeing this inferno remnant in front of them, the pungent and bloody odor greeted them, and they couldn't help but bend over and dry heave at that moment. It lasted for a while before the martial artist righteously pursued the killer's trail and turned on the microphone. Call! White Cloud Village at the foot of Tianshan Mountain has suffered heavy deaths and injuries. The strength of the ferocious beasts is evaluated to be at least over the 9th level of the forging realm. Requesting for support. Requesting for a heavy weapon strike. Over. Tucking the microphone into his chest, The martial artist took a deep breath and took off his rifle. His expression was incredibly grave, and his heart was like falling into an ice cellar. 10 meters in front of him, a white ferocious beast, with its copper bell eyes wide open, stared at him in death. Gangnam, Neen Gang, clear sky, blue sky and white clouds plus blue seawater, forming a wonderful picture. As the largest trading port in Jiangnan, after the initial turmoil here in Neen Gang, under Long Tang's maintenance, the place quickly regained its former prosperity and bustle. The passing ships, the duty officers on the wharf, the delivery people running to and fro, and the travelers leaving by boat, were in a hurry, as if the recovery of the aura didn't affect them much, and the days they should be living still had to be lived. Just as the sea of people was buzzing with excitement, suddenly the distant sea level was flooded with shocking waves, and amidst the crowd's astonishment, a giant octopus leaped out of the water and swam towards the harbor at a rapid pace. The octopus had dozens of strong arms, like oars, and slid swiftly across the surface of the sea with a speed that made people smack their lips. What's that? The people on the harbor, their scalps tingling, their faces with consternation, their bodies stiffening. It's a ferocious beast. Run! I don't know who yelled out. At once the scene directly became incomparably chaotic. Countless people scrambled towards the inland direction of the harbor, desperately running. Meanwhile, those few martial artists from the Dragontang Jiangnan branch looked at each other, seemingly unsure of how to correspond. What to do? Fighting, right? Fighting my ass. The old ancestor said that hunting ferocious beasts is Dragontang's business, not ours. But aren't we dragon warriors? Don't forget, this is Jiangnan, the territory of the Morong family. The martial artist, who looked like a small leader, glanced at the octopus position, and could not help but be shocked. In just 10 seconds or so, he had already crossed the distance of 100 meters, and it was estimated that it would not take long to arrive from this side, so he hastily drank in. Those who don't want to die hurry up and run to the old ancestor. The other few martial artists nodded and raised their speed, running towards Morong Mansion. However, for those ordinary people who have not yet cultivated, it is undoubtedly a disaster. In less than 5 minutes, the entire harbor flowed with blood. Hundreds of people were hunted by the octopus. The blood dyed the sea. The octopus did not seem to be overjoyed. A dozen or so arms propped up the huge head, gradually approaching inland. On this very day, extremely fierce and cunning ferocious beasts appeared in 7 places in China, with a defense that was impervious to swords and spears, a lethality that surpassed the forging realm, and a terrifying speed that was comparable to that of an airplane. They specialize in picking on cultivators and absorbing their aura, thus making themselves stronger. Imperial capital. At the conference table, Chen Tianping swept a glance at the crowd with a solemn expression, his eyes revealing a refined aura as he opened his mouth. Gentlemen, it is time to fulfill our mission. Chapter 34 Morong Family's Reaction. Divine Soldier Revealed. Jiangnan, Morong Mansion. The Morong family's largest building in Jiangnan, and the tallest building in the entire city of Jiangnan, is the landmark of Jiangnan's financial industry. In the luxurious council chamber on the top floor, Morong Ghost held a piece of A4 paper in his hand with a slightly comical demeanor on his face, seemingly smiling. Just a few moments ago, the old man from Tutor sent my secretary an email labeled urgent, and I'm too old to get those things, so I printed it out. Sweeping a glance at the crowd and realizing that everyone's gaze was very curious, he pressed the A4 paper onto the table with a slap. The smile on his face slowly closed, and said, with a straight face, "Is the imperial capital so great? Can Dragontang just call the shots as they please? They have looked down too much on the weight of my Morong family. You guys, what do we do now?" Seemingly purely for the sake of having some fun, Morong Ghost handed the A4 paper to his assistant. So not long after, everyone had the same email in their hands, and the content on it was actually meant to get the Morong family to step in and destroy the ferocious beasts. The tone, on the other hand, was commanding and irresistible. Old ancestor, if it was in the past, my Morong family might still be afraid of him for 3 points, but nowadays it's not what it used to be. My Morong family is no longer something that a mere Dragontang can pin down, so I think that this time around we can completely ignore it. A radical young man with a flippant tone and a mocking scowl at the corners of his mouth. Morong Ghost glanced at him with slanted eyes, like he was looking at an idiot, and the young man instantly blushed, puzzled with fear, and looked around, not understanding what he had done wrong. Morong Ghost turned his gaze to a very calm-looking young man on his left and said, "Wei, what do you think? This Wei is Morong Ghost's grandson, and also his most valued young generation. Smart mind not to mention, cultivation talent is also very strong. Now is already forging body realm 8th, enough to laugh at the whole of Huaxia." Wei pushed up his glasses, a harmless smile on his svelte face, and slowly said, "Old ancestor, In terms of public affairs, our Morong family is in charge of the Dragontang Jiangnan branch. In terms of private affairs, Chen Tianping is a former friend of yours. In terms of reasoning, our Morong family has ruled Jiangnan for so many years, and at the time of crisis, we shouldn't stand idly by. Wei, are you crazy? What does that old thing tell us to do? The young man who had spoken first looked at Wei incredulously, his face disgruntled. Shut up. Morong Ghost gave him a cold look, then said gently, from now on, you don't have any qualifications to participate in the Morong family's family assembly. Get lost. The young man was stunned, but he didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest, and hurriedly stood up and walked out of the hall, still shutting the door carefully behind him. Say what you think. Wei nodded. This force we have to come up with, but we can't sell it too hard. The look has to be done to the imperial capital side, and also done to everyone in Jiangnan. The courage of my Morong family in facing the ferocious beasts, as well as the strength. But this murderer's realm and strength is beyond imagination, and we can't invest too much manpower in fighting it for a while and then trying everything we can to send it next door. If the ferocious beasts are really gone, then my Morong family will become a behind-the-scenes businessman again, just like before, which obviously doesn't fit with our Morong family's ancestral teachings and goals. Morong Ghost couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, his eyes full of appreciation that grew stronger and stronger. Okay, everyone listen up and do what Wei asks. From now on, everyone must follow Wei's command when I'm not around. Transalpine Valley. Su Xuan quietly gazed at the magma right in the center, and the heaven-splitting bronze sword that was inserted inside seemed not to be affected at all, still emitting a brilliant light, not burned or swallowed by the magma. The meteorite on the other side, however, caught his attention, only to see that the original black body of the heavenly meteorite. At this moment, even after absorbing the spiritual chi, the mottled surface layer continued to fall off, revealing the snow white inside, and exuding a trace of terrifying coldness. Even though Su Xuan was now a strong divine hidden realm master, he also felt the tingling sensation coming from his body, and he could not help but be alarmed inwardly, and drove his spiritual power to dispel this coldness, and then endured the tingling pain and directly grabbed the meteorite and scrutinized it carefully. After all the outer layers have come off, there's a washed-out purity to it, like a dirty quail egg peeled off its shell, crystal clear. It seems that this meteorite belongs to the Yin and cold attribute. In order to verify the guesses in his heart, Su Xuan did not hesitate to throw the meteorite into the magma. Barely, the meteorite fell into the magma, emitting a loud sound like water vapor evaporating, and was directly swallowed by the magma. As a result, two different attributes of breath instantly appeared in the valley, sizzling hot and chilly, colliding, entangling, and fighting with each other. The meteorite suddenly broke free and leaped out of the surface of the magma, tumbling through the air as if to escape from its bindings, but immediately after that the magma in the center suddenly transformed into a huge humanoid arm, grabbing the meteorite with one hand and then shoving it into the magma, instantly out of sight. That's it? Su Xuan was a bit puzzled and disappointed. This heavenly meteorite cost himself 1 billion, but in his previous life, Luo Xun had used it to seemingly forge god-tier weapons. According to the current classification system, weapons, techniques and magic treasures could be categorized into yellow level, Xian level, earth level, heaven level, god level, holy level, immortal level, and super immortal level. Each level, in turn, is divided into upper, middle and lower. If one was truly able to forge a divine grade weapon, then one's combat power would instantly increase by an unknown number of times, and even if one encountered a peak divine hidden ferocious beast, it would not be enough to fear. Thinking of this, Su Xian's heart vaguely rose with intense anticipation, as if in response to him, the meteorite, not wanting to succumb to the lascivious power of the magma, emerged once more and rolled back and forth in the magma, jumping ceaselessly. The magma seemed to be particularly annoyed by the defiance of this thing, and directly released an even hotter aura, suppressing all of the chilly aura emanating from the meteorite, and pressing it into the magma once more. This time, the meteor never jumped up again, and in the course of time, the magma began to become silent, as if it had eaten its fill, and there was no more movement. No way. Man, that's it? Seemingly thinking of something, he hurriedly looked around and found spirit stones that had not yet been consumed. There were hundreds of them. Su Xuan did not hesitate to throw them all down. Hurrah! The magma began to boil violently, and these spirit stones became dull in an instant, the aura inside being crazily drawn out by the magma, and then turned into pieces and were devoured by the magma. At the same time, the meteorite was once again active, and this time its shape was gradually changing, while the magma that was turning into a long knife began to cut and process continuously. Su Xuan looked dumbfounded. This magma was like an old blacksmith as he began to process and treat the meteorite, but his technique was even more raw and violent. it was a direct cut. 30 minutes later, under Su Xuan's gaze, the meteorite was transformed by the magma, turning into a glittering, chilly 3-foot-long sword, its body snow-white and crystal clear, as fascinating as the ice spirit. On the other hand, the body of the sword was carved with patterns like clouds, adding a little more aura and beauty. As Su Xuan gripped this longsword, a powerful cold aura surged into his body. With a muffled grunt, Su Xuan directly mobilized all the aura in his body to fight against this cold aura, while the Bodhi tree in his mind was emitting an emerald green light. After a full dozen seconds or so, the cold chi in his body was dispersed by the Bodhi tree, and Su Xuan held this longsword, no longer half unsuitable for it, and it looked as if he had subdued it for the time being. You forged a divine weapon. It's been recognized. Please name it. A prompt came from his mind. Su Xuan was ecstatic. It was done. After some slight contemplation, Su Xuan slowly said, then it's called Ice Spirit Cloud Misty. The longsword seemed to carry spirituality, and after hearing that it had a name, it actually buzzed and rattled with a clear and pleasant sound. A pleased smile appeared on Su Xuan's face as he urged his aura and waved it casually, the white frost instantly covering the valley without causing any discomfort to himself. Worthy of being a divine weapon. Next, find a place and try how powerful it is. Gangnam, Ning Harbor, after the octopus attack and massacre, was empty, and the seawater mixed with blood emitted a fishy and pungent odor under the setting sun. There were a large number of human corpses floating on the surface of the sea, as well as broken organs and limbs, just like a Shura purgatory. Sitting in the helicopter, the third generation of the Morong family's head, Morong Wei. Even though he had inherited Morong Ghost's heart as cold as iron, he could not help but frown when he saw this image. This ferocious beast. It's cruel. The helicopter did some searching along the perimeter of the harbor and finally spotted the octopus, only to see that the octopus with a dozen arms was tearing a woman's body. In the pain and howling, the octopus directly tore the woman's head down hard, blood like a fountain, gushing out directly. Damn, hasn't the military arrived yet? Wei cursed as he watched his scalp go numb. The troops from the Jiangnan military region have been transferred away to the extreme northern border, where a large number of ferocious beasts are said to have appeared. Wei took a deep breath and said slowly, notify Team 3, Team 7, Team 9, and the Special Ops Team, all bring hot weapons and prepare for battle. Yes. Chapter 35, Fighting the Fierce Beasts. Dragon Tang Elite out in force. 10 minutes later, 6 warplanes flew in the sky, the very same Morong family that had been at the bottom of the barrel for so many years. A month before the aura recovery, under the Prophet's suggestion, Morong Ghost on the one hand acquired a large number of antiques, on the other hand purchased all kinds of combat equipment. These 6 fighters were a part of it, and spent a full $1.2 billion. By UBUBU, the machine gun tubes on top of the fighters sprayed out a rain of bullets, all of which bombarded the octopus's head, splashing a series of sparks. Hiss. Under the pain, the octopus dropped the woman who still had half of her body left, and he turned back, raising 2 tentacles that were 20 meters long, lightning-like jerking at the warplane that was about to approach him, carrying a terrifying astral aura. The martial artist who was maneuvering the fighter plane. His methods were also quite brilliant. The plane rolled sideways, thrillingly dodging the octopus tentacle attack, and immediately pulled away and went straight up into the sky, starting to replace the bullets in this gap. A few other fighters did as they were told and did some damage to the octopus, but it didn't do much. Machine gun bullets capable of blasting elephants to smithereens don't seem to have much effect in front of an octopus. Ah Wei, who was watching the battle from a short distance away, frowned deeply. It was obvious that the octopus's defense and fighting strength had far exceeded their prediction. Don't make unnecessary attacks. Inform them, harass and drive them away. As long as they drive the octopus back to the Jiangnan territory, it's none of my Morong family's business. Yes, sir. So, those 6 fighters began to change their strategy and started to coalesce together, harassing and repelling non-stop, and as soon as the octopus ran back, they retreated without giving any chance. After suffering dozens of rounds of bombardment and attacks in a row, the octopus seemed to have gotten smart and jumped directly into the sea and began to swim desperately towards the distance. Continue the pursuit and drive it out of the Ning Harbor waters. As long as it's not in these waters, it's out of our hands. So, these fighters have chased the octopus and kept shooting towards the surface to expel it. After the octopus understood, it continued to disappear far away, finally escaping this part of Ningkong's sea and disappearing into the vast ocean. Wei gave the final order. Notify all squads to close up and immediately send an email to the imperial capital. The fierce battle against the giant ferocious beast has now been completed, ensuring that it will not wreak havoc in the territory of Jiangnan. When Su Xuan walked out of the Hangduan mountain valley, he had already been in seclusion for 10 whole days, but he was blissfully unaware of it. Sir, it's getting pretty rough. Seeing Su Xuan emerge from the gate, Assistant Xia Wenshi hurriedly came up to report, and after feeling the extremely terrifying aura coming from Mr., as well as the white longsword in his hand that made one's heart skip a beat, almost suffocating, the entire person's heart was flooded with shocking waves. Mr. closed for 10 days and has already reached such a terrifying point? Take your time. There's no rush. Under Xia Wenshi's arrangement, 2 forging body 4th realm, stout and brawny men, carrying a roasted whole cow, came straining and placed it in front of Su Xuan. Su Xuan glanced at their sweaty heads and panting breaths, and directly stretched out his right hand, gripping the cow's thigh, gently exerting force to pick up the entire roasted whole cow with ease, and then frantically gnawed on it. Xia Wenshi and those 2 forging body 4th realm Hans were dumbfounded. This roasted whole cow of at least a few hundred pounds was just gnawed up by Su Xuan as if he was pinching a chicken leg, and the huge impact caused them to be staggered there for a moment, even forget to report back. Su Xuan glanced at him before slowly awakening to the fact that this was only using less than 10% of his power, and it scared them like this? You may leave. Vinci, go ahead. Su Xuan held the roasted whole beef with one hand and kept devouring it. Xia Wenshi took a deep breath to calm the shock inside and slowly said, in the past few days, all over the territory of Huaxia, a large number of ferocious beasts have appeared. Their fighting strength is astonishing and incomparable, and the number of casualties has exceeded 2,000. Su Xuan paused slightly, but did not show anything. We have several vehicles transporting spirit stones that were attacked with no survivors. When he heard this, Su Xuan suddenly felt that the roasted whole cow in his hand didn't smell good anymore, slowly put it down, stood up, and coldly said, which end is closest to us? Xia Wenshi's eyes jumped and he said with a shudder, It's a giant ferocious beast that looks like a wolf or a tiger, with a snow-white body. Dragon Tang warriors, 30 have already lost their lives in its hands, and it's rumored that even Dragon Tang's deputy director, Xia Changhua, has personally taken action. Xia Changhua? Su Xuan also had doubts. The previous life deputy director of Dragon Tang was not this person. By the way, I forgot to tell you, sir. This Xia Changhua is already a 9th level expert of the body forging realm, and is currently said to be one of the top figures in the entire China. In just less than a month, the 9th level of body forging was indeed considered good. Su Xuan nodded and said, inform Tiger to prepare the helicopter. Tomorrow morning, we will go to find this head. Yes, sir. At the foot of Tianshan Mountain, a white snowy plain, a dozen warriors in white ghillie suits, creeping forward in the snow, disciplined, with a consistent pace, and in a Chinese military formation. They looked like regular Chinese soldiers. They wore white hats that almost blended in with the snow, and were unnoticeable if you didn't look closely. The first person, bowed at the waist, looking grave, carrying a sword box, with a very ordinary-looking folding fan slung around his waist, was Xia Changhua, the deputy director of Dragon Tang, passing through the snowy jungle and turning a mountain. Xia Changhua carefully moved his body and poked out half of his head. Then he saw the ferocious beasts that were gnawing on the corpses not far away. His heart beating violently, he took a deep breath and stretched out his right hand, making a gesture of stopping his advance. Behind them, a dozen or so Dragon Tang warriors who were at least at the 6th level of the forging realm crouched their bodies, held their breaths, and slowly drew their weapons, ready to fight at any time. Xia Changhua turned back, signaling the crowd to hide behind cover, and lowered his voice. It's feeding, at its lowest level of alertness, and the best time for us to attack. This place is about 80 meters away from that ferocious beast, and according to the intelligence fed back by that martyr earlier, this ferocious beast has a terrifying running speed that can reach 20 meters per second, which means that we need to react in advance within 4 seconds, whether it's to dodge or attack. Now, all of you tell us about the feats or magic treasures you specialize in. After the recovery of aura, everyone has more or less opportunities. Xia Changhua knows that this group of people is already the current highest combat power representative of Huaxia, per capita forging body realm 7, has seriously threatened his position as deputy director. Perhaps by killing the ferocious beast, he himself would be able to reach the pulse-shaping realm and become the #1 strongest person in Huaxia. I am so strong that I can lift a boulder of 800 pounds. I'm so fast that I can reach 15 meters per second at full run. I've practiced a golden bell mask technique, and my defense is super strong. I can calculate. The last young warrior, a little embarrassed to speak up, Xia Changhua nodded and said, now, listen to my arrangements. In a moment you'll be flanking and harassing, utilizing the rifle's long-range advantage, but always be on the lookout for evasions. You assume frontal defense. You're in those spots, laying mines. You calculate the trajectory of the ferocious beast's attack and are always reminded not to engage in battle. Do you hear me? It had to be said that Xia Changhua still possessed a certain level of command and judgment, and the crowd nodded in unison, all approving of his plan. Very well, on the count of 3, we'll start moving. 3, the crowd held their breath and was incredibly quiet. 2, the crowd gripped their weapons tightly in their hands and were finding their bearings. As the last count finished, Su Xuan rushed out like an arrow off the string, running wildly on the snowy ground. At the same time, the sword box behind him thumped loudly, and a cold and sharp wide benevolent giant sword popped out, which he clutched tightly with his right hand, filled with murderous aura, and attacked directly towards the ferocious beast. Another skinny young man with an agile body raised his rifle and kept shooting towards the back of the ferocious beast. The remaining people, on the other hand, began to spread out their figures and move quickly according to the division of labor. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out. The 7.62mm bullets of the rifle, accurately and unerringly flew out, hitting the back of the ferocious beast, but issued the clanking sound of steel collision. The bullets were completely unable to penetrate the ferocious beast's fur, and were bounced away. Su Xuan was inwardly shocked, instantly realizing that something was wrong. Damn! The intel was wrong. Retreat! At the same time, he and the warrior who had learned the golden bell mask, side by side, stopped at the very front, and without any further ado, the giant sword made a spin and swept towards the ferocious beast with a thunderous momentum. The rest of the Dragon Tang warriors instantly reacted, but none of them retreated, as their heads had already charged over, at a distance of 80 meters, arriving in roughly 7 or 8 seconds. The ferocious beast that suffered from the bullet attack quickly twisted its head around, opening its huge blood-drenched mouth and letting out a mind-numbing roar. Boom! Under the weight of inertia, a gust of astral energy swirled on the giant sword, and as the snowflakes flew, Su Xuan raised his sword with both hands and swept it towards the ferocious beast, and accurately hit the front paw of the ferocious beast, letting out a ringing sound that made one's scalp numb. The full force of the 9th level of the Forging Realm strike, or even a sneak attack, did not even cause the slightest damage to the ferocious beast, and Su Xuan shouted angrily as he was stunned. Defense! The warrior beside him, without hesitation, raised his hands, and a golden barrier instantly rose up, covering the two, like a huge golden bell. In the next second, the ferocious beast attacked, only to see its small mountain-like figure, slightly shrinking back, and then leaping, directly across the distance of a few meters, erecting 2 bucket-thick front claws, lightning-like waving, bringing up bursts of residual shadows. Bang! The pair of sharp claws blasted onto the golden bell shield without any fancy, and in an instant, the barrier that looked solid as gold shattered, and that young warrior's body flew out upside down, spraying a stream of blood arrows in the air before collapsing to the ground and fainting. Then, the remaining momentum of the sharp claws did not decrease and directly slapped at Su Xuan's face. Under the horror, Su Xuan held his sword with both hands and crossed it in front of his chest to carry this claw. Put! The figure flew out backwards. The mouth also sprayed blood, pale as paper. Su Xuan only felt that the tiger's mouth was completely numb. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels were shifted, and it was already seriously injured. The remaining dozen or so Dragon Tang warriors hastily drew their rifles and fired a round of flurry at the ferocious beast. By UBU, the snow rang with the sound of tight gunfire, and the ferocious beast stood up, paws shielding his head as the rain of bullets poured in. Seeing the ferocious beast approaching step by step, Su Xuan let out a furious cry. Seemingly determined, directly drew out the folding fan on his waist. He held it open, but saw a black mist rising, all of which poured into his body. In the next moment, the injuries inside his body were rapidly healing, and his pupils were blood red. He slowly stood up and stared hard at the ferocious beast. Come on! Chapter 36, First Battle. Violently blasting down divine hidden realm fierce beasts. This folding fan was Su Xuan's family heirloom with an extraordinary origin, turning into a magic treasure after the recovery of the aura, and it was by relying on this folding fan that he rapidly improved, reaching the 9th level of the body forging realm in one fell swoop. Looking at the entire China, he was a genius-level powerhouse, and his childhood dream was to join the army. Aura recovery, Dragon Tang vigorously recruiting cultivators. Su Xuan gladly joined, one in order to fulfill the dream, the second that is able to pretend. As expected, by virtue of him being first in the realm, he was directly promoted to deputy director, and was highly valued by Chen Tianping. This time, the ferocious beasts of Tianshan Mountain wreaked havoc, and within a short period of time, all of the Dragon Tang squad in this place lost their lives, and the nearby villages were massacred by the ferocious beasts, and there was almost not a single survivor. Su Xuan righteousness, with the Dragon Tang elite troops, the whole army, originally wanted to hunt the ferocious beast, to make a name for himself, did not expect that this ferocious beast realm far exceeded him, under one blow, has been seriously injured. At this moment, the ferocious beast did not seem to have any interest in Su Xuan. but instead ran towards the other shooting warrior. And within moments, it had already torn the two warriors alive, with a shocking spray of guts and blood splattered on the white snow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Xuan's eyes wanted to split. Waving his folding fan, his body shrouded in pitch-black fog, his body permeated with a heavenly murderous aura, and he ran straight towards the ferocious beast, and his realm, at this moment, also directly broke through the forging body and came to the pulse shaping. The ferocious beast slowly turned its head and looked at Su Xuan, a hint of impatience showing in its eyes as it tilted its head back and hissed, then lowered its head and slammed into it. The folding fan in Su Xuan's hand was metaphysical and incomparable. He turned to it at a rapid speed, and the intense black smoke scattered in all directions, instantly forming an impenetrable hurricane, which blew the snow on the snowy ground, just like a dance on the snowy ground. The ferocious beast's huge head directly penetrated through the black smoke and toppled Su Xuan's body, then ruthlessly crashed into a mountain. With a rumbling sound, Su Xuan's entire body was directly blasted into the hard mountain. His aura dissipated, like a deflated ball of leather. His body hung down softly, an unknown number of bones shattered. The folding fan in his hand fell off powerlessly, dying. By UBU. Another gunshot came, and Su Xuan braced his eyes hard and opened his mouth, wordlessly and feebly wanting to shout out that one word, escape, but he couldn't make a single sound. The ferocious beast was enraged and turned towards the group of warriors to kill them. But in a few moments, the entire snowy field was filled with screams and 3 or 4 warriors were torn apart or slapped into mush by the ferocious beast. But none of them escaped, because they were dragon warriors, and behind them stood more than 1 billion Chinese subjects. They are carrying a responsibility that is heavier than Mount Tai. I'll fight you. Suddenly, the soldier who was supposed to bury the grenades, his eyes cracking, directly tied a row of grenades, rushed straight over, all pulling the fuse. Boom! A loud explosion rang out and flames rose as the warrior detonated his grenade, blowing up on the ferocious beast's body, sending snowflakes flying 10 meters high and dust flying up, obscuring his vision. Su Xuan, staring blankly at this, coughed up a piece of fuzzy flesh and blood, his eyes red and tears falling like rain. As the dust settled, the figure of the ferocious beast reappeared, standing proudly with a roar, unharmed except for the snowflakes and dirt that covered its body. Deep despair welled up inside Su Xuan. The ferocious beasts are so terrifying. How can my Huaxia cope? As for the remaining Dragon Tang warriors, their livers and guts were even more broken. The strength and realm of this ferocious beast that had rushed down from the heavenly mountain had far exceeded their imagination. Like an insurmountable mountain, it brought the shock of death and the pressure of being unable to resist. Su Xuan looked at the ferocious beast slowly approaching his comrades, closed his eyes in despair. His heart was like ashes. He only hoped that the imperial capital side could get the news as soon as possible, and deployed the military's powerful heavy weaponry to annihilate the ferocious beast with a thunderous force. Just when everyone was beyond despair, the loud sound of helicopter propellers turning suddenly came from the sky. With all his strength, Su Xuan raised his head to look at the helicopter in the sky, and immediately afterward, he saw that the helicopter slowly lowered its altitude, and then a figure, opening the hatch, jumped down directly. Boom! An earth-shaking sound was emitted from the snow, and the figure directly trampled a deep pit out of the snow, and the location was right in front of the ferocious beast, 10 meters away. Su Xuan was inwardly shocked, and then he saw a burly young man carrying a long sword, wearing a black bodysuit and a hood, quite handsome, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and a face, did not have the slightest fear, and he seemed to have no breath on his body, but he gave him an inexplicable feeling that he was completely unbeatable, and even a pressure that was even more terrifying than that of a ferocious beast rose within him. This person, the realm is profound. Su Xuan's first feeling was that this young man, his strength didn't seem to be any worse than the ferocious beast's, which meant that this person's realm was feared to have reached the divine hidden. For a moment, Su Xuan felt his scalp tingle and welled up with deep bitterness and loss. Originally thought that he forged body realm 9, already is the current Chinese real first strong, the first genius. Now it seems, really the frog in the bottom of the well. No wonder the director said last time that there was a vision in Hengduan Mountain, suspected to be a genius breakthrough that triggered the resonance of heaven and earth. The person is exactly Su Xuan, searching around in the helicopter in the morning, has not been able to find this trace, or the sound of gunfire and roar gave him the direction. When he arrived, he found a field of blood and broken arms and limbs, as well as a few remaining people. Looking at their appearance, they should have just gone through a fierce battle with the ferocious beast. Obviously, they had failed, and it could even be said that they were completely abused without any room to fight back. Su Xuan didn't make any nonsense. Squinting his eyes, he glanced at the ferocious beast that was 10 meters long, resembling a wolf and a tiger, and then with a leap of his body, He directly stepped across this 10-meter distance, and then swung his right fist, and smashed it onto the ferocious beast's head. Ow! A miserable scream came out as the ferocious beast, which was more than a dozen tons, was directly smashed by Su Xuan's punch, while its left cheek was obviously sunken, horrifying blood slowly flowing from its bloody mouth, and one of its sharp fangs snapped. Xia Changhe was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. That's a ferocious beast that had slaughtered hundreds of people, and the entire imperial capital Dragantang's most elite squad had been deployed and could not even injure it for a single point. Not even grenades, rifles, or these horrible hot weapons could do a single bit of damage to it. And now, this youth in front of him, with just one punch, made that ferocious beast fall to the ground and even get injured. I'm afraid the power of this fist is hundreds of thousands of pounds. Who the hell is this youth? Su Xuan was very dissatisfied inwardly when he scored a hit and shook his head with a face full of disgust. Too weak. What? The Dragantang warriors in the snow, suspecting that their ears had misheard, stared at the youth with shocked faces. Swords and spears are invulnerable. The Dragantang elite squad was almost completely wiped out, and the terrifying beast that knocked a body-forging 9th heavy cultivator off his feet with a single move is too weak. You say? No, man. Su Xuan watched the ferocious beast unexpectedly slowly stand up. At that moment, his body moved and directly rushed to kill, jumping high when he was close to the ferocious beast, then contracting his calf. His knee went down and ruthlessly smashed down towards the back of the ferocious beast. Ka-chow! Ka-chow! The sound of bones breaking came in bursts, and the ferocious beast had just stood up when it was slammed down once again, collapsing in the snow with a roar, raising its head and letting out an angry roar. At the same time, its tail came rushing in as violently as an iron whip, tearing the air and thundering. Look out! A Dragantang warrior hastily voiced a reminder, his heart jumping into his throat. This ferocious beast was truly despicable and cunning. Su Xuan didn't even bother to turn his head. His right hand blasted out with a fist, his body glittering with golden light, directly dissolving this attack that was like steel and carried the momentum of a landslide with ease, hammering that tail directly backward and rebounding, blasting it heavily into the snowy ground, paralyzing it powerlessly. Su Xuan followed up by riding on the back of the ferocious beast, swinging his fist and ruthlessly smashing it on the ferocious beast's head. A punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The ferocious beast finally couldn't resist. Its head was already a bloody mess. Its skull was hammered into mush. The brains inside mixed with blood burst out. Its head tilted and fell to the ground, dying. 3 punches to death. Su Xuan felt very uninspired and could not help but frown, feeling very dissatisfied. Although this ferocious beast was at the divine hidden realm, with infinite strength, amazing defense, and terrifying speed, it had yet to cultivate a technique, and its combat experience was average. But if this was placed in his previous life, even after 15 years of cultivation, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to finish off this ferocious beast. I didn't think that in this life, I would be able to mess up with 3 fists. Su Xuan was still relatively satisfied with this. After hammering the ferocious beast, Su Xuan directly unsheathed his longsword and poked it into his abdomen, taking out a red fist-sized inner elixir and stuffing it into his bosom, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. This ferocious beast had already condensed an inner elixir, which was immensely important to himself, and could maximize the development of the treasures of his internal organs and enhance his body's potential. He then retrieved his giant sword and directly carried the murderer's torso on his shoulder with ease, ready to go back. It was so heavy that the helicopter definitely couldn't carry it, but carrying it back like this was too much of a showstopper, and after thinking about it, he beckoned to the helicopter overhead. Who immediately eased the helicopter down and handed Su Xuan's cell phone over. Vinci, arrange for a truck. Well, at least the 12-meter kind. I sent you the location. After saying that, he hung up the phone and turned around, ready to open the hatch and get in the helicopter. Sir, that... A dragon warrior gathered his courage and ran over. Su Xuan turned his head, puzzled. Something? Thank you for saving our lives. We are dragon. That middle-aged warrior expressed his sincere gratitude towards Su Xuan, but was directly interrupted by Su Xuan. First of all, I'm here to kill the ferocious beasts. Your lives have nothing to do with me. You don't need to thank me. Secondly, I don't care which organization you are, and I don't want to know. Su Xuan waved his hand to stop him, then turned around and stepped into the hatch to leave in Ahu's helicopter. The warrior who stood in place, his face embarrassed, finally let out a long breath and said, doing good deeds without seeking fame. No wonder he didn't join Dragon Tang. Afterwards, these people hurriedly began to rescue their seriously injured comrades, and at the same time dialed the emergency call for help. And in a short time several ambulances drove up to carry Xia Changhe and the other injured back, and the truck that Xia Wenshi had arranged for arrived not long after. A whole 10 pugnacious men, utilizing a 100-ton crane, loaded the ferocious beast onto the truck. When it was lowered, there was a loud boom. The truck swayed from side to side, and the tires even began to sink into the snow. The driver sucked in a breath of cold air. This weighs over 10 tons. I'm afraid. The murderer was then transported back to Yokohama. Just that none of them realized that when all of them left, on a tree in the distance, a figure shrouded in black robes suddenly appeared, his body shivering non-stop, and strings of beads of sweat gushing out from his face towel. Damn it! Huaxia actually has such a horrible person. I'm afraid it's useless for the young lord to come me. No way. I must tell the elders this news as soon as possible. Then, he intended to leave this place, but he found that his legs were shivering and had gone numb, and he couldn't listen to them at all. It's horrible. The man in black kept taking deep breaths, trying to ease the fear inside. Just then, a cold voice suddenly came. Can't walk? Chapter 37, Slaying Half-Demons, Raising to the Divine Hidden Triple Realm. When the man in black heard this voice, his body stiffened, his death spirit was straight, cold sweat beaded on his back, and when he turned his neck with great difficulty, he saw a young man carrying a long sword on a tree next to him, looking at him with a smile or a grin. Can I help you? Su Xuan was probably able to guess about the identity and origin of this man in black. In his last life, north of the Great Wall, there was a huge force called the Tsushan 100 Demon Road, which was full of half-human, half-demon monsters who salivated over the land of Huaxia's Kyushu, and after accumulating a large amount of power, they took advantage of Huaxia's battle with the ancient races and the fierce beasts to take advantage of the opportunity to enter the area. In the end, countless cultivators, running to the Great Wall, defending the country's gates, fought fiercely with this huge force. The man in black took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. He knew deep down that he couldn't run away, so he began to think about how to stall for time until the elders sent another person to come here. In this place just now, with such a violent scene of intense fighting, the old ancestor and the others should have been able to capture the slightest bit of information through special props. If I send out another signal, then there will be a chance of escaping. Thinking of this, he slightly calmed down a few points inside, then slightly raised his hand and slowly reached into his arms. Then his face changed greatly. His arms were empty. Are you looking for this thing? Half-demon. Su Xuan pulled out a red object that looked like a candle from his bosom and shook it. The black-clothed man was like falling into an ice cellar. A wave of despair ran through his heart, and with great difficulty, he raised his eyes and looked at Su Xuan. His voice had become hoarse. How did you steal it? Then, seeming to understand something, with surprise and fear in his voice and in a stringent tone. How do you know who I am? The half-demon, who had always been known for his stealth and was known for his prudence, codename 8, had always been the Elder's beloved, and was also the frontrunner in terms of strength amongst the 12 great demons. The release signaling item that he carried with him was stolen without his knowledge, and he didn't even notice it at all, which made him feel unbelievable. Su Xuan smiled. Want to know? The man in black nodded, obviously very interested in the answers to these two questions, but did not notice Su Xian's gradually turning cold demeanor. Then I'll tell you this. Su Xian's face showed a human and harmless expression. Then, in the black-clothed man's expectant eyes, he violently drew his sword and swung it with lightning. In a flash, a biting sword chi with endless coldness flickered and slit the black-clothed man's neck, and the blood was frozen just as it flowed out, covered with a layer of snow-white frost. The man in black stared wide-eyed. His right hand covered his neck, and a meaningless ho-ho sound came out of his mouth. Then his whole body directly planted itself and fell down from the tree. Su Xuan jumped down immediately after him, rummaging through the black-clothed man's body, except for a bottle of elixir, a few spirit stones, and an earth-grade dagger. There was nothing else. After stowing away these trophies, Su Xuan then took the helicopter, allowing Tiger to almost run out of fuel without spotting a single ferocious beast, and finally deciding to hit the road back home. When Su Xuan returned to Hunduan Mountain, he found that everyone was looking at him with a look of adoration, which was completely different from the past when he used money to buy people's hearts. This was because at the foot of the mountain, the corpse of a ferocious beast that was more than 10 meters tall had been hung up by the people of Transverse Mountain, who were staring at the meat of the ferocious beast with a greedy look in their eyes. However, none of them dared to make a move. After all, this was a ferocious beast hunted by Su Xuan. Su Xuan ignored their various flattery, no matter if it was genuine or fake. After hearing it too much, it no longer meant anything. As for the meat of divine hidden realm ferocious beasts, it contained a large amount of spiritual chi, which was useful for forging the body. But for Su Xuan, who was already at the divine hidden realm, it was almost useless. On the contrary, that fur, for himself, might be a bit useful. If thrown into the middle of the Earth's core red inferno sea, together with other materials, he might be able to forge an unexpected weapon or armor. The meat of the ferocious beasts, You divide it up and give everyone a piece of it as much as you can. The skins are left behind, then washed, air-dried, and put on the mountain. After Su Xuan gave a brief explanation, he planned to continue his seclusion, as the terrifying aura coming from within his body seemed to have the feeling that it was about to overflow at any moment. Yes, sir. Being able to taste the meat of the ferocious beasts and improve his strength, Xiao Wenshi was naturally happy, so he immediately had people purchase 3 truckloads of beer, prepared more than 100 barbecue grills, as well as heaps of seasonings, and prepared to have an open-air party in the evening. When the crowd heard this, they all cheered, furthering their gratitude and loyalty to Su Xuan. After returning to the Hengduan mountain valley, Su Xuan only felt full after eating 3 roasted pigs and drinking 10 large cups of orange juice. At this rate, I can probably eat 2 cows in one meal from now on. Su Xuan's face was somewhat bitter. After the power boost, his need for food increased by countless times, and although it didn't affect his body, he didn't like the feeling of binge eating. After everything was prepared, Su Xuan sat quietly in the valley, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. After reaching the divine hidden realm, in addition to quenching the body, the sinews, and the organs, there was also a need for some sense of enlightenment. The organs of the human body, their potential was endless, and the cultivation of the divine hidden realm was the extreme development of the organs of the human body without damaging them at the same time. In his previous life, Su Xuan had seen some divine hidden realm cultivators. In order to stimulate the potential of their organs as quickly as possible, they would not hesitate to swallow a large number of side effect pills, such as the heart catalyzing pill, to make their organs stronger and tap more potential. But in the end, they all suffered from varying degrees of after effects. On the other hand, there were strong people who consumed their body's potential in advance by practicing some extreme feats, and even temporarily stimulated their body's potential when they were fighting. And in the end, they would basically have all sorts of problems. Simply put, it seems very contradictory to develop the body's potential to the fullest, but also to do so in moderation. Cultivation is supposed to be a limiting thing, but keeping it moderate is stifling. Su Xuan took a deep breath and sat on the ground, pulling out the inner elixir from his bosom. Then without any hesitation, he directly swallowed it. After the inner Dan entered the body, it began to slowly dissolve, transforming into strands of very pure qi and blood that swam and circulated in the large orifices around the body and brought in a constant stream of spiritual qi. In an instant, the Bodhi tree in his mind reappeared, with flourishing branches and leaves, emitting endless vitality and aura, and absorbing all this aura and blood qi in a single brain. Su Xuan couldn't help but stare, hoping you're not a picky eater? After the absorption was completed, Su Xuan felt a cool sensation coming from the place of his eyes, and then countless auras began to impact and transform his eyes. Unlike the last time the heart was developed, this time it didn't bring any pain, but instead made itself very comfortable. I don't know how long it had been. When the aura slowly dispersed, Su Xuan felt an unintelligible change in his eyes, as if his vision had become much stronger. Su Xuan opened his eyes and saw an ant on the wall of the valley, 20 meters away from him. The fluff on the ant's legs could be seen clearly, and could even be counted clearly. Su Xuan was slightly startled in his heart. The drastic enhancement of his eyesight was also a major indication of an increase in combat power. In his last life, he was stuck at the first level of the divine hidden realm and had not advanced an inch for many years, and his body's organs had not been strengthened in any way, much less tapped into any valuable effects. For this reason, he had even secretly eaten forbidden pills, as well as forbidden techniques, and still had not broken through to the first level of the divine hidden realm. In the end, it was torn alive by the ferocious beast. You have broken through to the second level of the divine hidden realm, strengthened your eyes, and gained the skill Eagle Eyes. Eagle Eyes, your eyes become as sharp as an eagle's, and you can even see small animals hundreds of meters away. A burst of prompts came from his mind, and Su Xuan was very pleased inwardly. As far as he knew, in his last life, many divine hidden realm cultivators, they were also able to break through and tap into the potential of their organs, but very rarely were they able to acquire some skills. For cultivators, out of the 1.4 billion people who broke through the divine hidden realm 9 times, no more than 10 people would be able to obtain a skill. Those with 2 as well as more skills would have none. And now that he had broken through to the second level, he had already gained the skill. This kind of luck could be said to be 1 in a billion. 7 more breakthroughs. The first time it was a strengthened heart that enhanced my 6 senses, which allowed me to feel the half-demon. Now with this eagle eye, my perception is on a whole new level. Su Xuan nodded, closed his eyes, and continued to impact as he felt that the blood qi and aura used for the breakthrough just now hadn't consumed half of the inner Dan. Su Xuan opened the bottle of elixir and found 2 blood-red elixirs inside. Placing it on his nose and smelling it, he was then ecstatic. This was a special potential pill for the divine hidden realm. It had no side effects and could also accelerate the development of the body's potential. It was an unavailable and coveted good for divine hidden realm cultivators. At that moment, he no longer hesitated and directly stuffed the 2 pills into his body. After the elixir entered the body and melted, it exuded an extremely rich medicinal power, mixed with the blood chi of the inner elixir, and was crazily absorbed by the Bodhi tree. Subsequently, Su Xuan felt that the location of his waist, that is, his kidneys, began to endure the impact and transformation of the aura. After about 10 minutes, it was all absorbed. You have broken through to the 3rd level of the divine hidden realm, strengthened your kidneys, and gained the skill unyielding, indomitable. When you are attacked by an attack that exceeds your current realm, there is a 15% probability that you will be immune to damage. Hearing this hint and skill, Su Xuan became even more delighted. The increase in one's strength was secondary to the realm's elevation, but the enhancement of these organs was a qualitative improvement. If all the organs were strengthened to the same strength as the sinews and skin, then there would be no need for bones and skin to protect the fragile organs, and the practitioner would become more able to kill with. As for the skill, that was even more of a blessing. 15% probability, which was already not low, was enough to allow him to fight with overworld cultivators or ferocious beasts. In my previous life, it took 15 years to arrive at the divine hidden realm. In this life, I managed to reach the 3rd level of the divine hidden realm without any effort. My starting point has already surpassed the end of my previous life. Su Xuan's eyes revealed a refined aura. In that case, I will collect all those debts owed in my past life. Chapter 38. Whoever dares to turn his back on brother Su Xuan, I'll beat him up. One city, the former abandoned mining area, became a spirit stone mine after the recovery of spiritual chi, and it was also a place that the 10 great families were extremely eye-catching, and several consecutive attempts to attack were repelled. Wang Shi spent a great deal of money to repair the mine, and built up patches of high-rise buildings around it, containing office buildings, warehouses, logistics areas, dormitories, cultivation rooms, recreation rooms, and so on. In just a few short months, this abandoned mining area that was once forgotten by the world is now extremely lively, enough to employ more than 600 veterans, who usually have nothing to do but play cards, play ball, and sleep in the recreation room, and are well paid for not much work, but they are needed to step up when it counts. After the revival of aura, this group of veterans, whose own physique was stronger than ordinary people, quickly entered the forging realm, and their strength went to the next level. With so many people all together, it was inevitable that there would be some friction. After all, there was no order here. However, to Wang Shi's surprise, his own nephew, De Chun, had stepped straight into the 9th level of the body forging realm after the aura revival and had inherited innate divine power. And all this was because Su Xuan had given him a string of hand beads a couple of months ago and asked him to wear them on his hands. Daharu, I'll leave those to you. Wang Shi rubbed his brow. He had been in business for decades, and he called himself a businessman. He never liked violence, nor did he advocate it, but the situation nowadays was completely different from the past. Natural disasters and ferocious beasts are descending one after another. Casualties are soaring daily, the borders are smoldering, and the military is all redeployed to guard the borders. Which looks like doomsday. Jiqi mining area, some people make trouble, trying to encourage everyone to join the uprising, will be robbed of the spirit stone, their own distribution. Wang Shi are handed over to De Chun to deal with, while De Chun is the direct use of violence. The aftermath and knocking work is left to himself. In order to better manage the mine, Wang Shi set up an auditing department, as Su Xuan had instructed, consisting of minders who supervised it on a daily basis. Daharu nodded as he stuffed a full 20-inch pizza, a brain, into his mouth, then gulped down a 550 milliliters bottle of Coke in one gulp and swallowed hard. Uncle Sam, don't worry about it. For brother Su Xuan, this is nothing. He then stood up, and with his now nearly 2-meter lanky frame, the ground trembled for a few moments as he walked. In the recreation room, 7 or 8 pugnacious men in floral shirts, cigarettes dangling from the inside of their mouths, began to talk, looking quite agitated. We've been guarding the mine for him for so long, even going so far as to put our lives on the line to start a conflict with the Morong family. And in the end we don't get a single hair of the pie except for the money. Is that reasonable? Is this fair? The big man on the couch, spreading his hands, sounded rather disgruntled. You cut the crap, and when the audit department hears about it, they'll be sure to pull you in. A middle-aged man next to him, who looked more composed, hastened to dissuade him. Scared less. The big man who opened his mouth at first stood up directly, rolled up his sleeves, showed off his sturdy muscles, patted his chest, and was filled with pride. And, I used to fear it, but now I don't have to. And then, word for word, he said. Because I am also at the 9th level of the body forging realm. Immediately afterward, his body's chi and blood boiled, and his strength at the peak of the 9th level of body forging was revealed without reservation. Hiss. Several people in the cultivation room were immediately shocked and looked at him in unison, their eyes full of envy and admiration. The 9th level of the forging realm. Looking at the whole of China, it was also the existence of a phoenix and a rare horn. How did you do it? Most of us are only at the 5th level of the forging realm. The big man was full of arrogance, very much enjoying the feeling of being noticed by the crowd, and pretended to be in a cloudy manner. Nothing else, only the hand is familiar. Looking at the crowd's dumbfounded looks, the big man inwardly cursed this group of people for having no humor cells, then slowly said, "Truth be told, the reason my realm has risen so quickly is all because of the cultivation of the Morong family head. He gifted me a whole 50 body forging pills." The others were shocked when they heard this. The Morong family and their employer were feuding for generations, and it was said that they were almost about to start a large-scale gun battle in Hangduan Mountain a few months ago. And some time ago, a trip of vehicles destined for Hangduan Mountain was also looted halfway by the Morong family. Ultimately, though unsuccessful, the big man hurriedly lowered his voice and said in a compelling tone, "Guys, think about it. Did we ever get any benefits from working for that Su?" One of them immediately stood out and pinched his voice. "He gave us $50,000 a month, which is 8 times what we were working for before." The big man froze, then smiled contemptuously. "Nowadays, money is of no use. Everything depends on the realm and strength. Even the officials have come down to form the dragon and gather cultivators. At this time, if we die defending the mine, we won't be able to share a single piece of spirit stone. So what the hell? Why don't we follow me, join the Morong family, and be treated as guests of honor? Then we'll have an endless supply of spirit stones and pills, and we'll still need to worry about breaking through the forging realm? Maybe directly to the pulse-shaping realm. At that time it will be possible to become a true powerhouse in China. Honor and power will come one after another." A few of the others were obviously a bit moved, but there was still some hesitation. And one of them said, "From what I understand, this Su Xuan isn't one to be messed with. The Morong family suffered a defeat at Hangduan Mountain before, and they haven't even recovered from it until now. And I heard from one of the brothers over there that Su Xuan hunted and killed a 10-ton ferocious beast." What? The heart of the big man who had defected to the Morong family jumped. Hunting ferocious beasts? This, so far, even the Chinese military has not heard of it. Right. And even the Morong family has only expelled the murderer. A bad premonition rose in his heart, but then he thought that he was already at the 9th level of the body forging realm. Even if he was a bit more blatant and arrogant. So what? A hint of mockery flashed across his face at the thought. If he, Su Xuan, dares to come, I will make sure that he knows the strength of the peak of the 9th level of body forging, and that a mere ferocious beast, put in front of me, is just as likely to be killed. Several people looked at him, not knowing what to say for a moment. Just then, the door to the cultivation room was gently opened, and in walked a lanky teenager with a goofy face, holding a bag of potato chips and eating it with a whimper. At the sight of the teenager, the men sucked in a breath of cold air before moving away from the big man and hastening to disassociate themselves from him. "It has nothing to do with us. It's him who defected to the Morong family." The big man's face went white, as hard as eating a fly. "These villains, I've heard that you've been on a roll lately, knocking out a lot of people, so it's just as well that I've come to learn from you." The big man let out a furious cry. His muscles rumbled and bulged, his chi and blood boiled, and he directly rushed over. His upper hand was a killing move. The teenager was none other than De Chun, who was currently chewing on a chip while watching the big man's overwhelming attack, suddenly dropping the chip with a rare look of anger on his face. "I heard you say something bad about brother Su Xuan just now." The big man was inwardly stunned. What silly egg? In the next moment, De Chun let out a loud shout, his entire body enveloped in golden light, and with a gentle grip of his right hand, he easily clenched the big man's fist, and the fist wind and the astral aura instantly dissipated. The big man was horrified inwardly, feeling that he was caught in a vice. Using all his strength, he tried to pull out his fist, but it didn't move. "Let go." A slight awe began to appear on the big man's face, suddenly remembering that this teenager had the reputation of being born with a Vajra body. Dachuan's silly smile, right hand slightly rotating, can hear the bones broken click, followed by the big man's heartbreaking screams. Ah! The next few people watched their scalps numb. Was the 9th level of body forging being ravaged like this? De Chun suddenly let go of his hand, and the big man hastily backed away, extreme fear flashing in his eyes, looking at the gate which was open, and then running with all his might towards the door. As long as he ran out of this gate, when he went to the Morong family, he would be able to find an expert to avenge himself. In his mind, Su Xuan was always just a thug with a bit of money, with little substance to stay for long. Only a great Chinese family like the Morong family was the most suitable object to defect to, especially after the recovery of aura. This feeling was even more obvious. Just wait, when I find someone, I'll crush your hand. Unfortunately, in the next moment, as he was running with all his might, De Chun just flashed his body and blocked in front of him, with a surprised look on his face. Trying to escape? The big man's eyes jumped. Why was this fat man so fast? I'll beat up anyone who dares to turn his back on brother Su Xuan. A rare serious look appeared on De Chun's face, and then under the gaze of the big man who was surprised before he had time to react, he directly threw a punch at his abdomen. Bang! This big man of the 9th level of the body forging realm, his body flew out upside down, vomiting a mouthful of blood in the air, ruthlessly hitting the wall before falling to the ground, his face pale, and he didn't know how many bones in his body had been broken. Daharo looked away, picked up the bag of chips on the floor, and continued to eat while scanning a few people around him. You guys, take care of it and give it to the audit department. When he was done, he grabbed the chips and puffed and munched on them, exactly as he had come. Those few people hurriedly nodded their heads in response, and at the same time, they also realized that even if they were at the 9th level of body forging, in front of this innate divine strength teenager, it was just a matter of a fist, and this teenager's admiration for Su Xuan had already reached a very terrifying level. Thinking of this, these people didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly started working. After dealing with this side of things, Dachuan is again the usual tour of the mine, found that all are seriously mining, and did not say anything, and went back to his room, ready to play a CS. Imperial Capital, Dragon Headquarters, Conference Hall. Chen Tianping looked at the bandaged Xiao Changhe, who was sick for the meeting, and inwardly there was both some admiration and some helplessness. Huaxia still treats these public officials with favor. You didn't have to come at all. Natsu, you should be recuperating. Chen Tianping sighed, his face clouded with worry. This time it's because we didn't analyze it enough. The strength of the ferocious beasts far exceeded our prediction. It seems we must use stronger weapons. Xiao Changhe, his entire body wrapped in bandages, only revealing 2 eyes, like a mummy, opened his mouth. No, I must come. Then in front of all the top brass of Dragon Totem, he sucked in his breath and cautiously said, for I saw one, a strong man who descended from the sky like a god, who sent the ferocious beast flying with a single punch and then rode it to violently hammer. It's, Xiao Changhe spoke of that scene in colorful detail, then watched the faces of the people around him gradually become shocked, and suddenly felt a hint of relief in his heart. Xiao Xia, that strong person you mentioned. It's our loss if he doesn't choose to join Dragon Tang. Chen Tianping went from being shocked to sighing again, but with some reluctance. Is there any way to recruit in? Xiao Changhe smiled bitterly. Chief, let's say it plainly. People don't even look at Long Tang. I estimate that his strength is at least the 7th level of the pulse-shaping realm. Hiss. The entire audience sucked in a breath of cool air. Only 10 short days ago. The 7th level of pulse-shaping. What kind of genius is this? It was said that the Morong family's old ancestor, who spent a great deal of resources, could only manage to cultivate a genius who had just entered the pulse-shaping realm. Okay, we won't force it. Since he saved your lives, this favor, for the time being, will be remembered, and will be repaid when there is an opportunity in the future. Next, let's discuss the countermeasures for the frequent appearance of border ferocious beasts. Chen Tianping put away his smile. His face became majestic. The atmosphere of the conference room instantly became depressing. Everyone's heart was pressed by a huge stone. As you can imagine, the situation is very bad, and my Huaxia may be facing the greatest catastrophe ever. Chapter 39, The Imperial Capital and the Jinbei Legion's Shock. Divine Bao now appears, glancing at the top level of Dragon Tang. These people were at the lowest level of the 8th level of the body forging realm, and with just a little more time, they would all be able to step into the pulse-shaping realm, and by then, they would have a lot more chances of winning against the ferocious beasts. But will the beast give us time? Will it give the whole of China time? What comes after the beast? In this instant, this person at the helm of the Bureau of Maintaining Public Order in China felt a deep sense of powerlessness. If the cultivator that Xiao Xiao was talking about joined Dragon Tang, then the mountains and rivers of China would be safe. Somehow, Chen Tianping had a premonition that he would meet him sooner or later. I should say that sooner or later, he would make a move and start exterminating the ferocious beasts. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered his daughter. Still single, it is said that is also a young man to come, as if it is not impossible. However, please be sure to raise your spirits. Over the past thousands of years, my China has faced countless natural disasters, invasions, wars, beatings, and many disasters. but not all of them have survived one after another. And this time, I'm sure it will be the same. Chen Tianping swept away the haze in his heart and inspired everyone with his spirit. Sure enough, the people have come out of their fear and sorrow and started to face it in earnest. And Chen Tianping also began to formulate a series of measures, such as lowering the threshold of Dragon Tang's recruitment, acquiring large quantities of body-forging pills and spiritual treasures, and beginning to consciously cultivate talented contestants, etc., while the specific actions were left to others to implement down the road. Huaxia, extreme northern border, military camp. This was the border between Huaxia and the Grizzly Bear Empire, and 10 days ago, ferocious beasts invaded and moved south, slaughtering the surrounding villages and killing and injuring countless people. The Jinbei Legion, as the army responsible for the safety and security of the entire north, was naturally dispatched here to fend off the ferocious beasts, after paying for the lives of a whole 800 people, consuming more than 30,000 rounds of ammunition, a dozen warplanes, and more than 30 armored vehicles. The invasion of the ferocious beasts at the border was finally fended off, and one was decimated. How are the fortifications being built? An admiral in a green uniform with 5 stars on his shoulders sat in the main seat with a worried look on his face. General, we have already built a 12-kilometer-long defensive wall along the border. From Yin Mountain in the west to the Liao Sea in the east, the wall is 8 meters high, and 50,000 troops are spread out along the entire line. A division commander-level officer under the seat began to report. The general's brow furrowed. 8 meters? I'm afraid that's not enough. Continue to strengthen the defense. If you lack money, urge the Imperial Capital Finance Bureau. The border defense is a matter of the safety and security of the entire human race. It must be given high priority. Yes. The general swept a glance at the crowd. The gravity and sorrow on his face never dissipated by half, and his heart was pressed by 1,000 pounds of boulders, and after a long time he slowly spoke. Next, let's start discussing a follow-up response. A young, relatively svelte-looking officer wearing glasses took the lead, projected the PowerPoint onto a large screen, stood up, pushed up his glasses and began to explain. According to all the current belly-hungry intelligence, including fighting with us, this batch of ferocious beasts have a total of 5. Of course, do not rule out that there are still hidden. They are all currently unknown creatures on the earth. Only the ancient books of the past a few records of a few strokes. Therefore, we hypothesize that after the aura was revived, these ancient creatures awakened at the same time, and that they will fight as long as they are alive, apparently still retaining their traditional hunting instincts. According to our speculations, these ferocious beasts are at least at the 7th level of the pulse-shaping realm, and have superb defense, speed, and killing, with almost no shortcomings. I'm afraid we'll need to ask the Imperial Commander-in-Chief to use nuclear weapons if we want total annihilation. When he finished, he sat down. The crowd was silent. Something like nuclear weapons. Once it appeared, then the world pattern would change. And even if the ferocious beasts were eliminated, it was hard to say whether the homeland that mankind depended on for survival still existed or not. The general hesitated, and seemed to have difficulty in making up his mind. Just then, a brigade commander-level officer below stood up and said aloud, "General, I have something to report." In an excited tone, with a hint of joy on his face, the general frowned and nodded. News came from Dragon Tang's side. A few days ago, near the Heavenly Mountain, there was a young cultivator who blasted a divine hidden realm ferocious beast to death with 3 punches. Is this information reliable? The general inquired in astonishment. It's from Chen Tianping. Hiss. Hearing this report, the entire conference hall was quiet. Only the thumping heartbeat could be heard. These officers who had been killed from a mountain of corpses and blood were collectively silent at this moment, and were even more horrified inwardly. If a different person had said this, they would have absolutely questioned it. But this brigadier general is famous for truthfulness, without the slightest discount, and Chen Tianping is even more truthful than this brigadier general. He said that 3 fist blasts, that will definitely not be 4 fist head. Immediately investigate this person's information and use all the resources of my Jinbei Legion to make sure to draw him in. The general instantly saw hope. His expression revealed excitement and anticipation. With this person around, why worry about the ferocious beasts not being destroyed? Even if you let him be the head of the group. No, directly make. General, it's all fine. The crowd was dumbfounded. How strict is the military system? Every promotion is a real military achievement, not to mention directly becoming a general, or a brigade commander or regimental commander. It is unheard of. It was evident that the general had treated this young cultivator, whom he had never met before, as a hope to solve the ferocious beasts, and perhaps the hope of the whole of Huaxia. General, crossing the mountain valley, completely digesting the effects and changes after the realm elevation, Su Xuan had been able to fully adapt to the eagle eyes, this heaven-defying skill, which was equivalent to installing 100 times telescope with microscopic function for himself. As for the unyielding skill, Su Xuan hadn't found a suitable object to try it out yet. Perhaps wait until he went to challenge the divine hidden realm or above to try it out? However, without a foolproof guarantee, Su Xuan would definitely not take the risk. After all, a 15% probability was still very low when correlating lives. The Ice Spirit Cloud Misty Sword. Apart from slaughtering a half-demon, there was currently no opportunity to use it. In the previous life, not long after the ferocious beasts descended, those mysterious forces also gradually began to come out of the front stage from behind the scenes. And at that time, the major families also began to fall back and fight against the Chinese officials. Doing the math, it should be almost less than 2 months. When the time comes, then let this divine sword drink blood and kill. Su Xuan's eyes exuded a fierce look. During this period of time, the 5 mines began to be transported one after another, and since the last time the Morong family was repelled, the major families temporarily held back and did not continue to launch attacks. However, Su Xuan knew that this group of people would not let up. They were definitely waiting for the right opportunity, striving to kill them with one blow. Su Xuan sat cross-legged, his body emanating a golden halo, and the rich spiritual qi was so thick that it almost filled the entire valley. This was the benefit of the secret realm, 100 times more dense in aura than ordinary places, and the speed of cultivation is, naturally, faster. The day before yesterday a lineage claimed to the public that it had broken through the pulse-shaping realm and stated that it was the first to break through the pulse-shaping realm in Huaxia, and people didn't object. It seems that currently, other than me, the highest realm of Chinese cultivators is still the pulse-shaping realm. Su Xuan nodded his head, more satisfied with the current result. Less than a month's time, it had already surpassed the 15 years of hard struggle in his previous life. Right at this moment, the magma in the center of the Earth's core began to boil again, gurgling and bubbling, and the scorching hot air poured out, but it was all blocked by the green light emanating from the Bodhi tree, while the Ice Spirit Cloud mistletoe sword behind his back was humming stupidly. Quiet! Su Xuan let out a soft cry, and the divine sword behind him unexpectedly stopped and became peaceful, like a small child who had done something wrong and was being reprimanded. Gazing at the restlessness of the magma in the center of the earth, Su Xuan's heart was slightly clearer. During this period of time, whenever this magma surges up, it seems to be the most successful time to forge a weapon. At that moment, he scanned the surrounding area and through the 1,000-year-old thunderclap would obtain from the painstaking search, as well as the ancestral dragon tendons gifted by the Dragon Tiger Temple, into the magma together. After the lightning strike wood was integrated into the magma, a trace of pale blue lightning power, nuisance, turned into arcs of electricity and fought violently with the magma, seemingly quite unwillingly. And after the ancestral dragon tendon entered the magma, it even produced a drastic change. Only the magma surged up to a height of more than 6 meters, and the scorching heat seemed to melt the world. And then a shadow emerged in the void. It was a metaphysical 5-clawed divine dragon, roaring with its head high. A trace if any of the dragon's roar echoed back and forth in the valley for a long time. Su Xuan's mind was shaken. This ancestral dragon's tendon had a mysterious origin. After so many years had passed, a dragon tendon was still able to preserve such a terrifying divine sense. At this time, the Bodhi tree reappeared in his mind, emitting a green light and resisting the impact of the void ancestral dragon. The magma in the center of the earth also seemed to be quite unconvinced, tumbling and boiling as it swept all of the dragon tendons and the 1,000-year-old lightning strike wood into the center of the earth. After about 10 minutes had passed, the magma tended to calm down. Su Xuan's expression moved. It's done? Immediately afterward, suddenly this magma clattered and surged up in huge waves, and a pale blue, dazzlingly glittering divine bow slowly levitated up. The bow was 2 meters long, and its body was engraved with obscure runes, with a trace of electric arcs and thunder snakes swimming on it, resting quietly in the void just like that. The flow of light and color is absolutely extraordinary. Su Xuan was overjoyed in his heart. Another divine weapon had been released. Then a prompt came to mind. Forging immortal grade divine weapon Heavenly Punishment Thunder God Bow successful. Earth's center Red Inferno C forging level increased. Currently LV2. What? It turns out that this Earth's center, the Red Inferno C, can even be upgraded? While Su Xuan was thinking, a portrait suddenly appeared on the void. It was a war god wearing an immortal kai, riding on an octagonal qilin, holding a divine bow. Majestic. Upon closer inspection, the divine bow was exactly the same as the one being built now. At that moment, a bold conjecture appeared in Su Xuan's mind. Could it be that this Heavenly Punishment Thunder God bow was this war god's weapon from the past? A moment later, the shadow dissipated and the Thunder God bow slowly moved towards Su Xuan. Su Xuan stretched out his right hand and slowly gripped the divine bow, and immediately felt a vicissitude of aura surging into his body, while the method of using the divine bow was also branded in his mind. This divine bow was used without the need for arrows. As long as there was enough aura, one could keep shooting. Reiki? This is the last thing I need. Thinking of this, Su Xuan smiled faintly. Jiangnan, underground, a strangely shaped, altar-like building was situated in the dark underground. In the altar, 12 figures, all shrouded in black robes, gathered around a round table. Gentlemen, the time has come to strike. The black-robed man in the center crossed his fingers, his voice hoarse. Wait, I've heard some really bad news lately. Something to do with our plan? We don't know yet. However, if this matter is not dealt with, the Lord's descent in 3 months' time will inevitably be hindered. And at that time, each and every one of us will not end up well. What news? There is someone in the north who has broken through to the divine hidden realm, refined divine weapons, killed ferocious beasts, and has his hands on the 5 major mines. And that person is the one who stole the bronze sword from the tomb of the king of you before, called Su Xuan. The person who opened his mouth first. After hearing this, his body trembled slightly, and after a long time, he exhaled a breath and calmly said, "Notify the 10 great families and kill him." Chapter 40 Going Out, Killing the Fierce Beasts. The Jinbei Legion has been confronting the northern ferocious beasts for more than a month, annihilating one of the ferocious beasts and killing and injuring more than 1,000 of them. And the Jinbei General Wang Jun has built the 10-mile Great Wall, which stretches from the Yin Mountains in the west to the Liaohai in the east, with 50,000 troops spread out across the entire line in an attempt to block the northern ferocious beasts. And the situation is worrisome. Fierce beasts attacked in Jiangnan. The Morong family stepped in and were nowhere to be seen. Swarms of sea beasts suddenly appeared in the East Sea and attacked the harbor, causing hundreds of casualties. The entire Jinshi Legion, the entire 16 fleets, fought fiercely with the sea beasts in the sea, killing and injuring countless people. The situation is worrisome. The ancient town of Yunbei, a large number of revert creatures suddenly appeared, attacking villages in groups. The Jinbei Legion had no time to worry about it, and the Longting Yunbei branch mobilized, calling on the local prestigious families to defend against them. With countless deaths and injuries, the situation is worrisome. North of the Great Wall in the north, found a dozen dried corpses. The whole body blood was sucked dry. The death is extremely gruesome. The criminal police mobilized has not been able to find the murderer, presumed to be unknown creatures. The situation is worrisome. Morong family's first genius Morong Wei broke through the body-forging realm and stepped into the vein-shaping realm. It is said to be the first genius from the 10 great families to enter the vein-shaping realm. The Morong family has declared to the public that the revitalization of the family is expected. Xia Wenshi began to report on all the things that had happened over the past month or so, as well as the current situation, which could be described in 2 words, worrisome. Su Xuan tore into his steak and quietly listened to the news. Compared to the previous life, the ferocious beasts in this life descended much faster and increased in number. The overall situation was not optimistic. Every day there were thousands of human beings who lost their lives under the sharp claws of the ferocious beasts. Unless there could be a strong person who stepped into the divine hidden realm, and then led a team and began to eliminate the ferocious beasts one by one, it would be possible to resolve the current crisis. As a matter of fact, the Chinese government is now facing unprecedented pressure. Since the recovery of the aura, changes have occurred steeply, and the most terrifying thing now is the ferocious beasts. Almost all of the 8 legions were deployed to lay out a series of defenses along the border, but they were not able to annihilate all of the ferocious beasts. At this critical juncture, a section of the leadership, then, began to decide to drop heavy weapons, even nuclear weapons, but was overruled. After all, these were the lands of China, and it was not yet at the point of exhaustion. At least there were still thousands of cultivators from Dragontang fighting with the ferocious beasts, and when their realm was elevated, the ferocious beasts were not a threat. You tell Tiger to come here. I have something to explain. It was only after Su Xuan finished eating the entire 20 black pepper steaks that he slowly felt full. Yes. A moment later, Tiger and Xia Wenxi walked into the office together. Now, where are the most ferocious beasts? Su Xuan also didn't talk nonsense and asked directly. Slaying ferocious beasts could obtain inner elixir, which was an extremely important aid in developing one's physical potential and elevating one's realm. The two of them were slightly stunned, a little shocked inside. The current situation, people are avoiding the ferocious beasts. Even the Morong family does not dare to oppose them directly. Our boss is taking the initiative to attack? If we're talking about the place with the most ferocious beasts, it should be in the north. That is, the batch that the Jinbei Legion is currently dealing with. And according to their side, there are at least a dozen ferocious beasts. Okay, Tiger, you prepare the helicopter. We're going to the Jinbei Legion. Yes, sir. You guys go down and get ready. Su Xuan waited for the two of them to leave, and also began to prepare, inserting the ice spirit cloud misty sword behind his back, and hanging the heaven-punishing thunder god bow diagonally on his back, looking like a hunter. At the same time, he brought along 10 more spirit stones with the densest spiritual chi, which had already reached the top grade and were enough to absorb for himself for a while. Half an hour later, who drove the helicopter, directly carrying Su Xuan all the way north, traveling towards the direction where the Jinbei Legion was located. Jinbei Army, front line, 35 miles west of Shanhaiguan. Roar! A ferocious loud and clear cry pierced the sky, blowing the horn for the attack on the Jinbei military camp. Prepare for battle. A leader stood at the watchtower, looking at the ferocious beasts that were running around 1,000 meters ahead, raging with a dozen or so heads. Crap! Those sly! The regimental commander's heart thumped. This morning sent a reconnaissance plane to explore, found that in a radius of 20 miles, there is not a single ferocious beast. According to the military political commissar's speculation, this place should not be the focus of the ferocious beast attack. As a result, unexpectedly, these ferocious beasts even directly began to concentrate their power, a whole dozen of them, attacking in unison. Reporting to headquarters, this is the 126th Regiment, encountered an attack by 15 ferocious beasts. The strength here is less than 2,000. I'm afraid it's difficult to resist. Requesting for support. Repeat, this is mission 126. On the other end of the wireless intercom unit, there was a quick response. The general headquarters of the Jinbei Corps now orders the 126th Regiment to hold its position to the death, and the supporting troops to arrive within 10 minutes. Putting down the wireless communication device, the chief's heart sank. 10 minutes, could he hold out? Roar! 1,000 meters away, the ferocious beast crossed a third of that distance in a few seconds, getting closer and closer to the defense position. Shoot! Upon entering the range of the machine guns and artillery, the regimental commander did not hesitate to give the order, whereupon a heavy fire was sent from the position. Hundreds of machine guns, tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition, pouring out, the position below the dust. Artillery fire, the air filled with a layer of sand and loess, obscuring the line of sight, but the fighters did not dare to stop. Roar! A dozen seconds later, a ferocious beast with antlers and a body length of 10 meters jumped up like a lightning bolt, like a gazelle hanging from its horns, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, instantly killing its way into the upper part of the position. The alloy warheads that penetrated everything only left shallow marks on it, unable to even penetrate through the body. In an instant, the position was torn open, and the ferocious beast raised its sharp claws, and with a casual slap, 4 or 5 people were sent flying. Neat fight. The commanding officer here, with a roar, did not hesitate to draw his Kaishan sword. His body's blood chi erupted, and he charged straight ahead of the others. Kill! A dozen or so warriors around the 7th level of the forging realm drew their longswords and rushed over, killing aura that rose to the sky. The ferocious beast opened its bloody mouth and with a hiss, it fought with the group of warriors. In no time at all, there was a pile of corpses lying on the ground, and wounds finally appeared on the ferocious beast's body, but they didn't affect his movements at all. In such a short amount of time, the rest of the ferocious beasts climbed into position one after another, and in an instant, the battle was at a great disadvantage, with warriors dying every moment. The regimental commander's eyes cracked as he commanded the battle and urged his headquarters to rush to his aid. So far, only 2 minutes have passed. 8 minutes to go. What the hell? Just at this moment, there was suddenly a loud sound of helicopter propellers churning in the sky, and the headmaster raised his head to see a young man carrying a bow and a long sword, opening the hatch and leaping down directly from 100 meters in the air. Are you crazy? Jumping straight down from such a height? The regimental commander's eyelids fluttered. Boom! The young man in the black tights was like a cannonball, smashing directly into the position and smashing a deep crater into the ground. Back up so soon? The regiment leader's heart was delighted. The youth in front of him jumped down from a height of 100 meters without any injuries, and the aura emanating from him had far exceeded the forging body realm, even reaching the late pulse-shaping realm. The excessive commotion of Su Xuan landing on the ground unexpectedly directly caused the fierce battle between the two sides to come to a halt, and the soldiers and ferocious beasts looked at him in unison with horror and doubt on their faces. After roughly looking around, there were a dozen or so ferocious beasts. Su Xuan intended to have a quick battle, so he slowly drew the heavenly punishment thunder god bow from his back. In an instant, the entire space was filled with terrifying thunder and lightning, and the pale blue divine bow, flowing with blue arcs of electricity jumping on it, looked quite extraordinary. Su Xuan unleashed his eagle eyes and locked onto the target. It was a 40-meter long python. Every time his tail slapped, a dozen or so warriors flew out sideways, either dead or crippled. The killings were astonishing. The python turned its head and spat out its letters, staring at Su Xuan. In the next moment, Su Xuan's entire body's aura shifted up and shone with a golden light, and the Bodhi tree in his mind radiated a green light before he pulled back the bowstring. Boom! At this time, the heaven and earth changed color, dark clouds rolled up, and lightning tore an opening and descended directly. The surrounding soldiers were all stunned, staring blankly at this heaven and earth vision, their hearts appalled. This is? The regimental commander gazed at the sky that had become dull, the rolling dark clouds, and the thunder and lightning that kept landing, and was dumbfounded. This was far beyond his knowledge. What kind of strong person was this, who just drew a bow and caused anomalies in heaven and earth? Su Xuan pulled the divine bow to an almost full moon state, then let go. Whoosh! At that moment, a 4-meter long, arm-thick arrow coalesced from blue light broke through the air, with a momentum like 1,000 pounds, emitting a sonic boom due to its speed being too fast. Almost at the same time, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the arrow hit the python with pinpoint accuracy, directly blowing its body into a froth of flesh that flew all over the sky. Blood and flesh flew. A black inner Dan flew up high. Su Xuan's eyes were quick. He leapt forward and held it directly in his hand. It was cold in his hand. Then he threw it into the cloth bag hanging on his waist, and continued to look for the next target. The python was shot through and its corpse was left with no bones left. And the other dozen or so ferocious beasts looked at each other and actually began to turn around, leaping off the city and retreating en masse. This youth in front of them, the pressure they brought to them was too frightening, and it was a completely unbeatable existence. What? Those soldiers were dumbfounded, watching this ferocious beast that dared to challenge 50,000 people, dared to take on hundreds of warplanes, dared to call the shots with dozens of tanks, and had even been suppressing the Jinbei Legion, directly flee in the face of this young cultivator? Su Xuan's brows furrowed. It was obvious that this group of ferocious beasts' ability to judge danger was much stronger than that wolf and tiger ferocious beast. But now that I'm here, can you run away? Su Xuan leapt and flew up to the position, locking onto a running ferocious beast and drawing his bow to fire an arrow. As soon as he let go, the arrow was like a shooting star, hitting with unerring precision, sending out a deafening explosion. And again, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and corpses and bones were nowhere to be found. The remaining ferocious beasts escaped even faster. Su Xuan was speechless for a while. He hadn't strengthened his hands and feet yet, and he hadn't had the time to cultivate stance-type feats. It would be hard to catch up for a while, so he beckoned towards Avu. After the helicopter landed, Su Xuan directly turned away and prepared to open the hatch. It was only then that the regimental commander woke up as if from a dream and asked in a hurry, "Dare I ask?" However, Su Xuan didn't pay any attention to him at all, and after getting on the helicopter, he directly flew towards the fleeing ferocious beast. The regimental commander's scalp went numb for a moment, and more than 1,000 people stared in disbelief as he hunted down the ferocious beast. 5 minutes later, reinforcements from the Jinbei Legion arrived, a full 50 fighters, the leader of which hung the post of Air Force Major. "Captain, with all due respect, where is your war? Where are the ferocious beasts?" The regimental commander gave him a look and took a deep breath. "Major, before you." A young man jumped off the top of a helicopter, then drew a bow and shot one of the ferocious beasts into a froth of flesh as the ferocious beasts retreated en masse. Now, he's already piloted the helicopter and gone after the beast. That major stood directly frozen in place, his mind a mush, feeling that this amount of information had far exceeded his understanding. Chapter 41, A Feast of Killing. He's a god. So you're saying that one person, a young cultivator, killed more than a dozen ferocious beasts in retreat, and now he's even chasing them there in a helicopter? The major spread his hands, a slight look of anger on his face. He himself had fought with that group of ferocious beasts a few times, and had lost a lot of fighters, and had not taken any advantage. He was very clear about the fighting strength of those ferocious beasts, and it was by no means possible for a person to cope with them, so he questioned the scenario that the headmaster was describing. The regimental commander froze, then burst into a rage as well. "Major, you may question me, but do not insult the hero who is like a god. There are over 1,000 people present who can testify to that. And to where you're standing right now, if you look down." The major opened his mouth, said nothing, then looked down, his scalp tingling. A ground full of broken meat, stooped down and picked up a piece, saw the black as steel snake scales. A little comparison. The heart immediately know the answer. The snake scales, which were those of the incredibly cunning python, were all the right pattern, shape, color and size. That major took a deep breath. His mind was suffering from an unprecedented shock that finally materialized into one word: grass. "Why don't you step on the horse and leave him behind? That's a hero that the general has his heart set on recruiting." The major suddenly remembered what the general had said before, and even explained that he had searched around for that hero who had smashed the ferocious beasts to death with 3 fists near Tianshan Mountain. Now it seemed that in addition to his fists, he also had a divine bow that blasted ferocious beasts that fighter jets couldn't even break through the defenses into meaty froth with a single arrow. The regimental commander shrugged and spread his hands. You think he'll listen to me? The major understood instantly, and then became inwardly anxious. In which direction did he leave? North. Very well, Chief, you've made a great achievement. If we can recruit that hero, please give the news. As it is, back to the general. I think he will be very happy. The major put on his helmet, straddled the fighter, and dialed up the comms setting that, brothers, head north, search for our heroes. Roger that. Su Xuan clung onto the group of ferocious beasts and made his way north. The helicopter speed was very fast, and it didn't take long before he caught up with the ferocious beasts, but also encountered a new problem. That is, every time he encountered a ferocious beast, he must jump down, kill the beast and then go up again. This up and down is very delayed. But, even if you stand in a helicopter and shoot it, you still have to jump down and pick up the endo. It would be great if I could break through to the heavenly Yuan realm. Then I would not need to use a helicopter and could fly through the air. After Su Xuan blasted the ferocious beast with antlers with a single punch, he pulled out his inner elixir and took off again, realizing that the ferocious beast had already run far away. So he let out a sigh of relief. Continue the pursuit. Tiger maneuvered the helicopter, and so continued to chase towards the north, while the group of ferocious beasts were running lifelessly, so panicked that they didn't even think of spreading out. In this way, Su Xuan wasn't worried, so he just kept hanging on, messing with one after catching up, getting the inner elixir, and continuing the chase. Right now, inside his cloth bag, he already had 4 inner pills. These could be divine hidden realm ferocious beasts. He was confident that he would step directly into the peak of the divine hidden realm. Just then, Tiger's radar panel suddenly monitored a full 50 flying objects behind him. Sir, there are over 50 fighters behind us, and judging by the radar, they seem to be Chinese military models. Don't worry about it, let's continue to hunt down the ferocious beasts. Su Xuan didn't care about this, and only had the ferocious beast in his heart, and only the inner elixir. It didn't take long before the group of fighters had approached Su Xuan and the others and sent out a communication request. Sir, the other side has sent a calm request. We can be on the same frequency. Should we answer it? Su Xuan pondered slightly, then nodded in agreement. Tiger picked up the communication device, and an incredibly excited voice came from it. Hello hero, I am Major Lin Jiping of the Air Force of the Jinbei Legion of China. I'm glad that you were able to rush to the aid of the 126th Regiment on the front line when it was about to be routed to expel the ferocious beasts. Please allow me to express my respect for you on behalf of the entire Jinbei Legion's entire army. Hang up. Su Xuan frowned. How did the iron-blooded soldier become rambling? Tiger snuffed out the communication settings and maneuvered the helicopter, continuing north to chase the ferocious beasts, and through the glass, he could see the ferocious beasts on the ground fleeing with all their might, not daring to stay at all. The communication device rang again, and Ah Hu turned his head to look at Su Xuan, who narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded gently. This time when he was connected, Ah Hu directly interrupted Major Lin Jiping's opening statement. Mr. Major, please don't talk about meaningless things and get right to the point. Fine, don't worry. I definitely won't nag this time. This hero, our general has heard of your heroic deeds of slaying ferocious beasts before, and would like to recruit you to join the Huaxia Jinbei Legion, with a position of your choice. I don't know if you, not interested. Su Xuan directly interrupted him. After a few seconds of silence there, it seemed to look a little embarrassed, coughing a few times before continuing. Hero, it looks like you guys are going after the ferocious beasts, but honestly the helicopters are definitely not as fast as the fighters. I wonder if we can be of assistance to you. Of course, it would be an honor for us in the Jinbei Legion to help you. Ah Hu turned his head with an odd face and glanced at Su Xuan, inwardly surprised. The Jinbei Legion was affiliated with the top of the 8 legions of China, and the overall combat strength was also one of the best in the world. It was said that their general's personality was also very lonely and arrogant. How is it that at this moment, the tone seems to carry a hint of, to please you? Su Xuan slightly pondered for a moment, glancing at the ferocious beasts running on the ground, also nodding his head, so he tentatively said, you should have seen the dozen or so ferocious beasts in front of you. Can you now force them into a range and keep them from scattering in all directions? Like a shepherd dog restraining a flock of sheep. The corner of Ah Hu's mouth twitched. Mister, this metaphor is really vivid. The hall of the Air Force Major, by you so described, it is the same as a dog. Who knows? The next moment confidence and cheers erupted over there. No problem. Please feel free to rest assured. I have more than 50 fighters on my side, fitted with the most advanced drive brethren and cannons in China. I guarantee to complete the mission. Lin Shiping didn't care whether he was a dog or a pig, as long as he worked for the hero, not to mention a sheepdog. He could be a grandson. Okay, start now. Get ready to go to the rush. And for the rest, leave it to me. After Su Xuan finished the sentence, he directly opened the hatch, bent his bow and arrow, letting the gusty winds howl and not moving. Under the eagle eyes enchantment, he could clearly see the exact location of the ferocious beasts, and simulated their course of action. Lin Shiping's side began to act immediately after receiving the news. More than 50 warplanes, divided into 3, simultaneously began to bombard the 3 directions of the ferocious beasts indiscriminately. Boom, boom, boom. The shells were angled like a blizzard, and the ferocious beasts instantly began to become flustered. Sometimes, it was just so strange. If the mere attack of these fighters wasn't enough for the killers to react and even counterattack, these shells hitting them wasn't much different than taking a bath. However, if they were followed by a divine hidden realm cultivator who could blast them into meat foam at any time, these shells immediately underwent a qualitative change. And that's where it comes from. Psychologically, similar to a panic attack. Under the rounds of bombardment from these 50-odd warplanes, coupled with the threat of Su Xian's divine bow, this group of ferocious beasts began to move away from those 3 directions and ran wildly towards the remaining one. Hero, in the east, west, and south directions, we've got a complete fire blockade, and 3 kilometers to the north, there's a cliff face that's 1,000 meters high that they can't get over. As Lin Shiping watched the ferocious beast run wildly all the way to the north according to his plan, he began to explain confidently. Su Xuan didn't pay any attention to it, but hung onto the hatch and followed it all the way. After about 2 or 3 minutes had passed, the group of ferocious beasts finally arrived on top of the cliff face, so they roared and slowed down, turned their heads, raised their heads, and looked at the figure in the air, that unbeatable nightmare. Su Xuan glanced at the group of ferocious beasts and directly jumped down from a height of 100 meters, like a cannonball, smashing a large crater on the ground, and then pulled out the ice spirit cloud misty, and step by step, like the god of death, he slowly approached the ferocious beasts. With every step, the aura on his body climbed rapidly, and by the time he was less than 50 meters away from the ferocious beast, his entire body emitted pure golden light, while the divine sword in his hand directly caused the air in the void to start freezing. Quick! Record it! Like a dream. The major snapped out of his horror and hurriedly told his men to stop the plane and start filming, and immediately the blood began to roll within him. Su Xuan didn't talk nonsense. His body moved. The long sword in his hand flashed through a trail of residual shadows, and wherever he passed, everything froze into ice. Roar! The group of ferocious beasts that dared to challenge an army of 50,000 people and fight with tank fighters. At this moment, facing Su Xuan, endless fear rose in their huge eyes, raising their heads to roar in an attempt to dispel the fear in their hearts. Swish! A cold aura flashed by. Su Xuan held the ice spirit cloud misty sword, just like a heavenly god descending to earth and a god of slaying, charging into this group of divine hidden realm ferocious beasts and unleashing a one-sided massacre. At the forefront was a horse-faced and antlered ferocious beast with a piece of despair in its eyes. Then it lowered its head, and a white light rose from its antlers, directly crashing over. Su Xian's long sword went straight in, directly penetrating through its massive head that was like steel, cutting off its invulnerable antlers, and then churning it with force. The entire head instantly exploded. Blood and flesh splattered, and the 5-headed torso collapsed. With one strike, Su Xuan did not stop and waved his longsword. A half-moon-shaped sword chi, more than 10 meters long, swept across. The group of ferocious beasts didn't even have time to make a defense, and were directly chopped off by this milky white sword chi. And just as the blood overflowed, it was frozen by the cold chi, and white smoke curled up. Several ferocious beasts in the row in front of him fell to the ground with a loud bang. Su Xuan did not stop. He drove long and high, jumped up high and landed on the back ridge of a ferocious beast that was more than 10 meters long and looked like a wild boar. He backhanded the hilt of the sword and ruthlessly inserted it through its skull, then stirred it with great force, and the whole head exploded and was a blur of blood and flesh. After jumping down, he stabbed his sword into the bloody mouth of another ferocious beast, and his right hand lashed out. The sword aura was like a rainbow, blasting through the throat of this ferocious beast. For the first time, using the ice spirit cloud misty sword to start a large-scale battle, Su Xuan was still satisfied with its performance. Indestructible, and also able to release cold chi to slow down, worthy of being a divine weapon. However, he still felt that it wasn't exciting enough, so he dropped his long sword, and his entire body flew and pounced, lifting both fists and hammering a ferocious beast's head directly into a dent. then sat up and saved its neck with his right hand. And with a little force, the head exploded, and blood and brain matter burst out. In less than a moment's effort, a dozen or so ferocious beasts all died violently, before they even had a chance to put up a decent resistance. Blood-stained clothes, the remnant sun was like blood. Su Xuan was covered in the blood of ferocious beasts, looking like an ancient killing god. The Jinbei Air Force, who was suspended in the air, was so dumbfounded that he even forgot to put it in gear, and just looked at Su Xuan silently, his heart appalled. A killing feast? He is a god, the major murmured, after a long time, with a slow shivering of his lips. Chapter 42, Continuing to Improve. Divine Hidden 7 Realms. It was only until the cloth bag could not fit the inner dan at all that Su Xuan waved his hand towards Ahu. Still need to find a way to find a storage ring. Remember, in the last life this thing almost did not appear. The whole of China can be counted on one hand. Perhaps it will not appear until the true king level descends. After Ahu landed, he handed over a few large bags. Su Xuan gathered the inner dan and stuffed them all in. His calm face could not hide his smile. All this effort for this moment. The harvest was good, and Su Xian's mood also followed the changes and became good. At this time, the 50 or so fighters found the open space and slowly landed. Major Lin Jiping just got out of the cabin door. Couldn't wait to run over, looking at Su Xuan, his face full of reverence. Hero! Lin Jiping watched Su Xuan prepare to walk up the hatch and hurriedly shouted. Su Xuan turned back and asked very calmly, "Something?" Lin Jiping froze, then took a deep breath to calm the shock in his heart, and with a smile piled on his face, he slowly spoke. "Hero, may I ask your name?" "Su Xuan." "Ah, you're that Su Xuan." Su Xuan smiled and nodded. The major had heard of this Su Xuan before, the former #1 business genius in China. He started to take charge of North Star in his 20s and built North Star into a world-class enterprise, creating a business myth in China. However, half a year ago, he suddenly sold his shares and began to vigorously acquire all antiques, and the media made a big fuss and proclaimed that it was all about his image as a throwaway loser. Unexpectedly, Su Xuan, who was now standing in front of him, was a god of killing, decapitating a dozen or so ferocious beasts with his own strength. And those dozen or so ferocious beasts had made the Jinbei Legion, the leader of the 8 legions of China, suffer from sleeplessness and countless deaths and injuries. The momentary contrast was too much for him to accept, and in the end, he could only attribute it to the unscrupulous media, which could fabricate anything for the sake of traffic. The major gazed calmly at Su Xuan, his eyes filled with admiration, and suddenly bowed deeply, saying with a straight face, "Mr. Su, no matter what you think, in the heart of our Jinbei Legion, you are our lifesaver and even more so, the hero of China. On behalf of the entire Jinbei Legion, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you." Su Xuan waved his hand, his expression indifferent. "I didn't kill the fierce beast to save you guys. Frankly speaking, I'm not very concerned about whether or not your Jinbei Legion can defend the fierce beast." The major froze slightly and looked at Su Xuan with his mouth wide open. But Su Xuan suddenly became incomparably serious at this time, his expression firm. "Whoever dares to violate my huaxia, I will make him pay the price he deserves." The major and the soldiers behind him were in awe and saluted. "Okay, we know where Mr. Su stands. Still, our Jinbei Legion's door is always open for Mr. Su, and you are welcome to come at any time." Su Xuan ignored him, turned around and walked into the hatch. The helicopter's propellers began to slowly churn, rising ever higher, eventually turning into a dot in the sky and disappearing from the sight of the major and his men. "Go back at once and report to the general. My Jinbei Legion is saved. Huaxia is saved." The major was ecstatic. His voice trembled, the 1,000-pound stone in his heart instantly disappeared, and the haze that had plagued him for days dissipated. With this protector, why should we fear the beasts? What fear of invaders? Uniformly crushed. After returning to the Hangduan mountain valley, Su Xuan immediately began his seclusion. Things had completely changed beyond the last life. It had only been a month or so, and already ferocious beasts had descended to the divine hidden realm. In the last life, it would have taken more than 3 months for them to appear. Not to mention, it was still a divine hidden realm ferocious beast. It seemed that the terror of this life was far greater than the previous one, and there was no telling what he would have to face next. Only by accelerating his strength could he solve all this trouble. "I remember in the last life, that mysterious group of forces, called the prophets, should be about to appear. This group of foreigners is even more terrifying than the fierce beasts. They incited the world families to rebel, and they sacrificed all living beings to resurrect the ancient race. And the descent of the ancient race has completely reduced Huaxia to an inferno, with the country broken, countless cultivators enslaved, and countless civilians displaced." Thinking of this, Su Xian's desire for strength became even stronger. After entering the transverse mountain valley, taking out a full 200 spirit stones from inside the warehouse. Su Xuan didn't hesitate to pinch them in his hands and start absorbing them. At the same time, the inner elixir of the murderer was also taken out from inside the bag and directly swallowed. After the inner Dan entered the body, it began to slowly melt under the catalyst of the aura, dispersing into a trace of spiritual energy that roamed around inside the body. Now, Su Xuan was already in the divine hidden triple realm. His heart, eyes, and kidneys had been substantially developed, and he had obtained the eagle eyes and unyielding skills. 5 minutes later, all of the inner Dan's aura was absorbed. The aura of the more than 30 spirit stones was absorbed cleanly and turned into a cloud of ash, and Su Xuan's realm was also approaching the peak of the third level, just short of the critical step to breakthrough. Right at this moment, Su Xuan's lungs suddenly suffered a frantic onslaught of aura, which was vaguely painful, and it felt as if there was a boning knife scraping around the lungs, seemingly weeding out something. At the same time, the Bodhi tree in his mind suddenly appeared, and now it had grown into a heavenly tree with flourishing branches and leaves, and an intense green light emanated out, making people feel like spring breeze, and the powerful vitality endured. The green light and the aura in his body instantly began to entangle. The aura was responsible for transforming Su Xuan's lungs, while the green light was repairing it on the hoof, eliminating the pain. After 5 whole minutes of this, Su Xuan felt a layer of barriers in his body burst open, while his lungs became as hard as iron as they kept reorganizing. The remodeling was successful. Su Xuan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath that was long. When he inhaled another breath, much of the rich spiritual chi in the valley was absorbed. A simple breath was surprisingly capable of absorbing aura. Su Xuan's spirit was greatly energized. His lungs were successfully remodeled. His potential was tapped, and his absorption of spiritual chi had increased by at least 100 times. Your realm has risen to the 4th level of the divine treasury. A beep sounded in his mind at the same time. Su Xuan looked exhilarated. His lungs had been successfully remodeled, and after tapping into the divine deposit, he himself would be 100 times faster than a normal person in terms of both the speed of replenishing his aura and the speed of his cultivation. I remember in my previous life, geniuses of the divine hidden realm had to spend a few years for each level of realm advancement, and it was still the kind of worldly geniuses that used a large amount of elixir pills and magical treasures and feats of magic to harden a path and pile it up. And in this life, it only took me 5 minutes. Some time ago, the Morong family had a genius that broke through to the pulse-shaping realm. The whole of China was shocked. The other 9 great families sent treasures to congratulate them, and even some of the high-ranking officials of the legions said outright that the Morong family would become the mainstay of China in the future. Su Xuan shook his head, unable to imagine that the geniuses of this world were too weak to raise any interest in themselves to pay attention. But unfortunately, this breakthrough didn't seem to have gained any additional skills, and Su Xuan faintly felt some pity. After taking a dozen consecutive deep breaths, Su Xuan slowly adapted to the changes and probably understood some of them. The long rhythmic breathing seemed to absorb more aura. Afterwards, he continued to pick up an inner Dan and swallow it, then absorbed a full 40 spirit stones, only to find that the aura in his body still hadn't reached the threshold of the divine hidden 4th realm. It seemed that the further one went, the more aura one needed to raise a realm, and an inner elixir could no longer break through a realm. It was just like playing a game. The further back you went, the more experience value you needed to upgrade, and at the same time the monsters you needed to kill, the stronger they would be. One is not enough, then another. Su Xuan's heart was hardened as he endured the flesh pain and swallowed another inner elixir. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the body rose crazily, like a river, spreading out rapidly towards the limbs and bones, and in one fell swoop, it directly rushed to the threshold required for elevation, but it seemed to be a little bit short. Tao Tai! Su Xuan cursed, and with a clench of his teeth, he once again pulled out an inner elixir and stuffed it into his mouth. At that moment, the aura scattered in all directions, and the majestic spiritual power came from the air, and if it were an ordinary person, I am afraid that he or she would directly explode. However, Su Xuan had studied the vein cleansing scroll scripture and was born with a divine body. The capacity of his tendons and veins was countless times that of the average cultivator. Not to mention this current aura, even if it was 10 or 100 times more, all of it would be absorbed. Finally, under the effect of the 3 inner elixirs, Su Xuan managed to reach the barrier of the 4th level of the divine hidden realm, and this time, it was his liver that the aura impacted and transformed. Among the 5 elements of the human body, the liver is wood. Wood produces fire, and the liver governs the tendons and protects the blood. Corresponding to this is vitality, and the Bodhi tree seems to belong to the wood attribute at the moment. Thus, this aura impact and transformation was exceptionally smooth, and Su Xuan didn't even feel any pain. 10 minutes later, the barriers in Su Xuan's body broke open, officially stepping into the divine hidden realm. and had an additional skill, Born to Last. Born to Live, can quickly recover from non-fatal injuries, can be used once a day. Recovery ability is tied to level. Current LV1, can be raised. Hearing this prompt, Su Xuan was ecstatic. With this skill, it's almost the equivalent of immortality, as long as it's not a fatal injury. While, unyielding, had a 15% chance to dodge fatal wounds, these two skills combined could be said to give one enough capital to challenge across the border. I remembered that in the previous life, there were absolute heavenly prides who gained skills when remodeling their bodies, and these skills needed to be enhanced with a special kind of medicinal herb that was rare in the world, and only appeared after 100 years of aura revival. In other words, it was impossible to raise the skill level now, and you could only wait for half a year. However, half a year, a snap of the fingers, Su Xuan could afford to wait. Next, after exhausting all the inner Dan, Su Xuan transformed his body's intestines and ears one after another. It came directly to the 7th level of the divine hidden realm. Su Xuan stood up, a refined light shooting out from his gaze. In my last life, it took a whole 15 years to touch the threshold of the divine hidden realm. In this life, it's only been just over a month, and you've already reached the 7th level of the divine hidden realm. And as far as we know, the Morong family's most powerful genius can barely break through the pulse-shaping realm. Su Xuan slowly walked out of the valley, rumbling sounds coming from inside his stomach, while Xia Wenxi was hastily arranging for 10 Hans to carry a whole 500 pounds of corned beef, as well as 10 cases of beer. Su Xuan slowly walked over and directly grabbed the aromatic marinated beef and began to devour it, while opening the bottle cap and began to furiously drink beer. After the intestinal remodeling, these originally ordinary foods, the essence inside was actually directly absorbed. In addition to enhancing the feeling of satiety, Su Xuan could vaguely obtain the aura's enhancement. Sir, there's something I want to talk to you about. Xia Wenxi hesitated for a long time, but still said it. What is it? The Morong family has joined forces with the 9 great families and started to make a move against our mine. Su Xuan's eyes went cold, then calmed down. Eat first. Chapter 43, Preparations of the Morong family. Su Xuan's killing spree. Half an hour later, Su Xuan will be 500 pounds of corned beef, as well as 10 cases of beer eaten. The abdomen which came from the feeling of fullness, satisfied burp, reclined on the sofa, signaling Xia Wenxi to tell a story. News came from the Winchang mine side. The Morong family bribed the mine workers and tried to incite a rebellion. Attacked from within, and now it has been taken down by Dechun, and the auditing department has intervened to investigate. White mining area, recently found many strange cultivators, sneakily approaching, seems to be probing for information. According to the speculation of the people over there, 9 times out of 10, it's the people of the World family. South City Mining District. Morong Wei himself went there with his airplane, flew around the air a few times, and dropped the harsh words that the next time he came over this mining district would change ownership. From the words of his assistant Xia Wenxi, the 10 great families had already started to make their moves one after another, trying to get their hands on their own mines, and in some cases, they had even penetrated into the inner circle. As for Su Xuan, he had been too busy raising his strength, slaying ferocious beasts, and forging divine weapons to pay any attention to it. And now it seemed that this group of people from the lineage had somewhat stomped on his nose. It seems that one doesn't want to pay attention and is mistakenly thought to be afraid to show up. Send a message to Morong Ghost. If he shows any more signs of targeting my mine, I will definitely have them removed from China. Su Xuan's expression was flat, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. And actually, the Morong family, to him, was also an insignificant existence, but the power behind him was currently unknown. Just then, in his mind, a plan suddenly sprang up, and he hurriedly said, Wenxi, after that message I just said, add one more sentence. 3 days later, I, Su Xuan, will travel to Jiangnan, and I hope that Morong Ghost will be ready to receive my great gift. Xia Wenxi slightly froze. His heart surged with chills. In a trance this remembered Mr. S' horrible tactics in the shopping mall in the past, and hastily nodded his head. Yes, Jiangnan, Morong family. Morong Ghost called a meeting with all the core staff. With sorrow and gravity on his face, a lean middle-aged man on the left side looked at Morong Ghost, and after receiving the latter's approval, he hurriedly stood up, cleared his throat, and said, the prophet's side gave the order, do it as soon as possible and kill Su Xuan. Hearing this order, all the people in the conference room fell into silence. The prophet had contacted them more than 3 months ago and predicted the recovery of the aura, reminding the Morong family to lay out their plans in advance, which allowed the Morong family to seize the opportunity and plan ahead, and to the aura recovery. But also in accordance with the prophet's command, the Morong family covertly screwed over a dozen small businesses, using contacts and relations from their hands to take a lot of treasures. which allows the family young geniuses to soar. Now there are 4 people have stepped into the pulse-shaping realm. So, for the Morong family, the prophet was their nobleman. And as for the origin, there was no way to know. The prophet's order, they naturally followed it without hesitation. Let alone Su Xuan, who was incompatible with the Morong family. Wei, you're at the helm of the Morong family now. Tell us what you think. Morong Ghost's face was ancient, with a slight worry in the depths of his eyes. Old ancestor, since the prophet has this order, it means that Su Xuan already has to be eliminated. Not to mention that Su Xuan snatched the bronze sword that originally belonged to us, as well as the several spirit stone mines. And my Morong family has long been at odds with us. As the current Morong family's #1 powerhouse, Morong Wei possessed the terrifying strength of the 3rd level of the pulse-shaping realm, coupled with the fact that he himself was resourceful and had been promoted to the helm by his old ancestor. The words he spoke carried a lot of weight. Morong Ghost nodded, ignoring the others. That's why getting rid of Su Xuan is a must. Exactly. Morong Wei nodded, his face calm, and continued. If I'm not mistaken, the other 9 great families should have received the same order. So this time, our Morong family must join forces with the other 9 great families and join forces to eliminate Su Xuan. And since Su Xuan is far away from the Hengduan mountain and closest to the Li family, it's only right to let them explore the situation first. After all, we still don't know exactly what Su Xuan's strength is, but I think he's at most at the pulse-shaping realm. Speaking here, Morong Wei's face showed a hint of arrogance. No need. Morong Ghost suddenly shook his head, with an exaggerated smile on his face. His 10 fingers clasped together, and with extreme scorn at the corners of his mouth, he coldly said, Su Xuan has already sent me a message, claiming that if my Morong family has any more thoughts about his mines, he'll let my Morong family be removed. The crowd was dumbfounded and speechless after hearing this, while Morong Wei puffed and laughed. Morong Ghost seemed to be amused by Su Xuan's terrifying threat, as he swept a glance at the crowd and slowly said in an unquestionable and somewhat arrogant tone, my Morong family has been entrenched in Jiangnan for generations since the family's inception. For more than 300 years, becoming the top 10 families in China, and no one has ever dared to speak the words of overthrowing the Morong family. But now, there is. What do you say, guys? The last sentence, raising his voice significantly. The people in the conference room, at once, felt a fire of anger burning in their chests, and a young yellow-haired man stood up in a prancing manner, hammered his fist on the table, and almost roared out, then send him to fill the West Lake. The others raised their voices. Old ancestor, we should immediately surround Su Xuan and seize the spirit stone mines. Old ancestor, give me a team of men, and I will surely level Hengduan mountain. Old ancestor, now that I've reached the pulse-shaping realm, I'm willing to notify the whole of Huaxia and challenge Su Xuan single-handedly. The group was excited, as if they wanted to immediately hammer Su Xuan's head to burst. Morong Ghost felt very satisfied. In the presence of foreign enemies, unity is more important than anything else, but one must not be reckless. Stretching out his hand, he pressed down slightly in the void, signaling everyone to be quiet, and slowly said, 3 days later, Su Xuan will personally come to Jiangnan, and is also preparing to give my Morong family a big gift, so you all will behave yourselves then. Now, the meeting is adjourned and Wei stays. The crowd left the conference room in confusion, leaving Wei and Old Ancestor alone. Old Ancestor, I'm afraid Su Xuan may not be that easy to deal with. He seized the mining area, and according to our intelligence, he has already transported several hundred carloads of spirit stones, plus the various antiques he acquired earlier. His realm may not be too much lower than mine. Morong Wei pushed up his glasses, a few moments of rationality showing in his gaze. Moreover, the insiders we planted in the Winchang mining area have been taken care of, and among them are experts at the 9th level of the forging realm. Morong Ghost nodded his head. His face was grave. The mouth high just now was just to get everyone's spirits up. To truly face Su Xuan, there was still a need to be cautious, but that was all. And then he proudly said, there are many ways we can deal with Su Xuan. There is no need to rush things. Let's make good arrangements during these 3 days. 3 days later, Su Xuan took Tiger's helicopter and arrived in Jiangnan. After parking the plane in the parking lot, Su Xuan carried the Ice Spirit Cloud Misty Sword and the Heavenly Punishment Thunder God Bao on his back as he slowly walked towards the Morong family's mansion. Walking on the streets where the crowd is sparse, the prosperity of the past is no longer, leaving only the ground full of fallen leaves uncleaned, cold and quiet. Su Xuan has some feelings. After the appearance of the beasts, the whole of China gradually went into a state of chaos. The military were all sent to guard the borders, to prevent the beasts from invading the land of Kyushu and wreaking havoc on the people of China. Dragon Tang needed to maintain order on one side, and didn't have much time to ensure the stability of society. As a result, ordinary residents basically seldom went out, and all cultivated hard at home to raise their realms. As a result of the social unrest, many businesses have closed and a large number of working people have chosen to stay at home and not go to work, thus creating the present-day desertion of major cities and the outright collapse of the entire economy, which was a precursor to the collapse of the monetary system. Crossing over the street and arriving at the bottom floor of Morong Mansion, looking up, Su Xuan couldn't help but feel the luxury of this place as well. Right at this moment, a dozen youths suddenly poured out from inside, dressed in trendy clothes, with dyed flowery hair and bare arms full of tattoos, blocking in front of Su Xuan and staring at him wistfully. A jacketed teenager, about 17 or 18, with gum chewing and flowing from his mouth, slowly stepped out of the crowd, cocking his head and squinting his eyes. What for? Su Xuan wore a smile on his face. It seems that old man Morong is really at his wit's end. Inviting you bunch of losers to disgust me. On the count of 3, get the hell out of here. The crowd revealed contemptuous laughter as they listened, looking at Su Xuan, their bodies unmoving. Su Xuan slowly opened his mouth. 3, 2, the group of social youths, with an average strength of the 7th level of the forging realm, remained motionless and even provoked. I'm standing right here. Come and hit me. 1. As the words fell, Su Xuan's figure moved and a fist blasted out, and the entire body of this social youth in front of him directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The remaining people, with horrified looks on their faces, were dumbfounded, and their brains hadn't reacted for a while. The 8th level of the forging realm, blown to pulp with a single punch? Su Xuan didn't treat them politely either. One punch at a time, all of them were blasted into meat foam. For this group of social youths, who had not done much to help the Morong family kill people and goods in their normal lives, Su Xuan did not show any mercy at all. What's more, today's visit to the Morong family was not a visit to visit, but to kill. About 7 or 8 seconds later, a dozen or so social youths, all of them were blasted to death. Their corpses and bones were nowhere to be found, and a puddle of thick blood and broken meat on the ground, scattered and laid out, emitting a bloody and pungent odor. What a nerve! Just then, another group of people rushed out from inside, carrying various weapons in their hands, as aggressive as if they were facing the enemy. The head of a person, 2 meters tall, muscles rumbling and bulging, with an inch head, the national character face of shock and anger, drinking, Su Xuan, slaughtering innocent civilians in broad daylight without question. Do you still have the king's law in your heart? Su Xuan took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands and coldly said, I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't get out of my way, the same thing will happen. Then hold out your fingers and start counting. 3, 2, the group of people hurriedly made a pathway, and no one dared to block this killing god who lifted his hand to kill the 8th level of the forging body realm powerhouse in seconds. Su Xuan ignored these people and slowly walked into the hall, scanning the dozens of people who were on full alert, and finally walked up to the front desk and looked at a young woman in a professional suit and smiled. Please take me to Morong Ghost's office. I have a coffee appointment with him at 9 o'clock, and there's still 3 minutes left, so I hope your elevator is fast enough not to be delayed. The girl paled and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Okay, please follow me. Then leading Su Xuan, he walked into the high-speed elevator and pressed the 105th floor. In the top floor office, the old ancestors of the 10 great lineages, as well as the geniuses of the younger generation, watched Su Xuan's killing spree on the surveillance screen, and sucked in cool air in unison. It's so out of our league. In a moment, we must teach him a good lesson. Morong Wei looked at them like they were idiots, lifting his hand to kill the 9th level of the forging realm in seconds. With you guys still want to teach him a lesson? Chapter 44, is this the so-called genius? Can't take a single hit. The high-speed elevator was very fast, the 105th floor, but it took less than 20 seconds. That receptionist woman brought Su Xuan to Morong Ghost's office. Knock, knock. The woman knocked on the front door and pushed it open after receiving an answer. Seeing the room full of people, the fear in her heart was only slightly eased, and she introduced Su Xuan into the room before slowly leaving. Su Xuan walked into the super luxurious office that was a full 1,000 square feet and saw a full 50 to 66 people, looking at him in unison. There is disdain, fear, doubt, and scorn, and in that position at the very center, the old man with a full head of white hair, combing his hair back, his eyes as sharp as eagles, sizing up Su Xuan, was none other than Morong Ghost. Welcome Mr. Su's great presence. I'm sorry to have missed you. Morong Ghost hurriedly stood up in a hostile manner, with a slight smile on his face, as if he had seen a good friend he hadn't seen in years with the same enthusiasm. Just now, there was a wave of unknowing trash that greeted me instead, but now, all of them are corpses and bones. Su Xuan let out a cold laugh and sat straight onto the chair next to the round table, resting his feet on it with an arrogant expression, staring at Morong Ghost and laughing, saying, Morong old devil, I heard that recently you've been trying to hit my mine, and you're even planting insiders inside to incite a mutiny. I came over here today without any nonsense. I said I'd give you a big gift, so I'll do what I said I'd do. I'll look at it this way. On Jiangnan's side, you give up 5 mines, compensate $10 billion, and then hand Merongwei over to me, and I won't pursue your responsibility. Su Xian's words could be said to be very nonchalant, very arrogant, and even in these 1,000 years, the Morong family had never been claimed by someone who had hit their house like this. Morong Ghost's eyes rolled, his heart burning with rage, not to mention that he had not encroached on the mines. Even if he had taken all of them for his own use, he would not allow Su Xian to be so arrogant and overbearing. According to the Morong family's style of behavior, it's your Su Xian's destiny and good fortune to look at the mine, and you still dare to ask for compensation? Where's the $10 billion in compensation? Even if we're talking about loss, it's also my Morong family's loss. Not to mention, handing over Merongwei, that was the biggest capital for the Morong family to dominate the world. The future pillar of the Morong family. How dare you, Su Xian? Who do you think you are? Dare to clamor here in my Morong family? Dare to fight me one-on-one if you have the guts? A Morong family young man with dyed yellow hair suddenly stood up, and on Merongwei's cue, he slapped the table fiercely, looking incredibly imposing. Su Xian glanced at him, pulse-shaping realm's second-level waist, and instantly couldn't raise any interest, and coldly said, I don't fight losers one-on-one, get lost. Hiss. A room full of young people, suddenly feeling offended. A powerful person of the second level of the pulse-shaping realm, almost a ceiling cultivator in Huaxia, was actually called a waste by Su Xian? Looking at his stance, he should only be at the pulse-shaping realm, but the blades behind his back looked quite extraordinary. How dare you insult the genius of the Morong family? You deserve to die. Since you have no one in your sight, I'll teach you a lesson for everyone. That young Morong family genius slowly came out of the line. His body's chi and blood boiled, his muscles rumbled and bulged. A fierce aura permeated the entire office. The crowd saw this and stepped aside, making an avenue for Su Xian and company, and then gathered around to watch. They were also eager to see just how much this guy who spoke out of his mouth and spoke so loudly really weighed. The muscular man laughed and shook his neck, making gusts of clicking sounds. With a sardonic look on his face, he walked slowly, then with a glare in his eyes, a powerful hand knife slashed violently from top to bottom. The astral chi overflowed, inducing the air to twist violently, and the people around him sucked in their cool breaths. Worthy of being a genius of the Morong family, this kind of forward-looking aura is enough to stand at the peak of power. If I'm not mistaken, what he's using right now is the mountain-opening thunder palm, and when cultivated to the extreme, it's even capable of inducing heavenly thunder to roll. The Morong family's heritage is truly enviable and amazing. A crowd of people let out exclamations and appreciation. Su Xian didn't even bother to look, directly picking up a cigar on the table and flexing his fingers. Suddenly, instantly, the sound of breaking air came out, and the cigar smoke transformed into the most severe killing chi in the world, tearing through the void, and lightning like didn't enter the muscular man's forehead, penetrating through the back of his head. The muscular man's figure lurched, the color disappeared from his pupils, and his body continued to lunge forward under the effect of inertia, eventually slumping down powerlessly. His forehead smashed on the table, and he knelt down on both knees as if kowtowing to Su Xian and admitting to his mistake. With no chance of survival. For a time, the entire office, 50 or 60 people, all of them were dumbstruck. The shock and horror in their hearts knew no bounds. How is that possible? Morong Ghost's lips trembled, finally failing to voice the question in his heart. Compared to losing a genius, this crushing, unimaginable strength of Su Xian had completely overturned his perception. Cigar smoke killed a cultivator at the third level of the pulse-shaping realm in seconds. This realm, does it mean that it has reached the divine hidden? At this moment, intense remorse suddenly surged within Morong Ghost, regretting that he shouldn't have crossed paths with Su Xian in the first place, not to mention attacking Hangduan Mountain. One wrong step. If it was a divine hidden realm powerhouse, it would not be something that the Morong family's heavenly connections could handle, and at this moment, Morong Ghost's heart was as if it was dead. His face was pale, and he was speechless for a long time. The other 9 great lineages were also sitting on pins and needles, the same remorse rising within their hearts. Is this what you call a genius? Su Xian grabbed the muscular man's hair and threw it out like a dead dog. Slap! The body fell heavily in front of Morong Ghost, causing his already pale face itself to become even more embarrassed, and the fear in his eyes intensified. Su Xian, let me weigh you. At this time, a young man from the Morong family at the 4th level of the pulse-shaping realm shouted and stood out, completely disregarding Merongwei's hints to him, his entire body exuding a terrifying blood aura, while drawing out a large sword. his eyes blood red. Su Xuan turned his head back and glanced at the young man with a jade goddess of mercy hanging around his neck, exuding a mysterious aura. It also seems to be a treasure that gives him an unrealistic bottom line. That young man knew that Su Xuan's strength was strong, and instead of recklessly rushing over like the last person, he walked slowly after cautiously observing. With every step, the breath of the jade goddess on his neck was 1 point stronger. The distance of 20 steps was hard for a few minutes. His face was grave, his body exuded a terrifying aura, and the tendons in his entire body opened up quite a lot. Su Xuan indifferently smoked a cigarette and spat out a smoke ring. He didn't even bother to pay attention to him at all. The pulse-shaping realm's mongrels were not worth paying attention to. Abominable. The feeling of being ignored made him very unhappy, and immediately, a few meters away, he let out a furious roar, and his long knife slashed horizontally. The light of the knife rolled up like a pizzicato, making a whooshing sound. Su Xuan's left hand gently waved his sleeve. A spiritual power like water current spread out, instantly shattering the blade light, going unabated, sweeping through the void, and slicing directly between his neck with a poof. In the next moment, his eyes widened and a line of blood surged from his neck. Then his head fell from his neck and rolled continuously on the ground, dragging out a striking crimson trail of blood. The whole room was silent. Only the sound of rapid heartbeats could be heard. Just one move, killing a genius at the 4th level of the pulse-shaping realm with a treasure added to his body? This young man, with comparable strength to Morong Wei, could be said to be the Morong family's ceiling combatant. However, in front of Su Xuan, he was like an ant, easily crushed. Old man Morong, I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Su Xuan snuffed out his cigar smoke in the ashtray and looked down at Morong Ghost with a cold expression. The enormous pressure made everyone bow their heads, not daring to look at each other. 3. The voice that sounded like the death god demanding for his life rang out. And this ancestor of a family that had been running through China for decades. This elite figure that had reigned supreme in the shopping malls. And this almost uncrowned king of Jiangnan did not even have the courage to open his mouth to speak at this moment. 2. Su Xuan shook his head with some disappointment and continued counting. Okay, I promise. Morong Ghost exhausted the strength of his life and endured all the humiliation to say these words, after which his body went limp and leaned against the sofa, weak and unable to stop trembling due to fear. It's the devil. This is Tao Tai. Great. Wouldn't that have been nice earlier? Later my assistant will send you the card number. And tomorrow morning I want to see the balance at the number I imagined. Or, consequences, you understand. Su Xuan picked up the exquisite coffee on the table and drank it all in one go. Nice coffee. Thanks for the hospitality. Then he put on the trench coat on the sofa and left as if nothing had happened. And when he was almost at the door he suddenly turned around and looked at the otherworldly ancestor and opened his mouth, revealing rows of white teeth. Li Ting Shan, please send me the address of your office. I would like to receive it by the time I reach the 1st floor. I'll be there exactly at 9 a.m. 5 days from now, and I hope to see you then. That bearded old ancestor of the Li clan, Li Tingshan, who had roamed across the north for 50 years, was now all limp and weak, opening his mouth slightly and piling up a smile on his face. No problem, Mr. Su. Su Xuan nodded, then slowly walked out of the office and left the building. After making sure that Su Xuan had completely left, Morong Ghost directly sat down on the sofa as soon as he was paralyzed, his eyes empty, and lifted his head to stare blankly at the ceiling. Drag it out. Morong Wei quickly called for people to move the body away, and then a few cleaning ants quickly came in to clean up. The rest were sullen and silent. What do we do next? This Su Xuan is definitely going to mess with all of our 10 great families. An old ancestor of a worldly family was filled with panic. Morong Wei pushed up his glasses and scanned the crowd, his face calm and his tone menacing. If we can't deal with him, then let the big man behind us deal with him. Gentlemen, at this point, don't hide. You more or less have some relationship and friendship with the officers of the 8 legions. It's time to use their power at this moment. Also, aren't the prophets getting ready to appear? When they appear, so what if the Su Xuan is even at the divine hidden realm? Morong Ghost and the old ancestors of the 9 great families looked at each other, and a few threads of hope flowed out of their desperate eyes. Yeah, how did we forget the prophet? Old Ghost, let's withdraw first. I don't believe the Su Xuan can be stronger than the military forces. After everyone left, Morong Ghost looked at Morong Wei, as well as the other young men, and a wave of weariness suddenly rose within him. Back then, the Morong family had never been so desperate when they had offended a big shot, hiding in the east and even being expelled from China. Wei, those prophets, I'm afraid they aren't as powerful as you think. As for the military, they're basically all drawn to the border to resist the ferocious beasts now, and they're not as good at mobilizing troops as you think. Morong Ghost stood up. The creases and vicissitudes on his face became even more profound, as if he had aged a dozen years all of a sudden. No matter what, we have to use all the power we can utilize to deal with Su Xuan. Go first to Hongduan Mountain and listen to his sentiments. He wouldn't dare to do anything to you now. Stand down, all of you. I want to be alone. Chapter 45, The Friendship of the Jinbei Army. The Prophet's Plan. Sir, the handover of the Morong family has gone very smoothly. All 5 mines have been taken over and contracts have been signed. And our people are preparing to arrive this afternoon to officially take over. Morong Wei has already arrived at Hongduan Mountain. We put a spirit locking ring on him as you instructed. And he can't use a single trace of his aura right now. 10 billion in cash has arrived. After hanging up his assistant Xia Wenxi's phone, Su Xuan didn't leave Jiangnan, but instead found a more remote hotel and stood on the leafy window, looking out at the distant sea level, where thick clouds rolled in, almost sticking to the level of the sea, making it look very depressing. It is now December 20th, 2 full months before the aura recovery descends. In his last life, 2 months was still a relatively calm period, with no ferocious beasts, no half-demons, and no mysterious prophets showing up. The 10 great families also took advantage of the situation to rise, relying on their own heritage and resources to harden and smash out a few geniuses. But in this life, everything is moving much faster. In less than a month's time, the ferocious beasts had already launched an onslaught of attacks on the borders of Huaxia, with numerous deaths and injuries, and Dragon Tang was on the verge of expanding, and since it was unable to supervise the land of the 9 states, it could only do so by way of authorization of the Division of Administration, and once it was impossible to restrain the place, the Dragon Tang sub-district, too, would be manipulated by the lineage and become its own power, eventually defecting to the ancient race step by step and standing against the human race. Therefore, for the Morong family, this number 1 traitor, Su Xuan would not be merciful at all. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Tiger walked in slowly, dragging 2 2-meter-long dinner trays full of roasted meat. Sir, please eat. Su Xuan nodded and sat down in front of the dining table, putting on his gloves and directly stuffing roasted meat into his mouth. Ever since the realm was raised, the body strength was getting higher and higher, the organs became more and more powerful, and it had already reached the transcendent level. Su Xuan's meal size also increased proportionally, and he only ate meat. If you eat meat, naturally it is more enjoyable to eat it by hand. Chopsticks and fork are too small to satisfy your needs each time you eat. How is the search progressing? Su Xuan asked vaguely while eating the meat. Following Mr. S' instructions. We found the place. Tiger opens his tablet, slides his finger over the map but this place was commandeered by the military and made into a secret military base, so we can't even get close. In order not to clash with them, our people have temporarily retreated back. Su Xuan nodded and asked, what unit is this military affiliated with? The 3rd Division of the Gangnam Army, Sea and Land Special Forces. Su Xuan instantly realized that the division commander of the Jiangnan Legion's 3rd Division was expected to have some sort of close relationship with the Morong family. In his previous life, that group of mysterious forces, it was under the shelter of the Morong family that they survived the chaos and weakness of the early stages, and eventually summoned their king to wreak havoc on China until the Bronze Sword formation came out, and only then were they able to withstand it. Gotta think of something. Su Xuan pushed the dinner plate aside, then gave a number to hand over. This is the phone number Lin Jiping gave me. Call it over and say that I asked him for a favor. Count me, Su Xuan, as owing him a favor. Yes, sir. The Jinbei Legion camp was filled with cheers. Since the last battle with the ferocious beasts outside the Shanhai Pass, the threat of the ferocious beasts of the Jinbei army has been completely lifted, and for several consecutive days the warplanes drove out hundreds of miles, and no trace of the ferocious beasts was found, which is sufficient proof that the ferocious beasts have ceased to exist. The entire northern realm, for now, was safe, and the entire army heard the news and breathed a huge sigh of relief, and long-lost smiles covered the faces of the soldiers again. After all, no one likes to fight, so the general decided that the whole army, all of them, would celebrate for 3 days, even without banning alcohol. The military song floats around the camp, sending the soldiers homesickness. The aroma of barbecue meat comes to the nose, making people's appetite. In the command room, General He Jintian's face showed rare excitement and thrill. Quickly tell me, how did that god decapitate the ferocious beast? Air Force Major Lin Jiping hastily gave a military salute, took a deep breath, full of solemnity and adoration, paced back and forth, and narrated in a colorful manner. It was too late. Our soldiers on the front line were falling back and our defenses were about to collapse when suddenly the sound of a propeller churning came from the sky, only to see a figure, jumping straight down from 100 meters high, just like Superman. He was carrying the divine sword and the divine bow, and without saying anything, he just pulled the divine bow, and at that moment, The rich aura between heaven and earth rose up to the sky. Lin Shiping even substituted himself completely, his face full of intoxication as he exaggerated some of his movements, mimicking Su Xuan. The officers inside the command room, all of them looked at him dumbfounded, listening to his brilliant description, all of them shocked inside. They all had the experience of fighting against ferocious beasts and naturally understood how powerful they were. Even airplanes and tanks couldn't be easily solved, but they didn't expect to be chased down and decimated by a young man for 100 miles. He Jintian was mesmerized by what he heard, his blood boiling and rolling all over his body. His right hand gripped the armrests of the chair tightly, and he suddenly stood up fiercely and slapped the chair, smashing the armrests directly to smithereens. What a young hero, what a killing god descending, saving the building from tipping over, and saving the wild waves from both. I, the Jinbei Legion, owe him a heavenly favor, and even more so, I am the savior of the brothers of the 126th Regiment. You didn't tell him that I, for one, am eager for him, and that he is warmly welcomed in my Jinbei army? Lin Shiping smiled bitterly. General, I talked to him, but Su Xuan was uninterested, but I left him my number anyway, and I don't know if he took it down. He Jintian was slightly stunned, thinking that he was also a 5-star general of one of the 8 Army Corps, a titan of China's contemporary military world, with a great reputation, but he was rejected by a young man? That's not true. He's not an ordinary man. He's a celestial pride. The general's eyes glazed over. Rejection is the right thing to do. Tianjiu are all of such character. As long as he can help Huaxia, the position is there, whether he joins the military or not. It doesn't matter that much. Just then the telephone in the major's pocket suddenly rang, and, with blank eyes, he glanced at the general, who nodded. In the military, cell phones were not supposed to be allowed to be carried and used, only when on break. This time the general celebrated by simply giving everyone cell phones. Lin picked up the phone. Hello? Ah, you are Su Kami's assistant. How do you do? No trouble, go ahead. That's something. I'll ask for permission. Lin held the speaker of his cell phone down and spoke. General, it's Su Xuan's assistant. Before the words fell, his cell phone was directly snatched away by He Jintian, while a cadre of officers hurriedly came together, almost pressing their heads to the phone and eavesdropping. Lin looked at them with a confused expression. Ahem, I'm General He Jintian of the Jinbei Legion. Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. I should. It's no trouble. And please say hello to Su Kami for me. Okay, bye. After hanging up the phone, the smile on He Jintian's face instantly disappeared, and the aura of solemnity reappeared on his face. Ji Ping, you personally go and handle this matter. If they dare to block it, you will ride on their faces with a fighter. If anything goes wrong, I will take the blame on the commander's side. Lin Shiping immediately closed his feet, stood up straight, gave a military salute, and said aloud, Yes, Jiangnan, underground, altar. At the round table, a group of men in black sat around. The man in the center spoke slowly. Su Xuan has killed the door. The world family has fallen into his hands this time. If we don't make a move, I'm worried that he will soon come to our door. It's a small thing for us to fight him, it's a big thing for us to ruin His Excellency's plan. A tall black-clothed man next to him let out a cold snort, his tone dripping with scorn. The Morong family's bunch of losers, at best, are only at the pulse-shaping realm, or are they piled up with a large amount of pills and spirit stones? This Su Xuan is estimated to be at the pulse-shaping realm as well, but there are just some chances, so why worry about it? The other man opened his mouth halfway through his meditation. As far as I know, Su Xuan should be around the divine hidden triple realm. Hiss. The crowd looked at him in unison, sucking in a breath of disbelief. The black-clothed man who had spoken first, and the leader of the prophets, waved his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. May I be sure? Can't go wrong. Su Xuan has occupied Hongduan Mountain, the spiritual chi of that place. You all know about it. Moreover, he has also collected those 3 bronze swords, and has even forged divine weapons and sharp blades. The divine hidden triple realm, perhaps a little conservative, maybe even the 4th. The group of black-clothed men fell silent. 2 months, divine hidden realm. They had been laying out for so many years and had already gathered the 10 great families of China, and they had only recovered to around the divine hidden 2 realms in 2 months. This was the result of their entire clan, which had been laid out for hundreds of years. If you ask me, let's make a move together and finish off Su Xuan unknowingly, so that we can never have any more trouble. I'm always worried that he'll sabotage Your Excellency's plan. It was suggested. No, the leader-like black-robed man interrupted in a deep voice. If we show up rashly, those old undead things will surely notice. They and the Lord have fought for so many years before, and will surely make a move to interfere with the Lord's plans. Then what do you say? We can't go out. we can't not go out. And this Su Xuan has already arranged for people to scout. Surely it won't be long before they will surely check here. At that time, we can't even hide it if we want to. Yeah, what do we do? Don't panic, we still have an undercurrent. The chief suddenly sneered and, after so many years of laying out and proclaiming 3 months ago, besides the 10 great families, there are many more that are our people. Since Su Xuan is staring at this place, then it wouldn't be better for us to create a little something to draw him away. Attracted how? The others looked at him curiously. Do you guys still remember the questioning heaven palace that was overthrown by Baiyu Jing in the past? The chief said calmly as he scanned the crowd. Chapter 46, Fleeing, Rebuilding the Heavenly Palace. Asking for Heaven Palace? Legendary gathering place for cultivators. Founded by an elder of my clan. Attracting talented people from all over the world to join and seek the way to ask for the sky, and was ultimately overthrown in one fell swoop by that gang from the White Yujing when they hit the door. A black-robed man's eyes flickered with resentment. And the heaven-asking palace could be said to be the wound of this group of prophets. Although we weren't born in that era, we can learn from our clan's ancient texts how tragic that great war was in the past, and it is said that after many years, the aura of heaven and earth was nowhere to be found, and the forces of all sides were dissolved, and finally the current human civilization was formed. The other prophet, who looked older, said slowly, his eyes full of remembrance and memories. The black man in the center nodded. That's right, this heaven-inquiring palace was created by the elders of my clan, initially to seek the Tao and inquire about the heavens, exploring the fundamentals of the Tao, and was finally calculated by this group of Taoists from Baiyu Jing, and disappeared ever since. As for the aura drying up in the back, cultivators withering to death, and adults sleeping, etc., whether or not it's related to this is inconclusive, and there are no detailed records in the ancient books. However, with the current revival of aura, the world is about to enter the civilization of immortal cultivation, and all the current civilizations will collapse, and the characters from your lordship's era will come down one after another. Therefore, what I mean is to immediately form the heaven-asking palace, with the 12 of us serving as elders, to attract all the cultivators in the world, in preparation for the arrival of His Excellency in the future. At the same time, we can also use this to attract Su Xian's attention. The 11 remaining prophets. You looked at me and I looked at you, and then they all nodded their heads. Because at the moment, it seemed as if that was the only way to ensure that the Lord's plans for his descent would not be disrupted. And once the Lord descends, all the living beings, there is no threat, then this Su Xuan is just an ant. Life and death. The Lord's words matter. I agree. I'm for it. Seconded. Very well, since we're in agreement, let's act immediately. My idea is still to let the lineage take the lead. At the same time, the pieces we've laid out ahead of time can start to bring out the value of their existence. Aside from this matter, the most important point is that we can't stay in this place any longer. Move immediately, and destroy all the rituals for awakening the Lord, including this altar. The black-clothed man's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, rather like a strong determination. No, we have laid out your lordship's plan months in advance, and we have carefully prepared the altar for a long time. How can we just destroy it? I am not in favor of it. I don't agree with it either. We spent so much effort to get the conditions ready for the awakening of the adults, not to mention these 9 crystal coffins, or those spells. We all worked hard to find them for a long time before we got them. Seeing the crowd's opposition, the leader-like black-robed man coldly snorted and said, if you don't shift at this time, how will you cope if Su Xuan kills his way in? Even if you are able to behead Su Xuan, can you guarantee that you won't attract the attention of those old things? Crystal coffin or not? Spells or not? And the altar? These I have prepared long ago. After the turn, the ceremony of awakening the Lord needs to be repeated. The formation needs to be rearranged. At most a month's delay. And nothing else has any effect. The crowd looked at him. All of them were surprised in their hearts. They didn't expect him to have considered all of this long ago, and even prepared more than one altar in advance. So they no longer objected. After ending the meeting, 12 long, black figures walked out in unison, looking at the altar in front of them, with unwillingness in their eyes. Inside, there were all sorts of magic weapons that they had collected with great effort. Take a shot, guys. After the leader of the black-robed man opened his mouth, he spread his hands out, closed his eyes, and muttered an incantation under his breath. In a flash, a flame rose from the palm of his hand, and as the incantation was recited sharply, it grew stronger and burned several meters high. The black-clothed man beside him did exactly the same thing, reciting an incantation, and all of a sudden spheres of various elements appeared, condensed from aura, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, light, darkness. 12 spells with different attributes appeared together, illuminating the dark void as if it were daytime, brilliant and colorful. but at the same time filled with a terrifying aura. This is the avatar of the 12 prophets elemental summoning. Up! The black-robed man in the center let out a soft shout and directly threw the fireball in his hand into the altar that was shrouded and engulfed by the blackness of the night, and in an instant a blazing fire rose up and crackled. In the next moment, the remaining prophets, too, threw the spheres in their hands. All of a sudden, the inside of the altar was filled with the turbulence of different elements. Wind and rain, lightning and thunder, alternating light and darkness. The entire unseen-shaped altar was ragingly attacked by 12 different elements, and in no time at all, it was devoured and slowly collapsed, and the crystal coffins and magical artifacts inside were slowly dissolving. Come on, we'll be back. The black-robed man in the lead took a deep look at the altar that was buried in flames and impacted by lightning, and had gradually collapsed and was about to turn into ashes, and turned to leave. The 12 prophets, together, slowly left the place, influenced by the recovery of aura. Many industries basically stopped working, and people have been practicing at home, resulting in various streets, almost all of which are empty. As if before the end of days, people are stocking up on food at home and almost emptying the supermarkets. The good thing is that in today's society, there is overcapacity and goods simply cannot be sold out, so these shutdowns have not had much of an impact. And with Dragon's intervention and the government's propaganda, some industries are slowly starting to resume work, rather like a new day for all things. River Cow Fresh, Huainan headquarters base. As people are starting to stock up on food in droves, it has led to a period of time where they are very much selling fresh food, completely breaking records. The manager of the base, at the moment, was sitting in his office, rubbing his temples, his face full of bitterness. Business is too good. It's understaffed. Looking at the reports provided over from various departments on the computer, his heart sank even further. Today's fresh produce sales across the country are rising and profits are at an alarming level. But demand still outstrips supply due to the lack of a large labor force, despite the fact that a large number of intelligent robots have been used to replace relatively simple manual labor. Many key positions are still irreplaceable, such as the planning department, the scheduling department, the after-sales department and so on. Someone get me more temps over here. Just as the manager was getting worried, there was a knock on the office door. Knock, knock, come in. A burly man in red overalls, nearly 2 meters tall, slowly walked in. Young, you're just in time. Do you have any more familiar friends who are looking for a job these days? Introduce them to me, and I'll give you $5,000 commission for introducing one. How's that? The person who came was the labor standard bearer of River Cow Fresh, Wang Yang, hardworking and silent, who has been working here for 10 whole years and has received unanimous praise from everyone. This thick-browed, silent, country-faced man suddenly opened his mouth. I'm here to resign. I've already mentioned it inside the OA. Manager, please approve it. I have to leave this afternoon. The manager's smile disappeared from his face as he listened. His face clouded over as he finally asked tentatively, not thinking about it? Consider it done. What if I don't say yes? Wang Yang expressionlessly advanced his sandbag-sized fist, his body's chi and blood soared, directly reaching the pulse-shaping realm. Then I'll make you promise with my fists. The manager's face changed. His heart was horrified. The pulse-shaping realm was not something he could afford to mess with, and he hurriedly finished approving the exit slip, while sending a message to the financial side to settle the salary. Wang Yang nodded and took off his coveralls and replaced them with a shirt, stepping out of this prison of 10 years of work. An hour later, Wang Yang followed the navigation on his cell phone and found a remote peak in Huainan, and after looking up, he directly climbed the mountain. It's not a very high mountain, and you reach the top in less than half an hour. At the top of the mountain, there was a majestic palace. The square area was more than 30,000 square feet. Picking up the steps above, there was a very tall stone door, 6 meters high, with 3 big words written on it, Heavenly Palace of Questioning. Wang Yang slowly stepped inside, then entered the main hall, inserted the huge sword behind his back into the incense burner fiercely, opened his cell phone, and started posting messages on all the major recruitment websites. Ask the Heavenly Palace's popular recruitment of cultivators. Don't miss it. Practicing 4 days a week, 6 hours a day. Internal martial arts, external stances, legendary aptitudes, master strokes, theoretical classes, etc. All unlimited. No deposit. No deposit. As long as the cultivator who forges the body above the 3rd level can join for free. Here, you will train with your fellow disciples. No more exploitation and oppression. No restrictions except for training and promotion. Accommodation provided. After sending these messages, Wang Yang hesitated slightly and finally edited a sentence. Ask the Heavenly Palace Headmaster. Currently Plastic Pulse Realm 5 Strength. Welcome all aspirants to join. Create brilliance, After sending it out, Wang Yong took off his backpack, found a compartment, threw it in, and then began to pick up a broom to clean it. After about 5 or 6 more hours, in the evening, a young man with dyed yellow hair and a cigarette in his mouth arrived at the Heavenly Palace of Inquiry and saw Wang Yong, who was cooking a hot pot. "I hear you're hiring here?" "Yes." "How are wages settled?" "No paychecks, just practice." "Yo, it's kinda special. I like it. Do I need to go through any process?" "No, just one question to answer." Yellow hair ruffled his bangs and laughed hungrily and softly. "What hook 8 rule?" "Ask, why did you join?" Yellow hair was slightly stunned, then sat beside Wang Yong, handed a cigarette over, looked at the sky, and a hint of cynicism surged on the side of his face. "I had a girlfriend before. Well, the soon-to-be married to me kind. And then she ended up screwing one of the bar managers. And then after that, I slaughtered them, like dogs. Then, Dragon Tang set his sights on me, and I slaughtered a few more of Dragon Tang's men, so I was wanted." Wang Yong nodded and used his chopsticks to rattle the slices of fatty beef inside the pot. "Not bad. From now on, you are the vice sect leader." Yellow hair waved his hand. "So it's just the two of us now?" Wang Yong nodded. "For now, but in a few days, you'll see a lot of them, and in a few months, you'll see an organization that rivals Dragon Totem rise up in China, and no one will ever dare to bind us in the name of order again." A bright light rose in Yellow Hair's eyes as he spat out the cigarette inside his mouth and threw it on the ground. The old man loves it. Chapter 47, Conflict, Danger in the North. Jiangnan, a secret military base. When Su Xuan carried his longsword in divine bow and arrived at the entrance of the base, 2 warriors with rifles aimed at them. "Military importance? Stop. Fall back quickly, and if you go any further, you'll be killed without pardon." Su Xuan ignored it, and step by step, he slowly walked towards the front. "Stand down at once, or be shot at random." The 2 fighters blanched, their fingers hooked slightly on the triggers, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Without any hesitation, Su Xuan walked straight towards the inside. This camouflaged military base was actually the secret base of that mysterious group of forces. In the last life, it was here that those prophets summoned their king and brought about the destruction of China. The 2 fighters looked at each other before firing directly. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. 7.62 mm bullet shot directly. Su Xian's right hand stretched out. Qi and blood boiling, golden light reflected, directly held the bullets easily, casually threw them away, continued to move forward, coldly staring at the 2 fighters said, "Call your highest ranking officer." With a flash of his figure, Su Xuan had already arrived next to these 2 guards. The 2 men were scared to death in a cold sweat, and were horrified to find that the rifles in their hands had been snatched away by this young man, twisted directly into twists, and thrown to the ground, and it was all done in a second. The sound of gunshots startled the warriors inside, so a group of people flocked out from the base. They wore clear green military uniforms, carrying rifles, with their muzzles aimed at Su Xuan. Then the crowd parted, and walked out of a middle-aged man in the form of an officer, and the moment he saw Su Xuan, his eyes couldn't help but jump. "This is the base of the 3rd Division of the Jiangnan Army Corps' Marine and Land Special Forces. Your trespassing on a military base is already a capital offense. So why don't you just tie your hands and surrender?" The chieftain-like person opened the gate and came to Su Xian's side, with a hint of imperceptible contempt in his eyes, and a smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. Just yesterday, Morong Ghost had already told him about this Su Xian's killing spree at the Morong family's mansion and requested him to come to the rescue of the Morong family. "You're the commander of the 3rd Division? Su Xuan looked at him coldly, laughing coldly inwardly. In his last life, this division commander colluded with the Morong family and ended up defecting to them when the ancient clan descended, betraying Huaxia and turning back on the Jiangnan Army Corps, causing it to suffer a heavy blow. I am, and I urge you to get your ass in gear and follow me to court-martial." That division commander was dead set on the charge of Su Xian's trespassing on the military base, and was already standing on the high ground by holding a court-martial against him. "Very well, now I demand that you open the gates and let me in immediately. I suspect you are colluding with the Fae and need to be searched." As long as evidence was searched, then this division commander would definitely be finished, and he himself would then eliminate these prophets in one fell swoop, and then he would be able to ensure that China would be free of worry. "Joke, who are you? Do you have a warrant? A military base, can't it be searched just like that? Comrades, take him down at once." Afterward, the group of warriors surrounded each other, their guns nearly pointing at Su Xian's head. Su Xuan himself held reverence and respect for soldiers, but if once they colluded with the foreigners and stood on the opposite side of the human race, then it was already beyond the scale of the balance in his heart. Whoosh! Su Xian's figure flickered like a ghost, weaving through the crowd, bringing up a burst of residual shadows like a ball of wind. The people around them only felt a flash before their eyes, and then their rifles had already disappeared. In that case, I'll just go in and search myself. Daring. Stop. That division commander immediately roared. Right at this moment, a thunderous rumble suddenly resounded in the sky, and as everyone looked up, they saw hundreds of warplanes flying in the air, firmly surrounding this military base. Then, the warplane in the lead slowly landed in the open space, and a tall and powerful youth with a cold look stepped out of the hatch, followed by a dozen or so gun-toting warriors. Sajin. Good morning. The visitor was none other than Lin Shiping, on orders from He Jintian. That division commander's brow furrowed as he glanced at the uniforms they were wearing and said in a deep voice, "You're the Air Force of the Jinbei Legion?" A trace of bad feeling rose inside. The Jinbei Legion belonged to the first of the 8 legions of China. General He Jintian had followed the old general to fight foreign battles in his early years, and had a very high prestige in the military, while also being extremely protective of his shortcomings. Very not to be messed with, and generally people try to avoid him. You've come at the right time. This person has already committed a capital offense by trespassing on a military base. Please ask the brothers of the Jinbei army to assist and take this person down and hand him over to the military court. After Lin Shiping greeted Su Xuan, the smile on his face instantly disappeared, and then stared at these 3 division commanders and coldly said, "Put your mother ***************** ing ass on the line. Do you know who is standing in front of you? He is the savior of over 100,000 people of the Jinbei army, a great hero of Huaxia, one man who crushed the entire northern realm fierce beasts and eliminated the northern fierce beast scourge. You're telling me now that he's guilty of a capital offense? Are you tired of living? The great hero of Huaxia, a friend of our military chief, is now searching your base? So there must be a special reason. If you keep getting in the way like that, I'm going to tell our army chief that you've got something in your ing heart." That division commander's face was red. Being abused by an Air Force major like this, there was no face to save. But thinking of that military commander his style, he couldn't be angry at the moment, and inwardly thought that they had already withdrawn anyway, and even if they went in and searched, they wouldn't be able to search for anything, right? So sneer. What do you say if you can't search? If you can't search it, then I'll apologize. You, don't be a bully. If we can't search it out, I'll definitely tell our military commander, and then even your military commander he won't be able to protect you. I'm telling you. Lin Shiping didn't bother to pay attention to him, but instead slowly came to Su Xuan's side and lowered his voice. "Su Xuan, are you sure?" "Sure." Afterward, Su Xuan brought Lin Shiping, as well as some other warriors, and walked into this military base. Following the memories of his previous life, Su Xuan quickly found the entrance, which was a stone monument with some names carved on it, all of which were heroic figures. Right here, the divisional commander's heart jumped, and he quickly said angrily, "They have fallen into a long sleep, and you dare to disturb it?" Su Xuan indifferently moved the stone monument, and with a rumbling sound, he indeed found the pitch-black hole. The division commander blanched at once. "Get in." Su Xuan jumped straight down. Lin Shiping as well as the warriors followed, and when they entered, they found that there was a long tunnel that stretched out. After walking through the tunnel, at the end, Su Xuan felt a very complicated aura that was very strange, and in front of him was a collapsed sandstone that had almost become fragmented. After slowly approaching, one could feel 12 different attributes of the elements, which danced ceaselessly in the air, unusually strong. Su Xuan reached out and dispersed those elements away, walking into the collapsed gravel and waving his right hand, directly blowing the gravel away, revealing the ghastly white bones inside. The division commander immediately blanched, knowing that he had been exposed, and inwardly cursing these fools for destroying it so incompletely. One thought, and the division commander fled immediately. Su Xuan sneered, "Trying to run?" Then his body moved and directly blasted him down with a punch, then dragged him by his hair and coldly asked, "Where did they go?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Su Xuan took out a white bone and waved it in front of him. "They destroyed the altar, but these white bones they didn't destroy. Tell me where they moved to in 3 seconds or I'll kill you." After saying that, Su Xuan directly stretched out his finger and flicked it straight into his waist, and blood instantly began to flow out. That division commander, his face white from extreme fear, slowly shook his head. "I really don't know where they went. I was also dealing with Moron Ghost before, and I don't know any other news. I was just told to build an underground building here, and didn't say anything else." Su Xuan used his divine sense to probe a bit and found that he really didn't know. This place, which was originally a graveyard where heroes were buried, had a large amount of aura gathered in it, and it was unexpected that it was utilized by them to awaken the true king of the ancient clan. "He's all yours." Su Xuan didn't find the 12 prophets and planned to go look for them personally. Only by killing the group in advance could he delay the ancient clan's true king's descent. Don't worry, Su Xuan, I'll definitely find out what's going on. And to tell you the truth, our army chief has already contacted their army chief. Su Xuan nodded and left the underground. North of the Great Wall, the far north, the barbaric land. In a cave, the grey-robed old man sat on the ground and suddenly opened his eyes, sulking in his gaze, his voice low. 8 is dead. Next, you know what to do, right? In front of him, 15 figures appeared in unison, their entire bodies shrouded in black robes, with very terrifying demonic power emanating from their bodies. It was exactly the same as the half-demon that Su Xuan had killed earlier. Old ancestor, we will definitely bloodily cleanse the 9 states of China to avenge 8th brother. 15 people answered in unison, their tones filled with grief and anger. The grey-robed old man nodded. Number 8 is the most cautious amongst the 16 of you. This time I asked him to investigate the visions of Hengduan Mountain, but I didn't expect him to be decapitated. I suspect that his death is related to the man from Hengduan Mountain. If I'm not wrong, this person should be at the peak of the pulse-shaping realm, and his strength is stronger than any of you. So you must use your brains more on how to join forces to kill this person. Yes, old ancestor. The 15 answered in unison, very respectfully. Go on. There are some things that the human race should remember again, or else my 100-demon road will be buried in the dust of history forever. As the grey-robed old man spoke, his eyes showed a few moments of wariness and murderous aura. If it wasn't for the restraint, I'm afraid that the one leading the 100 Demons Road army at this moment would be myself. At that time, the great war between the human race and the half-demons would be repeated. After the 16 people left, the grey-robed old man asked towards the void, when will the Holy Sun come out? Old ancestor, in half a month, the Holy Sun will be able to leave the gate. Good, then let's have 15 of them to fill this half-month. 15 black-robed men had straddled a mount shaped like a qilin, and behind them, followed by countless half-demons, densely packed, covering the sky. Depart! One of the men at the head of the group drew his scimitar and let out a furious cry. Chapter 48 Battle of the Great Wall, Crisis of the Zhenbei Army. When the first rays of the morning pierced through the dawn, north of the Great Wall of China, a group of cavalry spread out and galloped in. They were black and fast, and the sound of their horses' hooves pierced through the dark night, waking up the defenders on the Great Wall. The 168th Brigade of the Zhenbei Army. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The soldiers on night duty shouted and sounded the alarm. At once, the warning lights flashed and the loud and clear sound traveled in all directions, waking up the sleeping soldiers. Under the command of various officers, this disciplined group of Zhenbei Army, within 2 minutes, put on their combat uniforms, helmets, lifted their guns, and ran to the top of the Great Wall, lined up. The Great Wall was 8 meters high, and below it were densely packed with cavalrymen, shrouded in black robes, riding strange and bizarre mounts, ranging from monstrous beasts clad in iron armor with antlers, to giant white-furred wolves 4 or 5 meters long, and ferocious unicorns. They also had a variety of blades in their hands. Everything. They were in disorganized formation, swarming, prepare for battle. A major commander of the position felt his scalp tingling. His intuition told him that these cavalrymen were hard to deal with. Load. With the command of the regimental commander, all the positional machine gunners loaded their bullets, and the gunners were quickly readying themselves in the rear. There were also teams of rifles, and a dozen warplanes floating in the sky, 3,000 meters away. The regimental commander took his binoculars and roughly gauged the distance of the group of cavalry. At their speed, it won't take more than a few minutes for them to descend on the city. Notify the death squads to get ready. Once they get into close combat, they'll need to be relied upon to hold them back. The death squad of the Zhenbei Legion, which was also formed after the recovery of the aura, was composed entirely of cultivators, with the lowest reaching the 3rd level of the body forging realm and the highest reaching the 7th level of the body forging realm. All parties in place, everyone holding their breath and silently staring ahead. Since the recovery of the aura, the Zhenbei Legion had repeatedly fought great battles and faced one life and death crisis after another. Although the crisis of the northern beasts had only been resolved, now this group of cavalrymen that appeared as if out of thin air immediately came again. Knock! Knock! Suddenly, the earth-shaking drums sounded in the distance, like a blistering wind and rain pounding on the soldiers' hearts. Woo-hoo-hoo! At the same time, the stirring sound of trumpets rang out, enveloping the entire battlefield. Cavalry, horns, war drums, charging. For a moment it made everyone feel a trance, as if they had returned to the ancient times of cold weapon combat, and at this moment, they become the invaded one and the righteous one. Ready! Seeing that the cavalry was getting closer and closer to the Great Wall, the head of the regiment let out a loud cry, his eyes staring at their distance, and when he entered the range of 1,000 meters, he didn't hesitate to order that. Fire! The words fell, and the gunner took the lead. Bang! 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 Hundreds of cannons, one after another, were shot out from their positions, cutting a graceful arc, carrying the smoke that filled the air, and instantly falling into the ranks of the cavalry. Rumbling explosions rang out, and between the dust and dirt, countless cavalrymen were blown away, their horses neighing, and their horses tumbling over. After the first round of shelling, the preparation period was entered, and the second round of shelling began in earnest. Meanwhile, the machine gunners in the foremost row, with their hands on the handles of their guns, viciously began to strafe. Tons of fire erupted. Bullets were like a torrential rain, instantly and ruthlessly penetrating into the cavalry ranks, and the front cavalry fell in pieces like wheat. In front of the hot weapons, this group of blood-soaked half-demon cavalrymen looked unbeatable, and had already lost thousands of men before they even came under the Great Wall. Is this the technological civilization of China? A black-robed man at the head. 100 Demon Road 16 Riders Chief Number 1, charged while surveying the bullets in his hand, hot and rolling, emitting a pungent smell of gunpowder. His left hand gently exerted force, crushing the bullet, his body's spiritual energy soared. His right hand violently yanked on the reins, and with a violent shout, the Qilin rose up in the air, directly crossing the 8-meter wall and killing its way into the position. The double blades spun, and a scream rang out from the position. Crazy demonic power coalesced around his body, forming a thick barrier that bounced off all the bullets that came his way, and the hot weapons of the Jinbei army were useless to him. Kill! As he watched this half-demon slash people like a vegetable, and the Jinbei Legion was being killed, the daredevil at the back, holding up a mountain-opening sword, came directly to kill. Dozens of body-forging realm martial artists erupted at the same time, and a shocking force shot up into the sky. Number One's brow furrowed as his body drifted backward. Alarmed. What divine ability is this? Why is it able to superimpose everyone's aura, even beyond the strength of the pulse-shaping realm? These dozens of people, who were martial artists of a higher realm within the Jinbei Legion, had practiced a military martial art under He Jintian's arrangement, and were able to bring these people's auras and strengths together to achieve resonance. Facing the open swords poking up in unison, Number One resisted and retreated at the same time, inwardly horrified that this group of Chinese ants of a low realm, united together, were able to resist themselves. Just then, suddenly 14 more people flew over the city wall and killed their way into the position. The 15 cavalrymen of the 100 Demons Road joined forces. In the face of this, these 15 riders, all of whom were pulse-shaping realm powerhouses, had no worries at all in the face of hundreds and thousands of heavily armed Chinese soldiers. Thus, the situation was instantly reversed. As the leader of the death squad was cut in two with a single slash, the morale of the entire death squad fell, and began to retreat, with people constantly screaming and falling to the ground. When the regimental commander saw this, his liver cracked and he immediately roared, "Comrades, kill!" After saying that, he drew the greatsword at his waist and charged ahead of the others. For a moment, the cavalry below the citadel, one after another, began to climb the siege ladder. On the other hand, the 15 cavalrymen on the citadel were like nobody's business, and between their hands and swords, heads were rolling. In just a moment, the Jinbei Legion began to appear defeated, and the cavalry under the citadel, too, gradually lost ground and fell into an extremely passive situation. The warplanes in the air kept sweeping the attacking cavalry, killing and injuring them amazingly, but the number of these half-demons was just too much. It was impossible to kill them all. "I can't, I'm out of ammo," the captain piloting the fighter, inside the communication device, announced the severity of the situation. A fighter without ammunition was like a tiger without sharp claws and teeth. "Captain, we're depleted too. What to do? Those damn cavalry, amazing defense, amazing numbers." The captain slowly landed his fighter into the clearing inside the wall, then made a decision. "Starting now, I'm an army machine gunner." The Air Force captain mounted the wall, took a machine gun, pushed the prostrate bodies over it, and then with a determined look in his eyes, began to strafe wildly at the cavalry below. The other air forces, instantly understanding, took up their weapons in style and started fighting with those half-demon cavalrymen. Interesting, a bunch of mole crickets, how dare they stop? Number One suddenly took off the black hat on his head, revealing 2 antlers, and half of his head, with only scattered hairs on top of his head, his skin a seeping green color, and his blood-red pupils emanating an inhuman light. What a creature! The regimental commander leaned on his greatsword, panting and inwardly appalled. This group of humanoid creatures had endless spiritual power, a body that was impervious to swords and spears, and an even more frenzied intent to kill. "It's picking up speed. Brothers, the old man is not happy with us." One's blade flared up and sliced the daredevil member into pieces of meat before ordering his men to make quick work of it. Thus, These 15 people, even more frantic, massacred, but half an hour, a few thousand people on the city, has been slaughtered. A large number of half-demon cavalry have flocked to the city. Continue the attack. Kill all the way to Yokohama. Number 1 raised his long sword and roared to the sky, his green face carrying extreme excitement. Jinbei Army Camp. He Jintian summoned all officers below the rank of Brigadier General to an emergency meeting. Gentlemen, according to the latest intelligence, the position where the 168th Brigade is located has been attacked by unknown creatures, and I'm afraid that the odds are now stacked against them. The faces of all the officers present changed drastically, inwardly horrified beyond measure, staring at the military commander as if they hadn't reacted yet. Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside. General, urgent report. The sadness and heaviness on the intelligence officer's face when he came in made everyone's insides tighten, and then read the fact that they were most reluctant to accept. The Great Wall was lost. The 168th Brigade was completely wiped out, and the half-demon cavalry drove in, and in less than 2 days, they will reach our northern defense line. Everyone fell into silence after hearing this news. He Jintian's eyes were red. The 168th Brigade would rather die than retreat, and the entire army had been wiped out before his own side had a chance to rush to their aid, which meant that the attacking half-demon cavalry had been so powerful as to be very terrifying. The ferocious beast crisis has just been lifted, and now it is facing the crisis of this group in the north. The whole army of the Jinbei Legion is in the middle of a huge crisis. Army Commander, I'm afraid we'll have to request other military regions to assist in this matter, or even apply for the use of nuclear weapons if necessary. Otherwise the north may be lost. The Chief of Staff stood up, his face clouded with worry. The group of officers looked at He Jintian in unison, as if they were all waiting for him to make up his mind, ask for help from other military districts. This pulling down the old face is also done. However, applying for the use of nuclear weapons, this is very difficult. After all, this is related to the peace strategy at the national level. How's it going with Lin Qiping? Is it possible? Bring Su Xuan back to help? He Jintian coughed, intending that it would be better not to apply for the use of nuclear weapons, so as not to jeopardize the human environment and the world situation, because he was certain that this matter Su Xuan could definitely set things right. The question now was how to invite him back. Gangnam. Somewhere on the top floor of the hotel, Su Xuan stood in front of the leafy window and began to think, where exactly will they move to? They seem to be wary of something and were not willing to clash with me head-on. Could it be? In an instant, Su Xuan realized, knowing that this group of self-proclaimed prophets were afraid of something. Knock, knock. The knock on the door sounded, and Su Xuan faintly put the red wine down. Come in. The one who opened the door and came in was Lin Qiping, full of anxiety. Su Xuan, there's another big battle in the north. Chapter 49, Peak of Divine Hidden. Divine Grade Sword Art, Frozen 10 breaks. Don't rush. Take your time. At Su Xuan's gesture, Tiger poured him a glass of vodka and handed it over. Lin waved his hand. No, I'll have to fly the fighter back later. It's like this. At 4 in the morning this morning, before the sky broke, the 168th Brigade, which was guarding the front line of the Great Wall, was suddenly attacked by tens of thousands of cavalrymen, and was finally wiped out. As far as I know, there are several hundred heavy machine guns, dozens of warplanes, and a death squad assembled by cultivators of the 5th level of the body forging realm, and their combat power is absolutely second to none in the entire Jinbei Legion. However, judging from the brigadier's description, the tens of thousands of cavalrymen, it seems, are not human, but a species of human creatures, as the military commander called them, half-demons. Su Xian's mind sank. The process is ahead of schedule again. In the previous life, in the extreme north, there was a force of half-demons that had combined together called the Tsushan 100 Demons Road, and they led a large army to attack the northern realm 1 year after the Aura revival. In that battle, there were many deaths and injuries, the Great Wall was breached, and half-demons ravaged Guangzhou. In the end, a few supremely powerful men appeared in Huaxia, and it was only after paying the price of more than 100,000 lives lost that the half-demons were expelled from beyond the Great Wall. As a result, many sword cultivators also ran to the Great Wall and resided here to confront the half-demon. Because of the daily possibility of life and death battles and year-round despair, the Great Wall of the North came to be known as the Great Wall of Despair. Those half-demon cavalrymen, most of them were okay, with enough bullets and shells to penetrate, but the dozen or so at the head of the group, who were in a high realm and invulnerable to swords and spears, slaughtered the entire position. Lin Qiping's eyes erupted with anger and he clenched his fists, wishing to run to the front line right away to fight these half-demons to the death and avenge the deaths of his comrades. It doesn't matter. I'll make a move. Su Xuan extinguished the cigar smoke and spoke faintly. You go back first. I'll leave later. The Great Wall to the front line of the Jinbei Legion is still a long way away. And if they were to march by horseback, it would take 3 days, I reckon. Lin Shiping's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he gave a standard military salute before leaving the hotel, taking his men to fly the fighter planes, and running to the north. Sir, recently the 8 parties have been moving and the winds are treacherous. We still need to be cautious. I've heard that a sect called the Heaven Asking Palace has suddenly been established, and in just 2 days' time, more than a few hundred people have already joined. And based on the current momentum of development, I'm afraid that it will become a major sect in the future as well. Tiger is not without concern. Su Xuan's heart was cold. This heaven-seeking palace was not a righteous force. In the last life, many outlaws are attracted by this Ask the Sky Palace. At first people did not pay attention. Wait until time has passed. Has become a huge force, and even vaguely able to fight against Long Tang. We'll go to the north first. The Jinbei Legion guards the northern border of Huaxia. It's a matter of great importance. Yes, sir. The next day, after Su Xuan arrived at the Hengduan mountain, he hurriedly ran to the valley and began his seclusion. The 5 mines were constantly transporting spirit stones to themselves, and now the entire Hengduan mountain valley was piled high with various grades of spirit stones, so Su Xuan didn't have to worry about the spirit stones needed for cultivation. Looking at the spirit stones that piled the valley almost to the brim, emitting a rich purple glow, an unprecedented sense of security and fulfillment surged in Su Xuan's heart. In his last life, he had worked hard for a few dozen spirit stones and survived in the cracks. He didn't realize that in this life, spirit stones were at his fingertips without any difficulty at all. That's the advantage that comes with resources. Silently closing his eyes, feeling the abundant aura in his body swimming around. Now that he was at the 7th level of the divine hidden realm, almost all of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels in his body were developed and remodeled. And he possessed transcendent abilities. Compared to unusual cultivators, the organs of Su Xuan's body were much more powerful. Like cancer and other serious diseases, it was simply impossible. Even to this extent, the organs would no longer be eroded by any disease. It could be said to be invulnerable to 100 diseases, which was also a difference between divine hidden realm cultivators. At the same time, the Bodhi tree in his mind has not seen for a few days, become even more lush, is already a heavenly tree. Branches and leaves, the trunk and stems of the tree is a full circle. The main trunk needs a few people to embrace. The branches are thousands, lush and full of vitality. In a trance, Su Xuan's divine sense suddenly heard a few bird calls, chirping and very lively. A few hundred spirit birds perched on the Bodhi tree, as if they were singing. Powerful vitality instantly surged into his mind. Su Xuan felt refreshed at the same time. Indescribably powerful power filled the entire body. He felt that this side of heaven and earth, it seemed that he was able to control the general. This power? Could it be the legendary field? For a while, Su Xuan was very curious about the origins of this Bodhi tree, as well as the monk who was seated at that time in his mind. Dispersing the distracting thoughts in his mind, Su Xuan closed his eyes again and sat on his knees, like an old monk in meditation. Above his head, the purple dense mist emanated, shrouding his body with a layer of halo, looking like a god. Now that my heart, kidneys, lungs, head, liver, and eyes have all been successfully developed, and I have the 3 skills of born to live, eagle eyes, and indomitable, I'll continue to try to improve. After absorbing a large amount of spirit stones, Su Xuan began to continue impacting the other organs. This time, although there was no help from the inner pills of the ferocious beasts, there were a large number of spirit stones that could provide a constant supply of spiritual energy. Right at this moment, Su Xuan suddenly felt that at his ears, he was being continuously impacted by the aura, and his mind moved. Could it be that this time it was to strengthen his ears? At that moment, he concentrated his mind, enduring the kind of pain that was to the point of scraping his bones with a knife and axe, and letting his aura hit him like a tidal wave. 10 whole minutes passed before that pain disappeared. Even with Su Xuan's current physique, he broke out in a cold sweat, so one could imagine how terrifying this pain was. You have elevated to the 8th level of the divine hidden realm, successfully developed your ears, and gained the skill, sensitive touch. Sensitive touch, hearing is enhanced 100 times. Any wavelength and decibel sound can be captured, including infrasound and ultrasound. Current level LV1, range, 100 meters. Su Xuan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were a golden color, and his heart was overjoyed. With this skill, all sounds within 100 meters can be captured, and with the eagle eyes, it can be said that within 100 meters, he or she can control all the wind and grass. Turning his head to look at the spirit stones that had disappeared more than halfway, as well as the valley becoming progressively thinner in spiritual chi, Su Xuan couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitching. This ing is also too much of a drain on spirit stones. Just raising one weight had used up at least 10 days of mining. Wouldn't it be even harder if we reached the divine hidden realm upwards in the future? Up until now, he had possessed a full 4 skills, and with his natural divine body, and even the Bodhi tree's blessing, he was already considered to be a well-deserved heaven's pride. One must know that when the ancient clan descended, the strongest saint sons and celestial pride of the clan had only developed 2 skills. Su Xuan clenched his teeth, intending to continue his breakthrough with the last weight remaining. Unlike earlier, raising to the 9th level of the divine hidden realm took Su Xuan more than an hour and completed the transformation of his hands and feet. You gained the skill Iron Bone. Iron bone limbs are greatly strengthened, like steel, and can withstand the full force of a divine blade without injury. Hiss. Even though Su Xuan had already seen his own heaven-defying in this life, he was still shocked by this skill. Divine-level blades, that was an existence of 1 in 10,000. With a full force strike, I'm afraid that the peak divine hidden realm would not be able to withstand it at all. Thinking of this, Su Xuan's heart was even more confident. Even if it was a heaven-destroying ancient clan true king from his previous life that descended, he was not afraid in the slightest anymore. At the peak of the divine hidden realm, all the organs of the body were completed, developed and remodeled. Su Xuan, in order to test the strength, directly used the ice vibrant cloud misty sword to slash at the arm. The cold air attacked and made a clanging sound. The arm was undamaged. Su Xuan was ecstatic in his heart. Now that he had his own body strength, even if it was a missile attack, it couldn't cause damage on a physical level, right? After the realm enhancement was completed, Su Xuan thought about it and decided to pick a technique that would provide a great increase when combined with the cold ice attribute of the ice spirit cloud misty sword. From the Yunbei ancient town side of the acquisition of the merit law, now Su Xuan are treasured. Now any one of the merit law can be sold for more than 10 million cash, but Su Xuan does not want to sell. Instead, those Xian level below the merit law, handed over to the core subordinates. There were roughly a few hundred books in total, of which 128 were earth level, 54 were heaven level, and 5 were god level. Of these god level techniques, there was only one at the true god level, and that was a sword art avatar. Su Xuan picked it out and wiped away the dust on it. There was a hint of mystery in the ancient vicissitudes. The small seal script. I don't know what kind of material was used to make the paper. Although it was a little yellowed and worn, it was not broken, and even the handwriting and graphics in it were still all in one piece. For big words on the cover, Frozen 10 breaks. When you turn the cover and go to the first page, there is a passage recorded. When I was young, I traveled across the heavens, lost all my enemies, and killed the king of immortality, and realized these sword techniques in the realm of the cold and 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 the cold. Signed at the bottom, Xian Ice Fury. Su Xuan pondered slightly. This Xian Ice Fury was afraid that he was also a strong person from a certain era. Being able to kill the immortal king, this was already infinitely close to immortality. This cold ice Yu Wang realm, and how is a kind of existence? And where is the heavens he mentioned? Su Xuan vaguely felt that the current revival of aura was feared to be connected to that vanished era. Cultivation civilization, science and technology civilization, which seems to be disconnected as if, and now reverted to the aura recovery of the cultivation civilization. As if this science and technology civilization is to be lost again. It's like a circle that goes back and forth, week after week after week. Throwing away the distracting thoughts in his mind with force, Su Xuan began to flip through this divine-grade sword art, and with the Bodhi tree's blessing, he quickly comprehended the essence of this ice seal 10 breaks. That is, use the super strong cold ice attribute to freeze everything, and then pour in enough spiritual energy to focus on one point to blast through. Frozen 10 breaks. There were 10 styles in total, and the difficulty of each style had increased tenfold from the previous one. Even though Su Xuan possessed 10,000 times the enlightenment, he had only managed to comprehend 6 styles in 10 minutes, at which he was slightly dissatisfied and shook his head. Still too slow. However, what he didn't know was that the Xian Ice Fiend had spent 3 whole months creating the Frozen 10 breaks back then, and it had taken 3 years to fully master it. If Xian Ice Fiend knew about Su Xian's current complaint, he would probably come back from one of the realms and directly strangle him to death. After the sword art cultivation was completed, Su Xuan began to delve into those 2 heavenly scrolls, but unfortunately, there had been no results. The text on the heavenly book was very ordinary. It seemed to be some health maintenance type of scriptures that didn't make much sense at all, and Su Xuan wasn't in a hurry. In the last life, this heavenly book cracked. Are more than a year? Just wait patiently. The front line of the Jinbei Legion. Where are they? He Jintian stood in front of the map and asked in a deep voice. General, they have already crossed the desert river and crossed Overeen Mountain. Less than 100 kilometers from our front line, and according to their marching speed, I'm afraid that by dusk, they will be at the city. Are all units ready? He Zhentian turned his head back, his face full of gravity. General, the 100,000 men of my Jinbei Legion are ready for certain death. Good. It does not fall short of the name of the majestic division. The general's eyes showed a complexity of emotions, deep in firmness, unrestrained in intolerance. And, how is Su Xuan's side? General, Su Xuan went into seclusion 3 days ago and has not yet replied. Good. Go down and get ready. In this battle, we'll let the whole world know what the Jinbei Legion is. He Zhentian clenched his fists, the hot blood in his heart rolled over, and in a trance, he dreamed back to the old days when he was charging into battle. Chapter 50 North Star Shareholders' Remorse. The Great Northern Border War will begin. Tianjing, North Star Group, top floor luxury conference room, shareholders meeting. On the main seat, Luo Xun was holding a cigar smoke, leaning back in his office chair. His face was particularly bad. On his right-hand side was Zhao Jiangwo, the second shareholder of the group, who was also grim at the moment, not saying a word. On the big screen, the group finance director is projecting the group's quarterly revenue and profit report. Luo Dong, do we start now? The middle-aged woman with short hair and professional attire asked in a low voice. Luo Xun nodded and glanced at the red numbers on the screen with a pang of annoyance. In recent months, since Su Xuan sold North Star's shares and took the position of the first shareholder himself, and with Zhao Jiangwo's full support, North Star Group had intended to continue to enter new fields, acquire companies, and expand its production value. But I didn't expect to spend $30 billion. The acquisition of the game company, which was still a big hit, somehow took a sharp turn for the worse, and directly began to lose money. In this regard, Luo Xun could not understand. Although someone inside the shareholders had drunkenly said that Luo Xun and Su Xuan's completely different management concepts and business tactics had led to the emergence of two different routes for North Star. Su Xuan knows how to recognize and employ people, and even grovels into the situation to help senior management solve their difficulties. However, Luo Xun will not. In his philosophy, the so-called senior management or shareholders are all working for themselves. They only need results. Do not do a good job, then replace. So much so that after Luo Xun took charge of North Star, he adopted a series of penalties and elimination mechanisms, resulting in many professional managers and cutting-edge technical talents, who could not stand it, and eventually all resigned from North Star and joined the competition. Over time, this led to the North Star Group starting to go downhill. Good morning, members of the General Meeting of Shareholders. I will now report on North Star Group's fourth quarter financial results for 15 minutes. As you can see from the PowerPoint, North Star Group's operating income for the fourth quarter totaled $218.2 billion, of which $195.0 billion was main operating income, $20.0 billion was other operating income, and $3.2 billion was non-operating income. Year over year, it was 50% lower than the third quarter, and year over year, it was 70% lower than the fourth quarter of the previous year. Net profit was minus 46.5 crore, down 120% from the previous quarter and from the fourth quarter of the previous year, down 240%. Next, please see, fourth quarter expenses and costs, primarily at. Rohan lit his second cigar and turned his eyes away from the big screen, not even bothering to look at it. Internally annoyed, when the CFO had finished his report, the group's shareholders then began various discussions. Luo Dong, the fourth quarter of these costs are you bent on exercising a piece of the veto power of the major shareholders, smashed close to $100 billion. You should not give everyone an explanation? The third shareholder, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, seemed to have a somewhat impatient personality, and had just finished his report when he began to hold Luo Xun accountable. Luo Xun stubbed out his cigarette, growing more and more irritated inside, and raised his eyes to look at him impatiently. Profit and loss is a normal thing. Besides, when the company was acquired at that time, it was unanimously decided by the shareholders' meeting. What do you mean by coming over to ask me now? That shareholder was also short-tempered and immediately stood up, slammed the table, and almost yelled. How could it be if you weren't so bent on acquiring those game companies? I've long said that Su Xuan will definitely develop prudently when he's at the helm of North Star, and every acquisition strategy is a detailed adjudication and analysis by the shareholders' meeting, assessing the benefits and risks before making a move. What about you? Force everyone to agree as the first shareholder of the group, only to have everyone pay for it in the end? If Su Xuan were here, this would definitely not have happened. Luo Xun originally didn't want to pay attention to him, but when he heard him mention Su Xuan, he immediately felt his blood pressure rise, and directly picked up the ashtray and slammed it over as hard as he could. Shut up! If you like Su Xuan so much, why didn't you follow him there at the time? That shareholder was also a Forging Realm expert. His right hand probed out and directly grabbed the ashtray as he coldly said, "Without Su Xuan's kind of excellent insight and strategic vision, don't harden your heart to open up the border and expand your territory. It's already good enough to be able to hold on to the North Star Foundation and not be eaten up by your opponents." With a cold snort, this shareholder was also hardened and left the conference room without hesitation. Luo Xun's face rose to a pig's liver color. Inwardly furious, the shareholders present bowed their heads and dared not say anything. And there was none harder than Zhao Jiangwo, the group patriarch who had followed Su Xian's parents and fought together. Not only did he not help in the past when Luo Xun made things difficult at every turn and tried to encroach on Su Xian's shares, he even secretly provided Luo Xun with a lot of facilitation. And when Su Xian decided to sell his shares, he pretended to discourage it, but was actually happy inside. Immediately after Luo Xun acquired the shares, he gave up 2% to him, and Zhao immediately became a deadbeat. As a result, never expected. Luo Xun this person, and no business talent, more lack of entrepreneurial innovation and integrity of the spirit. The nature of good gambling, like a gambler, simply will not operate. So that only a few months, the North Star Group, from the profit of hundreds of billions of dollars of the world's top 100 enterprises, has now fallen into the losses constantly. Even, one needs to rely on loans and financing to get by. Luo Xun, in secret, had even sold 7 or 8 subsidiaries, struggling to support himself with this cash flow. For a while, all the shareholders' hearts were filled with remorse. If it was Su Xuan who was still around, how good would it be? None of this will happen. And this is the moment when everyone is filled with hatred for Rohan. Luo Xun glanced at the crowd, snorted coldly, and slammed the door to leave. After he left, all the shareholders hurriedly came together next to Zhao. "Elder Zhao, you and Su Xian's parents are old friends, and you're a group patriarch, so why don't you invite Su Xian back? And all of our shareholders will jointly sign a petition requesting Su Xian to disregard his former grudges and return to the helm of North Star." In the meantime, we held a shareholders meeting to request the intervention of an outside force to go through the judicial process to remove the chairman of the Rohan Group. Zhao Jiangwo listened to his eyes jumping. Things have come to this point. If Luo Xun still insists on this, I am afraid that everyone will be dragged down. Not to mention the dividends, even the previous investment will follow the loss in. Couldn't help but feel a mixture of flavors in his heart. If at that time he was still able to use his good offices when Luo Xun suppressed Su Xian, it wouldn't have been A sigh of relief came from the moment. I'll try my best. With his understanding of Su Xian, this matter was as difficult as heaven, always hating and detesting clearly, and doing things even more ably. Transalpine Valley. Su Xian came out of the gate, and his assistant Xia Wenshi immediately greeted him. "Sir, 2 things. The first thing is that the Jinbei Legion side called. It is said that the half-demon cavalry has already crossed the desert river and crossed over Yin Mountain, and will arrive at the front line of the Jinbei army at dusk, and the general is asking for help, hoping that Mr. will be able to come to his aid." Su Xian nodded. The Jinbei Legion, after these few times, had already had some friendship with themselves, not to mention that their stance was clear. Any creature that invaded Huaxia, it was impossible for them to sit back and do nothing. The second thing is from the North Star Group side. Xia Wenshi suddenly paused when he said this, glancing at Su Xian and realizing that there was no change on his face. Before continuing, Zhao Jiangwo, the second shareholder of North Star Group, called over, hoping that Mr. returned to North Star to continue at the helm, and that all the shareholders collectively declared and co-signed to remove Luo Xun from his position at the next shareholders meeting. Su Xian was in a bit of a trance, which reminded him that he had once served as the chairman of the board at North Star, nearly a year from the sale of his shares. But it made Su Xian feel that he had been far away from the right and wrong of business, since he had already stepped into the cultivation world. The mall struggles of mortals were just going through the motions in his opinion, without any interest. What's more, Zhao Jiangwo helped Luo Xun seize the equity step by step at that time, and he had long disliked this person, so naturally he could not help. After thinking about it, said, "Tell Zhao Jiangwo that I'm no longer associated with North Star and to leave it alone. Have Tiger prepare the helicopter. I'll fly to the front line of the Jinbei Legion immediately." "Yes, sir." Tianjing, a 5-star hotel. Inside a hidden private room, North Star Group's shareholders had taken their seats. Zhao Jiangwo had gray hair on his temples, showing his old age, and beside him was the third shareholder who had disliked Luo Xun in the previous meeting, and also the main member of the board of directors, Sunrinxin. "Elder Zhao, how's it going?" Sunrin poured him a cup of aged wine and asked with an anxious expression. The other shareholders also turned their eyes around. "Don't worry, let's finish the wine first." Zhao appeared calm in the face of the shareholders' greetings. After a round of wine was consumed, Zhao Jiangwo suddenly said indifferently, "Gentlemen, it is advisable to withdraw from the stock early. The shareholders inside the booth were in an uproar after hearing this. Sun Ren's expression was cloudy. Elder Zhao, it's Su Xuan who refuses to come back, isn't it? Hey, we actually knew about it a long time ago, when Luo Xun was intent on appropriating the shares. We didn't come forward, for the sake of public justice, and even more so for the benefit of the group. We were afraid of being dealt with by Luo Xun, so we kept quiet and turned a blind eye, and we are to blame for today's situation. Finish this drink and be on your best behavior. Folks, after drinking a cup, Sun Ren left without looking back, looking at his resolute back. At this moment, Zhao Jiangwo's heart suddenly welled up with endless remorse. If he had stood out to speak for Su Xuan at that time, would he not have gotten this result? Seeing that there was no hope, the other shareholders got up and left. Now it was clear that the North Star Group was basically hopeless. Unless Su Xuan returned, it could only be brought back from the dead. Elder Zhao, we'll leave first. We still have to list and sell a few companies under the North Star Group's name in a few days. We didn't want to, but there's no money. Zhao nodded mechanically and numbly watched them leave one after another. His mind went blank, and in a trance, he seemed to recall the time when he co-founded the company with Su Xian's parents. At that moment, Su Jia was still young, with a sunny smile and absolute confidence. In the setting sun, he patted his chest in reassurance. Jiangwo, in the future, I will definitely start a company that will go on the path of conglomeration, go out of China, and compete with the Western powers as if the stars in the north were bright. Are you willing to support me all the way? In that moment, Zhao was so excited inside, as if he had found the true meaning of life, that he nodded his head without hesitation. General, those have arrived and are less than 7 kilometers away. At the Jinbei Legion command post, the intelligence officer reported. Immediately issue the highest order. The entire army is ready to die. Mobilize all resources and troops. Defend with all your might. And do not return until you die. General. Chapter 51 100. 000 Jinbei Army vs 50. 000 Half-Demon Cavalry. Imperial Capital. Dragon General Bureau. Conference Room. Chen Tianping's beard and hair were white, but he was in high spirits. After the recovery of the aura, he also began to cultivate, and was now at the 8th level of the forging realm, which made him feel that his life expectancy had been extended by a few decades, and his person had become a lot younger as well. He swept a glance at the crowd with a serious expression and slowly said, "Everyone, since the recovery of the aura, the heavens and earth have changed, ferocious beasts have appeared, and we have gradually moved towards a cultivation civilization, with people all over the world practicing cultivation. Based on the last upward meeting of the 11 global powers, we speculate that this chaos may be long-lasting. That is to say, there will be more and more cultivators, and our dragon tendency's responsibility is getting heavier and heavier." A few days ago, in Huainan Tianjing Mountain, someone created the Heavenly Palace of Asking. According to our investigation, the creator is an employee of River Cow Fresh, estimated to be around the 3rd strength of the pulse-shaping realm, named Wang Yong. In just 3 days, thousands of people have already joined this heaven-inquiring palace, and according to our intelligence, we know that this heaven-inquiring palace absorbs all cultivators who come to it, especially those criminals who have a murder case. Therefore, I need you to investigate in secret, and if necessary, you can penetrate the interior and probe to find out exactly what purpose they have in whistling together in Huainan. Xia Changhe's injuries had already improved, and due to a blessing, he broke through the pulse plasticity realm in one fell swoop, and was now a pulse plasticity realm triple strongman, and the self-confidence in his heart increased quite a bit, so he immediately stood up. "Director, leave this task to me. I'll arrange for my men to blend in and then look for the right opportunity to kill them all in one go. Xia, be safe. This mission is all yours." Xia Changhe nodded, and his heart suddenly shook as he remembered the figure that descended from the sky and blasted the ferocious beast away with a single punch. It then asked, "Chief, is there any news of that god?" Chen Tianping turned his head and looked at him suspiciously. "It's our Dragon Elite Team's savior. You mean Su Xuan, right? This over 100-year-old director of Longting, the chief of China's law and order maintenance." Couldn't help but have a pleased smile on his face at the moment, stroking the not-so-long beard on his chin, nodding his head and saying, "The days you were lying in bed, we went to investigate. That person is the former chairman of the North Star Group, Su Xuan. The realm is profound. It is estimated that it is the primary level of the divine hidden realm. In recent days, according to my old friend, the ferocious beasts in the North Realm were all killed by him alone." Xia Changhe was appalled in his heart, his eyes glowing continuously, and after a long time, he looked like he was really relieved. "So it's him? Those unscrupulous media before? They all said it was some kind of loser. It seems to be pure slander." At the same time, he secretly vowed in his heart, "Su Xuan, You and kill the enemy together with the military at the border. I will take care of the internal affairs for you and ensure that there is no worry. Chief, there's no time to lose. Let's leave for Huainan right away. On the front line of the Jinbei army, a golden color rose on the horizon at sunset, spreading the earth in a dazzling layer of gold. On the horizon, the sound of a landslide suddenly rang out, and a tidal wave of armies poured in. And the 100 demons road of Su Xuan in the extreme north broke through the Great Wall and attacked the northern border. The defense of the Jinbei Legion would become the last line of defense in the northern border of China. And once it was breached, this group of half-demon cavalry would wreak havoc on Guangzhou. And at that point, the entire China would be plunged into war. In fact, it wasn't just the northern realm. The East Sea, the West, and the southern archipelago all suffered attacks from the ferocious beasts, and the 8 legions were stationed at the borders, doing their best to defend against them. And within Huaxia, it was Dragon Tongue who maintained order. The whole of China, at present, is in a rather difficult position. On the frontline city wall, He Jintian personally ascended the wall despite the opposition of a group of officers, looking at the group of half-demon cavalry on top of the screen like locusts in transit, and began to drum in his heart. How much farther? General, radar shows 10 kilometers. However, just now, based on the feedback from the scout team, it seems that the enemy troops have slowed down their march and even taken up position. He Jintian slowly shook his head. They're not stopping their attacks. They're looking for a more opportune time. It could be the middle of the night. It could be the early hours of the morning. We mustn't be careless. This war is not only the biggest battle for the 100,000 lions of my Jinbei Legion. It is also the battle for the fate of Huaxia. If the northern border is lost, Huaxia will definitely be in chaos. So, we have to be on our toes, always on our guard. And the fighters are all put out according to the assigned strategic plan, in conjunction with the artillery squads, to deliver heavy fire coverage strikes. Daredevil feeds and prepares for physical combat. Everyone else, take your places. I, General, this Chief of Staff, sent He Jintian's strategic plan, repeating it again. Soon, the order began to be sent down level by level. The current information technology means clever, has not been like the previous news blockage. The battle time communication is very convenient. So less than 5 minutes, the whole army up and down 100,000 people, have received in clear orders, began to have to prepare. How's the news from Su Xian's side? General, Su Xian has already left the customs and is expected to arrive at the front line at midnight today. Good. With Su Xian's assistance, then the defense of the northern border is foolproof. He Jintian's spirit was greatly energized, possessing absolute confidence in Su Xian. As night fell, the entire northern realm was in darkness, but the Jinbei Legion had arranged their troops to surround the city walls in their entirety. 100,000 people divided into 2 teams. One team was currently recuperating, while the other team was fighting to defend the city walls. The defensive position that snaked for more than 10 miles had been raised to 10 meters at He Jintian's request, with heavy machine guns placed every few meters, constant sentries, plus various searchlights, and warplanes in the air, so it could be said that it was a solid gold soup. Thousands of radars spread around, advanced detection systems, military defense network built with modern technology. It can be said that any wind in grass cannot escape the reconnaissance. Thousands of fighters, tens of thousands of cannons, and even more thousands of machine gunners. Arguably, this military defense and firepower is enough to hold down the border. However, it was a pity that this time the Jinbei Legion was facing creatures from the cultivation civilization. The wind was calm and the night sky was dark, but no one was unnerved. Everyone knew this was just the last calm before the storm. Time passed, and finally, in the early hours of the morning, the sound of horses' hooves resounded through the night sky, galloping in from afar. The enemy has moved out in full force. Please prepare for battle. When the news came, He Jintian gave the order to prepare for the battle. 10 miles of city walls, bullets loaded, artillery shells in place, death squads waiting quietly in the rear, and the fighters in the air began to hover like eagles. Knock, knock. The dull sound of hoofbeats came from far and near, breaking the pre-dawn tranquility, like a tidal wave of half-demon cavalry, launching a fierce charge. Go to war. With the general's order, the battle started instantly. First came the fighter planes in the air, which, with the help of searchlights, sought out enemy concentrations and began to bomb indiscriminately. The rumbling continued, as hundreds of fighters, dropping bombs enough to flatten mountains, as well as heavy machine gun bullets towards the ground. In a flash, after a round of baptism, these 50,000 cavalrymen lost over 1,000. The black-robed man at the head of the group raised his eyes and glanced at the position of the war machine, then pulled out a 3-meter-long javelin from the back of his mount, and with the force of the charge, projected it violently. The javelin penetrated with a powerful force, piercing through the blackness of the night with a whistling sound that tore the air apart, and then struck the fighter like lightning. Boom! Explosions rang out as the javelin went straight through the fighters, and the power contained within it directly caused those fighters to explode. Black smoke and flames rising up to light up the night sky before slowly descending. He Jintian clenched his fists, his heart dripping blood. The Air Force was the most difficult to train, and these air forces of the Jinbei Legion were even more ace elites, and the loss of one was quite costly. Air Force Major Lin Jiping's eyes were cracking, and he immediately warned everyone to take evasive action when he saw this. In the next moment, a dozen or so javelins containing terrifying demonic power were thrown out in unison, and another 30 or so fighters fell. Instantly, under Lin's command, the fighters kept raising and pulling away, thus avoiding being hit by the javelins, but lacking a suitable opportunity to attack. But it's hard to sustain an offense in this situation. Lin could only dodge the javelins while launching an attack. The fighter was like a falcon, gliding through the air without stopping, displaying the ace pilot's superior piloting skills. In this way, the resistance of those half-demon cavalry was greatly reduced. Boom! Just then, the artillery positions began firing in unison. The warheads with flames were thrown out and landed in the middle of the half-demon cavalry group with precise accuracy, and several hundred cavalrymen were blown up high in the past, and between the dust and soil, the broken arms and limbs kept flying up. Screaming miserably, the leader of the black-clothed knight let out a cold grunt, suddenly accelerated his speed, constantly avoiding the shells. The double swords in his hands rotated, bouncing away all the large-caliber bullets that were fired at him. As for those rifle bullets, he didn't bother to block them at all, as they couldn't penetrate his own defenses. The whole scene, then, became very bizarre. Among the half-demon cavalry, the first dozen or so were like fierce beasts, charging at a surprisingly fast speed, and the shells and bullets couldn't harm them. But the tens of thousands of troops behind, but the artillery shells and bullets hit the people, dead and wounded. The front has become a minefield. It is impossible to cross. There are even fighter jets constantly circling in the air, looking for the opportunity. From time to time, go up to bomb a few. Don't mind them. 15 of us, just kill them. For the half-demon cannon fodder, these 15 warriors of the 100-demon road of Su Xuan didn't have the slightest bit of heartache and, like a repeat of their old trick, climbed up the wall and decapitated all of these Chinese soldiers. He Jintian had naturally discovered the strength and ferocity of these 15 people, and having seen it with his own eyes today, his scalp was even more numb, and he hurriedly shouted angrily, "Death Squad! All of them on top! Use all your power to stop them! Drink!" Hundreds of forging body realm martial artists armed with large swords stepped into position with a loud shout in unison. 15 half-demon cavalrymen, with a lift of the reins, flew directly onto the city wall like nobody's business, and instantly fought with the Daredevil squad. Air currents danced chaotically, astral energy overflowed in all directions, and from time to time there were flames rising up, illuminating the entire night sky as if it were day. The battle went white-hot in a flash. Kill! Both sides stick together without reservation and engage in physical combat kills. Not a single one will be left behind. Blessed by the old ancestors. Number 1 suddenly felt blessed by the elder ancestor. His demonic power increased greatly, and his realm was temporarily elevated to the point where he was close to being a divine hidden. Suddenly, his confidence skyrocketed, and with a sardonic grin, he removed his hood, revealing his oozing green face. Chapter 52 One sword across the sky. 10,000 foes can't kill you. Daredevil, on top. He Jintian anxiously looked up at the sky and did not notice the arrival of the helicopter. Slightly puzzled, but he was always convinced that the young man who looked like a god of killing in the world would definitely arrive. Dozens of martial artists with large swords, combined together, blocked the 15 half-demons, and despite being in a far inferior realm, they were still fearless, their long swords raised, slashing and slashing forward. There was no skill or stance. It was the most common military martial arts in the army, clean and clear, but with an aura of killing that rose up to the sky. Number 1 was slightly surprised. A few days ago on the Great Wall, against dozens of people, hadn't felt the pressure. Now hundreds of people formed a battle formation, but there was an irresistible force and momentum. Mountains and seas generally attacked. Without the old ancestor's temporary feedback on his cultivation and boosting his demonic power, perhaps I may not be able to take it down today, but everything is different now. Number 1 didn't take these death squads seriously in his mind at all. His main goal was to avenge number 8 and cut the murderer down. Number 5, number 7, number 9, you 3 defend. I'll be the main attacker. The rest of you pillage. Move. At the command of number 1, the 3 half-demons stepped out in unison and stuck the crescent blade in their hands on the ground. their withered hands pressing on the hilt and muttering incantations under their breath. This was the secret technique of the 100-demon road of Su Xuan. They had always believed in totems, and whenever they fought, if they encountered a powerful opponent, they would pray to their ancestors to borrow a powerful force. The remaining dozen or so people took up positions on the side, confronting the daredevil members. As time passed, those 3 half-demons completed the sword formation, and a steep green light shot up into the sky, forming a bizarre image of a hexagram in the night sky. As endless demonic power surged in frantically, Number One's body kept on skyrocketing until it was more than 3 meters tall, his muscles bulging at a speed visible to the naked eye, his pair of eyes bloodshot and red, and his pimple-filled green face was indescribably hideous. Snort! The black robe on his body directly shattered and dissipated into the air, revealing his true appearance. It was a half-demon with a monstrous human head, fangs exposed and gnarled muscles all over its body, full of terrifying explosive power. Roar! Letting out an inhuman roar that made people's scalp numb. Then Number One entered a state of complete liberation, rushing into the crowd, directly lifting the 2 men with both hands as if they were carrying chickens, casually flinging them off the city wall. Daredevil Captain Plastic Vein Realm Strength. At that moment, his eyebrows wrinkled, let out a bellowing cry. In the hands of the open mountain knife straight vertical split, carrying a horrifying aura. When a loud sound rang out, the mountain opening sword slashed at the half-demon's body, making a metallic ringing sound and not causing a single bit of damage. When he hesitated, Number One directly gripped the mountain opening sword and twisted it with force, directly twisting the mountain opening sword made of alloy material into a twist, and then kicked the captain to fly away, spraying blood from his mouth as he flew out upside down. The remaining dozen or so half-demons, after obtaining demonic power boosts, liberated their forms and mercilessly slaughtered the warriors on the city walls. And at this moment, the half-demon cavalry under the city wall, after crossing the thunderbolt and paying the price of a full 20,000 men, finally climbed up the city wall and engaged in a fierce physical fight with the Jinbei army. In an instant, on the 10-mile city wall, the physical battle was plunged into white heat. Screams, shouts, yells, gunshots, artillery fire, one after another, played a great song of war. He Jintian sat in the command room, looking at the tragic situation in front of him. His face was gloomy, and his heart was even more as if it was being pressed by 1,000 pounds of boulders. If we keep this up, the town council, it may have to be gone. Is this the hijacking of my China? And all the soldiers, with the heart of certain death, fought against the half-demon cavalry, with none of them retreating. Just then, the battlefield suddenly resounded with rumbling explosions, and He Jintian's eyes jumped as he hurriedly asked the chief of staff, "What happened? A physical fight? Why is there an explosion?" "General." Some of the soldiers saw that the enemy was strong, so they hugged their explosive packets and died with them. At the same time, a single voice rang through the sky. "Chuanzhong Wang Fugue, go to!" A strong man with thick eyebrows and big eyes then jumped directly into the group of half-demon cavalry, clutching an explosive packet. Rumbling explosions rang out, flames shot up into the sky, and at least dozens of half-demons were blown to pieces. Yunbei Sun Dare, Hanzhong Zhaosan, Yunbei Guozian, countless heroic warriors, seeing that the situation is getting worse and worse, have strapped on explosive bombs and jumped off the city wall to stop these people from climbing up. Fire and light in the sky. The sound of explosions kept ringing. The sky is reflected half red. On the pale earth, they wrote the martyr's sad song with blood and flesh. The half-demon leader on the city wall, the head of the 16 riders of the 100 demons rode in Su Xuan, was horrified at the sight of this scene. Despite the weak strength and low realm of this group of Chinese warriors, their courage was admirable, even comparable to the bravest warriors of their own clan. However, this group of half-demons on the city wall that had been blessed by the demon ancestors had increased their strength so much that they were not afraid of any hot weapons, and it was basically a massacre on one hand. He Jintian slowly took off his trench coat, removed the ancient sword from the wall, and without a word, slowly walked out of the command room. Now, he can only go on, even if he is accounted for here, but also worthy of the name of the Jinbei army, worthy of the Chinese, worthy of the ancestors. In a split second, the aura of the early stage of the pulse-shaping realm unfolded without reservation, and this 100,000 people descended on the first general of Huaxia, without changing his color, and ran to the battlefield. "General! No! General! Come back quickly!" The officers and chiefs of staff in the command room rushed out to stop it. He Jintian turned his head back, his eyes bloodshot, but his voice was unusually calm. "If the company commander is killed, it's the battalion commander's turn, and if the battalion commander is killed, then the regimental commander fills in. My Jinbei Legion, it's never been like this. If my soldiers don't value their lives, how can I?" He Jintian. Value my life? Now this is a great battle for the nation's fortunes, and I don't want to leave any regrets. You guys continue to call Su Xuan. I'll go first. After saying that, He Jintian drew his ancient sword, the biting light instantly reflecting in the night sky, and his entire body's aura rapidly soared before he directly walked up to the city wall to confront the half-demon chieftain without fear. You are the chief? Very well. Your head should be worth a lot of money. Number 1 placed the blades of his twin swords next to his lips and stuck out his tongue to lick the blood on them, an intoxicated look emerging on his ugly green face. Just then, suddenly a rumbling sound rang out in the sky, the sound of a propeller churning. A sudden uneasiness rose in Number 1 and he looked up at the sky, only to see that a silhouette jumped straight down from 100 meters in the air. Boom! As soon as he landed, the entire city wall trembled, and Su Xuan landed in the middle of He Jintian and Number 1, smashing the city wall out of a large crater, as countless stone chips and turbulence continue to fly in the air. Sorry I'm late. Su Xuan was dressed in a black robe and slowly drew out the ice spirit cloud misty sword from his back, while staring at the group of black-robed half-demons and hooked his hand. Hey, come over here and die. Number 1 was instantly furious, turning his face and staring at that handsome face, as well as the sword in his hand that shone with a morose cold aura. He was sure that this sword was not of a low grade, it was at least of divine grade. One like you, I slaughtered one earlier, specializes in stealth. Su Xuan saw that the half-demon didn't come over, so he opened his mouth faintly. Sure enough, Number 1 burst into a rage. Did you kill Number 8? Good. Today I'm going to avenge Number 8. Guys, help me out. Feeling that this youth in front of him was in a profound realm and strong, Number 1 didn't dare to be slow and directly asked everyone to integrate their demonic power into the formation, providing themselves with a constant supply of demonic power. Within moments, his strength rose once again, directly coming to the 3rd level of the divine hidden realm, his body's chi and blood increasing countless times, and his scarlet eyes opening completely, transmitting indescribable supreme magical power. Death to all. Number 1 held both blades and transformed into a hurricane. Countless air currents danced about, the air blades rotated, and a powerful attraction came out, scraping all the people and things around them up and flying in the air. Su Xian's eyes were cold as his figure moved, and with the sharp touch and eagle eyes, he completely saw through all of Number 1's movements, including what he was going to do next. A pillar of white cold ice suddenly rose from the ice spirit cloud misty sword and descended from the sky, straight away freezing the hurricane of Number 1, and then to his surprise, Su Xuan crossed the sky with his sword, freezing the entire formation altogether like a statue. The entire 15 people, unable to move, watched this scene in horror as more and more coldness invaded inside their bodies, constantly devouring their demonic power. After freezing all of these people in the sword formation, Su Xuan discarded his longsword, pinched a sword trick with his right hand, and faintly spat out a word. Break! Like the god of death taking his life. Between heaven and earth, cold and ice true intent filled the sky. Immediately afterward, as Su Xuan used the Ice Seal 10 breaks move, the frozen sword formations and half-demons on the city walls shattered with a rumble and split apart. In this frozen world, everything turns into ice, losing its own strength and characteristics, and with it, the existence of the collapse, turning into a block of ice crystals, dissipated in the air. A strange spectacle. On the city walls, everyone was dumbstruck as they watched this scene, the shock in their hearts unable to be described in words. This group of half-demons that had beaten the 100,000 Man Jinbei army, the Jinbei army that had won 100 battles, into a retreat, were no better than ants in front of Su Xuan, and in just a single breath, they were turned into ice, with no remains of their corpses. What kind of power is this? The battle above had ended, the battle below was still continuing. Su Xuan stood on the city wall, his black robe was blown up by the night wind, hunting, looking down at the humongous half-demons below. Then he leapt up high and landed in the group of half-demons with a loud bang. Bending down slightly, his hands gripped the ice-vibrant cloud mistletoe sword, and inserted it into the ground with force. At that moment, a terrifying extreme cold rose with him as the center, scattering in all directions, and wherever it passed, it was frozen, emitting a burst of clicking and clacking sounds. After a dozen seconds, Su Xuan loosened the hilt of his sword and raised his eyes to coldly look at the field, where tens of thousands of frozen half-demon cavalrymen had become ice sculptures. The move was then unleashed. Break! It was like a great bell ringing through the clouds. The ice sculptures of tens of thousands of half-demons existed and shattered, turning into dots of ice crystals that dissipated between heaven and earth. On this day, Su Xuan was on top of the city wall, and with a sword across the sky, his sword decimated tens of thousands of half-demons, and he could not be defeated by 10,000 men. Chapter 53, The Demon Race's Scheme, Conflict between Questioning Heaven Palace and Long Tang. In less than half an hour before and after, all 50,000 half-demons were annihilated. With no corpses left, Su Xuan stood on the city wall, gazing into the night sky from afar, with no sadness or joy in his heart. In his last life, he was surrounded by the forces of ferocious beasts, half-demons, ancient clans, and foreign enemies, and it was very difficult to survive in the cracks, lingering on for 15 years, but in the end, he still couldn't escape the fate of being killed. In this life, one's opening stood at the peak of Chinese cultivators, one step ahead, and in only 2 short months, one was already at the peak of the divine hidden realm, and after this battle, Su Xuan felt that the bottleneck seemed to have loosened, which surprised him. In the previous life, the cultivators who broke through the divine hidden realm were not unheard of, but they all belonged to the existence of a phoenix, either the inheritors of the Holy Land, or the heavenly prides that the major families had devoted their efforts to cultivating, and in spite of this, it took years to break through the divine hidden realm. Now it seems that he may not take long to ascend to the Tianyuan realm. At that time, it will be another scene, and he has never reached the heights. Thinking of this cannot help but vaguely look forward to some. Just then, suddenly a prompt rang out in his head. You have killed tens of thousands of half-demons, and your skills have been upgraded as follows. Eagle Eyes upgraded to LV2. Visual distance increased to 1000 meters. Magnification 32x. Everything within 1000 meters is invisible. You have a pair of discerning eyes that can see like a fire. Unyielding raised to LV2. Probability of resisting a lethal strike raised to 20%. You can resist lethal attacks indefinitely if your luck has been good. Try to see if you are a son of luck. Su Xuan couldn't help but be speechless for a while. Try and pass away. He wasn't a gambler. Not to mention that the stakes were his own life. Born to Last is upgraded to LV2. Your injury and energy recovery becomes twice a day. You will be transformed into an undefeatable powerhouse. And your self-healing ability is recognized by the heavenly Tao. Hearing this, Su Xuan couldn't help but frown. Wasn't it a bit insulting to compare himself to Xiao Chang? What is this heavenly way? In addition to the skill enhancement, Su Xuan felt that the accumulated aura in his body was also very abundant, much higher than usual. This was the rebound caused by the full mobilization of aura, except that this rebound belonged to positive feedback. It seems that this ICL 10 breaks consumes spiritual energy particularly badly, and just now, releasing it twice in a row, I have a feeling of vertigo. Su Xuan silently sat down and directly utilized the Born to Last. Who said that you have to be injured to use it? The Bodhi tree in his mind released a large amount of green light that coincided with the Sangha, and Su Xuan felt that the spiritual energy in his body was recovering at a terrifying speed. The surrounding Jinbei army, on the other hand, stood there quietly in unison, looking at Su Xuan, not daring to make any loud noises for fear of disturbing him. After the great battle, smoke filled the air, blood flowed into the river, and the night wind blew, spreading the blood across the background, as if telling the cruelty of the war. It had been more than 10 minutes. Su Xuan felt that his consumed spiritual energy had completely recovered, and was even more abundant than before, when he nodded with satisfaction, and when he opened his eyes, he saw hundreds of eyes, looking at him in unison, full of gratitude and respect. Su Xuan's heart was slightly moved. The Jinbei army's strict discipline was indeed true to its name, and at that moment, he nodded to He Jintian and slowly said, General, the recommendation is that it's time to use nuclear weapons. The enemy will only get more powerful in the future, and I won't be able to make it in time every time. He Jintian's face was grave as he nodded. I'll apply to the Imperial military. Thanks to Mr. Su this time. Otherwise the Jinbei Legion will be removed from the 8 major legions tonight. Mr. Su's kindness. We 100,000 people of the Jinbei army remember it in our hearts. In the future, if there's any use for my Jinbei army, feel free to speak up. Su Xuan nodded, then waved towards Avu. The helicopter slowly landed. Su Xuan walked into the hatch. As the propeller stirred, the helicopter slowly lifted up into the air, then disappeared into the night sky. In the extreme north, on the 100 Demons Road in Su Xuan, in a hidden cave, the gray-robed old man closed his eyes as countless points of light converged into the cave from afar, drilling through his mouth and nose, and majestic demonic power surged up crazily, instantly filling the entire cave. It lasted a full 10 minutes before stopping, and the old man opened his eyes with satisfaction, his face full of intoxication, revealing a rare smile, worthy of the 100 Demon Road 16 riders. The pure demonic power amazes me, and this time, it has accelerated the process of my comeback. This old man was none other than the old ancestor of the 100 Demons Road in Su Xuan, who had previously ordered those 16 riders to lead tens of thousands of half-demon cavalry and attack Huaxia. Congratulations, old ancestor. You're one step closer to the resurgence advent. In the darkness, 4 figures manifested. with beastly heads and human bodies, all shrouded in black robes. The gray-robed old man's smile grew even wider. How are the preparations for that matter going? The future of the 100-demon road in Su Xuan is at stake. One man arched his hand, reporting to the old ancestor. We have already probed the whereabouts of the Ming Xun, Dark Xun, Demon Emperor, Demon Saint, and Xian Emperor, and they are all in the central area of the 100-demon road in Su Xuan Mountain, the Luo wannabe. There is a boundary in the area that we cannot cross, but we have sensed the 5 demon kings' auras, and they seem to be still sleeping. The gray-robed old man listened and thought, then slowly said, this matter is not urgent for the moment, planning for 1,000 years. There is no need to be in a hurry. When the time comes, they will naturally wake up. On the contrary, there is another thing that you guys are grasping at straws to do. Please command, old ancestor. The 16 riders of the 100-demon road died in battle. We don't share the same fate as Huaxia. Tell this news to the Holy Sun, and when he comes out of the gate, decide on his own. All the holy relics and spiritual treasures of our clan are supplied at any time, and the warriors of our clan are poised and ready to be dispatched at a moment's notice. As you wish. The Holy Sun still has 3 months to go before he leaves the gate. At that time, we will definitely bring the news to you, and make sure to cause the Holy Sun to send out his troops to fight against Huaxia, without stopping. One of them was slightly more resourceful and responded in a hurry. The meaning of the old ancestor was already very clear to him. That is, he wanted to involve the entire Su Xuan 100 Demons Road in the war at all costs, and as for what the purpose was, it would have nothing to do with him. This 100 Demon Road, one of the 6 chiefs of the demon race old ancestor, leading the half-demon lineage, in the past also once reached the peak, and then for some reason went into a deep sleep, until 2 months ago the aura revived, which slowly awakened, but due to the strength has not yet been restored, failed to come back. Alright, you guys go down, continue to spy on them, in addition to spreading more news about Huaxia massacring my tribe. Yes, sir. The 4 figures then slowly disappeared, and the gray-robed old man looked at the void, his eyes shooting out a refined aura. The demonic power of the 16 riders has been absorbed as much as possible. My strength is recovering, but I am far from my peak. If I want to get out of the cage, I will need more demonic power to return before I can do so. Holy Sun, I hope that you can still be the same as before when you come out of seclusion, crushing all beings with your supreme talent. Why not? Asked the heavenly palace. In just a few days, the cold mountain peak had become lively, and in the center of the plaza, hundreds of people were standing upright, listening to Vice Sect Leader Huang Mao's lecture. All listen to me well. Kung Fu was not ground out by lips, and the realm is not gained out of thin air, but is accumulated by perseverance and efforts made night and day, and by practicing. One move, one style, and every centimeter of aura accumulated, are not achieved overnight. My heaven-asking palace has always advocated the principle of those who are capable, those who are mediocre, and those who are mediocre, in order to create the strongest clan in China, and to board with that towering dragon tang. Starting now, all people stand on piles for 1 hour, according to the most standard horse stance. Those who can't stick to it will be eliminated instantly. If there are those who are not convinced, they can come up and challenge me. Arrogance, contempt. Hundreds of people under the stage were indignant in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do about it. It was really that this vice sect leader Yellow Hair was in a profound realm, and was said to have been in the 3rd level of the pulse-shaping realm, and sect master Wang Yelm completely disregarded the sect, large and small affairs, fully handed over to Yellow Hair in charge, which made him even more arrogant and overbearing. However, after a period of time, these disciples realized that although this heaven-seeking palace was strict in its requirements, it was surprisingly helpful in improving their own strength. Some of the people who were often stuck in the realm, through Yellow Hair's taunts and stimulation, as well as proper guidance, surprisingly all broke through in droves. Some of the forging realm cultivators who did not understand the Gongfu properly, and even practiced and were about to go off the deep end, were soared after Yellow Hair mercilessly pointed out the flaws, and in one fell swoop, they realized what they could not figure out in the past few months. Therefore, the crowd loved and hated Yellow Hair, but they didn't dare to be disrespectful. After all, those who defied him are now in the hospital. Scanning the crowd, he found that they had no objections, and that they all tied their horses honestly and regularly, some even with extra effort and seriousness. Yellow Hair, on the other hand, was just like everyone else, also zipping around the stage in horse stance, with very standardized movements, and talking under his breath. Before the recovery of the aura, I also took horse stances every day and never gave up. Otherwise you guys think that I picked up my realm and strength out of thin air, don't you? The crowd listened and worked even harder, and were eager to quickly break through to the pulse-shaping realm. At the foot of the mountain, Xia Changhe brought a dozen of Dragon Tang's warriors and converged at a hidden cave, choosing to be directly at the foot of the mountain in order to probe the real situation of the questioning Heavenly Palace. Deputy Bureau, we have already found out that this Heavenly Palace is created by Wang Yong, but the building facilities inside, but it was a long time ago. After some investigation, we found that at that time it was precisely the Morong family in Jiangnan single-handedly organized to develop and build a scenic spot as a pretext, but in fact at that time, it made a great deal of noise, but it was not built. A dragon tendency cultivator began to slowly report back. Xia Changhe nodded and then asked, "Is it clear what their key members are?" Vice Bureau, their vice master's name is Yellow Hair, a murderer wanted by the police. It is said to have once been on the street, killing several people. Helplessly the police have not been able to capture and solve the case. As for the other members, after investigating, we found out that most of them are outlaws. All of them have a criminal record and are not good people. I'm afraid that this group of people who have converged here are planning something big. We still need to be on guard. That young cultivator's face was filled with sorrow. Xia Changhe nodded. I see. The situation can be reported to the director. By the way, how is Armin now? He's still relatively safe at the moment, and we get all our information from him. Xia Changhe's brows furrowed, suddenly feeling some inner uneasiness, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "Immediately notify him to return to the team. We have already mapped out the general situation of the questioning Heaven Palace. If we have to take measures, we also have to ensure that our people's situation is safe." Yes, I'll let him know. In the questioning Heaven Palace, in the dark secret room, a cloaked middle-aged man, with his hands tied with chains, fell on a giant steel pillar, while his whole body was tied with thick ropes, and his body was covered with bloodstains, which appeared extraordinarily shocking through his shirt. So mouthy? With a cigarette in his mouth and some dissatisfaction in his gaze, Yellow Hair instructed one of his men next to him to go get some salt and stuff it inside the wound. Then keep beating, and if you pass out, splash cold water to wake you up. Yes. Yellow Hair stood up and shoved his cigarette directly into the man's wound, and a screaming and wailing sound came out. Yellow Hair stared at him with a sneer. Let's see how hard your bones are. Afterwards, he straightened his clothes and slowly left, sneering inwardly. Dragon Tang? I'd like to see how much you weigh. Chapter 54, Inspecting Hengduan Mountain. Wealthy Su Xuan, Hengduan Mountain. After Su Xuan returned, he chose to close the door at the first opportunity. After killing 50,000 half-demons, Su Xuan realized that his mindset had changed. Previously, when he had beheaded the Morong family's few cultivators, there was no particularly obvious feeling in his heart, but this time, when he had beheaded a full 50,000, there was more or less some discomfort in his heart. Killing, did not like it and did not feel good, especially seeing countless broken arms and limbs flying into the sky, coming from those bloody odors, scalp-numbing screams. The triple stimulation of sight and smell, as well as hearing, would make the whole person go crazy. No wonder it was said that there used to be killers of millions who had become numb in the end, with hearts as cold as knives, and ended up on the path of demonic cultivation, treating life as if it were grass, and finally going off the deep end. For cultivators, killing was not the way to cultivate. The state of mind was the most important thing to exist, and killing too much would affect the state of mind. You may not feel it at the time, but when the time comes, it may become your own demons and sins. The Bodhi tree in his mind emitted a green light that was soft and cool, causing Su Xian's violent and murderous heart to gradually become calmer, and the blood-red glow in his eyes gradually dispersed. After about a few minutes, Su Xuan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, feeling that his state had become quite a bit better, before he continued to start cultivating. The spiritual platform is clear. You enter a metaphysical and marvelous state, placing yourself in a metaphysical ice environment, and comprehending the 7th and 8th styles of the ice seal and the 10 breaking styles. 7th style, ice seals the miles. Style 8, broken shadow of the river and mountain. Su Xuan opened his eyes. His heart was ecstatic. This ice seal 10 breaks had a total of 10 styles. The comprehension of each style was 10 times more difficult than the previous style. He had only been comprehending 8 styles in just 1 or 2 days. And according to the rumors, the creator of this sword art, Xian Ice Fury, took a full 3 months to comprehend the 8 styles. It seems that the Bodhi tree's 10,000-fold enlightenment has allowed me to improve quite a bit above learning feats, and with my current talent and enlightenment, I'm afraid that even ancient god kings may not be able to match it. Extreme confidence surged within Su Xuan. As for the remaining 2 styles, Su Xuan had tried to continue comprehending and deducing them, but found that he was simply unable to complete them. It could be that the realm was not enough or the conditions were insufficient, but unable to proceed any further, he simply gave up. Anyway, right now, These 8 styles were already enough to sweep away cultivators at the peak of the divine hidden realm, and even if a heavenly Yuan realm powerhouse descended, they would be able to fight. In the time that followed, Su Xuan then began to inspect the entire Hengduan mountain. The building facilities were getting better and better as they continued to smash in tens of billions of dollars, and the entire Yokohama mountain, with the exception of the valley, had been greatly remodeled, and was now able to accommodate 1,000 people. The 4-lane highway leading from the city to the base of the mountain was luxurious, and it was guarded by its own people along the highway, standing guard 24 hours a day to make sure that the spirit stones were constantly being transported in. The original secret room for storing spirit stones was far from enough, and under the assistant's planning, it had now been expanded by a whole 20 secret rooms, enough to store nearly 2,000 cubic meters of spirit stones that weighed more than 10 tons. According to the needs of the sword array in his previous life, Su Xuan roughly estimated that even if the 6 bronze swords operated 24 hours a day, it would be enough to last for a month to ensure that it was constant. If this mining rate was continued, Su Xuan estimated that for at least 6 months, the sword array could be opened all the time, and true kings could be decimated, and this place was near invincible. If he added the 5 mines contributed by the Morong family, Su Xuan estimated that that could be opened for at least a year. A year seems like a lot of time, but is it actually quite enough? The answer is no. In his previous life, Su Xuan had witnessed with his own eyes what kind of annihilation Huaxia faced when the true king descended. Wherever it passed, it was like the passage of locusts, and not an inch of grass was left. Cultivators of the heavenly Yuan realm were not qualified to approach, and at that time, it was said that martial artists of the Golden Body realm were crushed into mush by the aftermath of the battle between the 2 true kings before they even came within 100 meters. Only when they reached the Ascension realm would they have the power to fight. Su Xuan stood on the plaza platform on the mountainside, leaning against the railing, an endless longing rising within him. He must break through to the Heaven Ascension realm as soon as possible, or else when the time came for the true king to descend, he would not be able to withstand it. After inspecting the various parts of the mountainside, Su Xuan slowly felt comfortable that these people he had hired, after giving small favors, did their best and worked very hard. The merit laws acquired from the site of the Yunbei ancient town, many yellow and Xian level merit laws that were useless to Su Xuan, were gifted to the cultivators who performed outstandingly, and also allowed Uncle Ghost and the others to take the time to give pointers. These feats that were useless to Su Xuan, on the other hand, they were of much help to these hired people. With a little cultivation, they could increase their strength, and a Xian level feat could make them scramble for their heads, because at this time, in the whole of China, there were not many copies of the Gongfu, and only those deep-rooted families could get some from some channels. Most of the cultivators in this period were still in the opening and figuring out stage, and didn't have any systematic techniques, so an ordinary Xian level technique was enough for them to coax. Even the tycoon offered a high price of $50 million for the Gongfu. Su Xuan couldn't help but shake his head. After everyone's realm had broken through to the pulse-shaping realm, at that time, these low-grade techniques basically didn't have much use. Slowly walking down the mountainside, Su Xuan came into the luxurious office, looking at the layout and facilities, which were not much different from the time of the North Star. His heart couldn't help but rise some reminiscences and memories. In his last life, he was still in charge of the North Star group, and Luo Xun was constantly targeting himself, but he hadn't been able to get a bargain. After the revival of aura, when the Hengduan mountain in his hands began to condense a large amount of aura, Luo Xun and his family suddenly rose to prominence, relying on this S-class secret realm to become one of the top 10 strongest clans in Huaxia in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, in this life, he had laid out his own layout in advance, sold his shares, occupied Hengduan mountain, and seized the first opportunity, while Luo Xun withered away at the North Star, and in the end, he would roughly end up in a depressing situation as well. It hasn't reached that time of despair yet, although the ferocious beasts on the border have already held all 8 legions in check. The half-demons in the north are attacking in a big way. The prophets of the foreign races are foolishly moving. The heaven-asking palace has already been established, and the 10 great families are starting to embark on their mutiny. But these are not what worries me the most. What worries me the most is still behind. Su Xuan stood in front of the window of his office and muttered, feeling very uneasy and vengeful inside. Sir, right at this moment, his assistant Xia Wenshi walked in, and when he got the news that Su Xuan had left the gate, he started searching at the first opportunity. Su Xuan turned his head back and looked at him, looking at this assistant who had always been unfailing whether in his previous life or in this life, whether when he was in his glory and prosperity or when he was down and out. His heart warmed and he smiled. I can see that you still hang on to the North Star's office from time to time. Do you still want to go back? Xia Wenshi was slightly stunned, then smiled. Sir, after all, We've worked at North Star for so many years. Our feelings are still quite deep. Of course, compared to the kindness of Mr. Knowles, all of this is nothing. I was afraid of Mr. Nostalgia, so I took it upon myself to build it this way. And if Mr. is not satisfied, I will immediately arrange for it to be rebuilt and rearranged. As for going back to North Star, to be honest, wherever Mr. is, I'll be there. And now that our power is able to counteract the 10 great families, to be honest, North Star isn't worth going back to at all. And it's not the era where business is supreme and money is a master anymore. Su Xuan was slightly surprised. This assistant had some insights and vision. He knew that, but he didn't know that he was so far-sighted. Even people like Luo Xun and Zhao Jiangwo couldn't figure it out, and were still withering away at Beichin without thinking of how to adapt to the current changes. Good. I'm relieved that you think so. Su Xuan sat in his office chair, pulled out a pack of cigars, and drew out a "Have one?" The aide waved his hand in quick succession. No sir. You know I never smoke. I don't like the smell. Su Xuan couldn't help but blankly glance at him, lighting his cigarette and slowly exhaling a smoke ring. You're so boring. And you don't look for women. And you don't smoke. And you don't drink. And you don't fool around. I'm content to be able to do the job for the gentleman. Hey, forget it. Su Xuan hurriedly waved his hand. Tell us about the latest. The assistant pushed up his glasses, opened the folder, and instantly went to work. We have completely taken over the 5 mines of the Morong family and have started transporting them, doubling the production according to the methods taught to us by Mr. The $10 billion in cash compensated by the Morong family has already been used to acquire a few plots of land in a few different cities as instructed by Sir. And it looks like nothing has changed in those places so far. The Li family side also called in 10 billion in cash this morning, which is currently unused and at your disposal, Sir, and I would suggest it be earmarked for use as a salary. The other 8 great families have also sent cash, a total of $50 billion. So far $20 billion have arrived. There are still $30 billion left. It is expected to be completed within 3 days one after another. The Jinbei Legion is presenting 20 fighters and 30 experienced pilots. I dare not set my mind to it, nor do I dare to excuse myself, but their general, He Jintian, has patted his chest and assured me that these men are absolutely loyal and reliable, so I ask you to accept them in any case. On Dragon Tang's side, because Mr. saved the life of their deputy director, he also sent some pills, basically the ones needed for the body forging realm, a whole 100,000 of them. In addition, the president of the Emperor's Association, Shang Qingping, heard about Mr.'s battle in the Northern Realm and appreciated it so much that he sent someone to send more than 30 copies of spirit treasures, the grade of which should not be low. Su Xuan was stunned upon hearing this. He was either fighting or in seclusion during this period of time, either killing people or demons. He had no time to take care of his assets. He didn't expect that in just a few days, he would already have an extra $70 billion in cash, and 20 fighters, and even the goodwill of the Dragon Tang and the Imperial Guild. So, you've become a rich and powerful boss? By the way, sir, there is another thing. Say it. Director Chen of Dragon Tang said that Dragon Tang has already arranged for manpower to fight with that heaven-asking palace. So if Mr. can be free and willing, please also shine a light on it. By the way, here are the basics of Dragon Tang. After speaking, Xia Wenshi handed over a piece of intelligence, and Su Xuan took a slight look at it, roughly understanding it. I know. Let Ahu prepare. Tomorrow we'll go to Huainan. Yes. Chapter 55, Heavy Battle. Yellow Hair's Madness and Misfortune. Huainan. Asked the foot of the Heavenly Palace. What do you mean? Can't get in touch? Xiao Changhe frowned and raised his voice, the bad premonition in his heart growing stronger. Yes. I also feel very strange. A few days ago I was able to get in touch with Amin every day at 12 noon, and even when I pressed him many times, he said that everything was safe. But for some reason, today at noon it has been impossible to make a call. The other young cultivator, wearing Dragon Tang's unique uniform, slightly bowed his head and said, it seems that Aiming should be in a situation. I'm afraid that the people of this heaven-seeking palace are not stupid. Xiao Changhe paced back and forth in the cave and began to think of countermeasures. He himself had only brought a dozen or so people with him this time when he went out. Most of them were forging realm martial artists, so it was definitely unrealistic to directly go up to the Heavenly Palace to ask for people, contact the Imperial Capital, send a large number of elites, and directly step on the questioning Heaven Palace. Neither can they. There is not much evidence yet that can prove that Ask the Heavenly Palace has a conflict with Dragon Tang. Even if they go to get people, they still have to bring those criminals to justice with the cooperation of the police. What did the Huainan police say? Since he had already arranged for them to deal with the police before, Xiao Changhe hoped to make a breakthrough or two from here. Keep dragging. Repeatedly dragging. Doesn't want to do anything at all. At the mention of this, the young man instantly became angry and said angrily, although the status of Dragantang is high, but it is unable to control the 30 provinces in the 9 states, and even more thousands of cities, so it can only take measures to divide the management, which leads to a mixture of good and bad, and there is no jurisdiction to the police and public security organizations, the police in Huainan, but also to take delaying measures in this regard. Today is not enough manpower, tomorrow is too many cases. The day after tomorrow is to ask the Heavenly Palace has not yet been involved in the violation of the incident. A variety of excuses. Endless. The key is that you cannot directly order them. Dragon Huainan branch. What's the idea? Xia Changhe had already heard of Dragon Tang's detachments in various places before. Many of them were indiscriminate, not playing the role of maintaining law and order at all, and even directly colluding with the local big families to do wrong. Therefore, he all went to Huainan secretly without informing anyone. But at this point in time, it may be necessary to rely on their local influence and familiarity, so that they can do things better. One and the same. I have interacted with the person in charge here and he plays deaf and doesn't take it seriously. Speaking of Huainan's dragon detachment, the young man's heart was even more angry. This group of people was even more disgusting than the police department. The latter at least did not belong to their jurisdiction. But this dragon detachment was actually under the imperial capital headquarters moderation. Xia Changhe took a deep breath, and suddenly felt some helplessness and despair inside. Even an elite organization like Huaxia Dragon Totem had already been riddled with holes by moths, and the situation of other institutions could be imagined. I can't directly step in this time, or else if the people from the Heaven Asking Palace sense it, they'll definitely try to do everything they can, and at that time, Ah Ming will be in danger. Xia Changhe furrowed his brows and thought about countermeasures, only to realize that the reality was such a tragedy. If it was before the recovery of the aura, all of this would have been fine. The police would definitely have been out in force. After all, at that time, with the 8 legions as the strong backing of Huaxia, these people still had some scruples and restraint. But nowadays, the 8 legions have been drawn out to guard the borders, so they simply cannot spare any energy. And this group of people have begun to use their power in all kinds of ways to gain benefits, and to act in defiance of the law. What should we do then? One more day of delay is one more minute of danger for Amin. Xia Changhe inwardly suddenly thought of that figure, the youth who descended from the sky and blasted the murderer away with one punch. If Su Xuan was here, I'm afraid that he would directly use his fists to dry out ask the Heavenly Palace. It seems that I need to go myself. You guys stay at the foot of the mountain and wait. I'll go first. If I'm not back by dusk, you guys don't have to wait. Contact Bureau Chen directly. Lead the Dragon Tang elites, and directly step on the questioning Heaven Palace. Xia Changhe slowly walked out of the cave with a determined look, leaving it all back to the crowd. When the sun rose into the air directly above, Xia Changhe, dressed in black, picked his way up the stairs, welcoming the sun and the mountain wind to the Heavenly Palace of Inquiry. It is now January, the weather in Huainan is slowly beginning to lower, and the mountains are filled with dead branches and leaves, looking particularly desolate and cold. Xia Changhe had just arrived at the square in front of him, when he realized that several hundred people were waiting for him, set up in formation and waiting, with unfathomable hatred in their gazes, and at the very top, there was a yellow-haired young man, leaning against a wooden pillar, looking at him with a smirk. You're finally here. I'm coming. You shouldn't have come, but I came anyway. The corners of Yellowhair's mouth twitched, dropping the dog's tail grass inside his mouth, revealing his white teeth, and laughing maniacally in an almost insane manner. It's said that everyone in your Dragon Tang is like a dragon, protecting the family and defending the country, and is admired by the world. And how many cultivators in Huaxia feel honored to be able to join Dragon Tang? It doesn't look like much more than that now. The ferocious beasts have the army to fight them and the police to maintain law and order. Tell me, what can you Dragon Tang do? My chief Xia. Yellowhair laughed maniacally like an orator, then opened his arms in a hug. Laughing, tears suddenly fell slowly. You know what? I had a good life once. A great girlfriend, a decent job, and a future to look forward to. Unfortunately, in later years, that all changed. My mom hooked up with another man, got cut up by my dad, stuffed in the freezer, and was found out and sentenced straight to death. My sister, who was 16, was raped. It was a rich and powerful boss, and I called the police, who advised me not to be ungrateful, then threw me $10,000 and told me to pretend I didn't know anything about it. When Yellowhair said this, an extremely angry expression appeared on his face. His features twisted and his eyes filled with extreme hatred. But she's my sister. Can you understand that? Xia Changhe looked at him silently, and sympathy rose within him. In this world, there is no absolute justice and fairness. Sometimes, power can manipulate the truth. Money can corrode the faith. And what Long Tang has to do is in managing the cultivation world and not letting it be a big mess. As for the individual unfortunate experience, it can't be compared with the general situation. I can understand how you feel. Under the duress of power and money, at that point in time, you have no choice. Yellow Hair was a bit taken aback, then cried while laughing. Director Xia seems to be able to empathize a bit after all, and isn't just like those high and mighty lords. So yeah, in the end, I decided to figure it out on my own. So I worked for a big boss, got his appreciation, and found an opportunity to take out the scumbag who insulted my sister. I will always remember that unbeatable scum. When I put the knife on his neck, that kind of bitter pleading expression, let me instantly understand. It turns out that people with money and power are also so fragile, and it turns out how important strength is. Ha 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 ha. So Aura revived and gave me great power too, but fate likes to play jokes on me too. My girlfriend, that, also hooked up with the lobby manager of the bar and played me to my face, mocking me. So, back there I slaughtered her, and the manager. So I joined the questioning heaven palace, where I have absolute power of speech, and because power is supreme, I am free. Now, Commissioner Xia, what benevolence are you going to arrest me for? Feeling Yellow Hair's eyes as sharp as a razor blade, Xia Changhe couldn't help but frown and asked, release my people and I can spare your life today. Yellow Hair froze, then laughed. My dear Director Xia, are you mistaken? If you want to release someone, you can. Beat me first. After saying that, with a movement of his body, Yellow Hair's body disappeared in an instant, and a stern astral energy broke through the air. Xia Changhe frowned, pulse-shaping realm. So fast. In the next moment, Yellow Hair's figure suddenly appeared behind Xia Changhe, whirled his fist and violently hammered it over, carrying the momentum of 1,000 pounds. Xia Changhe did not return his head and slightly sidestepped to avoid it. Yellow Hair misses with a strike and changes levels instantly, landing a swinging sweeping right hand. Xia Changhe could not avoid it and put up his right arm to block it, and with a thumping sound, the two of them retreated a dozen steps each and glided on the ground for some distance. Pulse-shaping realm 3rd level. Xia Changhe shook his shocked arm, and his face was filled with a horrified look. It's a surprise that Director Xia isn't too. Yellow Hair narrowed his eyes. The next moment he rushed straight, pulling out a dagger from his waist. His speed was unbelievably fast, bringing up a burst of residual shadows in the air. The biting cold aura matched with the swift and crisp ringing sound. The killing opportunity instantly enveloped the opponent. Yes, Xia Changhe's eyes lit up, staring at the complicated blade technique and the biting cold aura. The wariness within his heart rose up, and at that moment he no longer hesitated. Took down the fan on his waist, pulling a fan flower, and killing up face to face. In an instant, turbulence flew in the air. The dagger and the fan touched, and there was a crisp ringing sound. The cold aura crossed, and chirping erupted in the air, and the astral aura overflowed, so that people didn't dare to get close to it, and it looked very wonderful. The disciples of the heavenly questioning palace, their faces as mesmerized as if they were in a daze, watched this scene with wide eyes, not daring to utter a single breath for fear of missing the crucial link. Yellow Hair's face was gloomy, the surprise in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. He had thought that Xia Changhe was not good looking and he could take him down in 3 or 2 times, but he didn't expect that his realm was so powerful that he suppressed himself and kept retreating. It's over. Xia Changhe had already figured out Yellow Hair's offense and routine, which seemed to be harsh and fierce, but was actually just a few moves. As the words fell, with a tinkling sound, the dagger in Yellow Hair's hand instantly fell off on the ground. Screaming miserably, covering the blood on his arm as it flowed, and looking at Xia Changhe in horror, with a few hints of fear and resentment. Now, it's time to let go. Just then, a calm voice rang out. I'll fight you. Chapter 56, Why are you guys so weak? The prophet appears. Xia Changhe retrieved his fan and followed the sound to look over. Then he found a tall, country-faced middle-aged man with an inch hair, slowly walking down the steps. You're Wang Yang? Xia Changhe's expression became grave. According to the investigation, this Wang Yang was precisely the creator of the Heavenly Palace of Inquiry, and the recruitment information posted on the major platforms also came from him, as well as the current headmaster of the Heavenly Palace of Inquiry. Pulse Plasticity Realm 4th Level Strength. It's comparable to the geniuses of the world's families. By myself, I'm afraid it's hard to deal with. However, as the deputy director of Dragon Tang, how could he be intimidated? Xia Changhe's breath changed, dispersing all the gravity and fear in his heart. His body's aura skyrocketed, and his battle intent increased. Wang Yang was slightly stunned, then a few wisps of surprise and appreciation radiated from his calm eyes as he nodded his head. You're a little stronger than I thought you would be. And of course I'm not talking about strength, but your mindset. The fact that you can overcome your fear when facing an opponent stronger than yourself is the most basic quality of a strong person. Based on this alone, I've already approved of you, and I won't let you die too hard later on. Calmly, the words were uttered, much to the surprise of the hundreds present. This is the deputy director of Dragon Tang, and there is only one in the whole of Huaxia treadmill. It's officially recognized, but our sect leader just lightly said he killed it? At this moment, these people looked at Wang Yang in unison, guessing his identity and origin, which must be so big that it scared them to death. Su Xuan took a deep breath, and a gaze re-emerged in his eyes before he pulled back. Come on, let me see how strong the sect leader of the Heaven-Asking Palace, the genius of Huaxia, the 5th level of pulse shaping, really is. That's right, Wang Yang was still at the 4th level of the pulse shaping realm a few days ago, but now he was at the 5th level, and was already a Chinese genius level powerhouse. Okay, Wang Yang nodded, his tone very calm. After that, he slowly walked down the steps, his eyes raised downwards, his knees slightly bent, and then with a forceful flick, his body shape was like electricity, instantly jumping out of a distance of 7 or 8 meters. His fists carried a terrifying killing aura, and his body was covered with a layer of golden radiance, ejecting like a giant artillery shell, carrying a mountainous and terrifying power. Su Xuan's pupils violently shrunk. The heart rises horror. This Wang Yang's strength and aura, compared to the yellow hair, is not a star and a half stronger. This speed is even more strange and fast. At the moment do not dare to be big. The whole body chi and blood boiling, mobilizing all the aura in the tendons and veins, arms crossed, ready to resist. Bang! The sound of the two colliding rang out. Su Xuan felt as if 1,000 pounds of force, bombarded in his own arms. His entire body was directly bombarded back and forth. The numbness spread all over his body from his arms, so that his entire body was caught in a kind of stiffness, hot and raw pain, piercing through the skin. So strong, the aftermath of a punch had not completely dissipated. Wang Yang was like a tiger descending from the mountain, rising up in the air again, his eyes full of ruthlessness and severity, his calm face flushed with an imperceptible caricatured smile, staring at the young deputy director of Dragon Tang like a dead man. Dead coming. Wang Yang's double fists were filled with terrifying explosive power. The speed was too amazing, and the astral energy filled the air, sending out sonic booms and tearing the void apart. Tigerish and rigid and domineering, Su Xuan was terrified in his heart, and without any hesitation, the fan rotated, and a black dense mist rose up, wrapping itself all around him and condensing a 3-inch wall of chi in front of his body. This is a special effect that comes with the fan of unknown origin, a brain to release all of his cards and focus all of his strength on defense. Su Xuan then had a trace of security and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air while adjusting his breath. It should be able to block it. He was a little less sure. In the next moment, only a thumping sound could be heard, and the black dense mist scattered in all directions, turning into fragments and dissipating in the air. Then, he felt his abdomen, as if he had been chiseled alive by a steel lance, and the intense pain almost suffocated him. Immediately after that, his entire body flew up high, flew out backwards, ruthlessly crashed into an earth wall, rumbling, stone chips flying, broken bricks rolling down, his body thud rolled to the ground, his face pale, his breath is like a swimmer, his throat is sweet, spewing out maroon blood arrows. Wang Yang put away his fists and slowly walked over, condescendingly looking at the head with a rare sneer and scorn, laughing lightly. A Dragon Tang genius? Bah! Too weak. How can one be ashamed to become the official cultivator alliance of Huaxia when they are so weak? How can it be good enough to maintain order in the whole of Huaxia? Su Xuan's whole body was in severe pain. His eyes about to squint were filled with sullen anger and unwillingness. He used all his strength to tightly squeeze his fists, but he could not say a word for a long time. The thunderous force of Wang Yang's strike just now had almost hammered his ribs to pieces, and the chi and blood in his body had disappeared drastically, with more than half of the tendons in his entire body broken, and he was already seriously injured. At this moment, endless self-blame and remorse surged to his heart. If it wasn't for his own low realm, why would he degrade Long Tang's reputation to this place? At this instant, that figure suddenly surfaced in his mind. If he was here, it was questionable if this Wang Yang could survive a single move. Speak! Ah, aren't you Dragon Tang very arrogant? Seeing that he seemed a bit unconvinced, Wang Yang felt very annoyed and stepped forward, stomping his foot directly on Su Xuan's face, almost hideously mocking and drinking curses. Endless humiliation welled up inside Su Xuan, but he had nothing to say. After all, he was not as skilled as others. Bah! I think from now on you guys shouldn't be called Dragon Tang, just call it Worm Tang. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, the hundreds of disciples of the heavenly questioning palace in the square laughed out loud, and the atmosphere immediately became relaxed. Just then, the sound of propellers churning suddenly came from the sky. Da-da-da-da. Wang Yang raised his eyes and looked towards the sky. Then he saw a helicopter hovering in the air, seemingly stopping its flight and trying to slowly land down. Where did the helicopter come from? Is it some rich kid who's going to join Ask Heaven Palace too? Just as Wang Yang and the crowd were puzzled, suddenly the hatch of the helicopter was opened and a silhouette jumped down directly from it. Holy, that was fierce. Wang Yang was shocked and hastily dodged away, and the people in the square, too, made way for open space and tried to hide at a relatively long distance below the helicopter. Boom! With a loud bang, the youth wearing a black tight suit ruthlessly smashed into the ground, smashing the square directly out of a large pit, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the marble and concrete casting ground, densely packed. Su God! Xia Changhe could not help but be overjoyed. His eyes were moist, his heart was excited. He wanted to open his mouth to shout, but found that he could not say any words at all. His lips just instinctively opened and closed, and a large mass of crimson blood spewed out from his throat. Obviously his internal organs had already been seriously injured and bleeding. After Su Xuan swept a glance at the crowd, he came to Xia Changhe's side and pulled out a red pill from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. His voice calm. You get well and leave the rest to me. Good. Xia Changhe nodded, and after swallowing the pill, he immediately felt that the injuries in his body unexpectedly began to slowly repair. So he simply sat up directly and meditated against the wall. Su Xuan slowly came to stand at a distance of 10 meters in front of Wang Yang and coldly asked, "Where are they?" Wang Yang was a bit puzzled and was just about to reply, when he suddenly realized that this young man directly stormed out, and between the flickering of his body, he threw a punch, and when he couldn't even see any of his movements at all, he felt that his entire body flew up. Click, click, the sound of bones breaking rang out, and the sharp pain that tore through his heart and lungs came. Wang Yang couldn't help but let out a miserable howl, and fell hard to the ground, his face pale and dying. In the next moment, Su Xuan's figure was like that of a ghost as he stomped on his face. Why are you guys so weak? Besides, why don't you answer my question? Wang Yang was directly dumbfounded when he heard it, and looked at him aggressively. You didn't give me a chance to answer it either. Yellow Hair and the hundreds of questioning Heaven Palace disciples on the plaza watched this scene with dumbfounded eyes. One moment, the sect leader hanged Xia Changhe and had his foot stomped on his face. The next moment, the sect leader was hanged by the young man and had his foot stomped on his face. It was so dramatic that it took them a moment to react. Grass. Yellow Hair sprayed out a stream of blood. Just Tempered has temporarily suppressed the injury. After breaking the curse, directly rushed to kill over. At the same time shouted loudly, what are you all waiting for? Copy and go side by side. Su Xuan turned his head back and gave him a cold look, directly causing Huang Mao's entire body to stiffen, hard stopping his charging stance. His throat was dry. His entire body was like falling into an ice cellar. The extreme dangerous aura instantly caused him to stop his intention to continue attacking. And behind him, those disciples of the Heaven Asking Palace, some of them outlaws, dozens of them, had pulled out their blades and stared viciously at Su Xuan, directly killing him. Su Xuan looked at them indifferently, slowly raising his right hand, his thumb and middle finger pressed together, followed by a gentle flick. Suddenly, the strong wind whistled, and those people's foreheads were instantly pierced, and a shocking bloody hole appeared, followed by their bodies collapsing in pieces, dying in peace. After killing 40 to 50 people consecutively, the tumultuous crowd slowly stopped, revealing horrified expressions, and inwardly, their livers cracked. This cold youth in front of him was like the god of death. Anyone who didn't know how to die would go to see the king of hell in less than 3 seconds. Violence, in some cases, is the best means of solving difficulties. Killing, on the other hand, is the end of violence taken to the extreme, and there is no better way to suppress these outlaws. Su Xuan turned his head and bent down to look at Wang Yang. For the last time, where are they? Wang Yang now understood that this young man who was moving to kill people was asking about the possibility of Lord Prophet. But can he answer? What's more, he doesn't know where the Prophet is right now. With such hesitant feats, Su Xuan instantly lost his patience and coldly said, well, you've missed your chance to live. As the words fell, under Wang Yang's horrified gaze, his right hand directly pressed up. Stop. Just then, a voice came out from the great hall with a huff in its tone. Su Xuan ignored it, his right hand still pressed up. With a rumbling sound, chi energy erupted, directly blowing Wang Yang's head into pieces, with brains and blood splattering out. The 5th level of pulse shaping was slaughtered so easily and like killing a pig. The crowd was horrified and fear spread like a tidal wave. Unbridled. Harpies, dare you. In an instant, several voices came from the direction of the main hall. And then, a very calm voice appeared. Since you want to see us, come to the Great Hall right now. Chapter 57, Battle of the 12 Prophets. Shock of the Foreign Race. This voice? Su Xuan pondered briefly, and memories hit him like a tidal wave. In the previous life, the foreign race laid out their plans in advance and sent 12 people to descend before the aura recovery. They directly manipulated the lineages, penetrated the various great clans, and cultivated a large number of forces, and this heavenly inquiring palace was one of them. In the end, when the king of the foreign race descended, the lineage collectively turned against the foreign race, and those forces from all sides that had laid out their plans in advance, also defected to the foreign race, backstabbing the human alliance and putting Huaxia to death for a time. Coincidentally, it was also the time when the alien king descended. The 11 Western countries united together and attacked Huaxia from all sides in an attempt to disintegrate it. Even the neighboring Sakura country was sending a large number of ninjas and elite godmakers in an attempt to subvert Huaxia. It was good that at that time, there were supremely powerful people in Huaxia, who rose strongly to defend the 4 directions and confront the foreign races and the 11 countries, so that Huaxia would not perish. However, with the passage of time, the aura recovery intensified, the heaven and earth changes became stronger, and the forces that descended on Huaxia from various realms became more and more powerful, so that in the following 10 years, Huaxia has been in a precarious situation. At any moment, there was a risk of being overthrown, and Su Xuan had cautiously lived on. But in the end, it was still difficult to escape the fate of being killed. In this life, since I've already laid out my plans in advance, I must stifle these alien forces in advance, such as the heaven-asking palace, such as these so-called 12 prophets. Thinking of this, Su Xuan's killing heart and battle intent rose up, and he walked straight towards the great hall. When Su Xuan arrived at the main hall, he saw 12 tall figures who had shrouded themselves in black robes, standing in a row, silently gazing at him, with various emotions and demeanors such as shock, scorn, and anger in their eyes. Young man, we are amazed at your bravery, but for your recklessness, you must pay the price. Do you understand? The black figure in the center. His tone was calm, and his eyes, emerging from the black hood, stared at Su Xuan dead on, as if trying to capture a trace of fear and confusion from his face. However, it is clear that Su Xuan has not changed at all, and even looked at them, like he was looking at prey. Damn, what's that look in your eyes? Young man, don't be too arrogant. Several angry voices rang out, and a few seers couldn't help but break out in curses after seeing that oozing gaze of Su Xuan's. As the 12 prophets of the ancient clan, they had always been an exalted existence, and if it wasn't for the sudden drying up of the aura back then, forcing them to take a long sleep and seal themselves in a special secret realm, how could this divine hidden realm brat in front of them be able to stomp his nose into the air? Su Xuan suddenly smiled as he looked at the 12 of them, near invincible existences in their last life, even to the point of recovering to the Tian Yuan realm later on. I'll give you 1 minute to tell me where the altar has been moved by you, or what are you going to do? A prophet, who himself had already had enough of this kind of hiding in the East, not to mention facing a human mortal who had just cultivated. After hearing Su Xuan's words with threats, he instantly questioned sorrowfully. Su Xuan glanced at him, the 7th level of the divine hidden realm, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Otherwise, I'll behead all 12 of you, and set your bones to ashes. Su Xuan slowly pulled out the ice spirit cloud misty sword as a serious look appeared on his face. But not much. This was the first time since cultivating to combat that he had faced cultivators above the 7th level of the divine hidden realm, or 12 of them, and moreover, they were prophets of the ancient clan. How dare you, unbridled, arrogant, die! A furious shout came from these seers, who were obviously infuriated by this arrogant tone of Su Xuan's. How many years had it been? Except for the adults. Which one dared to talk to them like this? In the entire ancient race, there were definitely not many people. If they weren't worried about those old undead things, the 12 of them would have already struck out and killed Su Xuan, a mere 3rd level of the divine hidden realm. Something that doesn't know the heights of heaven. Su Xuan's brows furrowed as he suddenly felt very bored and rubbed his brows. I say, can you guys come up with some fresh words? Aren't you tired of the same ones every time? It seems that you guys are not going to tell me the location of the altar. So be it, I'll behead you first, and then I'll behead your king when the time comes. It doesn't matter if there's an altar location or not. Now that Hengduan Mountain had collected a complete set of 6 bronze swords, the heaven-opening sword formation formed by the combination of Yu Wang's 6 swords was completely sufficient to decapitate the ancient clan's true king. So Su Xuan wasn't particularly worried that they would be able to summon the true king out. Young man, it's good to be sharp, but arrogance will only harm you. Listen to me dash. Before he finished speaking, he saw Su Xuan carrying that cold and sharp divine sword, directly killing, his strength sword, and he was, peak of the divine hidden realm. Everyone, he's at the peak of the divine hidden realm. We've been tricked. The man in black in the middle let out a furious cry. his liver and gall bled. At that moment he didn't dare to have any reservation. The strength of the 9th level of the divine treasury fully erupted, muttering incantations in the air. His hands were in the air, and the fire at the center of his palms rose up, and in an instant transformed into 2 scorching hot balls of fire. Rumble! This black-robed man's figure flickered like a ghost. His palms closed, 2 balls of fire compressed together, then slowly pulling his palms apart. A long sword condensed from flames, instantly taking shape. He was holding a fire sword and his black robe was ancient and swinging, quite the posture of an immortal cultivator. The rest of them and the others understood at once that the strength of this person in front of them was so strong that it had exceeded their estimation, and they had to join hands and go all out to be able to fight against 1 or 2 of them. At that moment, without any further hesitation or reservation, these people adopted the divine ability of gathering chi to form blades, using elemental power and turning it into sharp blades before launching a siege against Su Xuan. In a split second, in the entire hall, wind, rain, thunder and lightning, ice, fire, light and darkness, all kinds of elemental aura of spiritual energy entangled with each other. Su Xuan was dressed in black, the divine sword was flashing with a terrifying coldness, and all the prophets who fought against him were eroded by the coldness, and their movements were slowed down by 3 points. This group of prophets, surprisingly, all had the strength of the 8th level of the divine hidden realm, coupled with the fact that they already possessed a wealth of combat experience hundreds of years ago. For a moment, the 12 people joined hands and were actually able to stop Su Xuan, and the battle instantly formed an even situation. Su Xuan's heart sank within. These 12 people individually carried out, were not his opponents, and had the confidence to defeat within 30 rounds. But when the 12 people combined, their power expanded more than 10 times, and every attack, defense, cover, hidden kill move, feint, and so on, worked together very well, coupled with the fact that these 12 people had excellent stances. Like loaches, their entire body's flexibility developed to the limit, often using unfathomable postures to dissolve Su Xuan's killing moves into thin air. After Su Xuan shocked the 12 people back with his sword, he suddenly took 3 steps back and coldly stared at the group before raising the ice spirit cloud misty sword and thrusting it into the ground with great force. His entire body's aura revolved. The peak divine hidden realm fully erupted, and a horrifying aura emanated out. As the long sword plunged into the ground with a loud bang, an extremely cold aura instantly spread out, directly freezing the floor of the great hall, and at an increasing speed. Almost in an instant it spread to the feet of the 12 prophets. It is? This breath? Not good. It's the Xian Ice Fiend's famous sword art Ice Seal 10 breaks. Quickly dodge. The prophet with the fire sword in hand. His face changed greatly, and his figure instantly drew up, trying to get out of the range of the cold ice shroud. However, the rest of them, the ones who reacted a little slower, were directly frozen, like ice sculptures, and you could still see the fear and panic, horror and shock on their faces. Your Excellency, you are actually an heir to the Xian Ice Fury. The prophet chief, with his feet on the idol of the great hall, his voice trembled, and he was already horrified inwardly, looking at the 8 people who were frozen, as well as the 4 people on the idol. Su Xuan sighed. Unfortunately, it's still not even close. What? The prophet chief was puzzled. And then anger flared up inside him. What do you mean it's a pity? We're peak divine hidden realm powerhouses. If you made us freeze with just 1 move, then what the hell is a divine hidden realm cultivator? Su Xuan ignored him, made seals with both hands, pinched a sword trick, mobilized the spiritual chi that was madly gushing out from his body, and slowly spat out a word. Break! Immediately afterward, those prophets who were frozen in ice instantly exploded into ice cubes, scattering in all directions in the air, and then dissipated in smoke. With their corpses and bones gone, the prophet leader's liver and guts cracked, horrified, and suddenly developed a sense of withdrawal within his heart as he began to try to make peace with Su Xuan. Your Excellency, I recognize your strength. You're already the strongest among the heavenly prides I've seen, and you're even on the verge of catching up with my clan's absolute heavenly prides. Today's matter, for the time being, let's leave each other alone. Ask the heavenly palace to you. You can do whatever you want. My clan will not do anything to you in the future. Do you think this is okay? The other 3 prophets looked at him suspiciously. When did a prophet of our clan need to whisper to a young man at the peak of the divine hidden to plead for a way out? Su Xuan ignored it, looking at these 4 prophets shrouded in black robes, and slowly raised his long sword. I'll give you one last chance to tell me where the altar is. The prophet leader's face changed and he shouted angrily. Your Excellency, don't be ungrateful. My clan's favors are not so easy to obtain. I advise you to think twice. Looks like there's no talk. Su Xuan slowly shook his head, then his eyes flashed as his entire body transformed into an arrow off the string and flew out. The ice and snow surrounding his long sword, causing the temperature inside the Great Hall to instantly drop 10 degrees. Your Excellency, do you really want to kill everyone? When my king descends, I'll surely grind your bones to ashes. Su Xuan couldn't help but laugh coldly. If you can't beat them, you have to bring out the backstage? Afterwards, he directly inserted the long sword into the prophet's throat, then stirred it with force, and it directly exploded, the head turning into broken flesh, with brain matter and blood bursting out. Finally, Su Xuan poked and stirred the heads of the other 3 prophets as he had done. After consecutively beheading 12 prophets, Su Xuan then wiped the blood on the ice spirit cloud misty sword on the black robe of one of the prophets, and then walked out of the great hall with large strides, and in front of the horrified gazes of the crowd, he picked up Xia Changhe directly with his 2 fingers, and entered the hatch. On this day, Su Xuan struck out, directly decapitating the sect leader of the heavenly questioning palace and killing the 12 prophets of the Fey race. Above the dome of the sky, in the middle of the sea of clouds, in the middle of a suspended palace, on the throne, a true king clad in immortal armor and holding a halberd suddenly opened his eyes, emitting a biting light that sent shivers down one's spine. Just now, the 12 heralds of my clan were decimated and their elemental talismans collectively dissipated. The true king's face was calm, but there was a hint of imperceptible sulking in his eyes. On both sides of the palace, there stood a dozen people, mostly warriors in armor, who looked at the king in unison, all surprised. My king, was it Bai Yu Jing, or that group of people from the 100 Demons Road in Su Xuan who did this? The true king slowly shook his head. I didn't sense the aura of those old undead, so I speculated that they might have been killed by human cultivators. Hiss. The crowd sucked in their breath and looked at each other. My king, the recovery of aura is less than 3 months. Even if the human race has a supreme genius, it is impossible for them to grow to the divine hidden realm within that amount of time. Heralds, even if they have regressed in realm, at least they still retain the 7th level of strength of the divine hidden realm, not to mention that they have elemental power to add to it. Which, the true king was not sad or happy and slowly stood up. Under a great calamity, there are always those born in response to it. It's not impossible to cultivate to the peak of the divine hidden realm in 3 months. Inform the Shura king to speed up the repair of the passageway with the human race. The day our race comes in full force will be the day of the end of the calamity. Yes, my king. Chapter 58 Lumpy Situation. Breakthrough to Tian Yuan Realm. Yokohama. Su Xuan was sitting in the dining room, enjoying his meal. In front of him were 300 pounds of steak, 10 pounds of red wine, and 20 fried chickens, and a whole bag of French fries. Su Xuan dipped the fries in ketchup and stuffed them into his mouth, then took a sip of red wine, feeling very moisturized. As his realm rose and his strength was enhanced, Su Xuan's appetite grew. What made him feel strange was that in the cultivation novels he read in the past, often when they reached the foundation establishment stage, they would be able to dispel the grain and nourish themselves without the need to eat. But in this world now, at least for the time being, it is necessary to keep replenishing food so that the body can take in enough nutrients and energy. Now for Su Xuan, he could naturally control the state of his body and was still immune to all diseases, but the touch of food still made him nostalgic. So all along, he had maintained his daily meals of 300 to 400 pounds of meat. After drinking the red wine, Su Xuan lit another cigar and rested his legs on the table, reclining on the sofa chair and listening to his assistant's report. Sir, the 10 great families have already paid us all the cash, in addition to paying out enough spirit pills and treasures. The exact list is here. Please take a look. Su Xuan took the tablet and glanced at it a little. Most of them were yellow-level and earth-level treasures that couldn't enter his eyes. Thus his interest was lacking. Put it all away, and feel free to reward some of the more loyal and competent ones when you come across them. Yes, sir. Shivinci pushed up his glasses, recorded the comment on the memo on his tablet, and then continued his report. Sir, there's a couple of pieces of bad news coming up. Jindong Army Corps, in the East China Sea, encountered horrible ferocious beasts. They are able to move mountains and gobble up warships. Heavy weapons and battleships are useless against them. Even applying for nuclear weapons such as missiles, they did not cause any damage. Just yesterday, that group of ferocious beasts emerged from inside the sea, with human heads and snake bodies, wielding harpoons and halberds in their hands, and killed the entire 20,000 men of the Jindong Legion's navy. All of them, all 8 brigade commanders and 3 division commanders of the Jindong Legion died heroically, and the entire legion lost 50,000 men. In order to continue resisting the ferocious beasts in the sea, the Jindong Legion had to retreat 300 miles and start building a large number of fortifications and evacuating the crowd. And now the Huaxia military has issued the highest level of hazard alerts, and this time, the ferocious beasts in the East China Sea are 12 times higher than the crisis the Jinbei Legion is facing. Su Xian's brows furrowed as he listened, feeling more and more bad inside. In the previous life, the rise of the sea race was at least 6 months later, and at that moment, humans had already gradually appeared in the divine hidden realm martial artists, and they were able to fend off some of them by cooperating with the military, and not lose ground. Unexpectedly, in this life, the Sea Nation had invaded a full 3 months ahead of schedule, and was significantly stronger than the previous life. Even missiles and warships couldn't hurt them, and it looked like they had gained the blessing of their ancestors, and the mysterious power of the Naga. In fact, there was a way to deal with the sea people, and that was to destroy the source of power, and most of their powerful force would disappear, and then they could be directly blasted to death with missiles. However, the problem was that this group of sea ferocious beasts that believed in the Naga race, the place where their power originated, was hard to find. Go on. Su Xuan swallowed the clouds while asking his assistant to continue reporting. On the western border, the Jinshi Legion, in addition to facing the crisis of the ferocious beasts, also has to face all kinds of sneak attacks from the three kingdoms. According to our intelligence collection, it seems that a large number of cultivators have appeared within the three kingdoms, who call themselves the messengers of Brahma, descending to the earth only to wash away their sins, and compelling that the military has repeatedly invaded the borders of China. When Su Xuan heard this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes as a murderous aura gradually flowed out of his eyes. In the last life, this Ugwa willingly acted as a traitor to me and Britannia, and had been harassing frequently on the western border, even sending out those so-called Buddhist monks to try to stir up the muddy water and lead China into the fire of war. In another time when China was strong, they didn't dare to do so, but when China was facing all kinds of enemies and it was difficult to support them alone, they sprang up. The kill. The ASS. Don't worry about it yet, it's not going to be a big deal. Continue to report. Yes, sir. Shi Vinci slid the tablet, then continued. The Jinbei Legion has re-expanded their defenses since Sir's extermination of the fierce beasts and half-demons, and have applied directly to the imperial capital for nuclear weapons. And now that they've got their hands on state-of-the-art missile launchers, as well as a variety of nukes, they seem to be relatively safe at the moment. By the way, sir, General He Jintian recently sent another message to express his deep gratitude to Sir. Sir belongs to the great national hero, the whole army of the Jinbei Legion. All have respect for Sir. If when Sir is free, he must come to the north, and have a good drink. Su Xuan snuffed out his cigar and ruthlessly filled a few mouthfuls of red wine. Tell me more. Director Chen on Dragon Tang's side also expressed his deep gratitude for Mr. Chen's great assistance, and as long as anything Mr. Chen wants to do in the future doesn't go against the interests of Huaxia, Dragon Tang will give you its full support. Su Xuan nodded and did not say anything, but inwardly, he knew that Chen Tianping must have some operation, otherwise the fact that he was going around on a killing spree would allow many people to make an issue of it, and even use judicial resources to prosecute him. But after all these days, it was clear that no one had dared to do so. On the one hand, the 10 great families had already recognized their ruthlessness, as well as their relationship with the Jinbei Legion. On the other hand, this Chen Tianping, surely using his own connections, had diffused all of these matters with ease. However, Su Xuan was indifferent to all this, because soon Huaxia was going to face an even more terrible disaster, and killing these people in advance also prevented them from making some small moves at the back when the time came. As for the border matters, Su Xuan really didn't have the mood or obligation to help them right now. As long as the ferocious beasts didn't set foot in his territory, all these matters would be fine for the military to worry about, and the Jinbei army was just an accident. Sir, the other news is that the Jinnan Legion side has encountered the same problem. The southern archipelago are all eyeing the Huaxia territorial sea, trying to take advantage of the ferocious beasts in the sea attacking Huaxia, to tear a piece of meat. Xia Wenshi's face was grave and full of sorrow as he spoke. The war in the south, that is, when the ferocious beast did not arrive, has been in a state of anxiety. Many countries are involved in it, trying to fight with the Chinese sovereignty of the territorial waters, which the rice country is the driving force behind the scene. No harm done. You have to have good teeth if you want to eat meat. Su Xuan picked up a piece of steak and tore and chewed hard. During this period of time, I'm going to be in seclusion, and as usual, I'll continue to keep an eye on the situation and ensure the normal transportation of all the mines. After Su Xuan finished drying all the meat, he dropped these words: spread all the cash around, double their paychecks, speed up the mining. I want them to mine as dry as they can in 3 months. Xia Wenshi was slightly stunned, somewhat hard to understand. Wasn't this drying up the fishing? But agreed to do it anyway. Yes, sir, it's being arranged. Crossing the mountain valley, Su Xuan brought in all of his belongings and piled up spirit stones all over the entire cave. Scrutinizing the long Xing stone gifted by Elder Feikong, he began to think, nowadays, The only way to make a substantial breakthrough was to break through the divine hidden realm as soon as possible and reach the heavenly Yuan realm, in order to ensure one's own safety and the safety of Huaxia during the next invasion of the ancient races. Half-demons, foreign enemies, and ferocious beasts, the 2 volumes of the Book of Heaven are still impenetrable to this day. The heaven-opening sword formation, which had been laid out, had yet to be attempted. The dragon-shaped stone, thrown into the red inferno sea in the center of the earth, did not react. The Bodhi tree can grow by killing enemies, but until now, it's been impossible to figure out where it came from. Too much to be improved. Even though he possessed an S-rank secret realm, an inexhaustible supply of spirit stones, a variety of pills to be used below the divine hidden realm, and a variety of magical treasures that weren't too high in value, Su Xuan felt that it wasn't enough by a long shot. After all, in his previous life, he had seen a real ancient clan true king, who had ascended to heaven in a single step and destroyed a city with his bare hands. Meet the God-built man of the Immaculate Conception, physically hardened to carry a nuclear bomb, unharmed. Having seen the ferocious beasts of the Naga race, wherever they passed, mountains crumbled and cultivators were reduced to fossils. Even more so, he had heard that on the Great Wall, thousands of sword cultivators had been slapped into flesh by a demon emperor in an instant. There were too many strong people, and right now one's realm was far from enough. Must break through. Thinking of this, Su Xuan began to close his eyes and kept absorbing the aura. The aura in his body surged up crazily and swam around his limbs and bones, and in a moment it was like a torrential river, rushing to the sea. Above the divine deposit was the heavenly Yuan realm. According to the description of a certain sword Dao powerhouse in his previous life, the so-called heavenly Yuan realm was to enter another realm after the divine hidden realm had developed all the organs of the human body and tapped its potential. Cultivators in this realm have developed the divine sense in their minds, possess strong spiritual power and ideas, can construct domains and virtual environments in their minds at will, are able to fly in the air, and are able to repel objects for their own use, and then begin to comprehend the Tao. Only that it is still in the primary Tao. The Tao is still in its infancy. This realm, according to the size of the sea of consciousness, as well as the understanding and mastery of the Tao, is also divided into 9 levels, and after reaching the 9th level, it is already close to achieving the Tao. Su Xuan closed his eyes according to the description of the strong man in his previous life, completely throwing away the distracting thoughts in his mind and entering a subtle state of meditation. And then, the Bodhi tree in his mind instantly began to thrive and flourish. Branches and leaves, in the sunlight, the giant tree in the sky, a group of 100 birds roosting on it, from the original few, directly into the current dozens, very lively, a peaceful atmosphere. At the same time, under the Bodhi tree, a figure slowly appeared. It was a white-robed monk with long hair, leaning his dark green Zen staff against a Bodhi tree, closing his eyes and folding his hands, his face calm and devoid of sadness or joy. Bodhi has no tree, and a mirror is not a platform. There is no such thing as dust. As the words fell, the monk's figure gradually became blurry and then disappeared. An empty Zen feeling instantly disappeared into Su Xian's mind, making him feel like he was in the middle of an ocean, and like he was in the drifting clouds. You have realized Zen, the primary form of Tao. Right at this moment, suddenly the picture in Su Xian's divine sense changed once again. In 1,000 miles of vast white snow, the sky was flooded with frost, and extreme coldness invaded the heavens and earth. As a white-robed figure with black hair, holding a long sword, walked slowly through the vast snow, he looked pious, sometimes confused, sometimes determined, sometimes epiphanic. Russian, goosefeather snow drifted and fell on his head and clothes for a long time. The man crossed his longsword across his chest with a demented expression. Then suddenly his eyes flashed with a clear light, dropping the long sword in his hand and rejoicing. I am enlightened. In the next instant, sword chi streaked across the sky, piercing through the sky and stabbing through the frost covering the sky. You've realized the primary form of the Tao. Sword intent. You've broken through to the Tian Yuan realm. It was not known how long it took. As if it was an instant. As if it was 1,000 years. Su Xuan felt that the aura in his body was becoming more and more abundant, while the barrier stuck in the divine hidden realm shattered with a bang. Too invisible, but the real existence of the road, so existed in his sea of consciousness. One said Zen-E, one said Sword-E. Su Xuan opened his eyes and stood up, feeling that his mind opened up divine knowledge like an ocean, while his power seemed to have become introverted. Walking out of the cave, Su Xuan tilted his head and looked up at the top of the mountain, and with a movement of his heart and mind, his figure rose up from the ground and directly flew out. Finally, you can fly in the air. Chapter 59 5 Steps of Meditation. 5 Realms of Sword Intent. Immortal Armor Revealed. Su Xuan was flying in the air for the first time and felt that his body was still unable to balance. Thus he appeared to be careful. Looking at the scenery receding on both sides and feeling the fresh breeze flowing in his ears, Su Xuan felt very marvelous and soothing. In his last life, he had only been an early divine hidden realm cultivator for 15 whole years, and his body's degree of development was even more limited, and he had lived a very stifling life as he struggled to survive in the middle of the cracks. In this life, in less than 4 months, Su Xuan had already broken through the divine hidden realm and reached the heavenly Yuan realm, being able to fly in the void, and even mastered 2 primary forms of the Tao. Nothing can be compared, and when it is, a corresponding sense of fulfillment or falling short is obtained. But after Su Xuan's slight elation, he was thinking more about how to continue getting stronger. For now, it's about controlling your body first and being able to keep flying in different positions and at different speeds. Su Xuan began practicing flying over Hengduan Mountain, sometimes placing his left hand beside his head and holding his right hand flat and flying rapidly, sometimes standing straight up in the void and sliding his feet to fly, sometimes flying upside down, lying down, sitting down, and spinning up. Various postures were constantly tried. Su Xuan finally realized that it was best to just plain stand straight. It was easiest to cope with, and could also control the speed. Suddenly, Su Xuan had a sudden thought and threw the ice spirit cloud misty sword into the air, while his mind began to manipulate the long sword, and with the person standing on it, he began to practice flying with the sword. Half an hour later, Su Xuan basically fully grasped the royal air flight and royal sword flight, and also understood the difference between them, one being practical and the other being pretentious. The people working at the bottom of the mountain, on the other hand, were stunned as they watched their boss, flying back and forth in the void, greatly shocked, and eventually came to the conclusion that the boss was superhuman. After breaking through to the heavenly Yuan realm, Su Xuan was unable to know how to continue to ascend for the time being. In his last life, he was only at the divine hidden realm and had not stepped into this level at all. However, even so, he wasn't worried. Crossing the river by touching the stones could always lead to continuous improvement and progress. After mastering the air and sword control techniques, Su Xuan returned to the Hengduan mountain valley, sat down on his knees, and began to feel the Tao that he had comprehended: Zen intent and sword intent. Zen is the realm described by the Buddhists, and the goal to be pursued. According to the Buddhists, Zen practitioners can be categorized into 5 levels. In lay Zen, the practitioner aspires to the fruits of ascension to heaven and early attainment of ultimate bliss, maintains an averse state of mind to the worldly world, and is content with the illusory pleasures of meditation, not knowing the truth that the mind gives birth to the Dharma. This realm is also the realm of the newly initiated. Mortal Zen, positively believing in cause and effect, but only for their own physical and mental benefit or joy brought by birth, has not yet reached the realm of liberation from birth and death, looking down on birth and death, and Zen joy of birth and death. In Hinayana Zen, one realizes the truth of I am empty, that the 4 great elements are empty and the 5 skandhas are not me. But one cannot understand the true meaning of Dharma is empty that exists in the objective world. Mahayana Zen, also known as Bodhisattva Zen, is the practice of Mahayana Dharma that develops great bodhicitta, benefits others, and empties one's mind of all human and Dharma, thus gradually realizing the middle way. When you reach the 5th stratum, that is Wuji Zen, also known as Supreme Zen, where you get to see the Buddha, clear and quiet, and merge all the 10,000 dharmas, all the dharmas, and realize them equally. And to obtain a high level of meditation and mindfulness, one needs meditation, which is the abiding of the mind, and is divided into 9 different spiritual realms, namely, internal abiding, equanimity, tranquility, proximity, attunement, silence, surrender, utility, and capricious abiding. In Su Xuan's mind, these Zen-related information flashed continuously, gradually entering a state of emptiness, where the past, present, and future intersected in a single point. The sky and the earth were vast, and the spiritual platform was clear. At the same time, the Bodhi tree began to emit a rich green light, and Su Xuan felt that he had gained some more enlightenment to face his true heart directly. After a full half hour, Su Xuan slowly came out of meditation and opened his eyes. The original killing intent and irritation in his heart dissipated and returned to silence. Is this what the Buddhists call quieting the mind? Meditating, and ambulating the mind? With Su Xuan's epiphany, it was evident that he had reached the 2nd stage of his zazen. That is, he had realized the benefits of birth and physically began to attain them. After the Zen intent cultivation was completed, Su Xuan began to gradually sense the sword intent again. Sword intent, as something that sword cultivators pursued throughout their lives, could be encountered but not sought. Unlike specific sword techniques and the vain sword path, sword intent focused more on the sword user's understanding and comprehension of the sword. And according to this current cultivation system, sword intent can be roughly categorized into 5 levels, which are: the sharpshooter class is unstoppable in all directions. Soft sword level, ethereal sword play, subtle sword moves, heavy sword class, heavy sword without a blade, great dexterity, wooden sword level, deleted and simplified, all in one, no sword level, no beginning, no end, no moves, no infinity. Su Xuan had just comprehended sword intent now, and was currently at the first rank. Wanting to continue to improve would require great chance. In his last life, a year after the aura recovery, humans began to emerge many sword cultivators, and they did not lack supreme pride, but many of them were unable to comprehend the sword intent in the end, even though his sword skills were already unparalleled in the world. Sword intent, which required chance and even more enlightenment, was not something that could be acquired by talent and hard work. Su Xuan closed his eyes, and a picture began to outline in his mind, a sword cultivator clad in snow-white robes, on top of a 10,000 feet cliff, facing 1,000 armies, still fearless, only to see his two fingers together. A brilliant sword aura shot up into the sky, like a 10,000 feet train, tearing through the sky, cutting across the cliff, landing amongst the thousands of armies. In a flash, the airwaves swept up, the sword awning swiftly made a sound, penetrating these thousands of troops and horses hard. People toppled over and screamed repeatedly. One move of the sword was so powerful that it cut down 10,000 people. As for the sword cultivator, he had his hands behind his back. His expression was indifferent, and a majestic sword intent surrounded his body. In an instant, Su Xuan's heart rose up with endless yearning and horror. This kind of sword cultivator, just like an immortal descending to the earth, between raising his hand and throwing his feet, overthrowing 1,000 armies and horses. What kind of terrifying realm is this? And what kind of terrifying sword intent is this? And in that metaphysical moment, Su Xuan keenly captured a trace of vain sword intent, but was unable to incorporate it for his own use, and could not help but be a little disappointed. If one was able to master this ethereal sword intent, perhaps one's combat power would be able to rise a few notches as well. After an hour, Su Xuan slowly withdrew his divine sense. The images in his mind dissipated, and a cold sweat beaded on his back, as if he had passed through a long century and watched an entire battle spanning 1,000 years. After taking a short break, Su Xuan suddenly realized that there was a commotion coming from the corner. He stood up obediently and went to the corner. Finding the originator from the pile of spirit stones, it was a dragon-shaped stone, which was exactly what Elder Feikong, the presiding officer of the Dragon Tiger Temple, had gifted to himself. Could it be that it is now absorbing the aura to start changing? During these 3 months, Su Xuan had also observed this dragon-shaped stone many times, but there had been no results, which made him wonder if this stone was an ordinary stone. Fortunately, this was a gift from Elder Feikong, and Su Xuan thought that this accomplished monk was not a mortal, and from the conversation between the two of them before, he could even conclude that this monk must have known the truth and secret of the recovery of the aura, only that he was unable to tell himself. Moreover, the Bodhi tree in one's mind was also from the hands of this high monk, and the ancestral dragon tendon used in the heavenly punishment thunder god Bao, even more so. Therefore, Su Xuan thought that this dragon-shaped stone would definitely reveal its true appearance and was by no means an extraordinary object. As expected, 4 months passed and this dragon-shaped stone finally began to stir, only to see that the dragon-shaped stone, which was black in color, began to buzz and vibrate, jumping on the ground without stopping, appearing to be very active. At the same time, a purple aura dispersed from the pile of spirit stones, all of which were absorbed by it. And then, the black hard lumps on the surface began to fall off inch by inch, revealing the original color inside. A bright golden light flashed and shot out, instantly enveloping the entire valley as if it was coated in a layer of gold. Su Xuan slightly bristled. Were all the treasures this kind of brilliant gold? After the skin of the dragon-shaped stone completely fell off, Su Xuan decisively grabbed it, and then the magma inside the Earth's core red inferno sea began to boil up again, seemingly carrying a strong desire to surge madly towards Su Xuan. This phenomenon, Su Xuan had already seen it before, so it wasn't strange. The last time he was building the heaven-punishing thunder god Bao, as well as the ice spirit cloud misty sword, the magma was of this demeanor. After thinking about it, Su Xuan simply threw the dragon-shaped stone into the magma. Knock knock knock. The magma boiled and bubbled, emitting heat hot enough to melt steel into water. Su Xuan hurriedly used the green light emanating from the Bodhi tree, as well as the cold ice from the ice spirit cloud misty sword, to dispel these high temperatures, becoming senseless himself. The dragon-shaped stone was not small. It was a meter long, very thick and heavy. The shape was exquisite, but there was no trace of a knife or axe carving. It was all natural, which made Su Xuan feel slightly surprised. The dragon-shaped stone tumbled in the red inferno sea in the center of the earth and gradually melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was going to be swallowed by magma. Not in a hurry. Su Xuan looked at the calm surface of the magma. His face was calm and collected, but inwardly he was actually panicking a lot. After all, this dragon-shaped stone was a treasure. After about 5 minutes, the calm magma suddenly began to stir again, curling up in meter-high waves of fire. Su Xuan's brows furrowed as he drank. Go back. It felt like the dragon-shaped stone seemed to be devoured. Su Xuan's face was gloomy, and it would be a lie if he didn't feel bad inside. That magma seemed to be somewhat afraid of Su Xuan, and could even understand Su Xuan's words, and even shrank back greatly like a child. And then, as Su Xuan became increasingly disappointed, a prompt suddenly rang out in his mind. Creating immortal grade armor is successful. You have received the immortal armor Red Lotus Robbing Prison. Immediately after, a red armor with distinct streamlines and layers of dragon scales slowly emerged from the magma and stood still in the void. This armor seemed to be different from the Ice Spirit Cloud Misty Sword. A faint halo shrouded around it, making Su Xuan feel as if this was not an entity. With a thought, Su Xuan released his divine sense, and next that armor seemed to be quite spiritual, and even flew directly towards Su Xuan's upper body itself, and wore on his body with a snap. At once, a scorching aura surged into his body. Su Xuan frowned, and the Bodhi tree in his mind emitted a spring-like green light, sweeping away those scorching auras. Only then did Su Xuan nod slightly, stroking the immortal armor on his body. It was very textured. This was Su Xuan's first feeling. It didn't seem to have the cold touch of metal or the burning touch of flame. It was incredibly silky. In order to test the strength, Su Xuan didn't have any hesitation. His right hand cha a sword trick, directly aiming the Ice Spirit Cloud Mistletoe sword at his waist before swinging it. Ding! The divine sword collided with the armor and was then rebounded away, leaving no damage on the armor. Su Xuan inwardly rejoiced. He was very clear about the power and sharpness of the Ice Spirit Cloud Misty. Even it could not penetrate the immortal armor defense, let alone any bullets or anything like that. Then, with a thought, the armor directly detached from his body and stood still in the void. Su Xuan thought for a moment, then issued a command for the armor to hide in his mind. Currently not having a storage magic treasure, Su Xuan had only held the idea of trying it out, but in the next moment, this immortal armor directly drilled into his head. This made Su Xuan feel very pleased, which meant that this armor was completely free to be put on and taken off, and was able to surprise his opponents when it mattered. He was now very confident that even a heavenly Yuan 9th level, advanced form cultivator who had comprehended the Tao would not necessarily be able to break through the armor's defense. What a Red Lotus Robbing Prison! Paired with the Ice Spirit Cloud Misty, Ice and Fire, it is a perfect match. Chapter 60, The Secret of the Heavenly Book, The Disappearing Corner of the Truth. When Su Xuan once again stepped out of the Hangduan mountain valley and arrived at the top of the mountain, looking into the distance, his state of mind underwent many changes. In his last life, he was surviving in the cracks, being impacted by various forces such as ferocious beasts, lineages, the heaven-asking palace, and the northern half-demons, and was just a mediocre cultivator amongst the multitude of people, with nothing that stood out. In order to stay alive, in order to improve, in order to integrate into this cultivation environment, Su Xuan had suffered a lot, experienced many times of despair, and with all his injuries and illnesses, he was eventually killed by the ferocious beasts. In this life, he had now come to the Tian Yuan realm, a realm that was also a huge watershed for cultivators. If body forging, vein shaping, and divine concealment were the three major difficulties for cultivators, then the Tian Yuan realm was the core and key to determining whether or not a cultivator would be able to ascend to the heavens. No matter how perfect the body is shaped, the veins transformed, the organs developed, if one is unable to gain the understanding of the Tao, one will never be able to enter the threshold of immortal cultivation, and can only exist as a cultivator forever. On the top of the mountain, the wind was wild. It was the dead of winter. Everything was killed by the harsh winter, showing a depressed and withered side. Su Xuan stood still on top of the mountain. 3 feet in front of him was a 10,000 feet cliff. He put his hands behind his back, and many memories flashed through his mind, eventually converging into one sentence: all is lost. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the 10 great families are not, the 8 legions are not, or ask the heavenly palace, Dragon Tang and so on. All of them no longer counted for anything. All of them were just passers-by on the road of his own mountaineering, passing clouds and smoke. What I am pursuing is a higher goal, the true nature of Tao, and the thorns and thistles of walking against the heavens. Slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Su Xuan's pupils were incandescent, his body's robes bulging against the wind, his hair gradually growing longer and longer, and he had no intention of tending to it. Then he came to Hangduan Mountain Valley and took out those 2 scrolls of heaven, ancient heavenly scrolls. Heavenly character scroll, ancient heavenly book, earth character scroll. Su Xuan entered a state of meditation. and the two worn-out volumes of parchment books suddenly emitted an intense light, as if it was the light of the breaking dawn and the dawn, and an obscure and difficult-to-understand text suddenly emerged from the books. To his surprise, the words seemed to be readable by himself now, and based on the descriptions of each of the stamped words on this that spilled out of the book, Su Xuan vaguely understood some of the secrets, only that they were all just words, incoherent words. After spending half an hour, Su Xuan finished reading all the contents of the two heavenly scrolls and roughly understood a few things. It turned out that this ancient heavenly book had 6 volumes at the very beginning, which were the heavenly character volume, the earthly character volume, the human character volume, the bright character volume, the sun character volume, the moon character volume, and the star character volume, and nobody knew when this heavenly book was born, or who authored it. It seems to be vaguely related to certain true gods of the ancient times, but the record is only a few strokes. Unable to get a glimpse of the whole picture. A long time ago, there was a strong man gathered 6 volumes of heavenly books, became the first strong man in the 3 worlds, and eventually his strength broke through the shackles, almost close to the heavenly way, and seems to have discovered some secrets, and eventually do not know where to go. And this ancient heavenly book 6 volumes also scattered everywhere. It was rumored that if one could penetrate the 6 volumes of the heavenly book, one could find the way to ascend to heaven, be crowned king, transcend the gods, and become an immortal. One of the scrolls, the sun, the moon, and the stars, seemed to record the visions of the sun, moon, and stars of the great thousand worlds, and recorded the wonders of the birth and death of all things. On the other hand, the heaven, earth, and man scrolls recorded the mysteries of heaven's timing, earth's advantage, and man's harmony, and recorded supreme magical abilities, and as long as one was able to comprehend one of them, it would be enough to become a pinnacle powerhouse. I remember that in the last life, someone obtained the scroll of heavenly characters, learned a certain aptitude on it, broke the mirror like drinking water, and became the absolute strongest person in Huaxia, battling the true king of the ancient race, the lord of the fierce beasts, and the 100-demon-road demon emperor all on his own. Su Xuan, all as if thinking, slowly opened the heavenly character scroll, and found that what was recorded on it were some incomprehensible divine abilities and slogans, which he himself had difficulty in comprehending even though he was blessed with the 10,000 times enlightenment of the Bodhi tree. And as time passed, he felt more and more dizzy and had difficulty in breathing. This made him very shocked inside. He was now a heavenly Yuan realm cultivator, developing the divine sense in his mind, comprehending the Zen and sword intent. The Bodhi tree was even getting a lot of enhancement, and the divine level techniques could be comprehended casually. But this heavenly book, however, was found to be in the clouds. Su Xuan was a bit bitter and began to think, could it be that reading the heavenly book and learning the divine abilities on it still required certain specific conditions, such as a medium? Shaking his head, Su Xuan decided not to consider the heavenly book's divine ability for now. Perhaps he would be able to comprehend it until later, and it wouldn't be too late to practice it carefully at that time. Anyway, he still had divine grade feats to practice. Thinking of this, Su Xuan continued to come and analyze the story described in the heavenly book, and he keenly captured a few very obscure keywords. For example, law, demigods, the war of the 3 emperors, ancient dragon war, the battle of deicide, the mystery of the evil emperor, and so on, which depicts the space as very limited. Many of the key places are an omission. Su Xuan could sense that the person who wrote the heavenly book seemed to be deliberately concealing some secret, and this secret seemed to have a great connection with the recovery of aura. But for a moment, it doesn't make complete sense. The volume on the word heaven, describes in detail the concept of heavenly time, quotes the doctrines of the 100 schools of thought, cites certain obscure philosophies of idealism, and the signs of the distant past, and more descriptions of the origin and formation of the sky, seems to have a relationship with some saints in the flood, but did not explicitly say. As for the scroll of the character for earth, it tells of the formation of the earth, which seems to have appeared at the same time as the heavens, except that one rises and the other descends. And in an earlier period, the heavens and the earth seemed to be in a state of chaotic hongmeng. Su Xuan closed the 2 heavenly books and couldn't help but frown and shake his head. With these 2 heavenly books alone, it's not enough to glimpse the origins and wonders of the heavens and earth, nor can we learn the fundamental reason for the revival of aura. One can only wait until all 6 volumes of the heavenly book are gathered together, and perhaps the truth and secrets can be revealed. However, through these fragmented information, combined with his own analysis, Su Xuan was probably able to deduce some of it out, but it was all speculation. That is, in the ancient times, the heavens and earth were still in a state of chaos and delusion, or there was no such thing as the heavens and earth at that time. I don't know how long it took, but it seems that a saint split the chaos, and the light ones rose up and became heaven, the turbid ones fell down and became earth. And then, after an unknown number of years, another sage, utilizing unknown divine powers, began to create all things. And so creatures such as the human race, the demon race, the devil race, the god race, and the immortal race, began to appear. After an unknown number of years again, the sun, moon and stars formed, bringing new life back to the world. At this time, between heaven and earth, there seemed to be ample aura, and the 10,000 races practiced, going against the heavens, trying to become strong, transcending the mortal, entering the saints, becoming gods, transforming into immortals, and finally attaining the fruits of the Tao and becoming masters. Thus, there was a supremely powerful man who gathered all the power of his life and used his supreme divine power to begin compiling the Book of Heaven. And at this time, the 10,000 races were at war, and some races began to fall, eventually forming the 3 realms and 6 paths. However, based on the mere words of the heavenly book, Su Xuan could tell that at some point in time, the aura had suddenly dried up and countless powerful people were nowhere to be found. Nowadays, the aura is revived. The information plan is completely disconnected. The technological civilization has replaced the immortal cultivation civilization, and now it is back to the era of the immortal cultivation civilization, except that the technological civilization coexists at the same time while the human beings have become the masters of the world. So what is that vanishing corner of truth? Su Xuan was very puzzled that this heavenly book did not record it. Taking a short break and trying to read the divine abilities recorded in the heavenly book once again, Su Xuan felt very overwhelmed and was still unable to understand them, much less comprehend and practice them. At this time, in his mind, he suddenly thought of someone, an inscrutable Taoist priest. Perhaps I should ask him for advice. Thinking of this, Su Xuan put the heavenly book away and sealed the valley with a secret formation before slowly walking out. Informed Tiger to prepare the helicopter. And first thing in the morning, it's time to leave. Yes, sir, the sea of the East Pole, the nameless island, the white cloud view. Xian Yuan sat in the courtyard drinking tea and playing the game. Very leisurely, opposite him was the eldest apprentice, Er, who was currently scratching his ears and looking at the giant dragon on the chessboard that had been killed. Not technically a giant dragon. It seemed to be a multi-legged insect, with its neck and waist still cut off. Master, I admit defeat. Ichiji put the twisted pieces back into the chess box and let out a breath. The pressure in his heart suddenly reduced a lot, and it wasn't that hard to admit defeat. The master has let himself go for a whole 8 eyes, or 4 words, but this board is not even a third of the way down. The 4 corners have already been killed, and if you mention the discs at this moment, you will be at least 10 discs behind, which is already a very rare gap. Oh, 1 or 2. Don't even say you're giving up until the last moment. Xian Yuan smiled faintly and twisted a piece from his opponent's chess box, setting it directly on the Tian Yuan position. At once, the situation on the board was instantly reversed by the giant dragon that had already been massacred, but even the head and tail were connected, connecting all the 4 corners of the force. Instead, the other side's dragon-slaying hand was snapped alive. 1 or 2 was shocked, eyes round, a little look at the chessboard, but not the eyes light up. This hand of Tian Yuan Zhenfa even let their own already behind the 10 pieces, almost on the verge of catching up. In this instant, Er's heart shook and felt enlightened, so he could not help but look calm and nod slightly. Master, I understand. At the same time, his realm directly broke through, and the barriers within his body instantly loosened. Xian Yuan smiled without saying anything. His heart was very pleased. Lone Haochuan, there's not much more that Master can teach you. Just at this moment, not far away from the east extreme sea, suddenly flooded with shocking waves, a figure slowly appeared from the seawater, prancing against 1,000 waves, holding a trident in his hand, clad in scarlet armor, topped with a purple golden crown, with scarlet eyes and a majestic appearance. Xian Yuan, long time no see. A voice that seemed to span 1,000 years rang out like thunder. Chapter 61 King of the Sea Nation, Son of the Apocalypse. The voice came from far and near, wave after wave, taking in the heartstrings. Ichiji's face changed and he quickly looked at his master. That tone was not very kind. Even the 3 or 4 little Taoist priests, who were lying asleep on the rattan chairs, drooling, were awakened by the sound and looked at the master and then the elder brother with a blank face, as if asking, what happened? Xian Yuan's face changed slightly. His smile retracted and he flicked his sleeve. There's no need to be alarmed when the old man meets, for the master to go out for a trip. You two don't forget to clean up and go through the scriptures. Yes, yes. The 2 young Taoist priests nodded and nodded their heads in agreement. Xian Yuan slightly stroked his beard, and in the next moment, his figure leapt up high, directly taking off from the courtyard, like lightning directly rushing towards the seashore. the sea of the East Pole, unwelcome guests, riding the waves. Xian Yuan stood still in the void. The Taiji Yin Yang Taoist robe was immaculate. His demeanor was self-conscious, and he was in the middle of heaven and earth, as if he was in harmony with everything, natural, flawless and immaculate. The arrogance on the face of the man holding the halberd and clad in immortal armor weakened slightly with a hint of surprise. Xian Yuan, you are near the way, not yet attained. Xian Yuan smiled faintly as he gazed at the king of the sea race, who was like a god of war. It's not a pleasure to have a friend come from afar. Kanglan King has come to visit. The poor Taoist has missed out on welcoming him. There is no need for such politeness between you and me. King Songlan waved his hand, then took advantage of the 10,000 feet of huge waves and rose up to the sky, then slowly came to land. The huge waves receded, revealing his original appearance, a human head with a snake's body. This time when the aura revived, I slept for an unknown period of time and was suddenly awakened by my clan's descendants. Xian Yuan, do you know the reason for this? This holding a halberd like a god of war Kanglan King, it is the king of the sea tribe, and Xian Yuan is a former friend. This time on the east pole of the sea, in fact, is also to look for answers. It may not be a good thing for the aura to revive and for the 10,000 races to return to the former cultivation era, especially after experiencing that many great battles a long time ago. King Kanglan actually didn't have a particularly favorable opinion of either cultivation or awakening, because the revival of the aura meant the possibility of war, and based on the current understanding, it seemed that the sea race had already fought with the human race, which made him even more displeased. Xian Yuan looked grave and slowly shook his head. The poor man doesn't know. There's even something new. The absolutely fierce and all-knowing Xian Yuan. Don't know? San Lan Wang slowly landed on the ground. The snake tail rolled up a huge stone. The booming sound placed in front of himself, then slowly settled down. His right hand took out a set of tea utensils from the storage bag, poured seawater. His right hand probed out a wisp of fire mane, directly boiled the tea, and then poured the teacups gently pushed forward. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Come and taste this heavenly heart enlightenment tea of mine. Does it still have its original flavor? Xian Yuan waved his right hand and sucked the tea in through the air, landed on the opposite side of the seat, and gently sipped the superb spiritual tea that was overflowing with tea aroma, and immediately felt that the fragrance entered his body and his whole body was soothed, and he could not help but nod his head in praise. Worthy of being Gnosis tea, it still has the same flavor. It hasn't changed at all. Then, placing the teacup in front of the stone, he looked grave. King Kanglan similarly sipped the fragrant tea and raised his eyes to the sky, not without emotion. The tea is still the same, but this heaven and earth is not the same. I flew around the East China Sea and found that today the human race has created many things never seen before. Strange birds that hide dings in their bellies and soar through the heavens, monsters that shoot flames and roll around, and things that can't be named at all. Xian Yuan smiled slightly. King Songlan, you have been sleeping for too long. The current human race, although they don't have aura to cultivate, they have opened up another kind of civilization. They are called the technological civilization, borrowing external power to be able to achieve the same ability as a cultivator. There is a weapon that can even destroy cities and open up the sky, burn mountains and boil the sea. Doubts could not help but well up on King Songlan's face. The human race hasn't had aura to cultivate, and they can still develop like this? Strange. At this instant, he couldn't help but recall that a long time ago, during the era of the coexistence of all races, there was also a human emperor who rose to prominence, attained the great Tao, and battled against the true gods, making his name known throughout the ages. The human race really is a strange race, looking weak, but toughness is really strong. Xian Yuan looked at the dark clouds that were constantly pressing down in the sky and slowly said, although I don't know why the aura suddenly appeared and how it dried up 1,000 years ago, you and I still know a thing or two. King Kanglan's face was instantly caught in the midst of reminiscence, and after a long time with a horrified look on his face, he looked at the sky before he carefully said in a low voice, did you say robbery? Xian Yuan smiled without saying anything and continued to drink tea. Can there be a person who should be robbed? It has been found, and I'm afraid that person will arrive here soon. As expected, it's still you. Xian Yuan, your vision is as admirable as ever. Thank you. King Kanglan drank 3 cups of enlightenment tea in a row before slowly opening his mouth to ask, so, will we repeat the same mistakes this time? That's impossible to say. On the contrary, what's going on with the Sea Nation? Why did they suddenly lead their troops to attack? Speaking of this, Xian Yuan was also a bit puzzled. The sea race had always lived in peace with the human race, one on land and one in the sea, not interfering with each other. A trace of gloom suddenly welled up in King Kanglan's eyes, and he said without emotion, I slept for too long, and coupled with the drying up of the aura in previous years, my sea race's cultivation continued to deteriorate, and I eventually became an ordinary creature. By the time I woke up, my clan was already in chaos. 3 kings not weaker than me were already in control of the entire sea clan, and they were advocating attacking the human clan and seizing the secret realms and spirit stone mines scattered in different places. Xian Yuan nodded thoughtfully and said, "Are they also kings of the same period as you?" "No. It's that this time when the aura recovered, they got some superb inheritance and divine abilities, and in just a few months they cultivated to the Tian Yuan realm, and then they appointed themselves as the king, and my strength hasn't recovered yet, so for the time being, I am also powerless to bind." King Sonlan's cheeks flushed slightly, flashing a look of embarrassment and self-deprecation, while his gaze held some help. Xian Yuan's heart stirred as he realized why he had sought him out, and after a moment's thought, he said, "You know the rules on my side." "I know, but I don't want a big war between the sea race and the human race. After all, they shouldn't be enemies, at least not before." Looking at this king who used to be so powerful and dominate the 3 realms, looking so forlorn and embarrassed at the moment, Xian Yuan pondered for a moment and then said, "We naturally can't intervene under us, the human race or the sea race, but I can recommend one person who might be able to solve it, the one who should be robbed." "You say?" When King Kanglin heard this, a glimmer of hope rose in his despairing eyes, and he asked, almost offhandedly, "Does he have an inheritance? What is the realm now?" Xian Yuan smiled slightly. "His legacy, that's big. I can't talk about it for a while. As for things like realm, it's never been a measure of strength. Now maybe the divine hidden realm. We won't know until we meet." The smile on King Kanglin's face instantly disappeared after hearing this and shook his head. "Divine hidden realm. Too weak. No matter how good the inheritance is, it's no match for them. Letting him intervene in my sea clan's affairs now will only harm him." "Xian Yuan, thank you for your kindness, but he really can't. Whether it works or not, you have to see it to know. The divine hidden realm and the heavenly Yuan realm, although one realm apart, there is a difference of 100,000 miles between them, which you are aware of. I really can't bear to let this son of the appropriations meddle in the internal turmoil of my sea clan. It's unsettling to my heart, not to mention that his strength is too weak." King Kanglin kept waving his hand, the look of disappointment on his face growing stronger. Right at this moment, suddenly a silhouette in the sky, like an arrow off the string, flew in. 10,000 swords paved the way under his feet, and wherever he passed, he brought up a brilliant and dazzling white aura. The duo raised their eyes to the sky in horror, only to see a young man wearing white robes and carrying a white longsword and a blue divine bow, shooting towards the East Sea in a whirlwind. And after seeing the 2 figures below, he directly landed in the air. "Su Xuan has met Taoist master." Su Xuan made a bow with both hands and nodded slightly. Xian Yuan stroked his white beard with complete satisfaction on his face, especially when he looked at Sun Lanwan's stunned appearance. His heart was even more comfortable. "Come sit down." Su Xuan nodded, not being humble, and swaggered to his seat. "Let me introduce. This is the sea race's Sun Lan king." Su Xuan was slightly surprised, sizing up this human-headed, snake-bodied, immortal armor-clad, halberd-wielding Sun Lan king. "I remember that in the last life, this king of the sea tribe didn't seem to have appeared. Instead, it was the Naga queen who led the sea tribe, attacked Huaxia, beat the human army to death, and was eventually sniped by the strongest of the human tribe, which terminated the attack. In this life, in Su Xian's mind, the sea race was definitely a must-kill, especially since it was rumored that their cursed divine temple hid heaven-defying divine artifacts, as well as lost secret arts. "Greetings to King Sun Lan." Su Xian nodded lightly, not showing any great politeness. King Kanglin nodded and smiled slightly before pouring a cup of tea and handing it over. "Come and taste it." At the same time, he kept making glances toward Xian Yuan, as if asking, "Didn't you say divine hidden realm? Boy, this is good stuff. What are you waiting for?" Seeing that Su Xian was puzzled and speechless, Xian Yuan blankly glanced at him and reminded him. Only then did Su Xian drink the tea in one go, and immediately felt the aura in his body surging and warmth coming from his body. He could not help but sigh. This tea was actually still a spirit tea, and it seemed to have an inexplicable boost to the aura's operation in the circumference of the sky. "Whatever you came to me to ask, there's a favor you're going to have to do for the old man." Xian Yuan looked at Su Xian, who was about to say something, and hurriedly took over the words, stroking his beard and smiling with an inscrutable look. "Please speak, Taoist master. As for this Sun Lan king, due to the rebellion in the clan, there are 3 kings who are taking advantage of the situation to incite the whole clan to attack Huaxia, so I hope you can step in and stop the war. And if necessary, you can even lynch these 3 kings." "King? Don't worry, that's self-appointed, and they're only in the Tian Yuan realm." Xian Yuan saw that Su Xian still seemed to be considering it, so he kept winking towards Kanglin King, who understood and hurriedly took out a storage bag from his waist and handed it over. This is the storage pouch, which holds the water avoidance pearls, which will allow you to walk as if you were walking on water in the sea. And it also contains some precious pills I collected in my early years, which will be helpful for you to sense the Tao intent in the heavenly Yuan realm. If you can help resolve these three kings, there will be more treasures to offer afterward. It could be seen that this Kanglin King was very sincere. Su Xuan slightly pondered and was considering it. Xian Yuan adds an assist. This Kanglin King is an old friend of the poor Taoist and is very trustworthy. Su Xuan received the storage bag and nodded. I'll take this. Please don't worry, Kanglin King. If you need anything, just send it. When King Kanglin heard this, his face was overjoyed. In that case, it will be a pleasure. Farewell. Knowing that Su Xuan was looking for Xian Yuan for something else, King San Lan didn't hesitate for a second and directly left. Say, what's it to me, Taoist master? I want to ask about the ancient heavenly book. Chapter 62, The Absolute Fierce Man and the Dusty Magic Stone. Xian Yuan's face was visibly stunned when he heard these words, and some bitterness and helplessness surged onto his face as he slowly sighed and said, since you have already found the heavenly book, and looking at you, you should have seen some of its mysteries. So, I'll tell you some information. Which two volumes did you get? The heavenly scrolls and the earthly scrolls. Su Xuan answered honestly. Xian Yuan nodded. Perhaps this is the chance for you to be the son of a calamity. Since this is the case, it is time for you to be qualified to know some of the secrets of the ancient heavenly book. This ancient heavenly book, there are 6 volumes in total. I'm sure you already know about it, so I won't repeat myself. And a long time ago, when the heavens and earth first opened up, and all the races were born, and the sun and moon rose and fell, and the stars shifted, it was said that the aura was very abundant, and all the races practiced cultivation, and countless true gods were born, and immortals became saints, and they were all over the place. However, a long time ago, a great battle was fought, and 3 of the most powerful cultivators fought from the sky to the ground, from the earth to the demon realm, breaking apart countless caverns and countless parallel realms, fighting in darkness, fighting for a whole dozen years, and ultimately, 2 died and 1 disappeared. These 3 people have reached the highest realm of the lost legend, almost close to the heavenly Tao, and ruled over one side. And this great battle was known to later generations as the Battle of the 3 Emperors. After the Great War, everything withered, and the 10,000 races agreed to start working together to repair the heaven and earth, the mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars, and to rest and recuperate. Through countless years of delving into the sun, moon, stars, and heaven, earth, and man, and studying the timing of heaven and earth, a powerful man recorded these secrets for the reference of future generations, which included many ancient magical powers and secret techniques. However, while compiling the Book of Heaven, this strong man suddenly felt a strange power that pervaded the 3 realms and kept devouring his own will, even causing him to go into a state of confusion at times and madness at others. I don't know how long it took, but the moment the heavenly book was completed, this absolute powerhouse also went mad, and was revolted by the heavenly book, killing people everywhere, killing all the races to the point of fear, and was known as the Absolute Fierce Man. After saying that, Dao Xian raised his eyes and glanced at the sky. The dark clouds were lowering more and more, and under the heavy dark clouds, there seemed to be countless eyes of ferocious beasts hidden, looking down at the earth, taking in the 101 states of this earth. Su Xuan, on the other hand, was digesting this amazing amount of information, and vaguely felt as if he had touched a hint of the secrets of the ancient times, but in reality, there was nothing. For example, the Battle of the 3 Emperors. What was the cause? Who were these 3 emperors? Who was the person who wrote the heavenly book? Xian Yuan didn't seem to be clear either. There was also the question of what secrets this absolute murderer had. Everything is so cloudy that the more I think about it, the more I get a headache. Su Xuan rubbed his brow, simply not thinking about it. As long as he maintained his current state of advancement and laid out his plans in advance, he would not be afraid even if the 10,000 clans descended. Right now, you can't penetrate the techniques in the heavenly book because you're still missing the medium. Xian Yuan suddenly uttered a shocking piece of information. Su Xian's pupils shrunk. No matter how much he read the heavenly book, he was never able to penetrate and gain insight into the techniques inside. Obviously every word was recognized, but when combined together, he had absolutely no idea what it meant. This painful feeling was just like doing English problems in school. Dare to be, what is the medium? Where to look for it? Regarding Su Xian's urgency, Xian Yuan expressed his understanding, and instead of answering positively at first, he faintly asked, this heavenly book technique will have many unknown and terrifying side effects. Do you still want to cultivate it? Like a blow to the head, Su Xian's heart shook. In a trance, it seemed that this time, he remembered that the strong man who had learned the heavenly book technique in his last life seemed to be nowhere to be seen in the end, and he did not know where to go. Many people speculated that he was in seclusion, and no one knew how it actually was. Could it be that the feats inside this heavenly book were hiding something else? However, if one could not penetrate the heavenly book, then one would not have learned those divine abilities that had gone out of sight, much less know the secrets of the aura's depletion and revival, and much less know what really happened during the ancient times. And these secrets must have all sorts of relationships with the 10,000 races that will keep coming to Earth in the future. Thinking of this, Su Xian's eyes were firm as he nodded his head. Even so, I still have to penetrate this heavenly book. Xian Yuan nodded, his eyes radiating some appreciation. Cultivators are supposed to walk against the heavens. How can one prove the avatar if they are afraid to do so? At that moment it was said to him, the reason why you can't penetrate the heavenly book is because it's a text and work from the ancient times. And although you have the help of certain special treasures and are barely able to read the words on it, you can't understand or penetrate it. If you want to penetrate this and understand the heavenly book, and even learn the supreme magical abilities above, you need to find a treasure called the dust-sealed magic stone, which is rumored to have existed since the time of the Great Beyond and is capable of transforming the words and contents of the heavenly book into a level that you are able to understand. Su Xian nodded. Dare I ask, Elder, where can I find this dusty magic stone? Where is there a fixed location for such treasures? Someone searching for 1,000 years, have failed to find the footprints, perhaps the person with destiny, casually in a certain river, will be able to get this kind of treasure. Everything depends on chance. Deliberately searching may not yield results. Xian Yuan couldn't help but laugh softly. Then with a grave face, he slowly said, but I have to remind you, this dusty demon stone carries its own demonic nature, rumored to be able to influence one's heart and absorb one's lifeblood, carrying a horrifyingly evil nature. And it is said that back then, a fisherman salvaged a small white dragon from the seashore, acquired this stone, and finally gathered the 6 volumes of the heavenly book together, penetrated the mysteries, and cultivated to almost saintly status, becoming the first person in the 3 realms. However, later on, this magic stone and the heavenly book backfired, and the man went off the deep end, eventually slipping up and decapitating his wife without knowing where she was. Stories of him have been circulating for many years, and he is the only one who has found the dusty magic stone. Su Xian's eyes lowered as he fell into deep thought. According to Xian Yuan, this heavenly book and demon stone must be very powerful treasures that might even surpass the immortal level, but the negative effects that came with them were also very terrifying. Thank you, Taoist, for the reminder and for not being shy about telling me. Su Xian stood up and bent down to pay his respects, inwardly expressing his sincere gratitude to Xian Yuan. I wonder if the chief has any more orders? Xian Yuan smiled and did not answer his question positively, but instead raised his eyes to open the sky, realizing that the dark clouds continued to descend, almost approaching the sea level, giving off an extremely depressing feeling. Su Xian followed his gaze and looked up at the sky, and also found that something was very wrong. This dark cloud had dropped at least 10 meters in a short period of time. Taoist priest, this dark cloud is a... Xian Yuan stretched out his fingers and signaled him to be silent. Then he stretched out his right hand and counted with his fingers. His pupils widened, and he screamed out in a dark voice. Then turning back to Su Xian, he looked at him in a daze and asked, what do you think about the current situation? What would you choose? Su Xian froze, then took a deep breath and replied seriously. Fierce beasts, half-demons, sea races, ancient races, everything, all of them are treating the Blue Star as an invasion place. It looks as if they want to overrun it. I guess they should have exhausted their resources and need to achieve racial expansion through war and plunder. And with the arrival of the aura recovery, the 10,000 races entering the age of cultivation will become more and more powerful. The scale of the wars will grow, and even the heaven and earth will undergo a mutation. So in the future, we will definitely enter the age of cultivation in which the 10,000 races will mix and fight. Xian Yuan's eyes lit up and he nodded. You were able to see something. In that case, what would you choose? Su Xian thought for a moment, then replied according to his heart. If the 10,000 races coexist and are at peace with each other, I will definitely cultivate with one mind and certify to heaven. If the 10,000 races mix up and chaos reigns, I will definitely rise up to resist and protect the living. As long as I, Su Xian, have a single breath of life left, I will definitely step forward and guard these demons and monsters for the human race. Xian Yuan was in a trance after hearing this, and seemed to recall that 1,000 years ago, there was a woman of great splendor, clad in a turban, holding a divine bow in her hand, raising her eyes to look at the thousands of armies, with a stern look in her eyes. With me, the human emperor, alive, I will definitely not let you step in. After saying those domineering words, This absolutely gorgeous woman of the human race did not hesitate to strike out at the invaders of the 10,000 races. On that day, arrows covered the sky and countless true kings fell. This youth in front of him, although his realm hadn't reached that of a human emperor for the time being, his tone was equally firm. Good. With your words, old me will be at ease. Xian Yuan shook his hand and suddenly flew up in the air. Su Xuan, if there is a need in the future, you can come and find me. Likewise, if the White Cloud Temple is in danger in the future, I would also like to request that you can make a move to resolve the crisis. Su Xuan was shocked in his heart. He was only in the Tian Yuan realm. How was he so valued by Xian Yuan? But still nodded. Please don't worry, Taoist master. If the White Cloud sect is in trouble in the future, I, Su Xuan, will definitely rush to help. Ha ha ha. If the wind of our rises in his day, you will cry long and I will laugh. Watching that yin yang dao robe disappear into the sky, Su Xuan bowed and saluted in that direction. After leaving the White Cloud Temple, Su Xuan returned to Hengduan Mountain Valley at the first opportunity and called for his assistant. Xia Wenshi, what's the status over at the Eastern Realm? Xia Wenshi shook his head. It's bad. The Jindong Legion is losing ground, and nuclear weapons have been used, almost leveling coastal harbors, but they still can't stop the sea race hordes, who have terrifying abilities, it is said. Su Xuan nodded and was silent for a long time before asking, did they come to us for help? Not yet. Okay, I get it. You contact the Jinbei Legion side. If the Eastern Realm can't hold out, don't hold out. Xia Wenshi was slightly stunned, but still nodded. Yes, sir. Su Xuan, on the other hand, made some preparations and headed straight to the Eastern Realm. Since he had already promised the other Zhonglan king, he had to fulfill his promise. The Sea People, right? Wait. Chapter 63, China's #1 loser is actually a hero? After the war in the north was resolved, He Jintian didn't slack off. On the one hand, he applied to the imperial capital for the use of nuclear weapons, transferring 30 missiles and 20 state-of-the-art giant warplanes. On the other hand, he reinforced the northern defense, re-pushing his position further north, reconstructing and resting the Great Wall in the area from Yin Mountain to Qilian Mountain, by way of a number of passes such as Burial Heaven Pass, Intimidating Pass, and Tiger Gate Pass, and spreading out all 100,000 troops. The tragic battles in the eastern and western borders of China, as well as the retreats, made him feel a deep crisis. And although the northern ferocious beasts and half-demons had been resolved by Su Xuan, whether there were even more powerful unknown creatures behind them was not known at the moment. It's always right to take precautions, especially now that the whole of China was in the midst of a storm. He Jintian didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, and borrowed dozens of pulse-shaping realm martial artists from Longtang to teach techniques and experience in the army, so that the overall strength could be improved. Report! The voice of a henchman came from the door. Come in. The adjutant walked in with a tablet and saluted before speaking aloud. General, the media has been restless again lately and has begun to dramatically report negative news about Su Xuan, fabricating facts and slandering our hero. Looking at his adjutant's expression of righteous indignation, He Jintian's complexion changed drastically, a hint of sullenness showing in the bottom of his eyes as he took over the tablet and took a look at the news from the media, suddenly bursting into a rage. Lightning Express, China's #1 loser, Su Xuan, the former helmsman of the North Star Group, is rumored to have been committing acts of violence in Jiangnan recently, doing a lot of things that hurt the world. Please stay tuned to today's Express for specific details. Southern Express, Su Xuan, the defeated son of Huaxia, traveled to Huainan today and secretly rushed to the Heavenly Palace to kill and maim innocents. Please also ask the official Dragon Tongue to intervene and return a Langong to everyone, and do justice to the dead. Please keep following Southern Express for the follow-up. Orange Juice Express, China's first loser Su Xuan. It is reported that recently spent tens of billions of sky-high prices, purchased a number of deserted plots of land, causing the entire business community to boil. The major business firms agreed that this move on the real estate has caused an impact on the Su Xuan trying to stir up the entire market. Please business associations, the top 10 families to take action, and ask the relevant departments to stop such behavior. The follow-up. Please continue to pay attention to the Orange Juice Express. Slightly scanning through these extremely hot briefings, He Jintian's heart was even more on fire with no name. Immediately connect with the Cultural Affairs Bureau, Broadcasting and Television Bureau, and other relevant units to thoroughly investigate these platforms and editors, just in the name of the Jinbei Legion, and to stop rumor mongering. If you continue to insult Su Xuan, you're messing with my Jinbei Legion. He Jintian slammed the flat plate directly into the ground, splitting it into pieces, still having difficulty eliminating the hatred in his heart. This group of damn unscrupulous media usually make a gimmick even if it is slander and splash dirty water. Headline party, gimmick party, can be tolerated, but the hero of Huaxia, how can it be treated like this? At this instant, He Jintian suddenly felt deeply disappointed with these unscrupulous media in China. Surrounded by foreign enemies, not thinking of unity and solidarity, not thinking of going into battle to kill the enemy, not thinking of defending the country, but even in the nest, planting evidence. Yes, the adjutant listened with his legs together and his eyes lit up, gave a military salute, and slowly left the command room, and even stomped the tablet, which was already in tatters, hard on his foot as he was leaving. Imperial capital, Dragon headquarters, conference room. Xia Changhe looked at those various negative reports about Su Xuan on the screen. Veins rippled on his forehead. Unspeakable anger welled up within him, and he violently stood up and directly slapped the table. Behind the back villain. All should be killed. With a foreign enemy at hand and internal and external troubles, this group of people are still harboring and insulting my Chinese heroes. Xia, sit down. The old director Chen Tianping had a calm face and stretched out his right hand with an imaginary pressure, signaling him to be quiet. Xia Changhe reluctantly sat down, then glanced at the director, his face very anxious. Bureau Chen, I'm telling you, don't try to persuade me on this matter. I must do right by Su Xuan. Chen Tianping laughed. Who's trying to persuade you? Xia Changhe froze. The angry aura that had just coalesced slightly dissipated a bit and looked at him with some doubt. Chen Tianping's face suddenly became solemn as he said in a single word. What are you waiting for? Go yourself. Jointly with all units, uncover all the people behind these media outlets. And if they dare to look for a network of connections, use Dragon Tang's privileges to send them all in. Damn it, they're a bunch of jumping clowns. I've long since seen it all. After it's done, then report Su Xian's beheading of the ferocious beasts in the background in a big way to clear the stigma that those bastards pressed on him before. If you don't do well in this matter, Xia, then I'll be very disappointed. Understand? Looking at this grumpy old man, and the solemn aura that filled his face, Xia Changhe directly fell silent. And in a trance he seemed to have seen the humongous appearance of him who had once killed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The corners of his mouth twitch. No, man, you were so calm, but now you're more excited than I am? Don't worry, Bureau Chen, I'll definitely get this done. Jiangnan, Orange Juice Media, Chairman's office. A middle-aged man in a suit and collar with a big back hair, holding a cigar, sitting on an office chair, placing his feet on the desk, swaying his torso from side to side, and holding a cell phone was answering a call. Don't worry, we've hired dozens of editors who have been immersed in short headline articles for more than 10 years overnight to process and complete a full 100 or so stories, which have exceeded 300 million searches in just 24 hours. Now, the effect you want has been completely achieved. This Su Xuan, in addition to topping the name of the #1 loser in Huaxia, is also a murderous maniac. Contempt of the law, mutilation of compatriots, is already a rat in the street everyone shouts. Even more than 300,000 netizens are all in the human flesh. Payment? No need, no need. If it wasn't for your support back then, there would be no Orange Juice Media today, and it's my honor to serve you. Okay, well, that's enough for now. We'll see you next time. After hanging up the phone, this Orange Juice chairman, who has been in the media world for 30 years, almost without rivals, the Jiangnan legend, at the moment looks radiant, and works for the one, with surprisingly good results. In spite of his own repeated excuses, but still paid 5 million remuneration, according to his intention, in addition to the salary that should be given, he will take out of which 30,000 to distribute to the relevant personnel. The remaining 4,970,000 that is naturally his own. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Dong Ding, there's a man named Xia outside looking for you. Ding Yuanying was in a good mood, although there were some doubts. But he still intended to meet, in exchange for the previous absolutely lazy. Then, a young man wearing a brown jacket and a cowboy hat walked in, and then sat directly across from him, and without greeting him, pulled out a cigar on the table and lit it, and then put his feet on top of the table, slowly spitting out smoke rings, with a very arrogant attitude, looking diagonally at Ding Yuanying, with a scornful look on his face. Something wrong, sir? Ding Yuanying frowned slightly, very dissatisfied with this strange man. If it was not for today's $5 million income, at this moment, he must let this person walk out of the office. Xia Changhe snuffed out the cigarette and casually flicked it, then stretched out his hands, pillowed his head, and cocked his head coldly. Within half an hour, take the negative news about Su Xuan off the shelves en masse and publicly apologize in the name of Orange Juice. By the way, the apology needs to be accompanied by a video of you personally appearing. Ding Yuanying froze when he heard this, and then couldn't help but laugh out loud. Friend, where are you from? Dare to come to my place to make trouble? Afterwards, he slapped his palm, and 4 burly men with unkind faces walked in, staring at Xia Changhe with a deadly stare, their strength of the 9th level of body forging unreservedly displayed. Xia Changhe glanced at him, his eyes glowing fiercely, directly stood up from the chair, turned around and rushed into the middle of those 4 Hans. A big swinging fist directly smashed one of them to fly, and then 2 straight punches directly shattered the noses of the other several people, screaming miserably and have collapsed to the ground. I have limited patience. Don't let me down. Xia Changhe put on his hat and stared coldly at Ding Yuanying, whose body was shivering and his eyes were full of shock. The experts of the 9th level of body forging were all crippled before they even had the chance to make a move. At that moment, they didn't dare to make a move, and quickly arranged for people to start moving. As he did, Xia Changhe went to several others in succession, and in the same way, settled the chairman of these media outlets. Then after looking at the major platforms, the previous negative reports about Su Xuan were all withdrawn, and the chairman of all the major media platforms had come out to apologize, even describing Su Xuan's deeds of killing the ferocious beasts in the Northern Realm in graphic detail. On behalf of Orange Juice Media's 40,000 employees, I apologize to all of you. We fabricated the facts and slandered the great hero of Huaxia, Su Xuan, causing mental damage to him and causing everyone to misunderstand him, bringing great distress, for which I deeply apologize. On behalf of XX Media, I would like to express my solemn apology to Mr. Su Xuan. We, the XX Media, have collected a video of Mr. Su Xuan beheading a ferocious beast in the Northern Realm. We, the XX Media, have learned that Mr. Su Xuan has begun to become immortal, killing 800,000 ferocious beasts with a single sword in the Northern Realm. We, the XX Media, captured Mr. Su Xuan taking on a cosmic monster in the Northern Realm, flying 100,000 kilometers with one big punch. We, the XX Media, have discovered that Mr. Su Xuan has been able to travel freely through space. Mr. Su Xuan is a great hero of our Huaxia. This is what the general of the Jinbei Legion himself said. For a moment, the entire media world, a huge uproar occurred. Su Xuan, who was rated as the #1 loser in China, was righted by all the major media outlets, which even had various guarantees from the Jinbei Legion and Dragon Tang. As a result, countless people apologized to Su Xuan and left messages on major media platforms. Su Xuan, I'm sorry, please forgive our ignorance. Su Xuan, I'm sorry, I spoke too loudly before. Su Xuan, I'm sorry, you're the true hero of our China. Hangduan Mountain Valley. Su Xuan frowned, looking at the various exaggerated reports from these media platforms and the millions of apologies. He couldn't help but feel a little amused in his heart. On the internet, there is always such a group of people. People like clouds, lack of their own sense of right and wrong and the ability to judge, and then wait until they realize that they are wrong, and then start to follow the cloud of people to apologize. The key issue is that the next time they are faced with the same thing, they still keep the exact same choice. Chapter 64, Dry Mining Area. Su Xuan's layout. In these few days, Su Xuan didn't go out again, but instead sat on his knees from time to time, on top of the mountain, feeling the biting wind blowing and capturing the flow of aura. The 5 realms of meditation have now reached the 2nd realm, but it is no longer difficult to continue to improve. The state of mind that Buddhists preach about, being empty and yet equalizing all things, is actually a more difficult state to achieve. So, again, there are Hinayana Buddhas, Mahayana Buddhas. At this stage, I am afraid that it is still difficult to completely look down on life and death and on fame and fortune. The Bodhi tree in his brain, after he had entered the state of meditation, continued to blossom, adding thousands of branches and tens of thousands of green leaves, and even began to slowly bear fruit. Su Xuan was a little surprised. It had only been 5 short months. The Bodhi tree had already gone from seed, rooting, sprouting, becoming a tree, branching, spreading leaves to bearing fruits, and even attracting 100 birds to roost. This speed was already fast, right? In his last life, he had been cultivating for 15 years, but he was only at the early stage of the divine hidden realm, and he had not even finished developing the organs inside his body, let alone comprehending the Tao. In this life, in 5 months, he had already reached the heavenly Yuan realm, and had cultivated the air royal art and the sword royal art to the point of purity, and was also able to perceive Zen and sword intent, which was already unknown how many times stronger. Currently, in these 5 months, apart from Shen Yuan Daoist master and these ancient figures, the foremost people were only at the pulse-shaping realm, separated from themselves by a large realm. The so-called geniuses of the world families were no longer worth mentioning in his eyes, while his gaze was fixed on the prides of those ancient clans. In the previous life, those ancient clans' heavenly prides were rewarded with the Tian Yuan realm. and they were not qualified to fight. But now it seemed that they might still be able to fight. Looking at the skills, after so many battles, Eagle's Eye had been raised to LV3, Born to Last, LV3, Indomitable, LV3, and Sharp Touch, LV2. The substantial increase in skills allowed Su Xuan to add a few more points to his bottom line. There was even such immortal armor as the Red Lotus Roving Prison to defend himself, so even if it was the full force of a peak Heavenly Yuan Realm cultivator, he would still be able to withstand it. With such divine weapons as the Ice Spirit Cloud Mist and the Heavenly Punishment Thunder God Bao, Su Xuan was very confident that he would be able to fight anyone below the Golden Body Realm. And even if he really reached the Golden Body Realm, he still had the Yu Wang's Six Swords Heaven Opening Sword Formation to help him, and it was still unknown who would die at that time. For half a day, Su Xuan just sat in meditation at the top of the mountain, sensing the ethereal Tao between heaven and earth, and absorbing the rich spiritual qi of the secret realm of Hangduan Mountain without stopping. Feeling that it was about time, Su Xuan returned to Hangduan Mountain Valley. It was now 5 months past, and according to the progress of the last life, it would be about a year or so before the ancient race fully descended. But in this life, it all seems to be coming much earlier. So the ancient race may be coming earlier, and the preferred location for their descent must be a place with rich spiritual qi, such as the various spirit mining areas. At that moment, Su Xuan felt that there wasn't much time left, so he hurriedly called his assistant and asked him to gather all the core personnel and start reporting on the line. Half an hour later, in the luxurious office of Hangduan Mountain, Assistant Xia Wenshi connected the core personnel of the entire Su Xuan system, from the heads of the 25 spirit mining districts, half of which were taken from the 10 great families. Nowadays, the 10 great families had suffered from Su Xuan's suppression in turn, and their strength had continued to shrink, so they had to collectively become invisible, no longer able to fight against Su Xuan, and they all honestly practiced cultivation. The meeting will now come to order, so please start reporting on the districts in the order listed on my form, and remember, each person only has 5 minutes. Now, begin. Xia Wenxi's shrewd and competent words made the 25 people in charge of the connection all of a sudden feel the pressure. Su Xuan, before the helm of the entire North Star Group, very much hate the formalism of the meeting form, advocating the meeting to report efficiently and quickly, focusing on reporting. The first to report was Wang Shi, the head of the Wencheng Spirit Mining District. Mr. Su, colleagues, good afternoon. I am Wang Shi, the head of the Wencheng Spirit Mining District, and I will now report on all the affairs of the mine. In February we increased manpower by 300 at Mr. Su's request, invested in 200 units of advanced equipment, increased mining speed by 80%, and produced a total of 5,000 very high-grade spirit stones, 30,000 top-grade spirit stones, 80,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 170,000 lower-grade spirit stones, and scrapped 500. There are 850 existing manpower. 121 were eliminated last month. 20 of them are undercover agents sent by the 10 great families, and there are $500 million of existing activity funds, which can sustain 8 months of payroll and equipment leasing, while our mining area will be mined in about 2 months or so after estimation. That concludes my report. Thank you all. Wang Shi was worthy of being a business tycoon. His report was simple and powerful, directly reporting out the key points that Su Xuan was most concerned about, and was highly recognized by Su Xuan. He was seen nodding, his left hand with both fingers pressed against his left cheek and his right hand gently tapping on the tabletop in a deep thinking gesture, before asking, if you were asked to finish the mine in a month, could you do it? Wang Shi froze slightly, then nodded. With additional investment in manpower and equipment in 2 shifts, there is no problem at all. Good. From now on, you adjust the mining plan. Make sure to finish the entire spirit mine within a month, and if you need any conditions, look for Wen Shi directly. Yes, sir. Although he didn't understand Su Xuan's reasons for doing so, Wang Shi still agreed without hesitation, out of his instinctive professionalism. Next, it was the other mine leaders who reported. These people were handpicked by Uncle Ghost and the others. There was no problem in terms of loyalty, always loyal to Su Xuan, and in terms of ability, compared to Wang Shi, they were a bit worse. For Su Xuan's request to speed up the mining, it is obvious that they did not have Wang Shi to execute in place. The shortest will take 3 or 4 months to finish mining. The longest is even up to a year. Su Xuan frowned and didn't say a word. Everyone looked at him quietly, not daring to open their mouths, waiting for his next instructions. Only after about a full minute had passed did Su Xuan slowly open his mouth, a grave expression on his face as he slowly said, from now on, each of you go and adjust your plans. My request is that the spirit mines must be finished within a month. Add more people if you don't have enough manpower. and add more equipment if you don't have enough equipment. If it can be achieved within the stipulated time, the reward will be 100 million in cash, 1 Earth level technique, 10 Xian level techniques, and half an hour of my personal guidance. Those who fail to finish will have no reward and the priority of merit distribution will be removed. The words fell, and everyone in the video conference was stunned. You have to know that in this current environment and market, not to mention how valuable the Earth level technique is, there is no price in the market. Even that metaphysical level technique is unattainable. As long as a Xian level technique appeared, it would inevitably cause the entire cultivation world to loot it. However, now, Mr. Su was clearly telling them that as long as they completed the mission, they would be directly rewarded with 10 Xian level techniques. If this were to be spread out, wouldn't the entire cultivation world be abuzz? And as for the Earth level feats, then the whole of Huaxia is going to blow up. Mr. Su was indeed rich and generous. The treasures owned by one person were enough to match the entire top 10 families of China, as well as all the major powers. So, the people made a statement that no matter what, they would accomplish their goal within a month. At the same time, Su Xuan instructed his assistant to distribute $30 billion in cash as the operating funds for these 25 mining areas. After arranging for these to be completed, Su Xuan spent some more time, one by one, with the person in charge of each mine to understand the situation. At the same time frankly said that even if the mines were abandoned in the future, there were still other things for everyone to do. In this way, the crowd was even more excited. After the meeting ended, Su Xuan lit a cigar smoke and stood in front of the window, looking outside, suddenly realizing that the dark clouds in the sky were waving around, exactly the same as the ones he had encountered that day over the sea of the East Pole. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that the ancient race is coming early? Sir, now that the spirit stones in Hangduan Mountain are almost piled up to the point where they can't be put down, and the speed of everyone's cultivation is constantly accelerating, why do we still need to finish mining all of this spirit mining area within a month? In Xia Wenxi's opinion, rushing to finish mining the spirit stones in such a hurry, but without so much demand, was tantamount to drying up the fishing. For, if the spirit stone remains, it will even continue to regenerate, though not in great quantities. Su Xuan did not turn around and faintly said, "You'll find out later. First do as I say." "Understood, sir." The assistant, Shi Vinci, nodded and then left the office. Su Xuan finished his cigarette, turned around and left the office, coming to the Hangduan Mountain Valley and began to carefully plan. In the previous life, the 12 prophets of the ancient race came to the earth in advance, founded the heavenly palace of questioning, pulled together the 10 great families, and allowed countless Huaxia cultivators to be brainwashed. And finally, in the time of 1 year, the ancient race descended en masse, and these people fell back from the battlefield in one strike, which brought a heavy blow to Huaxia. In this life, he himself had struck early, killing the 12 prophets and destroying the heavenly palace of inquiry, basically severing the connection between the ancient race and the prophets, making it impossible for them to be informed of what was going on the blue planet before they descended. Every step of these plans was within Su Xuan's grasp. Nowadays, the ancient race that is far away in the other world definitely doesn't know about my layout. And if we look at it according to the trajectory of the last life, they will definitely crash headlong into the spirit mining area, as well as the secret realms around the world, and use a large amount of spiritual chi to counteract the depletion caused by crossing the border. Wait until you've recovered nearly enough, then begin to thunder into a violent battle with Huaxia. But, in this life, one will not leave them anything, and not only will they be left with nothing, but they will be given a great gift. A cold smile spread across the corners of Su Xuan's mouth as he began to search for what he wanted in that pile of feats. After flipping through the pages for a minute, Su Xuan's face was covered with a smile as he picked up a gongfu and wiped the dust off of it, revealing a few large words: Wuji Zhu Tian formation. This is it. Ancient One, prepare my great gift. Su Xuan slowly turned over the formation and began to learn the layout of it, a cold smile flashing across his face. Chapter 65, Request from the Eastland Legion, Battle of the Sea Nation. Turning over the Infinite Heavens formation, Su Xuan's heart was slightly shocked. This formation had played an incomparably terrifying role in his previous life, once decapitating a peak heavenly Yuan realm alien expert alive under the joint efforts of 12 divine hidden realm martial artists of the human race. This formation, which implied the principles of Yin and Yang Bagua, combined with the concept of heaven and earth's limitlessness, converged the aura in the formation, which was so unpredictable that there were more than 9,000 variations. The axiom of this formation was Wuji. The heavens and the earth are limitless, and the heavens are infinite. The formation requires multiple people to open it, but if the strength is sufficient, one person can also take on the role of the formation eye and the various opening directions needed for the formation. By the formation of people to control the 8 directions: life, death, do, shock, injury, hew, open, jing, week after week, infinite cycle, endless, thus forming in the 8 gates of the Golden Lock formation similar role. Su Xuan hastily flipped through the infinite heavens formation and began to study the laws and changes in it, with the Bodhi trees 10,000 times enlightenment boost, and even more countless spirit stones being channeled into it. After 10 minutes Su Xuan had already comprehended the formation and engraved it in his mind. The formation changes have all been insight, and now there is nothing more than the need to find a suitable formation eye. The so-called eye of the formation is actually the source of launching the formation, and it often requires a cultivator with high cultivation and skillfulness in formations to sit and command the formation, in order to bring into play the powerful functions of the formation, and play a role in decimating the enemy. The eye of the formation needed for this infinite heavens formation must also be proficient in the 8 gates formation, be familiar with the changes in each path and be flexible and operate freely. Thinking about this, Su Xuan was also a bit of a dilemma. This kind of person was hard to find in this current era where Bagua and Taiji were almost extinct and the national martial arts were being replaced. A hint of sadness rose within him at the thought. The great Chinese thousands of years, the ancient ancestors left behind martial arts, formations and other national essence, was generation after generation to abandon, until forgotten. On the contrary, a variety of foreign performances of acrobatic nature to promote and pander to foreign countries, resulting in the Chinese martial arts or national arts, also be buried in the long river of history, and even splash not half a little splash. Maybe we can get Dragon to help identify some. When Su Xuan thought of this, he immediately asked Xia Wenshi to contact Xia Changhe. The other party answered the phone almost in seconds, with a very polite tone. Vinci, what's up? Bureau Xia. Hello, Mr. Su wants to find some cultivators who are proficient in Taiji Bagua and 8 gates formation. The higher the realm the better. Can you help find some? Sure. How many are needed? The more the merrier. At least 200 are needed. No problem. I'll take care of it. About when do you want it? The sooner the better. Okay, don't worry. I will prepare these manpower within 7 days, and I will also personally assess them to ensure loyalty and obedience. Then I'll trouble the summer bureau. Talk about trouble. Su Xuan's business is my business, and help tell Su Xuan to say hello. Okay, bye. After the phone hung up, Su Xuan's face was a bit odd, and after exchanging a glance with Xia Wenshi, he stroked his chin. Since when is Long Tang so close to us? Sir, I'm afraid this is still because of you. Xia Wenshi looked at Su Xuan's diabolical appearance and clenched his teeth, his eyes grimacing. Ha ha. Su Xuan waved his hand. On this side of Yokohama, I've made a rough map of the defenses, with the main and side peaks, the valleys, the mountainside, and the base at the foot of the mountain, all laid out. You follow this defense map. Arrange for people to build fortifications. In addition, these several key places need people to guard. Spirit stones directly from the warehouse. I'm going out for a while. Xia Wenshi nodded, sliding the tablet and opening the 3D map. Seeing the strange shapes inside, he was shocked and raised his eyes to look at Su Xuan, a puzzled look in his eyes. Just process it according to this. Don't ask about the rest. And be sure to pay attention to the material dimensions. It must all be the kind of alloy I require, as well as the machining process. No cutting corners. Su Xuan waved his hand, intending to leave. Where is the gentleman going? There's been a small incident over in the East Realm, and I'm going to go over there to check it out. After saying that, Su Xuan no longer concealed his aura and leapt up, charging straight into the sky with a majestic aura that caused all the people in the entire Hengduan mountain to tilt their heads and look at the sky. The boss is truly immortal. Endless envious looks flashed in everyone's eyes, and such thoughts rose in their minds. Eastern Realm, Lianqing Harbor, Jindong Army Command Post. Ever since the Sea Race had launched an attack on the entire Eastern Realm, the Jindong Legion had been losing ground, and after paying the price of tens of thousands of men, they had only managed to withstand the first wave of the Sea Race's ferocious beasts offensive, and had mimicked the Jinbei Legion in the area of Liancheng, Ningqing, and Xiaocheng, constructing fortifications in an attempt to keep the Sea Race's army out, using the pressure of nuclear weapons to hold back their attack. General, at the moment, the entire Eastern Realm, within the boundaries of the fortifications we've built, has been fully combed of all its inhabitants. General, with hundreds of our fighters deployed and dozens of missiles deterring them, the current Sea Nation army has failed to continue their attack, and our army has managed to hold off their westward march, blocking all routes. General, my Jindong Legion has already stopped the Sea Nation's army at the eastern border, and I would like to ask the general to be able to send a mail to the imperial capital, and ask for merit and promotion for our brothers. Command Post. The Jindong army's high-ranking officers cannot hide the face of joy and pride. Have to the Jindong General Wei Minghuan credit, and the words vaguely revealed that the Sea Race Army by the Jindong Army snipers are not allowed to enter the territory of the meaning of China. But is that actually the case? Wei Minghuang's heart was already cursing. Within just a few months, with the Sea Tribe Army against the size of more than 30 games, basically no one can win. Each time is to pay a large number of lives, as well as a variety of nuclear weapons, only to be able to stop the Sea Tribe ferocious beasts, and even did not do to beheading. Every time he associated the Jinbei Legion, the total annihilation of the ferocious beasts, as well as the heroic deeds and great achievements of 50,000 half-demon cavalrymen, Wei Minghuang's heart was even more unappealing. The 8 legions had always secretly competed against each other. It was already an old tradition, and no one was willing to be worse than the others. It is such a situation. Jindong Army Corps, actually there are still a small number of senior officers, distorting the facts, reporting the good news instead of the bad news, and even to take the credit for themselves. To be honest, Wei Minghuang was a little disappointed. The good thing is that not all officers are like this. There are still many righteous and realistic officers. Guys, isn't that a little overly optimistic? Wei Minghuang's face is a bit ugly, but he does not dare to overly dismiss the face of these officers. After all, these people are all related. He may not be able to afford to offend. Though, he was already a general of one of the 8 legions of China. Not good. They're starting to move. The chief of staff, who was staring closely at the screen, suddenly lost his voice and exclaimed. The crowd had thrown their eyes onto the screen, only to see that those ferocious beasts of the sea race had begun to advance westward, less than 3 kilometers away from the Jindong Army's fortifications. Wei Minghuang's face became even more ugly. Sweeping a glance at the silent officers in the command room with their heads bowed, he couldn't help but fire up his heart and coldly said, "Gentlemen, do you have a plan to retreat from the enemy?" The group of officers pressed their heads even lower. In the face of this amazingly defended sea-fierce beasts, even nuclear weapons couldn't do much damage to them, so they had no countermeasures for the sea-fierce beasts that were about to attack. They could only be silent. The entire command room was silent, and the atmosphere was strangely silent. Before the enemy, the ministries looked so dead. Wei Minghuang's heart cannot help but rise a lot of helplessness and disappointment. The Jindong Legion was originally cobbled together, and some of the top officers in the middle of this are through certain relationships to take up their posts, and they cannot offend these big families yet. This resulted in the entire legion not being able to unite as one to face the enemy, and thus the fighting strength was far inferior to the Jinbei Legion, which was, after all, the majestic division that He Jintian had built up with his own hands. After more than 10 whole seconds, Wei Minghuang saw that the crowd did not have any reaction, so his expression became colder, took a deep breath, and slowly shook his head inside. Just as well, since none of you have any countermeasures, let's follow my plan. I have asked Su Xuan to come and assist. When the time comes, you all must follow his arrangements in everything. If there is any violation of the law, it will be considered as disobeying the military order, and will be dealt with by the Chinese military law. Hiss. The crowd of officers looked up at the general. General, it's really incomprehensible. Although the Su Xuan assists the Jinbei Legion in killing ferocious beasts and repelling the Northern Realm half-demons, and has a certain amount of strength, but the last general believes that he is not capable of killing the ferocious beasts of the sea race. After all, the strength of these sea races is not something the half-demons can be compared to. That's right, General. This Su Xuan clearly belongs to the Jinbei faction, and I heard that his lair is planted in the Hangduan mountain, so it may not be a good thing to hastily invite to join our side. General, please think twice. Even though Su Xuan is personally strong, and there's no excuse for us to invite him over to help, but he must promise to follow our dispatches before he can do so. Wei Minghuang looked at these officers who were obstructing in droves, and deep disappointment and sadness welled up within him. In the face of a major enemy and at a time of national survival, this group of executives, surprisingly, still maintains the views of factions and portals, and also covets the power in their hands and is unanimously xenophobic. Thinking of this, he stretched out his right hand, waved it in the void, and solemnly said, "This is the order of the Jindong Legion. You only need to unconditionally obey to comply. The vocation of a soldier is to obey. I don't want you to have any more opposition, otherwise I will deal with it as disobeying a military order. Is that clear?" The solemn tone instantly spread throughout the conference room. This group of officers, which realized that the general moved real, so they have saluted, indicating that they unconditionally obey the arrangements. In the Eastern Realm, at the junction of Lianqing and Ningcheng, the sky and sea were lined with huge waves that rolled up 1,000 piles of snow. The calm surface of the sea was broken in a flash. A behemoth, leaping out of the water. Thousands of ferocious beasts of the sea race, forming a team, attacking towards the harbor from front to back. Buzz off. In the air, hundreds of fighter jets circled. This is Jinton Legion Special Air Force Squad 128. Enemy attack. Requesting an attack. Agree to attack. Upon receiving orders from their superiors, the 100 fighters, under the command of the squad leader, began to crossfire and glide continuously. Da-da-da-da-da. The machine gun muzzles of the fighters spewed tongues of fire at high speeds, and the ammunition tilted down like a sudden wind and rain, splashing huge waves of fire on the sea level. Ow! A giant octopus that was more than 10 meters long, with a dozen arms waving, holding a ghostly light and biting harpoon. Through it, instantly piercing through the warplane, and it exploded with a rumble, and the smoke rolled down, crashing directly. Encountered a divine hidden realm ferocious beast, requesting support from headquarters. Chapter 66, 10,000 people battle. The sword art of frozen miles. At the same time, the naval forces of the Jindong army were also besieging from all sides. Huge warships, like monsters, chopping through the waves, the sides of the warships rolling up 1,000 waves. Vast rumble. The battleship cannon tore through the void, carrying a thunderous, destructive aura, and after positioning itself, it accurately smashed into the sea race's ferocious beasts. However, the imagined images of broken arms and limbs and blood and flesh did not appear. At the moment when the shells fell, these giant creatures inside the sea seemed to have gained some kind of mysterious power, and their whole body emitted a dark red light, forming a solid golden barrier around them. The 75mm shells bombarded the dark red light curtain, but only caused a few ripples, and did not cause any substantial damage at all. Damn it! On the deck of the main battleship, the captain, who was wearing a white uniform and had a stout figure, looked at the screen. Thousands of cannonballs falling into the ferocious beasts, all of which were ineffective, and couldn't help but squeeze his fists, cursing angrily, and was unable to move inwardly as if he was being pressed down by thousands of pounds of boulders. Who can eliminate these horrible beasts? Is my Huaxia really going to experience extinction? Keep attacking. Switch to 110mm large caliber grenades straight away. Concentrate all the firepower and smash them all in the same place. I don't believe I won't be able to break through their hoods. Under the captain's order, a dozen gunners, one after another, began to get busy, measuring the distance while replacing the large caliber grenades, and a few minutes later, hundreds of large caliber grenades were thrown out, cutting through the void, penetrating the sea of clouds, and then landing accurately on the light curtain. Thud! A heaven-shaking wave of air and astral energy swept away, and the dark red light curtain finally began to show signs of dimming, which allowed the Zhendong Army's navy to get a little bit of encouragement, but the inner gravity deepened more and more. The large caliber grenades, which were enough to crack mountains and rocks, only slightly dimmed the hoods, and did not cause any substantial damage. Keep firing. The captain's angry voice was filled with madness, and his handsome face was as cold as water. Rumble. The ship seemed to be in a frenzy, firing grenades one after another, with a few 300mm caliber missiles in between. However, as this dark red curtain of light became dim, suddenly a huge object leapt high from the sea, splashing up 10,000 waves. After the giant wave dispersed, it revealed its true form. It was a fish beast man monster that stood a full 10 meters tall, holding a giant spear over 5 meters in its right hand, with sharp, jagged teeth emerging from its bloody mouth, and huge eyes on its forehead that shone with a dazzling red light. The fishman waved his spear, reciting incantations under his breath, and a terrifying dark red light emanated from his body, and in an instant, it was like a wildfire, covering thousands of ferocious beasts and making the already dull red cover bright and radiant once again. The warplanes in the air and the warships at sea were all horrified at the sight of this scene. How do you fight this constant flow of energy? Roar! The fishman seemed to be the leader of the ferocious beasts in this area. Tilting his head and roaring, the spear in his hand operated as if it were flying, bringing up bursts of static shadows. His feet stepped on the huge waves, and he was the first to launch an attack. And behind him, the various ferocious beasts of the sea race jumped out of the sea and stepped on the waves, heading straight for the battleships in all directions. Crap! It's on to us! The captain of the nearest 20-meter battleship, screaming out in terror, looked at the spear-wielding fishman on the screen, who was riding the waves at breakneck speed, and his liver and guts broke. Turn quickly while the auxiliary warships fire at full power to cover the retreat of the main battleships. At the captain's command, hatches opened on both sides of this warship, and a dozen or so of the tiny warships inside launched themselves into the water and attacked toward the fishers with smacking speed. The ship, known as the Rocket, quickly turned around and prepared to leave. A dozen or so warships were incredibly nimble, weaving back and forth across the sea as if they were on the ground, constantly interfering with the fishers. Roar! The fishman guarded the key position, letting the guns wash over him, and when he was slightly hindered, he saw that the target warship had finished turning around and was ready to leave. and was so angry that he threw his head back and roared, while a bright light rose from his spear. Not good. Retreat. Instinctively feeling that the fishman seemed to be storing up his strength, preparing to release horrifying aptitudes and strokes, those warships were ready to pull away to circumvent, no longer coveting that one shot. However, it was too late. The fishman raised his spear high, let out a cry of rage, and then swept it violently across the room. Immediately, countless waves and astral energy swept in all directions, almost inducing a tsunami. Those warships that came and went freely on the surface of the sea were instantly impacted by this horrifyingly huge wave and leapt high into the air, and were then torn into pieces by the countless astral waves, with their blood and flesh out more than 10 meters high, and screams of misery coming out continuously. The battleships within a 10-mile radius centered around the fishermen were shattered in an instant, and the soldiers on them were reduced to nothing. No! The colonel on the Navy commander's battleship saw the scene. His eyes cracked and he let out a heartbreaking cry. With just one move, hundreds of people were killed in battle and countless battleships were reduced to pieces. The terror of this ferocious beast had far exceeded their knowledge. Since the revival of Aura, many transcendent beings have appeared all over China, and they have become invincible in this age of hot weapons. Retreat! The colonel gave the order to retreat. This level of ferocious beasts was no longer something that their navy could participate in, and continuing on would only add to the casualties. At the same time, the Air Force Major also gave the order to fully cover the Navy's retreat, and at once countless fighter planes swooped in. The clattering machine gun sounds resounded incessantly throughout the sea, and the smoke and artillery fire instantly shrouded the entire sea surface. However, the Major's heart was cold. This sea tribe ferocious beasts seemed to be unable to fly up into the air, but it didn't mean that they didn't have any means against the air, especially the huge octopus monster with exaggerated size in the center. Between the waving of its arms, the javelins rained down, and every time it was thrown, a fighter plane was destroyed, destroying people. Under the cover of the Air Force, the battleship's losses slowly decreased, and the ferocious beasts were hampered from making as big a show as they had before. Although there was a dark red light curtain covering it, it seemed that this thing also had a time limit and couldn't emit light all the time, so these sea ferocious beasts were shielding their key parts to reduce the impact of the giant shells. The fishman raised his one eye, shooting out an intimidating scarlet light, looking at the warplanes that came and went freely in the air, suddenly let out a roar. His huge body leaped up high, the soles of his feet looked like they were equipped with springs, and he directly rose up into the sky, and the spear in his hand jabbed upwards, directly poking a warplane that could not evade in time to smash to smithereens. At the same time, he threw with force and bastardized a few more fighters not far away, and under the thick smoke, the fighters exploded in the air and crashed into the sea. As the fishman's strength ran out, its body landed quickly, and suddenly 1,000 giant waves swept over the sea, directly supporting its body and allowing it to use its strength to leap up again, destroying several more fighters. Pull back and prepare to retreat. Watching the battleships on the surface of the sea had gradually moved away, the Major immediately shouted loudly, intending to retreat quickly, away from this group of monsters, and wait for the headquarters to support and the large force to press in. Then fight. The fighters took to the air and pulled away, sparing a dozen more fighters to be destroyed before they slowly broke away. But then again, it doesn't seem to be completely detached. The Major looked down, and sure enough, he saw another dense mass of ferocious beasts pouring out of the sea level in the distance, dividing the battleships and instantly delivering a swift attack. No good. Roar. Densely dotted beasts climbed out of the sea towards the warship to launch a frantic attack. They retained the most primitive characteristics, directly rushed to the top of the battleship, began to tear up alloy-built battleships in their sharp fangs, just like brittle paper. It's over. The naval colonel, seeing this scene, was as good as dead. Is the Zhendong army's navy not to be planted in the hands of these ferocious beasts? And he himself would become a sin for the ages. Misjudgment. Rash offense. However, my Chinese soldiers can be killed, not defeated. At this moment, a strong fighting spirit sprang up, and the naval colonel once again took command of the battleships, counterattacking the ferocious beasts regardless of the cost. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, screams penetrated through the smoke, and the ocean was dyed with scarlet blood, like a sea of Shura blood. No! And in the command room, looking at the tragic scene in the screen, a group of officers' eyes were red, clenching their fists tightly, their nails piercing into their palms. Wei Mingwan's face was filled with iron, and endless despair welled up in his heart. If all the enemies are so powerful, how can Huaxiao win? How do we defend our homes? Right at this moment, suddenly a brilliant sword descended from the sky, more than 30 meters, and sliced directly into the head of that unbeatable fishman. Boom! In the loud sound, in the eyes of the fishman's dismayed and confused eyes, The sword directly twisted its huge head into meat slag, flying in the air, emitting pungent blood and stench, and its headless body collapsed on the surface of the sea in a thumping sound. Russian. A silhouette was like a meteor catching the moon, whistling past. The white clothes were snowy, holding a cold and sharp divine sword, with a blue longbow hanging behind his back, just like a heavenly god descending into the world, and subduing these tens of thousands of ferocious beasts at every turn. It's Su Xuan. Wei Minghuang's heart rose to his throat, then slowly swallowed to his stomach. The great surprise instantly washed away the despair in his heart. His heartbeat accelerated, and he spat out the words, Su Xuan is here. Steady. The crowd of officers, seeing Su Xuan decapitate this terrifying fishman with a single sword, were also horrified and didn't react for a moment. Even the few relations who had previously spoken out in mockery, believing that Su Xuan's ability was not enough to decapitate the ferocious beast, were silent at the moment. Although they were unwilling to admit Su Xuan's divine power, they had no choice but to be unconvinced. Su Xuan killed the fishman with a sword, and suddenly a prompt came from his mind. After killing a peak divine hidden realm ferocious beast, his sword intent has been enhanced and he has comprehended the third realm heavy sword intent. The sword has no edge, no skill. Su Xuan froze, and a chivalrous man holding a huge bladeless sword in one hand, invincible, suddenly appeared in his mind, instantly coming to a clear understanding. A sword, which does not necessarily need a sharp edge, pierces the firmament. At that moment, he nodded his head once, indifferently looking at the life and death battle on the surface of the sea, and suddenly his body swooped down, gripping the hilt of the sword with both hands, and ruthlessly thrusting the ice-vibrant cloud misty sword into the waves. Ice on the miles. Su Xuan unleashed the strongest move of the Ice Seal 10 breaks. In a flash, with Su Xuan as the center, a bitter cold air spread out, freezing the entire sea surface directly, and spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye, almost condensing the entire sea surface. Those terrifying ferocious beasts that were invulnerable to swords and spears were turned into ice sculptures in this instant, unable to move. The battleships, on the other hand, were intact and unaffected, and the people on board were appalled at Su Xuan's millimeter-accurate precision. Su Xuan looked at the naval forces that were still in a state of confusion and could not help but frown with a displeased expression. What are you waiting for? Hurry up! Those navies woke up like a dream, piloted their battleships, and retreated straight away, even on the ice. About 10 minutes later, after confirming that there were no signs of any humans on the sea surface, Su Xuan swept a glance at those frozen sea race ferocious beasts and said with a calm expression, anyone who offends my huaxiao will be executed. Break! As his aura operated, the Ice Seal 10 breaks completely erupted. Ka-chow! The ice ruptured, and those frozen ferocious beasts, in an instant, turned into dots of ice crystals and dissipated into the air. All of them wiped out. At the same time, a large amount of spiritual chi surged into Su Xuan's body, causing his originally somewhat tired body to instantly be swept away. Su Xuan was startled. These sea race ferocious beasts, after death, seemed to be able to provide themselves with aura, thus achieving the effect of instantly recovering to their full state under the influence of the unending life. The ice shattered and the seawater returned to its usual flowing state, except that those ferocious beasts were already corpses and bones. Su Xuan flew away directly after taking a look. In a moment, you must treat Su Xuan with the highest courtesy. Whatever he says, you will listen and do. If you disobey his orders, it will be the same as disobeying a military order. Wei Minghuang swept a glance at the officers, his voice quiet into the water, through a few points of severity and not angry and authoritative. Chapter 67 Bodhi Tree Evolution, impacting the second level of the Heavenly Yuan Realm. Mr. Su, inside please. When Su Xuan flew all the way to the outside of the command room, the senior officers of the Jindong Legion collectively went out to greet him, standing in a row with enthusiastic smiles on their faces, and General Wei Minghuang even walked quickly to the front and gave a standard military salute towards Su Xuan. Su Xuan nodded his head. His expression was calm. He had just killed thousands of ferocious beasts, and at this moment, his chi was in full bloom. His white clothes were as white as snow, immaculate, and did not have a single trace of blood on them. Mr. Su's swordsmanship is divine, killing tens of thousands of ferocious beasts with a single sword, freezing 10,000 miles with a single breath, saving the Jindong Legion and reversing the situation in the Eastern Realm. He's a great hero to more than 1 billion people in my China. A lieutenant general's face was overflowing with admiration and enthusiasm. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Su Xuan. The excitement within his heart knew no bounds as his heart pounded. The other officers, likewise, looked at Su Xuan as if they had seen their military god, and even opened their mouths, unable to say anything. The shock that Su Xuan had brought to them was simply too great to be digested yet. Everyone is overstating it. The battle situation in the Eastern Realm still hasn't been reversed. The sea race fierce beasts I killed just now aren't their main army yet. Su Xuan waved his hand, his expression calm. King San Lan had told him that there were 3 other thrones of the Sea Nation, all of them solid Tian Yuan realm powerhouses, and with the power of the Naga of the Cursed Temple added to them, they were able to exert even greater combat power that was far beyond the ability of this fishman to match. At best, he was a vanguard fishman, and beheading him did not bring Su Xuan any satisfaction. The people looked at each other. Their eyes could not hide their horror. That fishman was comparable to a heavenly god, but Su Xuan said that it was not the main force. Could it be that the sea tribe still had even more terrifying and powerful existences? Instantly, the crowd felt their scalps tingling and their hearts beating violently. These ferocious beasts of the sea race were like dark clouds pressing down on the city, sprinkling haze in the hearts of the crowd that lingered, and the overall fate of Huaxia was held in the balance by this group of terrifyingly ferocious beasts. Wei Minghuang coughed twice in embarrassment, then looked at Su Xuan. Mr. Su, from now on, we, the Jindong Legion, will fully cooperate with you and follow your orders. How you say to fight? Old Wei will make the arrangements. The other officers also nodded their heads. It was obvious that Su Xuan's personal greatness was already far stronger than the combined fighting strength of the entire Jinbei Legion. Su Xuan slightly stunned, but did not think that the Jindong Legion would be so generous to give away their authority. But honestly, there is no difference whether these armies have it or not. And at that moment, he waved his hand. That's not necessary. I'll leave the frontal battlefield to me, and leave the aftermath to you guys. Wei Minghuang immediately blushed, feeling very embarrassed, but did not get angry. After all, what Su Xuan had said was the normal situation. The current Jindong Legion was indeed not qualified to intervene in Su Xuan's battle with the sea race powerhouse, but there was still no problem in cleaning up some of the mess, so he nodded his head in agreement. Mr. Su, if you have any needs, please feel free to ask. Su Xuan suddenly spoke. Can you find a secret room? I need a little closure. If I'm right, for a while, the sea race army won't be able to launch a large-scale attack. Previously, San Lan King and himself said that these 3 thrones of the Sea Nation, although they had seized the power, had not yet stood firm on their foundations, and San Lan King had promised to impede from it, not allowing the Great War to fully erupt. Therefore, Su Xuan was pretty sure that at least within a few days, the sea race would not make any large-scale movements. After all, that battle just now had already cost them tens of thousands of troops and a peak divine hidden vanguard. When Wei Minghuang heard this, he was shocked. Only after the fight, he had to close the door? After pondering for a moment, he said, there is one place. Mr. Su, I will have someone take you there later. Do you need to stay here for a casual dinner? No need. Half an hour later, Su Xuan was led by a soldier to a very remote underground chamber, which was off the beaten path, and was a venue specially established by Wei Minghuang to train those cultivators in the military. Inside, the spiritual qi was more abundant than outside, but it was far worse than Hengwan Mountain. Su Xuan didn't care, and entered the secret room and began to meditate. After killing so many ferocious beasts, the aura absorbed in his body was already 10 times more than what he had previously experienced in Hengwan Mountain. Ever since cultivating the pulse-cleansing scroll scripture to the extreme, and then developing all the organs inside his body, Su Xuan's sinew strength, and the capacity of his spiritual qi, was 100 times more than that of a cultivator of the same realm. In other words, the amount of 100 heavenly Yuan realm cultivators' aura storage was only just equal to Su Xuan's. This was also the influence brought about by being born with a divine body. Su Xuan began to think and feel while digesting the aura. In his last life, he had spent a full 15 years to reach the divine hidden realm, and had not experienced the scenery above the heavenly Yuan realm at all. Thus there was no shortcut path, and he relied on his own slow perception. Remembering that in the last life, those powerful people of the human race, who had been around for 15 whole years, had only managed to reach the Tian Yuan realm, and except for those hidden bigwigs, who had existed when the aura had dried up, no one knew exactly how long they had been alive. For example, Taoist Master Xian Yuan, in his last life, he had made very few strikes, and one of them was a battle with the true king of the ancient clan with his Tao sect's divine ability. The sun and the moon were struck, and the sky was broken, and in this life, it hadn't been 6 months until now, and he had already reached the heavenly Yuan realm, and had even comprehended the 3 realms of sword intent, as well as the 2 realms of Zen intent. The difference can no longer be described as a world of difference. Some information surfaced in his mind, and Su Xuan immediately began to take stock. Realm, first level of Tian Yuan realm. Technique, Ice Seal 10 breaks. Innate body forging technique, cleansing veins and rolling scriptures. Talent, 10,000 times more enlightened. Born with a divine body. Ownership, Bodhi tree, unknown grade. Heavenly Punishment Thunder God Bao, Ice Spirit Cloud Misty Sword, Red Lotus Robber Armor. Sword Intent, Triple Realm Heavy Sword Level. Zen, Triple Realm Kotobuki Level. Skills, Born Alive LV3, Indomitable LV3, Sensitive Touch LV3, Eagle Eye LV3. Mental Power, 1000, First Level of Tian Yuan Realm. The extra spiritual power instantly aroused Su Xuan's interest. The Heavenly Yuan Realm, in the final analysis, is the primary existence of strengthening the spiritual power, opening up the divine sense, sensing the power of heaven and earth, and comprehending the Tao. And this realm, according to those powerful people in the last life, spiritual power seemed to be one of the standards to measure. However, the most important thing is the realization of the Tao. I remember in my previous life, there were people who were extremely strong, relying on a large amount of resources, and finally impacted the Tian Yuan realm, becoming the strongest person in China. But very few people were able to comprehend the Tao of the early stage, such as the sword, fist, Zen, and so on. It was unheard of. In this life, one sword intent and Zen intent had already reached the triple realm, and it was clear that they were already much stronger than the overwhelmingly powerful people of the previous life. As for this life, now in addition to himself, as well as those hidden from the world of the old undead, the highest can even reach the peak of the pulse-shaping realm. The body's strange meridians and veins have not yet opened, and even more so most of the cultivators, is still in the physical mortal body forging stage. Thinking of this, the feeling of loneliness like snow suddenly rose within Su Xuan's heart. The entire China, who could still fight with himself now? Just as he began to take inventory, he suddenly realized that the Bodhi tree in his mind had sensed something, and had actually begun to thrive at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the original height of more than 10 meters, it grew directly to 50 meters. It was already branching out, and at this moment, it directly branched out tenfold, while the roots ruthlessly penetrated deeper, frantically absorbing the abundant spiritual qi within Su Xuan's body, sucking away a third of it in a matter of moments. Su Xuan froze and cursed Tao Tai, but did not stop. From the time he had planted the Bodhi seed until now, this Bodhi tree had brought him so much power and benefits. The heaven-defying 10,000 times enlightenment allowed him to comprehend God-level and even immortal-level techniques at the lowly realm. And the raw energy and light it emitted was able to block the high temperatures of the red inferno sea in the center of the earth. The 100-spirit bird perched above was able to mend the gaps in his body, and combined with the special physique of the born god body, it allowed Su Xuan's body to get closer and closer to an immaculate body. As the linden tree wailed, its shape changed slightly, and after the flowers bloomed, it actually began to bear a tiny fruit, oval, green with a hint of crimson, the size of a thumb, like a date. Only, this time, the Bodhi tree only bore 3 small fruits, and they appeared to be very young. At this, Su Xuan was somewhat surprised. It was rumored that the Bodhi tree blossomed for 7 years and bore fruit for 15 years, so it seemed that the Bodhi tree in one's mind had gone through many years, and had accelerated its process a lot under the catalyst of Reiki. At the same time, Su Xuan felt that his spiritual power seemed to be affected as well, and surprisingly, it slowly began to rise. It is? Su Xuan was startled, feeling that the barrier of the first level of the heavenly Yuan realm was beginning to loosen, if anything, as if it was about to break through at any moment. At that moment, he threw away all distractions, sat down on his knees, and began to exhale with the unique breathing method, the aura running a small circumference, from the Dantian Qi Si, to the limbs and bones, flowing through every tendon and vein, and constantly impacting the layer of barriers that was about to shatter. Tian Yuan realm. This was a very special realm, and it was also the realm that formally divided the watershed between cultivators and cultivators. Below the Tian Yuan realm, they were just martial artists refining their bodies and practicing qi, and had not stepped into the realm of cultivation, and were still just pure martial artists and qi refiners. Above the Tian Yuan realm, the sea of consciousness breaks open, feeling the existence of the Tao, has stepped into the realm of cultivation, becoming a real cultivator. In addition to an increase in lifespan of 1,000 years, it truly realizes imperial flight. After 1,000 impacts, as a crisp ringing sound came out, the barrier of the first level of the heavenly Yuan realm was loosened with a bang, and Su Xuan felt the majestic spiritual power rise crazily, directly from 1,000 to 300, and his realm also came to the second level of the heavenly Yuan realm. Su Xuan opened his eyes, feeling unprecedentedly refreshed and soothed, and after the increase in spiritual power, his ability to resist those magical attacks was greatly enhanced. Now that I'm at the second level of the heavenly Yuan realm, I should have the strength to go after those kings of the sea race, right? Thinking of this, Su Xuan slowly walked out of the secret room, and then looked at the time, and found that a full 5 days had passed, and could not help but be shocked. his closure felt like it was only less than 2 hours. How could 5 days have passed? At this instant, Su Xuan suddenly felt that he was a bit out of place in this world, and could not help but think of the story of Wang Qi Rouge, the Sea of the East Pole, the palace of the Sea Clan. In the opulent hall, 4 kings were sitting on 4 thrones clad in battle armor. The Fishman Guard leader has been decapitated. One of the kings with a human face and a fish body, full of silver hair and a scarlet cloak slowly spoke. It was none other than the Riptide King, one of the 3 kings of the sea race. King Kanglin, as far as this king knows, you went out a few days ago? What did you go for? The other king, who looked no different from a human, with a stout body and a cold face, suddenly turned his head and glared at that human-headed, snake-bodied Son Lan King, King of Tides. Do I need to report to you where this king is going? King Son Lan was filled with disdain, his eyes shooting out a refined light as he stared at the Tide King to death. Stop arguing. Let's think about how to get rid of this group of Chinese troops. The last beautiful woman in black armor with a head full of curly hair and a single snake head that spat out letters spoke up to discourage her. None other than the Naga King of the Sea. The 4 kings were gathered to discuss important matters. To be able to decapitate the Fishman Guard leader, his strength is at least at the Tian Yuan realm. It seems that this king needs to make a move to test the waters. The Riptide King had a head full of silver hair that was windless, and his eyes revealed a fervent battle intent. Chapter 68 Riptide King's Appearance. Heavenly Yuan Realm's Unparalleled Battle. The other 3 kings were a bit hard to understand when they heard how cautious the Riptide King was. The Tide King, who looked similar to a human, snorted with scorn on his face. King Riptide, isn't that a bit petty? There's nothing to say that the Fishman Guard leader is not as skilled as he should be, but as far as you personally going out of your way? The Naga King was also slightly surprised and was quite puzzled inside. After all, the king of the sea race had walked out of the palace and engaged the human race in battle. This was already a situation that was not a last resort. That human cultivator who had decapitated the Fishman Guard chief, had his strength already reached this level? As for the Kanglin King with a heart of gold, he was silent. He believed in Su Xuan's strength, and the strength that he had displayed that day had once made him feel very oppressed, not to mention the fact that there was also Xian Yuan's recommendation, and as the son of the appropriated son, it was even more so. In his opinion, if the 3 kings would, in a joint stranglehold, Su Xuan would not have any chance of winning. However, if it was just a reckless person like the Riptide King, Su Xuan should be able to win without a doubt. At that moment, he moved inwardly, so he taunted, King Riptide, I'm afraid that just you alone is not enough. It is said that this person has reached the heavenly Yuan realm and has inherited a high-level sword art. You are no match. The other 3 kings of the sea tribe on their thrones turned their heads in unison to look at him with a puzzled look in their eyes. The tongue on top of the Naga King's head hissed and spat out letters. The scarlet tongue looked very weird and gruesome, and the absolutely beautiful face moved slightly. King Kanglin, how do you judge? The implication is that there is actually a hint of cross-examination. In the past, the sea race was led by King Son Lan as its leader, but unfortunately, he was weak and did not know how to forge ahead, which led to the sea race losing every step of the way, and ultimately unable to participate in the Great War of the 10,000 races. After many years had passed, the aura had dried up and King Son Lan had fallen into a deep slumber. The 3 of them, who had been suppressed, suddenly joined forces and became the leaders of the sea tribe in one fell swoop. In order to avoid not causing civil unrest and upheaval throughout the sea nation, they seized King Son Lan's tribe without bloodshed and forced him to recognize the 3 legitimate identities. Therefore, for Kanglin King, these 3 were always in a state of embankment. And of course, each of the 3 of them also had their own agenda and were wary of each other. In this way, Kanglin King had instead become a support point for the 3 of them to balance their power in jockeying. Humph! Riptide King was provoked, suddenly very displeased. A cold snort, long body up, the body of the big red cloak rotated, such as a ball of flames rose up, biting aura scattered in all directions, invisible pressure stretched out, Tian Yuan realm 3 times the strength of the unreservedly revealed. His face with a few points of arrogance look. If I cannot execute this son, I, the Riptide King, will willingly quit the throne. The other 3 kings looked at each other. It was hard to hide the horror and shock in each other's eyes. The Riptide King had obviously moved to true anger, but yet it was beneficial to all of them. If there were fewer Riptide Kings, then there would only be 2 competitors for the final head of the Sea Clan. The Naga King of the Naga Clan, and the Tide King of the Tide Clan. Riptide King, be careful. This son is not simple. Especially his sword skills are very evil. Vaguely I feel that he seems to have comprehended the lowest of sword intent. The Tide King, as an expert swordsman with extremely high attainments in swordsmanship, was deeply impressed by Su Xian's sword that decapitated the Fishman Guard leader. Not to mention the transcendent scene at the end when he froze the entire sea before detonating it. Don't worry, this king has his own way. For the Tide King's reminder, the Riptide King instinctively took it as a taunt, and his heart became even more furious. And with a flick of his red cloak, he left the palace straight away, with large strides, and by the time he stepped out of the palace, he had more than a trident in his hand out of thin air, and his eyes flared, and with a cry, "The sons and daughters, march with the king!" As the words fell, the entire sea race appeared to be abuzz with a large number of sea race armies, leaping out of the sea, following the Riptide King, treading on the waves, and surging in a vast, overwhelming manner. Jindong Army, the command room. When everyone stared at the screen and saw the situation on the sea, especially at the very front, the human-faced, snake-bodied, battle-armored monsters flying in the air, they all couldn't help but inhale cold air. What's that? In the screen, only to see the airborne fighters have not yet had time to react. We'll see the wipe of the big red cloak of the monster. The void is lightning like shooting. The hands of the trident rumbled, stabbed. Directly next to each other a few fighters skewered, like a sugar gourd, casually thrown. The fighters flew backward, exploded in the air. Under the smoke rolled down on the surface of the sea. Wei Minghuang's face turned white. Where's Su Xuan? The group of officers looked at each other in disbelief. Seems to be in seclusion. Hearing this news, Wei Minghuang sighed and gave the order. Send out all the fighters and do your best to block them. By time for Su Xuan, although he knew that the warplanes were no longer able to stop that terrifying monster, he had no choice but to commit a large number of warplanes and try his best to stop it. As long as Su Xuan came out of the gate, he would definitely be able to kill this sea race fierce beast. Suddenly, all the high-ranking officers of the Jindong Legion had great confidence in Su Xuan. Boom boom boom. Under the leadership of the Riptide King, the Jindong Legion quickly collapsed, out of control, with countless fighters churned up and battleships destroyed. The rumbling explosions on the surface of the sea shook the heavens and earth, and the screams resounded through the clouds. The entire battlefield was like a Shura purgatory. The blood stained the sea, mixed with the sea water emitted a pungent bloody stench, which was disgusting. The wind, whimpering, clouds, drifting, a melody of sadness and despair pervades heaven and earth. However, the Jindong Legion, which was one of the 8 major legions of the Huaxia, showed the brazenness of treating death as a homecoming even though it was no match for the ferocious beast armies of the sea race. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they firmly gripped the weapons in their hands, using all their strength to engage in a fierce battle with the ferocious beasts of the sea race. Negative. Looking down below at his sons and daughters, who were beginning to be struck down, the Riptide King's brow furrowed as he let out a cold snort. Subsequently, between the fluttering of his body, he held the center of the trident with both hands and began to wave it non-stop. All of a sudden, the sea water surged high. 1,000 huge waves swept in. Countless turbulences flew, crashing hard on top of the various equipment of the Jindong army, shattering the 10-centimeter alloy steel plates to pieces. Countless armored vehicles crumbled apart, and the soldiers' bodies were blasted into the air. And this was the Riptide King's famous move, the 10,000 streams dance. Right at this moment, where the canopy was, a brilliant sword aura was lit up, like a flash of light lit up on the starry river in the 9 heavens, spanning across the void, from west to east, carrying an endless killing aura and splitting towards the giant wave. Good sword. An intense look of appreciation rose in the eyes of the Riptide King as he silently watched that sword on directly chop the 1,000 giant waves and 10,000 rapids he had sent out into pieces, and thousands of droplets of water blasted out in all directions and flew through the air. And then, a figure descended from the sky, shooting up, holding a long sword, standing still in the void, staring coldly at the Riptide King. Su Xuan is out of the gate. The Jindong Legion below, which had been beaten back by the sea race's army, was instantly demoralized and cheered in unison, looking at the white-clothed Xingxue in the air, with endless admiration and fervor welling up in their eyes. Su Xian's arrival was tantamount to giving them a dose of tranquilizer, and immediately the decadence was eliminated and replaced with high-spirited cabs, and their attacks became even more ferocious. In contrast, the army of the sea race was deeply stricken, looking at the two confronting figures in the sky. You're the one who decapitated the Fishman Guard leader, aren't you? Looks a bit strong. The Riptide King stood still in the void, his snake tail swinging ceaselessly, showing some appreciation on his face, but he was already a little panicked inside. The awesomeness of that sword just now had surpassed the King of Tides, and the King of Tides, known as the master of using the sword for 1,000 years. Su Xuan ignored him, put the long sword behind his back, took down the heaven punishment thunder god bow, exerted a little force, pulled the long bow as if it were a full moon. Countless white arrows condensed from spiritual chi appeared, and casually loosened his hand. Suddenly, with a thunderous whistling, on the white arrow, plasma surged, thunder snakes jumped, piercing the void, with a heaven-destroying aura. Whistling, the Riptide King's face changed drastically. Why did this youth not speak of martial virtues, suddenly abandoning his sword and replacing it with a longbow? At that moment, he didn't dare to be arrogant. Suppressing the horror and surprise within his heart, he stirred his trident and let out a loud cry. Immediately after that, 10,000 weights of seawater rolled up high, forming a 10-meter-wide wall of water in front of him. Rumble, the arrow carrying lightning, under the thunder god Bao, and even more so under the impetus of Su Xuan's current terrifying strength of the third level of the heavenly Yuan realm, was unrelenting, and directly shattered this 10-meter-wide wall of water, with 10,000 water droplets tumbling down in the air. Blocked, Riptide King Doubt, suddenly feel the crisis of life and death. At the same time, face changed greatly, flew back. At the same time in the hands of the trident fast dance up, eyes in the color of gravity more and more intense. Looking at the white arrow, the remaining momentum has not been reduced. As installed tracking missiles, like a bony gangrene tight pointing to their own chest, the Riptide King swung his trident, using his entire body's strength and even with the special power of the cursed god's temple's enhancement. Before he managed to stop the arrow, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized that the white-clothed youth bent his bow and pulled the arrow again, and another white arrow, whose aura was not weaker than the first arrow, shot towards his chest. Grass. Unable to resist bursting into foul language, the Riptide King had already sprouted the idea of retreating within his heart, and at that moment, he activated all of his aura, turning his whole body's armor into a reddish color, flickering with a brilliant light, and the dark red barrier instantly rose up. Rumble. The arrow directly shattered the dark red barrier that he had gathered, and the Riptide King danced his trident, which managed to crush the arrow, and his back was already covered in cold sweat. Looking at the youth who stood still in the void, an endless horror surged in his eyes. He only shot 2 arrows and I've already used up 30% of my spiritual energy. In this instant, he suddenly figured out what King Songlan said, that he might not be an opponent. It turns out that this mother asterisk is not a provocation. It's possible. I'm really not a match. The eyes of the Riptide King were dribbling around, and he no longer had time to care about the sight of the sea race army below being killed and retreating. He was only thinking about one thing right now, and that was how to retreat in one piece and hurry back to the Sea Clan's palace to tell them the news, and then gather the strength of the 4 kings and come back to have a sound battle with this youth. The 4 kings of the Sea Tribe, who had been famous for many years. This youth was obviously not more than 30 years old, and although it was a bit shameless to do so, there was no better way to do it nowadays. After all, one's life is more important than one's face. Thinking of this, the Riptide King did not hesitate and used his entire body's spiritual power, his body falling rapidly, as if he wanted to drill into the bottom of the sea as soon as possible, so that he could get rid of this damned youth's pursuit. A cold smile floated at the corner of Su Xuan's mouth as his figure flashed below the Riptide King in the blink of an eye, looking at him playfully. Trying to run? Chapter 69, Slaying the Riptide King. Level 10, Unyielding. The Riptide King looked at the ghost-like white-clothed youth below and stared as if he had seen a ghost. How did you get over here? Su Xuan responded to him with an uppercut. King Riptide instinctively tilted his head back and crossed his arms in an attempt to fend it off. With a rumbling sound, the entirety of the Riptide King was smashed high into the air by this punch, and his arm seemed to have been chiseled through by a sharp divine weapon, as severe pain struck him, causing his scalp to go numb, and his serpentine tail to keep on swinging, clearly having encountered something extremely frightening. Using all his strength to stabilize his stance, the Riptide King's scarlet cloak fluttered in the wind. His head full of silver hair fell down, and the dark red light on his armor gradually dimmed. It's too strong. The cursed temple's enchantment couldn't even carry such a terrifying attack. The Riptide King stared at Su Xuan, his eyes fluttering as he suddenly felt some despair within. For cultivators, after every time they unleashed a terrifying stance attack, they would definitely enter a period of exhaustion and fatigue, either for a long or short period of time. After all, the aura couldn't be released like a crazy release that didn't cost any money. However, it is clear that this youth in front of him has already subverted all of this. He can really manage to attack wildly unceasingly, as if he simply couldn't use up his aura. Could it be that he had mastered some kind of special divine ability technique that could constantly restore aura? Before he could think about it, Su Xuan once again flew in, his fists carrying gulping blue astral energy, tearing through the void and whistling. Grass! The Riptide King couldn't help but burst out, his liver and guts cracking as he hurriedly crossed his arms to fend it off. With a rumbling sound, the body of the Riptide King flew out backwards. Despite the protection of the extreme armor, he still felt his arms being smashed. The body that had been nourished for 1,000 years, the body that he was so proud of. In front of this white-clothed young man, It was like brittle paper, broken in a single blow. What kind of legacy has he acquired? Can't it be that it's an ancient divine body? Vom! A stream of crimson sprayed out, spilling into the void. The pomp and circumstance in the eyes of the Torrent King was no longer half replaced with endless horror and fear, and inwardly, he was also guessing at Su Xuan's true identity. Thousands of years ago, the aura hadn't dried up yet, and there were also Taiku god bodies that descended, and they had almost endless auras, and had immortal bodies, and the strength of their flesh was even far beyond that of the dragon race. One must know that back in the day when the heavens and earth first opened up and all the races coexisted, the strength of the dragon race's divine body was the strongest of all the races. But these supremely powerful people were not like this youth in front of them, the Tian Yuan realm, who was able to crush cultivators of the same realm, and was also a king of the sea race. Between surprise and doubt, Su Xian's fist swung once again. The Riptide King's liver and guts cracked while he burst into a rage. It never ends, does it? Manryu armor. With a cry, the Riptide King suddenly dropped his trident, quickly made an ancient and complicated hand seal, and sprayed a stream of blood from his throat. In a split second, the armor on his body rose with a blood-red glow, and a dense mist instantly shrouded his entire body together, constructing a thick layer of barrier, even distorting the light. Unable to peek at his true appearance, Su Xian's fist wind was bitter, and as he entered this red dense mass, he suddenly felt a hint of danger. However, the fist had already been swung, and there was no reason to withdraw it. With a thought, the Red Lotus robber armor suddenly drilled out of his mind and flew to cover the top of his body, emitting a terrifying high temperature that could almost boil heaven and earth, and inch by inch it devoured the red dense mist of the Riptide King, which had disappeared by more than half in a few moments. What? This is immortal level armor? Horror and fear rose in the eyes of the Riptide King. At this instant, he seemed to feel that life and death were just a hair's breadth away. The other party even had immortal level armor, so his own 10,000 streams armor killing move could not possibly have any effect at all. At this moment, deep despair welled up within the unrivaled king of the sea race, the Riptide King who had just been easily slaughtering the Jindong Legion. Today, it's hard to escape. I only hope that the Naga King and the King of Tides could sense it and come out early to kill this person. Otherwise, in the future, the Sea Clan would definitely be annihilated by this person. Rumble. Su Xian's straight fist, wrapped in a shocking aura, went forward, pierced through the Riptide King's Wanlu armor, and opened up a huge gash in his chest. Suddenly, the Riptide King's eyes snapped open, and he ripped at searching Chosen's arm with a fierce expression. Die! Immediately after that, suddenly his body directly exploded. Countless ice cones made from a combination of water droplets, carrying a destructive aura, shooting directly towards Su Xian at close range, paving the way. Su Xian's expression was indifferent as he allowed the countless ice cones to crackle above the Red Lotus robber's prison before they were all devoured. Ding 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 ding. It lasted for more than 20 seconds. Tens of thousands of ice picks, bombarding non-stop. The Riptide King's body had already turned into flesh and foam, floating in the air and spilling onto the surface of the sea. Su Xian glanced down at the Red Lotus robbing prison on his body. Even though it was immortal-grade armor, under the full force of a heavenly Yuan realm triple cultivator's self-detonation, there was still some damage, and even Su Xian felt that the 5 viscera and 6 bowels in his body had a slight discomfort. If it wasn't for my divine body being enhanced and having strengthened my body's organs to a terrifying level, I'm afraid that I would have already been injured by this time. However, a moment later, the Born to Last was unleashed, and in conjunction with the Bodhi tree's unique healing characteristics, his internal organs were repaired in an instant. Su Xian reached out and hooked his hand, and the slowly descending trident was directly sucked through the air and returned to his hand. Carefully scrutinized 1 or 2, found that this trident 3 sides open edge, sharp and incomparable, flashing a biting cold. The handle is engraved with runes, the pattern of their own cannot understand. It looks like some ferocious beasts, very hideous. Slightly waved. Then feel this force is not bad. Su Xian nodded. Can judge this trident grade is not low, at least is a demigod level, so directly placed in the storage bag, saved for future use. Then looked down at the battle below. With the Riptide King slain, the situation was instantly reversed, and the sea fierce beast's enchantments seemed to have disappeared as the dark red curtains of light dimmed in succession. The Jindong Legion's morale was high as they launched fierce attacks, most of them with red eyes, itching to tear this group of sea race invaders into pieces. Homeland was invaded. Fellow soldiers were killed. Blood flowed into a river. Smoke filled. Mountains and rivers broken. Jindong Legion's various soldiers. The heart is not indignant. Artillery fire in the sky, ammunition such as rain, have been tilted down toward the sea surface. Ferocious beasts of the head shrouded, Su Xuan took a general glance and wandered into the center of the battlefield. And after taking care of a few divine hidden realm ferocious beasts and realizing that there were no more existences that could threaten the Jindong Legion, he took a long stride and directly left. He felt that after killing the Riptide King, the skills inside his body seemed to have been drastically improved, especially the full force of the Riptide King's self-destruct. There were many critical attacks that were dodged by the unyielding skill. Inside the command room, Wei Minghuang and the others looked at this scene and were appalled. Su Xuan, already near God, is truly a blessing for my Huaxia. After a long time, Wei Minghuang came in a literal way. The other officers were unable to speak for a long time, when one of them, a lieutenant general, suddenly suggested, I heard that the Western Realm and the Southern Realm are likewise facing tremendous pressure. Neighboring countries are joining forces and violating their borders. Ferocious beasts are ravaging the land and slaughtering their compatriots. If Su Xuan goes there, won't the conflicts be resolved instantly? Wei Minghuang glanced at him and took a deep breath. Su Xuan doesn't belong to the 8 legions. He comes and goes freely, almost godlike. How can we interfere? This time, he was able to condescend to come to the Eastern Realm already for the sake of General He Jintian. Otherwise, who could have invited him? The crowd was shocked upon hearing this, becoming more and more curious about Su Xuan's origin and identity, and at the same time, they were also a bit sour. He, the Jinbei Legion, has such a deep friendship with Su Xuan, why can't I? The Jindong Legion? In the final analysis, wasn't it still the chief who treated Su Xuan differently? Thinking of this, the crowd couldn't help but turn their gazes towards Wei Minghuang, clearly carrying a grudge. Wei Minghuang's heart snapped. His back was already cold and sweaty, and he slammed his face and drank. What do you guys mean by this? Is it hard to believe that I treated Su Xuan poorly? He Jintian, is merely seizing the opportunity to gain Su Xuan's favor in advance. It's nothing. I, old Wei, am just as capable of doing it. From now on, everything big or small in Su Xuan, if there is any need for it, it's my Jindong Legion's business. It's that group of sons of ES in the imperial capital who want to try it out. They all have to weigh their weight. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. Wei Minghuang, as the leader of the Jindong Legion, half a lifetime of military service, in the entire Chinese famous generals, also belongs to the top 3 position. His commitment, that is quite weighty. They were then even more curious about Su Xuan, but in combination with his strong performance of beheading the leader of the sea race just now, he was completely worth it. After Su Xuan returned to the secret room, one prompt after another kept ringing in his mind. Unyielding is raised to LV4, and the current probability of dodging a lethal attack is raised to 25%. Unyielding is raised to LV5, and the current probability of dodging lethal attacks is raised to 28%. Unyielding is raised to LV10, and the current probability of dodging lethal attacks is raised to 43%. Su Xuan was ecstatic. A 43% probability of evasion was already quite terrifying. Now he was fearless even if he was up against a Heavenly Yuan Realm 9th level expert. Level 10, Unyielding, this was a near semi-invincible state, with almost half the possibility of automatically evading fatal attacks. However, Su Xuan, who had always been cautious, didn't like this kind of probabilistic skill. Either that or it's foolproof unless it can be dodged 100% of the time. Then, one is completely invincible, and no lethal attack can harm one. Directing the large amount of spiritual chi that had accumulated within his body began to slowly and ceaselessly impact the barriers, strengthening his physical body in sea of consciousness. Su Xuan felt that his spiritual power had been drastically improved again. Next, it should be time to go to the other few of the Sea Clan and try them out. Su Xuan opened his eyes, his pupils blazing white, and the aura on his body became even more intense. The Sea People's Palace. When the 3 kings received the news that the Riptide King had been decapitated and his entire army had been wiped out, they hurriedly convened together urgently to discuss a plan. This son must not be retained. The 3 of us will immediately make a strong attack. Never mind those old undead things again. Slaughter him first, otherwise we will have trouble sleeping and eating. The Tide King stood up long and tall, his body draped with a terrifying sword aura, his killing aura boiling over. Kanglan King sat on the throne, silent, inwardly feeling the same horror. This Torrent King at least is also the strength of the Tianyuan realm. 1,000 years ago was the Ascension realm. Only now it is not fully recovered. I didn't expect to be defeated like that. Without a word. I agree. Tomorrow I'll sacrifice the Naga clan's holy weapon and join forces with the 2 of you to kill this son. The Naga king couldn't sit still, either, and grew up and, King Kanglan, what does it say? King Songlan saw the 2 turn their heads to look at him and hastened to state his position. I agree. Good. Early tomorrow morning, we'll go out together and make a direct and strong strike to kill this bureaucrat. Chapter 70, Breaking into the Sea Nation's Palace at Night, Killing Again. That night, Su Xuan refused Wei Mingwang's banquet invitation and returned to the cultivation room to continue cultivating. After reaching the heavenly Yuan realm, forging the body or shaping the veins could not play much of a role, and the degree of body development had already reached a rare and strong point. Continuing to spend effort in this area would be half the effort, and it would not be worth the loss. It's like a bottle that's about to be filled with water. If you continue to fill it at this moment, not much can be absorbed and it will result in more waste. If you want to increase the water capacity, then you need to expand the bottle. Either remodel on top of the original bottle or simply get a bigger bottle altogether. And cultivation and this same reasoning. The body transformation to a certain degree. It is difficult to get rid of the body. Unless the breakthrough Tian Yuan realm, to reach the golden body realm, then the body will almost become an immaculate body. There is no longer any flaws. Therefore, in this realm, the main thing to do is to acquire the dimension of Tao through enlightenment, and constantly make up for the divine sense to enhance the realm. Su Xuan closed his eyes, his long hair fluttering, his white clothes like snow, and he couldn't help but recall the scene of the battle with the Riptide King in his mind. The Riptide King was able to mobilize the ocean waves for his own use, and exploded with powerful AoE power, and even the effects were constantly superimposed, which was a relatively unique divine ability. And the Riptide King also gained the recognition of the entire sea tribe in one fell swoop by virtue of this handful of spells that were constantly superimposed. Subsequently, the Bodhi tree in his mind emitted a green glow and began to automatically simulate and rehearse the Riptide King's moves. Every move, every style, was very similar, as if he had placed himself in the midst of 10,000 heavy waves, and began to evolve with the power of the sea. 10 minutes later, Su Xuan opened his eyes and was clear. The divine ability of the Torrent King had been fully comprehended. Stretching out his right hand, with his palm upwards, there were beads of water floating. Su Xuan gently flicked it. Suddenly, the water droplets shot off like lightning, directly piercing through the secret room made of alloy and special materials, so powerful that even Su Xuan was surprised. A confident luster rose in his eyes as Su Xuan stood up long and slowly walked out of the secret room. A white coat, indescribably dashing and wanton. Su Xuan raised his eyes and looked at the sky, his knees slightly bent, and leapt straight into the sky, shooting towards the distance, bringing up a layer of white air waves behind him, like a long rainbow passing through the sky, bright and dazzling. Beneath the night sky, Su Xuan's figure was like electricity, and he frowned as he realized through the clouds that the dark clouds were pressing down, getting closer and closer to the ground. Since last month, he had realized that the dark clouds were getting lower and lower, containing various auras that he could not penetrate, and even carrying some heaven-destroying implications. In his last life, after the recovery of the aura, the heaven and earth had changed greatly, but there didn't seem to be this strange phenomenon in front of him. As Su Xuan passed through the clouds and felt the inexplicable pressure enveloping his surroundings, his inner worry grew stronger and stronger. After the aura recovery descended in this life, the sea race, the demon race, the ancient race, etc., all seem to advance quite a bit, and it is only less than half a year, has already descended to the Tianyuan realm of the strongest, in exchange for the last life, that the whole of Huaxia do not have to survive. In half a year's time, it was simply impossible for a heavenly Yuan realm powerhouse to be sitting there. Right now, besides himself, there were no longer any heavenly Yuan realm cultivators, not even a few at the divine hidden realm. In this instant, Su Xuan felt that he was in a deep vortex that he could not get out of. Just as well, soldiers come to fight, and any race that dares to invade Huaxia will want to step over my corpse. Su Xuan stood still in the void, leaning down to gaze at the sea below. There was a cold wind blowing, wrapping around the waves and bringing a stern chill. Pulling out the water-avoiding bead and resting it in his palm, Su Xuan's head and feet fell sharply, and with a rumbling sound a head plunged violently into the water. And then, in accordance with the coordinates provided by Song Lan Wang, he began to move forward in the direction of the Sea Nation's palace. With the water-avoiding pearl, Su Xuan walked as if he were walking in the sea, breathing and moving without any inconvenience. In the sea, schools of sea fish swim around. Below the red coral, there are many reefs and water plants. Apparently still the original ecological model. The bottom was soft, fine sand with layers of pebbles, and a few sea snakes poked their heads out of the pitted holes, hissing and spitting. Dull lobsters, prostrate at the mouth of their holes, with a pair of pincers majestically across the front of their heads, seemed to be waiting for their prey to take the bait. Less than 3,000 meters away from the location of the palace, the scenery of the seabed changed drastically. The pristine seabed completely disappeared, and in its place was a low-rise house, with giant shells crafted into doors and windows, and turtle shells were made into roofs, which appeared to be very sturdy. and by the time we reach these waters, the faint sea creatures are almost never seen again. Between Su Xuan's figure weaving in and out, there were suddenly a few knife and fork-wielding night stalkers blocking the front. They were ugly in appearance and shape. Their black bodies dripped with dark green thick water, emitting a sickening stench, and on their large heads, their 5 senses were extremely peculiar, with their mouths growing on their foreheads that were covered with green hairs, and their ears were underneath their noses, which was very abrupt. Stop! This is a forbidden place for the Sea Clan. Retreat quickly! A few night stalkers shook the brightly shining knives and forks in their hands and roared up towards Su Xuan. Without the slightest pause, Su Xuan's figure flexed his right hand and flicked his finger. A strong wind penetrated and instantly blasted the bodies of these 5 or 6 sea race night forks into pieces, and a cloud of green blood mist exploded in the seawater. Reaching out with a shake of his hand, on both sides of Su Xuan's body, 2 barriers condensed from seawater suddenly appeared, separating this mass of blood mist as he continued on his way. Between a few instantaneous, has pulled away from the distance, the more forward to go close to the palace. Those houses are taller and taller, to less than 1,000 meters away when the houses have heated up to more than 20 meters. From within, 2 giant fishmen with curved swords emerged, their foreheads topped with huge eyes, their sharp, razor-sharp teeth peeking out from their bloody mouths, letting out hair-numbing hisses before their bodies, like electricity, slashed directly at them. Su Xuan's eyes were aghast. These 2 fishmen were strong and had already reached the peak of the divine hidden, and when their figures sprinted, they brought up bursts of residual shadows, stirring up the entire seabed. The snow-white scimitar was filled with an unrivaled sharpness and murderous aura. The moment the fishman launched himself, his body instantly crossed a distance of 100 meters. Su Xuan's mind moved and his right hand was held in a false grip. Immediately countless waves swept in from all directions and gathered in Su Xuan's palm, and the entire seabed even began to vibrate intensely. At the same time, the 2 fishmen with lightning-like techniques also arrived beside Su Xuan and unleashed their exclusive divine ability, Shadow Dash. The blade above the scimitar almost touched Su Xuan's skin. Surprisingly, it vaguely carried the slightest hint of fiery pain, and Su Xuan felt that the aura in his body was actually started to be devoured by these 2 fishmen and kept on flowing away. What kind of power is this? If he had not already broken through to the Tianyuan realm, I am afraid that he might still be planted in these 2 hands. Su Xuan allowed his aura to be absorbed, then waved his right hand. Boom! Countless waves of water that had been folded and compressed were all unreservedly released in an instant, and an enormous might that was far beyond the Tianyuan realm instantly enveloped all of these 2 fishmen that were still in the shadows. And in the next moment, stone-crushing loud noises came out. These countless waves of water, transformed into incomparably sharp blades, turned the entire sea into a Shura battlefield, thousands and thousands of them, layered on top of each other, with increasing power, and finally, amidst the horrified looks of the 2 ferocious fishmen, cut their bodies into pieces and dissipated into the sea. After these 2 peak divine hidden realm fishmen disappeared in smoke, Su Xuan felt the aura he had just lost rapidly surging back into his body. This divine ability is not bad. It can absorb a person's aura before it even touches them. Su Xuan secretly nodded his head. If this fishman reached the heavenly Yuan realm, this divine ability could easily suffer if others were unaware of it. Raising his head, Su Xuan's eyes were incandescent and flooded with a murderous aura. The entire person was like a cold and ghostly sword that was stained with blood when it was unsheathed. Directly in front of him, a large group of sea race ferocious beasts holding all sorts of strange weapons came surging in frantically. There were huge lobster monsters with huge pincers that nearly sheared off the entire ocean floor. With hideous, menacing faces, there were monsters with 9 snake heads that spewed out green, highly poisonous liquid from their mouths, and when they touched the rocks on the bottom of the sea, they instantly melted, emitting gusts of blue smoke. There were trident-wielding fishmen guards, wagging their stubby tails and walking in a way that shook the ground as if they were going to turn the entire ocean floor upside down. There were also short musketeers with long brown beards and purple cloaks, carrying a huge musket cannon on their shoulders that was inversely proportional to their size, and yelling noisily. These ferocious beasts of the sea race, during this period of time, made the ports of the eastern realm bloody. Countless civilians were brutally killed. The Jindong Legion lost countless soldiers, and the 7 or 8 ports and cities of the eastern realm were almost completely occupied and razed to the ground. Su Xuan's heart was even colder, slowly pulling out the ice spirit cloud misty sword behind his back. The red lotus robbing prison appeared out of thin air, firmly guarding his body. Taking a deep breath, and then, the long sword rotated and sword chi spread out. Su Xuan transformed into a god of killing and rushed directly into the group of ferocious beasts of the sea race. Snort! Sword chi shot out in all directions, directly poking a surrounding lobster monster with 1,000 holes. The sturdy iron armor was like paper mache in front of the powerful long sword. Su Xuan's sword was in his hand, like a knife cutting wheat. These divine hidden realm ferocious beasts were cut down one after another. Surprisingly, there was not a single enemy, and they fell apart in an instant. Blood stained the sea, countless broken arms and limbs and meat foam, floating in all directions in the seawater, mixed with the screams of the monsters. There were thousands of monsters, and just like that, in less than 5 minutes, they were all killed by Su Xuan, leaning his long sword against the hard ground on the surface of his feet. Su Xuan's cheeks were stained with bloodstains, and his white clothes were also stained with the blood of the ferocious beasts, making him look hideous and ghastly. For these sea people, Su Xuan has no mercy. For these invasions of China, the only way to kill is to kill and fight violence. Su Xuan took a slow step from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, walking step by step in the direction of the palace. At this moment, the entire bottom of the sea lit up with a single lone light, illuminating the entire dark underwater world. Countless sea races had come out from inside their houses, surveying the youth who dragged his long sword on the ground and walked slowly with fear and curiosity. Su Xian's eyes scanned and realized that these were all civilians of the sea race, with a low realm, weak strength, and unarmed, and their eyes were filled with fear. With regards to these sea race civilians, Su Xuan did not intend to drive them to extinction. His own trip, he came to completely resolve the strife between the sea race and the human race, to put the 3 kings to death, and if he obstructs, to cut down all of them, and never leave a hand. The rest is just a matter of giving it to King Kanglan. Stop! Just when he was almost about to see the glorious palace, a cool female voice came out. Su Xian's face was icy cold as he stared at the 3 people who surged out of the lofty palace, his face calm as the long sword in his hand pointed at them from afar. Your turn. Chapter 71, Absolute Battle, all 10 directions destroyed. In front of Su Xuan, it was clearly the remaining 3 kings of the sea race, full of curly hair, face is absolutely beautiful, human head snake body of the Naga king, a black armor, cold and clear in a few points of loneliness and prestige, the brow left a fiery red mark, with this clear and beautiful face, slightly appeared to have a few points of bizarre. On the left side of the Naga king was a lanky, square-faced strong man, clad in little chest armor, with bare arms, gnarled muscles full of power and explosiveness, and a very exaggerated giant anchor behind him that looked very heavy and powerful. This square-faced burly man was none other than the Tide King, who was known for his strength, and at this moment, he was carefully sizing up Su Xuan, his cold eyes emanating a bit of doubt and surprise, as well as a bit of huffing and puffing. As for the other imposing man with a human head and snake body, holding a halberd, it was the very familiar Kanglan King, who had a complicated look on his face and made a wink towards Su Xuan, who was impassive, which caused him to be slightly annoyed. The 3 kings of the sea race, all of whom were at the 3rd level of strength of the Tian Yuan realm, all of whom had a divine ability as a watchword, were not to be underestimated in terms of strength. At this time, the King of Tides suddenly walked out slowly, his body glowing red, his muscles kept expanding, his body expanded dramatically, and the chest protector armor on his body popped up with a snap, revealing robust and exaggerated muscles. The blocks were clearly defined, and his height skyrocketed to 4 meters, which was just like a giant mountain in human form. I've heard that you have great strength and hard fists. Do you dare to fight against this king with pure power? The Tide King's ponderous body moved slowly, causing the earth to thud and the entire seabed to tremble for a few moments, the terrifying power speaking for itself. Among the entire sea nation, the Tidal King's power was second to none, and he had cultivated in the tidal environment for years, cultivating his physical body to a very terrifying level, which made it impossible for the other kings of the sea nation to compete with him in terms of power. Moreover, this secret art of his gained exponential multiplication as his realm increased. For example, at the forging body realm, he was able to lift a huge force of 500 pounds, so much so that at the pulse-shaping realm, it might become 25,500 pounds, and at the divine hidden realm, it would be almost a few million. And right now, he was at the heavenly Yuan realm, and thus the strength and power of his physical body was completely impossible to estimate. King Songlan's face was grave as he began to think about the situation in his mind. If Su Xuan fought against him purely in terms of strength, he would definitely not be able to get a bargain. Su Xuan's killing power was mainly that divine sword, as well as the divine bow, and the Xian Ice Fiend's inherited sword art. If one were to give up these and compete with him for power, it would be sacrificing the essentials for the good. Thinking of this, King Kanglan suddenly grunted angrily and said, "What's the point of talking so much? Go together and kill this brat to end the future troubles of my sea race." Su Xuan's face was calm, but he also understood the meaning of what King Songlan said. Together, the Tide King would not be able to restrict himself from sparring purely with his physical body, and it would seem that he was at a disadvantage when the 3 kings fought against each other. But in reality, this was not the case. He had the Red Lotus robbing prison to protect his body, the ice spirit cloud misty sword to attack, and even more, he had a divine skill like unyielding to resist lethal attacks, and there was also the heavenly punishment thunder god bow in the long-range case, so even if they were all on the same page together, they wouldn't be able to pose too much of a threat to him. After all, within the heavenly yuan, Su Xuan was confident that he could stand proudly against everyone in the same realm. This action of King Kanglan had won Su Xuan's approval, but was Su Xuan like that? The answer is no. Comparing strength? The corner of Su Xuan's mouth flared up in an arc. When he was in the pulse-shaping realm, he had already reached 1,000,000 giant strengths. What are you going to compare with me? Fine. Since you have such a request, then I will fulfill it. Su Xuan inserted his longsword into the scabbard and slowly stepped forward to confront the King of Tides, apparently giving up his weapon advantage and about to use his fists in a hard counterattack. Song Lan King's eyes flashed with a worried look, glancing at the Naga King next to him and realizing that the woman did not react in any way. Her eyes indifferent. She could not help but have her pupils shrink. The 4 kings of the sea tribe, each with their own agenda. When the enemy is at hand, they are even considering taking advantage of the situation. But Su Xuan is not a generalized person. To be able to instantly cut down the Torrent King within 3 moves, this is not an ordinary heavenly yuan realm cultivator. However, when he thought of these 3 kings variously forcing him to hand over his military power when his cultivation had yet to be restored, King Kanglan was burning with rage and had no sympathy for these 2 kings, instead pondering on how he would cooperate with Su Xuan later on. Good guts. Perhaps your swordsmanship scares me a little, but power? The sneer in the eyes of the King of Tides grew more and more intense as his figure slowly stepped forward, supreme majesty and oppression emanating from his body. In all these years, this king has never encountered an existence that can compete with this king in terms of power. Ever. Your courage amazes this king, but your strength can afford this courage of yours? In the face of the Tide King's chatter, Su Xuan's brows furrowed. How could a cultivator at this level, the king of a party, still like to pretend so much? Noisy. Su Xuan had a very disgusted expression on his face. The Tide King's face changed, not because of Su Xuan's words, but because he had just exuded almost all of his heavenly yuan realm 3rd-tier aura, and he hadn't even been affected in the slightest. Die. The Tide King's eyes widened angrily as his figure flashed and a jab blasted directly over. The wind of the fist was biting cold, and the astral energy overflowed, stirring the entire seabed into reverse chaos and backward flow, leading to bursts of terrifying roars in the seawater, which was almost about to be torn apart, and gusts of distortion occurred in the space, causing people to feel suffocated and unreal. I'm afraid this power is up to a couple million huge. Su Xuan nodded, his body not moving at all. The power is not bad. In the next moment, the same right fist was raised, and the corners of his mouth were tinged with sarcasm and teasing. But the difference is still too great compared to me. What? As the words fell, Su Xuan didn't make any movements, clenching his right fist and slowly pulling it back to build up his strength before blasting out in such a flat manner. Boom! The 2 fists exchanged, directly surging up 10,000 feet of huge waves, tearing the entire space apart, and the air currents caused the surrounding sea clan buildings to collapse away into pieces in an instant. In the midst of the blistering seawater sweeping in, one could vaguely see the Tide King's 5-meter-tall body being blasted backwards like a sandbag, the muscles on his body cracking and seeping with scarlet blood. The Tide King's face, however, also glowed pale, and his breath was like a swimmer as he coughed and spewed out several streams of blood in succession. Raising his eyes, he revealed a look of unbelievable horror. With one's own power, not to mention the heavenly yuan realm, even if a golden body realm cultivator with an immaculate body came, he would not be his opponent. However, a few million huge forces, in front of this thin and weak-looking youth, suddenly white and completely insufficient, once touched, directly broken open. The faces of the Naga King and the Songlan King also became very shocked. The Tide King's immense strength, which they knew very well, was enough to be proud of within the Tian Yuan territory. Even the savage demon race, which was known for its physical body in the past, would be slightly inferior. But now, a youth who had only been cultivating for a few months had used just one punch to beat the Title King to death. Living or dying, what kind of terrifying battle power was this? According to the ancient records, even in the period before the ages, the demon race's saint's son couldn't even do it, right? Su Xuan withdrew his fist, drew the ice spirit cloud misty sword behind his back, glanced at the Naga King, and pointed the tip of the sword straight at the stunning queen. His voice was cold and said without the slightest bit of emotion, "Your turn." In the Naga King's hair, the snakehead spat out its letters and roared angrily before her pupils glowed a golden light as she slowly looked towards Su Xuan. Suddenly, a laser shot out from the Naga King's golden pupil, carrying an immeasurable aura of terror. Su Xuan sidestepped to avoid it. The laser shot in place, There was no imaginary explosion, but the piece of place he had just stayed in was instantly petrified. King Kanglin let out a loud cry. Don't look her in the eye. At the same time, the trident in his hand blasted across the Naga King, leaving no room for error. King Kanglin, how dare you? The Naga King roared, caught off guard, and was directly swept out by this trident. Spraying a stream of crimson in the air, his face was filled with consternation and anger. Glaring at the Kanglin King, the latter's right hand slid in the void, and a shroud condensed from water droplets blocked in front of him, separating the Naga King's line of sight, then looked at him with a sneer on his face. Naga King, Tide King, Riptide King, the three of you took advantage of my king's slumber to take the reins of the Sea Nation, and when my king's cultivation had not yet been restored, you took it by trickery and plundered it without recuperating, so that the entire Sea Nation was dragged by you into the endless abyss. Today, this king will clean up his house and give the sea race a bright future. Su Xuan, on the other hand, stood to the side and coldly watched the scene without immediately making a move. Now that both the Naga King and the Tide King had been injured, it wasn't difficult to decapitate them, but who knew what other aptitudes they were hiding, so it was better to be careful. The Naga King spewed out blood again, his complex expression containing extreme sulking. King Kanglin, you led the wolf into the house and plagued the entire sea race, and you will surely become the object of the entire sea race's scorn. As for what you said about plundering, King Kanglin, you have experienced the calamity of the last generation. You should understand that the aura revival and aura depletion are nothing more than the arrangements of those few. If we sit back and do nothing, only focusing on cultivation, what happens to the dragon race will be what happens to our sea race. Do you understand? King Songlan's heart stirred, but his expression remained unchanged as he snorted. All I know is that it is extremely unwise to go to war with the human race at this moment, so today you must die. The sea race must be under the control of this king in order to grow. Good. Since you are stubborn, then this king will let you die. The Naga King glanced at the King of Tides lying on the ground and let out a furious cry that, don't do it yet. King Kanglin's pupils shrank and his body exploded back while reminding Su Xuan, retreat. Su Xuan's heart moved slightly. For the first time, he felt the aura of death emanating from above that heavily injured body. At that moment, he no longer thought much about it, and while retreating with all his might, he raised the Red Lotus robbing prison's defense to the highest. Rumble. At the same moment, the King of Tides suddenly pulled down the giant anchor behind him and thrust it hard into the earth. Giant wolves like tsunamis swept in from all directions, almost devouring the entire sea. Countless sharp thorns emerged from the bottom of the sea, emitting a bared sound. Throughout the seabed, endless waves transformed into murderous weapons, emitting ghostly auras and millions of sharp cones that dealt a devastating blow to this heaven and earth. All 10 directions are destroyed. The Tide King's face flushed red as he let out a furious cry.